In the sweltering summer, the streets lay deserted. A youth adorned with a flame-patterned fan and wearing a conical hat swiftly darted into a modest ninja tool shop. The shop was small, allowing one to see its entirety at a glance. A large display case occupied the center, surrounded by various ninja tools secured with steel nails. At the far end of the shop, there was a cramped counter where a blond boy lay sprawled on the table, drenched in sweat, soundly asleep. Naruto, is this what you meant by running a shop being better than being a ninja? With a series of knocks, the boy in the conical hat rapped his knuckles on the table, rousing the sleeping figure. Blinking groggily, the boy took a moment to recognize his visitor. Beneath the hat, a handsome face emerged, and even though sweat matted his hair, it did not diminish his allure. This was none other than Uchiha Sasuke, now notably taller and with more defined facial features. In contrast, the other boy had also undergone some changes. His once round face was now beginning to take on an oval shape. Standing up, he matched Sasuke's height, having grown significantly since their earlier days. Rubbing his eyes and stifling yawns, he asked, "What's up, Sasuke? Have you made any new discoveries lately?" Perhaps accustomed to being referred to as little brother, Sasuke merely frowned slightly without any strong objection. He retrieved a stone from his clothing and tossed it onto the table with a thud. Picking up the stone, the other boy examined it, puzzled. What does throwing a stone here signify? Sasuke replied, "This is not just any stone, it fell from someone. Sasuke nodded. "Wait a moment, I'll demonstrate." He lifted his shirt, revealing his sculpted abs and broad chest. "What are you doing?" The boy instinctively took a couple of steps back. Sasuke glared at him impatiently. "Could you behave seriously in front of me?" He then brushed his hand over the cursed seal on his neck. In an instant, the tomo on the seal seemed to come alive, slithering across his body before rapidly covering him entirely. Then, Sasuke's shoulder blades appeared to bulge, as if something were forcing its way out. With a dramatic flourish, a pair of flesh wings burst forth from his skin, resembling human hands yet akin to webbed duck feet, with each finger interconnected. "Why are you activating the cursed seal? I've told you repeatedly, that kind of power is unreliable." The boy frowned, displeased. Hadn't he promised to provide Sasuke with strength himself? What did this display signify? Did Sasuke not trust him? "Why are you so sensitive?" Sasuke shot back, rolling his eyes. Through his skin's sweat glands, he began to secrete a yellowish liquid that gradually solidified into a mass. Sasuke broke off a piece and handed it to the boy, who observed it closely, starting to piece together the puzzle as his gaze shifted to the stone nearby. "Are these two connected?" he inquired. Sasuke nodded affirmatively. Finding this means there must have been traces of Orochimaru's activities nearby. Sasuke smirked. "You truly are astute, you grasped it immediately." "Humph." The boy plopped down, tossing the solid mass aside carelessly. "After all, I was the first among the Konoha elite to advance to shinobi status. This discovery should certainly belong to me. Moreover, with so many of Orochimaru's bases scattered about, the place you found may simply be one of many he could have long since vacated. Would I seek you out if I wasn't confident?" Sasuke countered, retrieving a soft, white substance. The boy took it, noting its smooth texture akin to leather. "Human skin?" he mused. "Has it really been 3 years since Orochimaru last performed a body transfer?" "Indeed," Sasuke confirmed. "Thus, this should be the site of Orochimaru's last reincarnation. During this time, he will be quite weakened and unlikely to relocate." For 3 years, Sasuke had been tirelessly searching for Orochimaru to lift the cursed seal from his neck. Since Jiraiya was also pursuing this matter, the boy had entrusted him to accompany Sasuke while he remained in the village, managing the ninja tool shop and taking care of any assigned tasks while lounging about. Once, he had promised Sasuke that upon finding Orochimaru, he would assist him in breaking the seal. Now, the moment had come. He hurried to the door, spotting Konohamaru and 2 classmates engaged in a litter collection task. Without hesitation, he seized Konohamaru by the back of his collar and tossed him into the shop. "Naruto, what are you doing?" Konohamaru protested, struggling but ultimately pinned down in his seat. "Help me watch the shop for a few days, otherwise, when that guy assesses my work, he'll lose money again. Why do you always make me do these things? Grandpa entrusted me to you for care, not for manual labor." "Humph." That old man ran off on a world adventure, enjoying himself while I have to babysit his grandson and fulfill his whimsical dreams. He glanced back at the doorway, where Moegi and Udon stood. "Hey, You two should join Kinomaru, it would be rather dull for him alone. Seriously, Narutoni, watching the shop is so boring. Moegi and Udon complained, their faces drooping in despair. Seeing their disheartened expressions, the once small boy, now considerably taller, stretched his arms around their shoulders. How about this? When I return, I'll treat you all to some delicious sukiyaki. Really? At the mention of food, their eyes sparkled with excitement as they swallowed in anticipation. Absolutely. Long live Narutoni. As the two departed the ninja tools shop, the boy chuckled, children are so easily deceived. Sasuke asked, what? Was the promise of sukiyaki a lie? The boy opened his frog wallet, revealing it to be completely empty. I can barely afford to feed myself, let alone treat them. At this moment, he mischievously looked at Sasuke and remarked, I've heard you've been busy with missions lately, why not help me out of a bind? You still owe me from the last time I lent you money. Oh, come on. Next time I promise. A merchant convoy from the Rain Village placed a substantial order with me. Once the payment arrives, I'll repay you with interest. Sasuke could not abide the sight of the boy boasting so earnestly. Yet, what could he do? Despite his annoyance, he withdrew a stack of bills from his wallet and handed it to him. Remember, this is the last time. I assure you, there won't be a next time. Next time, I'll surely be rich. The two bickered playfully as they made their way to the Hokage building. It was only now that the boy learned of the discovery regarding Orochimaru's base he had been the last to know. At that moment, Jiraiya was lounging on the eaves, basking in the sunlight. You've arrived. Chapter 1. The cursed boy-ass fate would have it. Uchiha Madara has been reborn. In the 59th year of Konoha, on a well-known street adjacent to Ichiraka Ramen, the soul of Madara, having recently indulged in a meal, pondered the days ahead while examining his empty, toad-shaped wallet. Two burly men approached, exchanging jovial banter, oblivious to the diminutive Naruto, whom they collided into with little regard. Naruto stumbled, nearly losing his footing, and by sheer misfortune, his toad wallet slipped from his grasp, landing beneath the foot of one of the Mediterranean hair giants. Hey! Naruto called out to the two, only then did they realize they had bumped into someone. What's the matter, brat? Naruto pointed his index finger toward himself. Come here and apologize. Pardon? The two men, taken aback, could hardly believe their ears. Who would dare demand an apology from them? Notorious bullies of the street that made others cower in their presence. One of the men, a scar-faced giant, advanced menacingly, towering over Naruto at nearly 6 feet 3 inches. Who do we have here? It's you, the unfortunate little wretch. The Mediterranean man chuckled. Dajin, teach this kid a lesson after all. No one here will come to his aid. Indeed, who would protect this loathsome brat? They laughed heartily. Dajin, the scar-faced man, rolled up his sleeves, revealing his muscular arms. Grabbing Naruto by the collar with one hand and forming a fist the size of a bowl with the other, he taunted, if you beg for mercy now, I might go easy on you later. Dajin wore a smug expression, convinced he had the upper hand over this mere child. However, Naruto displayed no signs of fear, his countenance remaining utterly impassive. Calmly, he extended 2 fingers and jabbed them towards Dajin's eyes. A heart-wrenching scream echoed down the street. Dajin clutched his eyes, staggering about blindly until he collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face, unable to see clearly. Dajin, are you all right? The Mediterranean man rushed to check on his companion. Urgine, don't mind me. Quickly deal with him. Urgine, not one to hesitate, produced a pair of spiked knuckles from his clothing. After slipping them onto his hands, he struck the nearby telephone pole, which instantly cracked under the force, fissures spreading toward the top. Naruto furrowed his brow, realizing that Urgine possessed considerable strength, likely surpassing Dajin. Fueled by fury, Urgine swung his fist at Naruto. They were used to being the bullies, not the bullied. Setting aside Dajin's humiliation, Urgine felt compelled to defend his brother, especially given Naruto's disdainful demeanor, which suggested he regarded them with contempt. Urgine resolved to reclaim his dignity by pummeling Naruto until he begged for mercy like a dog. He envisioned displaying the pitiful Naruto to the villagers, asserting his authority. Moreover, as the host of the notorious Nine-Tails Fox, Naruto was a figure of fear in the village, known for the calamities wrought upon Konoha, leading to numerous tragedies. Urgine believed his actions would not only gain him favor among the villagers, but perhaps earn their gratitude as well. With a smirk, he reveled in his cunning, oblivious to how he had just been outmaneuvered by Naruto. In a blink, Naruto had placed a foot on Urjin's chest and declared, "Retrieve my wallet, clean it, and then apologize." My wallet? Pinned to the ground. Urjin attempted to resist, astonished at the strength of this child, unable to budge despite his struggles. Realizing resistance was futile, Urjin complied, turning his head to spot the filthy toad wallet on the ground nearby. Only then did he comprehend that Naruto's anger was not solely due to the collision, but also tied to the wallet. All right, they'll pick it up." Seeing Urjin begrudgingly comply, Naruto lifted his foot. Urjin dusted himself off, approached the dirty wallet, and picked it up. Seizing the moment when Naruto was distracted, he hurled the wallet back at him. Naruto deftly caught it, but Urjin cupped his hands to his mouth and shouted loudly, "Help! That cursed child is finally showing his true colors and preparing to strike." Urjin's voice surpassed Dajin's cries, drawing the attention of passers-by, young and old alike, who gathered curiously. "What's this child doing again? Every time I see him, I feel a chill down my spine." "Son, did you see? I told you not to play with him. Who knows what he might do?" Caught in a whirlwind of public scrutiny, Naruto was at a loss as to what he had done wrong. Moreover, with Madara's soul still entwined within him, he felt even more bewildered. The looks directed at Naruto were icy, almost monstrous in their disdain. Urjin, reveling in his deceitful triumph, stifled a laugh behind his hand. Although the outcome differed from his original plan, he had successfully stoked the flames of animosity and could now make his escape. Dajin, whose vision had begun to clear, sidled up to Urjin with a malicious grin. Noticing that the villager's anger was still simmering, he incited further. "This child is like a ticking time bomb who knows when he will explode. We must drive him out to prevent any disaster." "Exactly. Get out. Leave. We don't need your kind in Konoha." Indeed, Dajin's provocation struck a chord. Those villagers who already harbored prejudice against Naruto feared him as a potential threat. Little did they realize that their words would ignite this very bomb. Each harsh word aimed at Naruto pierced like a dagger, deep and wounding. For others, such derision might have driven them to despair, but he was not like others. He was cold, proud. The legendary figure of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara, stood unyielding. He would not coddle this cowardly, short-sighted mob. Standing amidst the throng, Uchiha Madara raised an eyebrow, exuding an air of undeniable authority. "You all are exceedingly annoying." Chapter 1. The Cursed Boy, as fate would have it, Uchiha Madara has been reincarnated. In the year 59 of the Hidden Leaf Village, on a well-known street adjacent to Ichiraka Ramen, the soul of Madara, now inhabiting Naruto's body, relished a meal. While contemplating the future with an empty toad purse in hand, two burly men approached, laughing and chatting, oblivious to the diminutive figure of Naruto, and collided with him. Naruto stumbled, nearly falling to the ground, and by unfortunate chance, his toad purse slipped from his grasp, landing directly underfoot of one of the Mediterranean-haired men. "Hey!" Naruto shouted, halting the two. Only then did they realize they had bumped into someone. "What is the matter, brat?" Naruto pointed his index finger toward them. "Come here and apologize." "Huh?" The two men, taken aback, were incredulous. Everyone knew they were notorious bullies on this street, with passers-by typically lowering their heads to avoid them, and no one had the audacity to demand an apology from them. One of the men, a scar-faced giant towering nearly 6'3", stepped forward and looked down at Naruto. "I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's just you, you unfortunate little pest." The Mediterranean man chuckled and said, "Dakin, teach this kid a lesson. Here, no one will come to his aid." "Indeed, who told this brat to be more annoying than us?" They laughed heartily. Dakin rolled up his sleeves, revealing his muscular arms, grasped Naruto by the collar with one hand, and clenched his fist, boasting, "Little brat, if you beg for mercy now, I might go easy on you later." With a smug expression, Dakin believed he had the upper hand over Naruto, a mere child of just over 10 years. However, to his surprise, Naruto displayed no sign of fear, not even a flicker of emotion. Calmly, he extended two fingers toward Dakin's eyes. "Ah!" A heart-wrenching wail echoed throughout the street. Dakin covered his eyes, stumbling around, disoriented, before finally collapsing to the ground, tears streaming from his blurred vision. "Dakin, are you all right?" The Mediterranean man rushed over to check on him. "Don't mind me, just get that kid," Dakin shouted, still in agony. The other man, upon hearing this, wasted no time and pulled out a pair of tiger claws from his clothing. After equipping them, he struck a nearby telephone pole, causing cracks of various sizes to spiderweb up to the top. Naruto frowned at this display, recognizing that this Urge-in possessed considerable strength, likely surpassing that of Dakin. Fueled by rage, Irjin swung his fists at Naruto. They were accustomed to bullying others. It was unheard of for them to be on the receiving end of such treatment. Setting aside Dakin's humiliation, Irjin felt compelled to defend his brother's honor. Moreover, Naruto's disdainful expression suggested he regarded both of them with utter contempt, which irked Irjin, igniting a desire to reclaim his dignity. He was determined to teach Naruto a lesson, hoping to leave him bloodied and begging on the ground like a dog. Ultimately, he envisioned parading the pitiful Naruto before the villagers, asserting his dominance, and perhaps even earning their gratitude, given Naruto's secret identity as the host of the Nine Tails, a creature that had once wrought havoc in Konoha, shattering many families. With this thought, Irjin couldn't help but smile at his own cleverness. However, he was caught off guard when Naruto deftly dodged his punch, sending him flying backward. Before he knew it, Naruto had his foot planted firmly on his chest, calmly stating, "Pick up my purse, dust it off, and then apologize." The purse? Irjin attempted to resist, but was astonished by the strength of this small child. Unable to budge even an inch. Realizing that resistance was futile, he reluctantly turned his head and spotted the dirty-toed purse on the ground nearby. It dawned on him that Naruto's anger stemmed not only from the collision, but also from the state of that purse. Fine, I'll get it." Seeing that Irjin was compliant, Naruto lifted his foot. As Irjin stood up, brushing off the dirt, he walked over to the toed purse, picked it up, and, taking advantage of Naruto's momentary distraction, hurled it back at him. Naruto caught the purse, but was met with Irjin shouting at the top of his lungs, "Help! That cursed child is finally showing his true colors and intends to attack us." Irjin's voice surpassed even Dakin's pained cries, quickly drawing the attention of passers-by. "Not this kid again," murmured one. "Every time I see him, I get the creeps." "Son, did you see that? I told you not to play with him. Who knows what he might do to you?" Caught in a whirlwind of public opinion, Naruto found himself bewildered, unsure of what he had done wrong. The soul residing within him was still Madara's, adding to his confusion. The crowd's gazes were icy, instilling fear. They did not look upon him as a mere child, but rather as a monster. As Irjin reveled in his success, stifling laughter behind his hand, he noted that while the outcome was not as planned, he had nonetheless succeeded in inciting hatred against Naruto, allowing him to escape unscathed. Dakin, whose vision had returned somewhat, joined Irjin, wearing a sly grin. Sensing the villagers' emotions were still insufficiently stirred, he incited further, "This child is like a ticking time bomb. We should drive him away before he explodes and harms us all." "Exactly. Get out. We don't need your kind in Konoha." Indeed, Dakin's taunts had a profound effect. The villagers, already predisposed to view Naruto with suspicion, were now genuinely afraid he might be a threat. Little did they realize that their words would ultimately ignite the very bomb they feared. Each harsh word hurled at Naruto was a piercing arrow, each sentiment a wound. Most would have crumbled under such relentless scrutiny, but he was no ordinary child. He was cold, proud, and renowned throughout the ninja world, Uchiha Madara. Standing amidst the throng, Madara's brows arched elegantly, exuding an air of superiority. "You are quite noisy." Chapter 2. The ridiculed dream. What? The crowd recoiled in astonishment, overwhelmed by an inexplicable aura of power. Such grandeur, such striking presence. This was not the Naruto they remembered. Wasn't he the mischievous troublemaker, always seeking attention? Wasn't he the lonely soul who bore the brunt of ridicule, walking with his head hung low? Wasn't he the cursed boy, host to the nine-tailed fox? His demeanor should resonate with solitude and sorrow, so how could he appear in such a manner now? Confusion and disbelief rippled through the crowd. "No, something must be amiss. Fear not. This boy is merely putting on a show. Do not be deceived by his facade." A figure named Irkin stepped forward, dispelling the crowd's apprehensions. Upon hearing this, murmurs erupted among them, speculating wildly. Surely, a person could not undergo such a drastic transformation in a brief span of time. They pondered that perhaps Naruto, long oppressed, had finally reached a breaking point, akin to a balloon bursting under pressure, prompting such aberrant behavior. It is said that even a cornered rabbit may bite. Whether Naruto was a rabbit remained uncertain, yet Madara was certainly capable of biting. Seizing a moment of distraction among the onlookers, Madara swiftly appeared before Irkin, startling him. Irkin hurriedly attempted to blend back into the crowd, but was caught by Madara, who yanked him from the throng. "Spare me," Irkin pleaded as he was flung into the center of the gathering. Before the crowd could react, Madara reappeared, pressing his foot against Irkin's chest. "Lord Naruto, I was wrong. Please, have mercy. My patience is limited," Madara retorted, thrusting a frog-shaped purse into Irkin's face. "Clean yourself up, bow your head, and admit your mistake, and we shall consider this matter resolved." Of course, Irkin, now freed from his restraints, felt the heat of humiliation wash over him. Under the oppressive gaze of Madara, he had no choice but to prostrate himself, brushing the dirt from the frog purse. The thought of being a notable figure in this street, now subjected to such disgrace, left him pondering how he would navigate his reputation henceforth. Even Dakin turned away, unable to bear the sight. In truth, the villagers harbored no objections to this outcome. Whether it was Naruto or the likes of Dakin and Irkin, Their displeasure at witnessing someone's downfall was minimal. As long as the flames of conflict did not engulf themselves, they remained indifferent. They were astute in their awareness. Dakin and Erkin, fully cognizant of the villagers' sentiments, had no choice but to retreat in shame. As the crowd began to disperse, Madara suddenly called out, "Wait." He pointed in various directions. You, and you. Hold on a moment." The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, questioning what drama was unfolding. Could it be that Naruto, as Erkin suggested, had truly succumbed to madness from prolonged oppression? They recalled how he had never retaliated before. Today was indeed out of character. "You are a collection of unruly citizens," Madara proclaimed. "It appears that Hashirama's ideals of love have not been effectively implemented. Bold of you to utter the name of the first Hokage so freely. It is utterly audacious." Came a retort. "You dare call us unruly while failing to recognize your own standing? If it weren't for our persistent tolerance, you would have been expelled from this village long ago. I advise you to retract your words, lest you find yourself in an awkward situation when we cross paths again." Madara's words struck a nerve, leaving the villagers visibly affronted. Yet, who truly cared? Much like in the past, while Hashirama became the revered first Hokage, the legendary god of shinobi, Madara found himself ostracized and betrayed by his own kin. The old adage rings true: those who achieve great things attract support, while those who falter find themselves alone. "Your chatter is excessive," Madara's voice thundered, silencing the crowd. No one anticipated that such a slight figure could possess such commanding authority. The atmosphere grew tense, almost suffocating. His icy gaze scanned the assembly. "You remain oblivious to your own shortcomings. It seems the Leaf Village is in dire need of profound reform." Madara stepped forward, raising his right hand, finger extended. "Listen, I shall become the Hokage of the Leaf Village. I implore you to await the day." "What madness is this? You, of all people, wish to become Hokage? Huh? Do you even comprehend the gravity of your words? Should you ascend to that position, I would be the first to oppose you." Madara's declaration elicited ridicule from the crowd. A monster, a marginalized individual, audaciously proclaimed his intent to become the Hokage of this village. "I will reclaim all that I have lost." In the face of their mockery, Madara clenched his fists, silently vowing. At that moment, a large hand seized him from behind, an approach Madara detested. The hand grasped the back of his collar, lifting him effortlessly. Though he struggled, he could not break free. Puzzled, Madara pondered why he could not retaliate effectively against this ordinary assailant. Suspended in midair, he craned his neck upward to discover a man with a scar along his nose and hair tied back. The man was not particularly strong. Yet Madara found himself at a loss. Perhaps the inferior quality of this body was impeding his full potential. "Naruto, if you aspire to be Hokage, might I suggest you first graduate from the Ninja Academy?" Madara was somewhat unfamiliar with this man, but the villagers recognized him. Irika-sensei. As a seasoned instructor at the Ninja Academy, several villagers had been taught by Irika. This morning, Irika had noted Naruto's absence from class and assumed he was off causing mischief. Upon arriving at this street, he found a crowd gathered, driven by curiosity. He was met with the sight of Naruto brazenly declaring his ambition to become Hokage, a moment that left Irika feeling somewhat embarrassed. He rushed forward to put an end to the farce. "Release me. Who are you exactly? Are you feigning madness? Once I escort you back to school, you will come to know precisely who I am." Chapter 3. The future Ban arrived at the Konoha Ninja Academy, carrying the items he had brought back. Standing on the podium as punishment, he cast a sideways glance, his expression one of defiance. "You think you can capture me here without a sneak attack?" Humph. As soon as he spoke, the entire class erupted in laughter. It was utterly amusing that Naruto, at the bottom of the class, would accuse Irika-sensei of a sneak attack. With his abilities, I could easily take him down. I despise people who skip class and show off. My parents won't even let me play with him. "Silence!" Irika shouted, attempting to restore order in the chaotic classroom. He glanced at the students, then turned to Ban with a complex expression. "You too. I've never seen anyone who skips class every day become Hokage." Irika wanted to say more, but held back. As Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, he was Konoha's highest-level secret. The younger generation was largely unaware of this. However, those who had lived through the Nine-Tails rampage vividly remembered the devastation. Countless lives were lost in the battle to subdue the Nine-Tails, including that of the fourth Hokage, who sacrificed his life to seal the beast. Then suddenly, an orphan appeared, marked by the distinct whisker-like patterns on his face, and the villagers began to associate Naruto with the vanquished demon fox. Thus, Naruto became known as the embodiment of the fox, facing disdain from the villagers. Irika harbored a similar mindset. During the Nine-Tails rampage, the young Irika had witnessed his parents rush to the front lines, only to be killed by the beast. He loathed the Nine-Tails, yet found Naruto to be innocent and mischievous, making it difficult for him to reconcile the two. However, hatred is not easily cast aside. Irika's heart wrestled with conflicting emotions, as if two little figures were battling within him. "Though I do not know who you are or why you have brought me here, I will become Hokage, and no one shall stand in my way." At this moment, Ban, whose soul had taken residence in Naruto's body, gradually understood his situation. The Ninja Academy, the Cursed Youth, and the Hokage rock in the distance were not products of Ban's era. Yet, one thing was certain. This was Konoha. You still dare to boast here? Truly unrepentant. Irika scolded, delivering a reprimand to Ban. Unyielding, Ban bore it without flinching. How many years has it been in Konoha? Are you feverish? Irika touched Ban's forehead. Then his own, finding no difference. 59 years. In the corner of the classroom, a girl with white pupils fidgeted with her fingers, her cheeks flushed. Hinata, you are too kind. He is pretending to be a fool, and you're indulging him, another student remarked. Indeed. He can't possibly not know how many years it has been, another chimed in. I bet he'll say something ridiculous about being possessed by someone, they laughed. The mockery did not seem to bother Hinata. Rather, she lowered her head and murmured softly to herself. What does it matter? Because he is Naruto. 59 years, you say? Ban pondered upon receiving this information. He had indeed traveled far into the future. It seemed many things had changed beyond recognition, making it difficult to look back. Given this, he resolved to make a significant impact in this era. The girl with the white eye seemed quite pleasant. Naruto smiled knowingly, then frowned as he glanced at the little boy who had just claimed he was possessed, murmuring, I didn't expect him to see through me so quickly. This kid cannot stay. Unbeknownst to Ban, the boy was merely innocent, unaware that Naruto was currently possessed. However, Ban was unconcerned with such details. Any threat must be eliminated. With that, he seized a nearby teaching stick and lunged at the boy. This sudden move startled the child, causing him to drop his nose in shock. As Ban aimed the stick at him, intent on taking his life, Irika, quick on his feet, grabbed Ban by the collar and halted the farce. Ah, how terrifying. The relieved child gasped, sniffling as he leaned back against the desk. You dare to attack us? How despicable. Come again, I dare you. Yes, we'll flatten you. Ban's actions ignited public outrage. They were unaware that Naruto was the Nine Tails. They had merely been advised by their parents to avoid him. Over time, Naruto had become increasingly marginalized and subjected to bullying. At that moment, it seemed no one would come to his aid. Enough. Irika interrupted. For reasons he could not fathom, he felt an unexpected empathy for the demon fox that had killed his parents. As a child, he had been much like Naruto, without parental love. He often acted out to gain attention, resulting in scorn from others. Naruto was Irika's amplified reflection, seeking validation through mischief, and thus faced far greater rejection and oppression. Naruto, you must be in so much pain. Even though you killed my parents, I wish I could say this to you. Come on, you little brats think I'm afraid of you? Ban glared at the loudest of the children, pointing at them defiantly. The children, intimidated by Ban's audacity, fell silent. Previously, they had often teased Naruto, tapping his head or tripping him. Even in the snow, they would throw snowballs at him for amusement. Each time Naruto was bullied, he would merely rub his wounds with a grin or walk away with his head down, sorrowfully silent. Yet, they had never witnessed such a reaction from him before, and they were momentarily awestruck. Come on, why are you suddenly mute? Ban growled, causing the children to tremble. One stammered, why you shouldn't think I'm afraid? Fighting between students is forbidden. Irika pulled Ban aside. Observing Ban's vigorous spirit, Irika couldn't help but smile wryly. Did Naruto really need his empathy? All right, Naruto, go to class. And remember to write me a reflection on skipping class before school ends. The potential fight was quashed. Reluctantly, Ban walked to the center of the classroom. Noticing Ban's hesitation to take his seat, Irika urged, Naruto, hurry back to your seat. Return to my seat? Ban looked at Irika with confusion. Utterly unaware of where his seat was, Irika glanced at Naruto's original seat, now occupied by the boy he had just quarreled with. To prevent further conflict, Irika kindly pointed to an empty spot in the corner. I can't deal with you. You can sit next to Hinata. Chapter 4, A Date Naruto. The one who reacted the most to the seat change was undoubtedly Hinata. The mere thought of sitting next to Naruto made her face flush crimson, nearly bleeding from embarrassment. Ban took a seat and glanced at the Byakugan girl who had just answered his question. He found her quite likable. You are a nice person. It's a pleasure to meet you. Naruto. Hinata was taken aback when Naruto unexpectedly initiated a conversation with her, rendering her mind momentarily blank. Me too. Regaining her composure, she pinched her thigh. Despite having known him for a while, why did they still feel the need to greet each other as if meeting for the first time? Hyuga Hinata? Ban read her name from the textbook. Is there something you need? Ban had spoken softly enough, yet Hinata still heard him. Since the conversation had reached this point, and considering Hinata had just helped him out, he asked, so, do you have time after school? I'd like to treat you to something. Really? Hinata's voice was soft, laced with anticipation. Ban nodded. Having been reincarnated, he was filled with curiosity about everything here. So he seized the opportunity to invite Hinata and gather information about this world. Of course, the school bell rang. The golden sunset bathed every corner of Konoha in its warm glow. As Ban exited the school gates, he noticed Hinata had not followed. Turning around, he found her peeking out from behind the school gate, her head barely visible. Hinata, what are you hiding there for? It wouldn't be good if someone saw us on a date. Are you coming or not? Yes. Hinata, fearful of missing the chance to be alone with Naruto, was propelled by an invisible force to follow obediently behind him. Throughout the journey, she kept her head down, both anxious about being recognized and overwhelmed by shyness. It wasn't until she bumped into Ban's back that she realized he had stopped. Naruto, you were quite impressive at school today. Hinata lifted her head, only to discover the 3 classmates who had clashed with Ban earlier. The one in the center was a lanky boy, known for his snotty demeanor. The other 2 were a short, chubby one and another with a short ponytail. The trio had cornered Ban in a deserted alleyway. You really had me fooled today. You acted quite convincingly, the snotty boy taunted. The short-haired boy sneered. I told you, the tail always remains the tail. If he wasn't scared of sitting next to you, he wouldn't have let Irika-sensei send him back to his seat. Thus, we must teach him a good lesson and see if he dares to stand against us again. The chubby boy was well aware of Naruto's abilities. His taijutsu was mediocre. Ninjutsu barely allowed him to create a shadow clone, and Jinjutsu was a complete blind spot for him. After all, the times he had bullied Hinata, Naruto had bled profusely beneath his fists. This time would be no different. With a punch aimed at Ban, the chubby boy threw a wild strike. Ban crossed his arms to block. The impact sent him staggering back, gritting his teeth. What immense strength. Naruto. Hinata expressed her concern. Yet, Ban shielded her behind him. This body was far from compatible with the ninja skills he possessed. Engaging the chubby boy in a physical confrontation would undoubtedly lead to Ban's disadvantage. Fortunately, years of battle experience would help him navigate this challenge. Observing the chubby boy's movements closely, he noted that while the brute strength was formidable, the speed was lacking. With a little caution, he could easily evade. Damn it, why do you keep dodging? The chubby boy, frustrated by Ban's slippery maneuvers, grew increasingly impatient. Seizing the opportunity when the boy threw another punch, Ban swiftly maneuvered behind him, delivering a decisive elbow strike that sent the chubby boy crashing to the ground. Having dealt with him, Ban barely had time to catch his breath before the other 2 boys charged at him menacingly. Caught between 2 foes, dodging with conventional tactics was clearly unrealistic. However, the current Naruto was possessed by Ban. Assessing the limited chakra within him, Ban quickly devised a strategy in his mind. Body flicker technique. By concentrating chakra at his feet, Ban reached peak speed, disappearing behind the 2 boys. Before they could react, he kicked off the ground, sending the chubby boy, who had just gotten back up, crashing down once more. With the 3 troublesome kids dealt with, Ban dusted off his hands. The D-rank ninjutsu, body flicker technique, was just sufficient for Ban's current chakra levels, leaving him quite satisfied. Hinata, let's go? He called back to her. Hinata nodded obediently, her small steps trailing behind him. The 3 boys sat up, nursing their bruises, gasping in shock. How could that loser know ninjutsu? It's your fault for saying he was scared of me, which is why he didn't return to his seat. Now look at the mess we've made. What do you expect from me? Didn't you want to take your revenge? Hinata, what do you enjoy eating? Hinata pondered, tapping her chin thoughtfully. Red bean paste, cinnamon rolls, perhaps. Sounds good. Ban was generous when it came to treating others. He took Hinata's delicate hand and hurried toward the cinnamon roll shop. The physical contact caused Hinata, who had long harbored feelings for Naruto, to nearly faint. So this is how warm Naruto's hand feels. Boss, how much for a serving of cinnamon rolls? The shopkeeper, still busy with his work, turned at the sound. Upon realizing it was Naruto who called him, he frowned in distaste. However, spotting Hinata, the esteemed princess of the Hyuga clan, softened his expression into a sycophantic smile. Miss Hinata, are you 2 together? Hinata's response was simple and straightforward. This left the shopkeeper slightly displeased. He couldn't believe that this oddball had managed to land the Hyuga family's eldest daughter. It was uncertain whether Naruto was just lucky or if Hinata had lost her senses. Cinnamon rolls are 100 ryo each. The shopkeeper turned to Ban with a noticeably less friendly tone. 100 ryo? Ban nearly choked upon hearing the price. Turning away, he discreetly opened his empty wallet, revealing a single 100 ryo note. That was all he had left. If he spent it all on cinnamon rolls, he would be left starving in the days to come. 2 servings of cinnamon rolls. Hinata boldly held up 2 fingers, smiling at the shopkeeper. Weren't I treating you? Ban said, somewhat sheepishly. Don't worry, I love these treats. It's fine if I pay. Next time, Naruto can take me out for something you like. Chapter 5 Useful information. Hinata appeared to perceive the awkwardness enveloping Madara and took the initiative to pay, following him to the Konoha Park. The 2 settled onto the swings, indulging in cinnamon rolls while gently swaying back and forth. Madara remained silent, and Hinata simply gazed at him. The disparity between individuals was indeed more pronounced than that between man and dog. Madara had exhausted his finances, amassing only a mere 100 ryo. Earlier, while settling the bill, he had noticed Hinata's wallet brimming with thick stacks of 10,000 ryo notes. When had he ever encountered such wealth? Even before his reincarnation, he had never laid eyes on such a sum. In the past, as the head of his clan and later a defector from Konoha, his ambitions had never revolved around accumulating riches. Yet now, when he needed money, he found himself unable to produce it, relying on a girl to insist on paying. How could someone with his innate pride accept such a reality? Hinata, what's wrong? Hinata stared blankly at Madara. From the beginning until now, neither of them had spoken. She had hoped that this rare outing would not culminate merely in swinging. You seem quite wealthy, he remarked. Do I? It's all from my family, accumulated slowly over time. She replied. Family. As far as Madara was aware, Naruto seemed to have no family, which explained his poverty. However, driven by a newfound desire for wealth, he was curious about Hinata's thoughts on earning money. What if one doesn't have family support? How else can one acquire money? Hinata pondered for a moment before responding. One could collect rent. Do you see that street over there? My father told me that all those properties belong to us. Every month, the tenants pay him a substantial sum, which he says he saves for me. Madara nearly choked on his disbelief. Here he was, a destitute man. And she was talking about collecting rent. He silently lamented the absurdity of her suggestion. Could we not consider simpler means? Must we escalate the difficulty so quickly? He never imagined that one day, the fearless Naruto would encounter insurmountable problems, moments when he would require assistance. At that instant, Hinata felt like the happiest person alive, genuinely contemplating ways to help him. One could also invest money with others and share the profits, she suggested. No, anything else. One could deposit it in a bank for interest. That would require capital on my part, he retorted. Oh, well, we could. Forget it. Let me remain poor. He sighed. Seeing her inability to assist, Hinata felt a tinge of disappointment. Actually, I don't quite understand money either, but I've heard that by becoming a ninja, one can undertake various missions at differing ranks, and upon completion, receive generous rewards. That seems quite fitting for me, but where can one accept missions? Madara contemplated, and then, in a moment of silliness, allowed a slight smile to form. Hinata couldn't help but giggle. Naruto, we haven't graduated yet. Only after graduating can we truly be considered ninjas eligible to take on missions. Oh, how troublesome. As dusk gradually settled, the cool autumn night stirred an involuntary shiver. The streetlights at the park flickered to life, drawing insects into their glow. The iron chain swings creaked rhythmically under the gentle back-and-forth motion of Madara and Hinata. Hinata, why haven't you returned home after school? The clan leader has sent people searching for you. A voice interrupted their tranquil moment. Time passed swiftly. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of a Byakugan ninja, shattering their serene harmony, Madara and Hinata might have continued swinging indefinitely, never uttering a farewell. Hinata jumped off the swing, casting a reluctant glance back at Madara before being pulled away by the Byakugan ninja. How infuriating! Madara clenched his fists. As Hinata departed, he caught sight of the same disdainful expression in the Byakugan ninja's eyes, reminiscent of the hostility he had encountered from villagers before, filled with loathing and hatred. What monstrous entity resides within me? Upon returning home, Madara collapsed onto his bed, rolling comfortably into the softness. This feels marvelous, he mused, replaying the day's events with Hinata, savoring the precious information she had shared. Currently, the leader of Konoha was Sarutobi Hiruzen, of the Sarutobi clan. Madara recalled him vaguely from the previous night. Their conversation had been brief, mostly mundane exchanges about daily life. Before departing, Hiruzen had left a small envelope containing the month's living expenses. Madara opened the envelope, counting without needing to, 1,000 ryo. However, after indulging in several bowls of Ichiraka ramen, little remained. How unfortunate. That old man should have ample funds. Why is he so miserly? Regarding Hiruzen's position, Madara had a general understanding. The Hokage of Konoha was the third to hold the title after Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama. He had originally retired but was compelled back into service following the Ninetales incident 11 years prior. The fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, had sacrificed his life to protect the village by sealing the Ninetales. With no successor, the retired third Hokage had to answer the call once more. Madara lifted his shirt, observing the intricate sealing techniques on his abdomen, and recalled the villagers' claims of him being a monster. Could it be? Was the Ninetales sealed within me? Am I now the host of the Ninetales? With that thought, a smile crept onto Madara's face. The Ninetales was an old acquaintance. It seemed that once he could harness that power, he must reconnect with the Ninetales. After all, it had once been a part of his strength. Regrettably, after his battle with Hashirama, the Ninetales had been seized, becoming the host of his wife, Uzumaki Kushina. Thus, Madara had lost the Ninetales. Now, reincarnated as Naruto, the prospect of regaining that power thrilled him to the point of almost laughing out loud. Thankfully, he managed to restrain himself, lest the neighbors suspect him of insanity. Once they had driven him away, who could have anticipated that he would return in such a manner? Madara clenched his fists, vowing to reclaim everything he had lost. He gradually understood that to ascend to the position of Hokage in Konoha, he first needed to graduate from the Ninja Academy and become a ninja. From there, he would progress from a Genin to a Chunin, and eventually to a Nin, inching closer to the center of power. However, to Madara, this seemed an excruciatingly slow process. The rigorous ninja ranking system made advancement arduous, and he felt it would take an eternity to reach his goals. Yet, there were no shortcuts on this path. In this era of peace, the days of 3 or 4-year-olds on the battlefield and 11 or 12-year-olds achieving fame in the ninja world were long gone. For now, he would focus on diligently passing the Ninja Academy's graduation exam. Chapter 6. The transition from autumn to winter. As autumn gracefully wanes into winter, the leaves fall gently, giving way to a magnificent snowfall that blankets the landscape in a shimmering coat of white. During the days spent sharing a desk with Hinata, Ban has gained a deeper understanding of his newfound identity and the world around him. Naruto Uzumaki, an orphan with unknown parentage, is under the secret guardianship of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who discreetly provides him with a modest allowance while maintaining limited interaction in other aspects of his life. Due to his identity as a monster, which Ban has surmised refers to the Nine Tails, Naruto is met with avoidance from the villagers. In class, his poor performance earns him the unfortunate title of the bottom of the barrel, often subjected to bullying. Contemplating this, Ban feels a surge of indignation. How could this child have fared so poorly in the past? After all, he possesses a sense of dignity and cannot be reduced to mediocrity. Determined to graduate with the highest honors, he resolves to study diligently. His innate pride drives him to refuse defeat. However, during the theoretical graduation simulation exam, he scores a mere 23 out of 100, once again claiming the title of the lowest achiever. This is disheartening. Such examinations were unheard of in his time. Feeling somewhat deflated, he rests his head on the desk, lacking motivation. Hinata, sitting nearby, carefully folds her test paper after sneaking a glance at her score and tucks it away in her desk. Hinata, how did you do? Startled by Ban's call, Hinata hurriedly presses down on her test paper, stammering, Not much. Let me see. Ban seizes her hand, snatching the test paper from her grasp. No way. 93 points. Hinata, your score is astonishing. I'm sorry, Naruto. I didn't want to show you, she replies, flustered. It's nothing. I won't be discouraged by that. Transforming into Naruto was already a tumultuous beginning, so he finds it easier to accept such outcomes. No matter how poor the performance, it is merely a reflection of the circumstances. Ban gazes at Hinata's striking score of 93, his mind racing with thoughts. Hinata, would you be willing to tutor me? Really? Can I truly help you? Hinata responds, a hint of surprise in her voice, as she had expected to need to persuade him. Of course. When shall we begin? Right now? Yay! Hinata exclaims, joyfully bouncing on her feet, her cheeks flushed with excitement, silently thinking, this is wonderful. I can be of use to Naruto. From that day forth, after school, the classroom would often be inhabited by two individuals engaged in tutoring sessions. Ban studies diligently, and his grades begin to improve gradually. Time spent together passes swiftly. Frequently, a servant from the Hyuga clan, tasked with protecting Hinata, interrupts their studies, prompting her to reluctantly return home. The winter snow falls like a thick blanket, and at training ground number 3, Irika leads the class in practicing kunai throwing. Throughout the journey, Ben immerses himself in his studies, diligently digesting new material. Look at that bottom-tier student. He seems to be putting in a lot of effort lately. What does effort matter? If effort were enough, there would be no need for geniuses. With his grades, passing the graduation exam is nearly impossible. Cramming at the last minute is futile. Some people are simply destined to be clever, while others remain dull. Laughter fills the training ground, but Ban remains unfazed by the mockery of his classmates. He can sense his own progress, regardless of others' opinions. Naruto, it's your turn to throw, Irika announces, marking today as a mock graduation exam where each student's performance will be meticulously recorded for reference. The results will inform targeted discussions aimed at helping each student identify their weaknesses and strive to pass the graduation exam. Ban strides confidently to Irika, accepting the kunai. His classmates, taken aback by Naruto's newfound seriousness, cannot help but snicker. In a fleeting moment, Ban, fixated on his book, does not even glance at the target as he casually tosses the kunai. Bullseye. 10 rings. The training ground erupts in astonishment. Have you noticed? Naruto seems different lately. I feel the same. He has become so quiet and has stopped playing pranks. Indeed, I often see him studying with Hinata after class. Studying? I thought they were flirting. How could that be? Hinata is the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, destined to inherit the clan, while Naruto is just an orphan. Ban overhears their chatter, bemused. How is it that the narrative has spiraled so far from reality? When did I and Hinata develop such a relationship? Next, the shadow clone technique test. Following the kunai training, Irika swiftly moves on to the next test. Most students are not a cause for concern, except for one, Naruto. Since the beginning of school, his shadow clone technique has consistently been the weakest. Although Irika has had little interaction with Naruto, he remains attentive to him due to his unique circumstances. Ban closes his book, raises one hand, and with a series of sharp sounds, for shadow clones materialize beside him. What? Am I seeing things? The room, aside from Irika, is filled with astonished expressions from the other students. The bottom-tier student has produced 4 clones? He could barely manage to create one before. How is this possible? Even the talented Sasuke could only produce 3. Could it be that Naruto surpasses Sasuke? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Facing the skepticism of his peers, Ban remains unfazed. He flips his book back to his previous page, continuing to absorb theoretical knowledge. As he does so, a slip of paper falls from the book, capturing his attention. Navigating through the throng of students, Ban brushes the snow off a nearby bench, sits down, and retrieves the note. The paper carries a subtle fragrance, reminiscent of sweetness. It is clear that this book was borrowed from Hinata, and it is easy to deduce that the note was likely placed there by her. Exhaling a breath of mist into the cold air, Ban rubs his hands together. The note reads an encouraging message from Hinata. Naruto-kun. You look so cool when you're working hard. Keep it up. The encouraging words are prominently centered on the note, while beneath, in smaller print, it adds, please don't mind Nagi. He just doesn't understand Naruto-kun and means no harm. Chapter 7. Happy birthday Nagi Hyuga. The dedicated attendant responsible for escorting Hinata to and from school each day. Nagi? As Ban slipped a note between the pages of his book, memories of Nagi's disdainful, resentful expression surged back to him. His gaze shifted to the crowd, where Hinata blushed as she looked at him. Ban sighed. Hinata truly was delicate. Having endured so many judgmental stares, he had gradually acclimated to the villagers' attitudes and had not given Nagi much thought. Now that the subject had been broached, Ban wasn't one to be petty. He waved at Hinata, expressing his gratitude. From that moment onward, after school, Hinata's glances towards Ban became increasingly entranced, leaving Ban with an odd sensation. It seemed something had shifted. Yet, one thing remained certain. That attendant continued to regard him with the same loathsome stare. Given Ban's temperament, had Hinata not warned him in advance, he might have actually landed a punch on Nagi. This was not a matter of arrogance. Although Nagi was a chunin, he was among the most formidable in that rank. But who was Ban? A veteran of the Warring States era. He had engaged in deadly conflicts and navigated the treacherous political landscape between the 5 great nations, ultimately parting ways with Hashirama Senju. In terms of combat experience, how could these peaceful era ninjas compare? Moreover, Ban had been diligently training in secret, enhancing his physical prowess. His strength had undergone a transformation far beyond that of when he had just been reincarnated. Well, with mock exams approaching, it was time to focus on his studies. Winter nights fell early. Before Nagi could arrive to escort Hinata, she had already gathered her books and donned her oversized backpack, preparing to return home. Naruto, I have some family matters to attend to today. I must leave early. Sorry about that. Oh, it's fine. You go ahead. I'll solve this problem and then head back too. After their farewells, Ban shrank his neck against the biting cold. BRR, it's freezing. Having studied sufficiently, Ban decided it was time to return home. The winter streets were largely deserted, illuminated only by solitary streetlights. On his way back, Ban instinctively cast a glance towards the Hyuga estate. Perhaps he was concerned. Usually, Hinata would study alongside him and her attendant. Today was a first. This left Ban feeling somewhat out of sorts. The Hyuga household seemed unusually lively today, with numerous visitors arriving and being greeted by the guards at the entrance. Compared to the gloom surrounding him, their side was ablaze with light. For some reason, a pang of loneliness struck Ban. Time to head back, he murmured to himself, turning in the opposite direction. Upon reaching his rental apartment, Ban sighed and retrieved his keys, preparing to open the door. But in the next instant, he hesitated. Was there a noise inside? Peering through the crack in the door, he spotted a familiar figure and sighed in relief. He opened the door. I'm back. Why are you here again? Isn't it still a bit early for your living expenses? At the table sat a frail old man with white hair, his face etched with the lines of time, gazing at Ban with bright, lively eyes. Don't you welcome me? Not at all. It's just that I've grown accustomed to being alone. Alone? Don't you have any friends at school? Friends? Ban paused, and the next moment, Hinata came to mind. I suppose I have one, but she and I inhabit entirely different worlds, destined never to converge. Ha ha ha. Recently Irika mentioned that you've changed, and I didn't believe it until now. That ponytail guy? The old man was kind, beckoning Ban to sit down. If he were not the revered third Hokage, he could easily be mistaken for an ordinary old man, perhaps even resembling Naruto's grandfather. Yet he was not. He remained the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Alright, I've prepared instant noodles and milk for you in the fridge. Remember to eat. Don't just feast on that expensive Ichiraku ramen all day. Not only is it costly, but the last instant noodles and milk you left expired. Sarutobi Hiruzen walked outside, hands behind his back. Don't be sad. Always remember, you are not alone. By the way, the Hyuga family invited me over as a guest. It would be rude to arrive late. Oh? What occasion does the Hyuga family have today? Hiruzen turned, noticing for the first time Naruto's concern for matters beyond himself. Due to solitude, one often becomes oblivious to other affairs. It seems Naruto has indeed made some fine friends. Nothing much. Their eldest daughter, I believe, is named Hinata. Hinata Hyuga. Yes. You two are classmates, right? Today is her birthday, and her father has specially invited guests to celebrate. After Sarutobi Hiruzen departed, Ban felt an even stronger sense of disappointment. A friend who didn't even notify him of her birthday. Just a mere acquaintance. He opened the fridge, which was brimming with expired instant noodles and milk that Sarutobi Hiruzen had disposed of. Taking out an instant noodle cup, Ban prepared it with boiling water, patiently waiting for the noodles to soften and absorb the flavor. Sigh, I really have no appetite. Ban truly lacked an appetite, partly due to his troubled thoughts. and partly because, since inhabiting this body, he had lost interest in anything other than Ichiraku ramen, likely due to genetic selection. Ban mused that perhaps no one in the village, aside from Uncle Ichiraku, treated him with such kindness. Eating ramen there always brought a sense of relaxation. After a few bites of the instant noodles, Ben pushed the bowl aside. The noodles, softened by boiling water, tasted bland and waxy, only diminishing his appetite further. Distraught, Ban opted for a hot shower and crawled into bed, drifting into a drowsy slumber. Knock, knock, knock. A sound echoed from the door. Ban pried his heavy eyelids open, managing to create a narrow slit. The bright light inside the room was uncomfortable against the darkness outside. The knocking persisted. Ban had no idea who it could be, as aside from Sarutobi Hiruzen, no one ever visited. Furthermore, Hiruzen had a key to the place. All right, I'm coming. The cold outside was biting. Ban wrapped himself in his blanket and hurried to the door, dragging the blanket to the ground, and opened it. Who is it? Naruto-kun. Outside stood Hinata, adorned with fluffy white earmuffs, shivering as she held a slice of cake, stamping her feet to keep warm. Ban was taken aback, not expecting her visit. Ah, wait. A gust of cold wind rushed in, causing Hinata to sneeze. Naruto, may I come in? Of course. Come in quickly. As he watched Hinata enter, placing the cake down while brushing off the snow from her hair and clothes, Ban inquired, what time is it? It's almost midnight. Ban was surprised to realize he had slept for so long, nearly missing the next day. Fortunately, there was still time. He and Hinata exchanged glances. Happy birthday. Chapter 8. Behind the results of the mock exam were released. Madara's scores were still far from satisfactory. However, overall, there was a notable improvement. Even Irika, who had never shown a favorable disposition, took the time to commend Madara in front of the entire class. Yet, as Madara clutched his exam paper, the glaring red score left him feeling quite unsettled. Why was it only this much? At that moment, Hinata leaned closer. That's not bad. You've made significant progress. The large, bold 59 on the top of the paper felt like a thorn, piercing Madara's heart. Why not just one more point, or even one less? A score of exactly 59 represented failure, almost an indictment of his efforts over the past period. It's okay, no matter what, I will always support you from behind. From behind? Madara's nerves suddenly twitched. He recalled his childhood when he would often stand behind Senju Hashirama while urinating, which made it impossible for him to go. He remembered the Valley of the End, where Hashirama had deceived him with a wood clone and stabbed him in the back. Thus, for reasons unknown, Madara erupted in a fit of rage, shouting at Hinata, I dislike having someone stand behind me. This was his flaw, an inability to trust others with his back. Hinata, having touched a nerve, panicked, unsure of what she had said wrong. With tears welling in her eyes, she felt deeply aggrieved. She pushed past Madara and fled the classroom. Realizing he had overreacted, Madara hurried after her, but she had already vanished from sight. Not far from Madara, Sasuke Uchiha suddenly stood up, blocking his path. I want to fight you. Get out of my way. Madara attempted to shove past Sasuke, but he stood firm. The atmosphere plunged into an icy tension. A palpable confrontation brewing. Are you afraid? The underdog? Sasuke attempted to provoke Madara, yet his thoughts were elsewhere, blinded by vengeance. He was no different from the ignorant Uchiha clan. What did you say? Sasuke seized Madara's collar, but Madara showed no fear. The downfall of the Uchiha was self-inflicted. I had lost interest in the Uchiha, but since you've come to me, let us arrange a time to discuss things properly. With that, Madara shrugged off Sasuke's grip and stormed out of the classroom. Due to the altercation with Sasuke, he had wasted time, and by the time he reached outside, Hinata was nowhere to be found. Days passed, and he still did not see Hinata return to school. It had been 3 days. Surely her temper should have cooled by now. Without Hinata, Madara felt listless, unable to concentrate on his studies. What a nuisance. How could a little girl disturb my peace of mind? He tugged at his hair, sighing repeatedly. Hinata, you're back. Please, take your seat. Lying on the desk. Madara heard Irika conversing with Hinata. He excitedly raised his head, his eyes sparkling with joy. Hinata nodded slightly, her face slightly flushed, but today she seemed unexpectedly calm. Beneath that calmness lay a hint of determination. Naruto-kun, please move aside. As Madara occupied the aisle, he hurried to make way for her. This upon taking her seat, Hinata let out a small gasp. Hearing the noise, Madara quickly turned to look, his heart skipping a beat. Hinata's delicate hands were covered in band-aids, unable to conceal the numerous small scars beneath. Where have you been these past few days? Nowhere. I've just been at home. But your hands? It's nothing. Undeterred, Madara intended to press further, but Irika's chalk interrupted him. Naruto, pay attention in class. With no other option, Madara reluctantly acquiesced. After class, Hinata appeared fatigued, resting her head on the desk. Her breath was uneven, as if she had just run a marathon or was unwell. Madara was uncertain, but concluded it was best not to disturb her. Throughout the day, he did not exchange a single word with Hinata. When school ended, Hyuga Niji arrived early to pick up Hinata. As he left, Niji wore his usual disdainful expression. Madara endured it, as it was part of his agreement with Hinata. After all, he had faced such glares almost every day, gradually growing accustomed to them, though he still disliked them. Niji, apologize. Suddenly, Hinata halted her steps, causing both Niji and Madara to look at her in surprise. Miss Hinata, who are you apologizing to? Niji asked, bewildered, as he had done nothing wrong. Hinata turned, her gaze unwavering, discarding her usual timidity. Apologize to Naruto. Huh. Niji was even more baffled. Why should I apologize to him? Madara remained silent, standing resolutely. I've known about your disrespectful behavior toward Naruto from the beginning, but I chose to ignore it. It's because I was too weak and useless that Naruto would come to dislike me, expressing his disdain for me standing behind him. Therefore, during my days off, I resolved to become a strong person like Naruto, and from now on, I will do my utmost to stand in front of him. What? The word echoed in unison from both Madara and Niji. Madara had not expected that after shouting at Hinata, she would not only remain unperturbed, but also find fault with herself. This realization filled Madara with guilt. But you want me to apologize to such an insufferable person? Niji's expression turned sour. Naruto was the target of scorn from the entire village, existing at the very bottom of their society. While he was a branch family member, he still had some standing in the Hyuga clan. If he were to apologize to Naruto and others found out, how could he continue to live in the village? This is not a request, it is an order, Hinata declared, her voice firm, revealing a touch of anger. Yet Niji, feeling cornered, glanced between Madara and Hinata, unable to swallow his pride. If I'm to apologize to him, I deserve a reason, otherwise, what am I supposed to say? A reason? Hinata frowned, realizing she had been too lenient, leaving her words devoid of authority. Wait. Crossing his arms, Madara finally spoke up. I don't need this guy to apologize. Naruto Hinata's resolute gaze softened as it fell upon Naruto. Kid, what do you mean by that? Niji disregarded Naruto, changing his tone with Hinata. Madara let out a cold snort. The atmosphere had reached a boiling point, and he saw no reason to hold back. Fight me, and I will forgive you. Chapter 9. Bowing down. Hey, kid, don't get too cocky. Hinata Nagi couldn't help but chuckle at Ban's audacious challenge. However, with Hinata beside her, she quickly stifled her laughter. A mere student from the Ninja Academy dares to challenge a chunin like me? No wonder he's always at the bottom of the class. He must not be very bright. Enough talk. If you don't accept, just apologize directly. You, Ban retorted, catching Nagi off guard, leaving her momentarily speechless. She thought to herself, has this guy lost his mind? He knows I won't apologize, yet he insists on a duel. But if I defeat Naruto, that would reflect poorly on me as well. Are you hesitating? Thinking it would be dishonorable to win against me? Ban discerned her thoughts with a single glance. Of course, if I fight you, it would simply be an adult bullying a child. He smirked coldly. But have you considered what would happen if you were to lose? I would lose. Hinata Nagi's emotions flared. Do you even know what you're saying? I am fully aware, Ban replied, maintaining his composure. Now, make your decision. Since the conversation had escalated to this point, Nagi decided to indulge him. She laughed heartily, no longer able to hold back. Location, training ground number 5. As the last rays of the setting sun faded, a subtle blue hue enveloped the sky. One by one, the lights in the training ground flickered to life, illuminating Ban's youthful visage. Let's place a wager. The loser will cover the fee for using the training ground. The cost for a single session was 200 ryo, equivalent to 3 bowls of Ichiraku ramen. For someone like Ban, who lived on a meager allowance of 1,000 ryo per month, this was no insignificant amount. All right, no problem. Hinata Nagi agreed, confident in her victory, adding, if you truly lack the funds, I can cover it for you if you lose. No need. Ban replied decisively. In an instant, he vanished using a technique almost too swift for the naked eye to perceive, reappearing behind Hinata Nagi. As he raised his hand for a decisive blow, she reacted with remarkable speed, spinning around to seize his wrist. Did I not tell you? The Hyuga clan is the foremost noble family in Konoha. My eyes can see through anything. With a resounding bang, Hinata's declaration was met with Ban dissolving into a cloud of white mist, vanishing before her eyes. Useless. Even so, I still do not regard you highly, Hinata Nagi shouted defiantly. My Byakugan allows for a 360-degree view. Hiding from me is futile. Naruto, standing nearby. Hinata's concern was palpable despite her attempts to appear strong. Her gentle nature shone through. The training ground, nestled by mountains and water, was flanked by dense woods. With the Byakugan, Hinata Nagi possessed not only an expansive field of vision, but also the ability to see through solid objects. Scanning the area yielded no trace of Ban. She then turned her gaze towards the forest, thick with foliage and brimming with potential hiding spots. Activating her Byakugan, the veins around her temples bulged, her white pupils expanding significantly. Strange, where has that brat gone? She searched the woods, yet found no sign of Ban. A rising sense of panic gripped her. After all, she was a formidable chunin, and couldn't he possibly be bested by a mere child? Come out. Stop hiding. Hinata surveyed her surroundings again, even glancing skyward. Still, there was no trace of Ban. Where could he be? Where? Hinata Nagi was a bundle of nerves, her breath becoming uneven. The rising anxiety in her chest signaled her growing fear of defeat. Ninja skills lie in stealth, lurking in the shadows to strike unseen. Lacking knowledge of Ban's whereabouts, she felt as vulnerable as a lamb awaiting slaughter. Bang! The ground beneath Hinata cracked and heaved. Ben emerged, delivering a powerful uppercut to her chin. The force of the blow sent her flying, tracing a perfect arc through the air. You prattle on about being the foremost clan in Konoha, but you are merely a group of out-of-touch individuals. Stop looking down your nose. Occasionally lower your head to understand your position. Ban turned away, striding towards Hinata. Remember to settle the bill later. As Ban approached, Hinata could hardly contain her excitement, her hands fidgeting awkwardly, unsure of where to place them. Naruto. Ban placed a hand on Hinata's shoulder. You seem different today. Despite her efforts to appear strong, Hinata's facade crumbled the moment Ban's hand rested on her shoulder, her cheeks flushing crimson. I just feel that I can't always rely on others. I want to have my own opinions. I truly wish to stand in front of Naruto. Ban fell silent, unsure of whether Hinata's transformation was for the better, nodding in acknowledgement. Hinata, encouraged by his affirmation, smiled brightly. I admit I was wrong on my last birthday. I was genuinely happy at that time. I just didn't expect Nagi to join in and insult you, calling you an orphan unworthy of being my friend. I've always been obedient, following my family's plans, which is why, even though I knew Nagi was wrong, I lacked the courage to stand up to him. It's all my fault. That's why you were so angry with me in class that day. Her earlier laughter was replaced by guilt. Fortunately, Ban understood. I comprehend that being part of a large family comes with its own burdens. And there are times when you cannot make your own decisions, shaping your character in such a way. Once comforted, Ban noticed Hinata's mood had brightened and took hold of her scarred hands, inquiring, "Can you tell me how you got these?" Hinata quickly withdrew her hands, not wanting to burden him with her worries. "It's nothing. I just got careless." "That hardly seems like a mere accident," Ban observed, sensing her dishonesty. "Truly, there's no need to worry. As the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan leader, I am destined to carry the weight of my family. So I've been training more rigorously lately. Injuries are inevitable. Your demeanor does not suggest one suited for leadership, but I will strive to improve." "Is it just so you can stand before me?" Ban asked, his probing question melting Hinata's defenses. After a moment of internal conflict, Hinata resolved to open up, eager to share her thoughts with Ban. "Naruto, do you know what draws me to you the most?" Chapter 10, Encounter at the Summit Me? Madara was perplexed, struggling to identify any qualities within himself that might attract another, particularly considering the previous owner of this body was a useless nonentity. Frankly, even Madara held Naruto in some contempt. "Yes," Hinata affirmed with unwavering certainty. "The first time I saw Naruto was in front of a mask shop. You were captivated by a mask and eagerly went to pay, only to be thrown out by the owner, the mask landing on your head. You were deeply hurt, crying out to everyone, 'Why? Why do you look at me like that?' Enduring such scorn from the villagers would have devastated me. I might have cried every day, but you didn't. Naruto, my family told me to avoid you. Yet, on that snowy night, I ran away from home and sat alone, weeping on the ground. You were the one who saw me, took my hand, and led me back home. You even told me, 'You have such a big family. Why are you crying?' I have no one, but I never cry. I could sense the loneliness in your words, but also the strength. And you weren't as terrible as my family said. I want to be strong like Naruto." "Enough," Madara interrupted, unable to bear it any longer. It sounded like a tale of a precocious child feigning strength, inspiring another. Madara's opinion of Naruto remained unchanged. "All right, that's enough for today." Seeing Madara turn to leave, Hinata remained grateful for Destiny's role in bringing her and Naruto together. She wished they could remain together forever. "Naruto-kun, what is it?" Madara turned back, puzzled. "See you tomorrow." Madara was taken aback. Such were the most romantic words. "Oh, see you tomorrow." Madara waved goodbye once more. On the way back, Madara repeated, "See you tomorrow," and a smile crept across his face. Back at the apartment, Madara completed a quick wash. He climbed into bed, assuming a meditative posture to feel the flow of chakra. Through diligent practice, Madara could feel the chakra within him growing steadily. However, a portion invariably flowed towards his abdomen, inexplicably vanishing. "The chakra that dissipates is dozens of times my remaining chakra. The seal in my abdomen, it seems, has come at a considerable cost for sealing the nine tails." The seal not only drained Madara's chakra, but also affected its flow. When first attempting ninjutsu, Madara noticed that controlling his chakra was difficult, and the techniques would occasionally distort. The previous owner of this body, Uzumaki Naruto, was known as a dead last and struggled to create even a single proper clone. This was likely due to the influence of the Nine Tails chakra. Months later, winter had passed, and spring had arrived, bringing clear skies and gentle breezes. Madara donned an orange spring outfit, took the goggles hanging from a hook, and stepped outside. Having received 1,000 Ryo from the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, yesterday, Madara eagerly went to Ichiraku Ramen, ordering a steaming bowl of tonkatsu ramen, generously adding bamboo shoots and chashu pork. "Here, Naruto, your ramen." "Thanks," Madara replied, taking disposable chopsticks, breaking them in half, and placing them horizontally between his hands. Closing his eyes, like a devout follower, he declared, "I'm about to dig in." This meal consumed nearly a tenth of Madara's funds. Naruto, you haven't been around much lately, the Ichiraku uncle said. Cooking ramen and chatting with Naruto. I've been busy with the ninja graduation exam. It's exhausting. The Ichiraku uncle chuckled, adding a fried egg to Naruto's bowl. Uncle, you? It's on the house. You're still growing. Eat up. After the meal, Madara patted his stomach contentedly. Madara had calculated that 1,000 Rio, used sparingly, would suffice. He had even resented Naruto for not saving money, always being penniless. But now that Madara managed the funds himself, he realized how difficult it was to control spending. For example, a bowl of Ichiraku tonkatsu ramen cost 76 Rio. With only 1,000 Rio in total, it was difficult to manage. However, Madara no longer cared. Saving money? I'll worry about that later. Eating Ichiraku ramen was not just about the taste, but also about the emotional value. Today, the sun was shining brightly. Madara had a destination in mind, the summit of the Konoha Back Mountain, a place seldom visited. Standing there, one could overlook the entire village and enjoy the refreshing spring breeze. After finally reaching the summit, weary from the climb, Madara's spirits lifted upon seeing the magnificent view of Konoha. Though he might not admit it, he genuinely admired Hashirama. Transforming this once desolate land into such a thriving place was truly admirable. Will I ever walk the same path as you? Madara seemed to be asking the deceased Hashirama. Or perhaps himself. Madara sat on the edge of the cliff, below which was Hashirama's stone image. Once, Hashirama had told him that Madara would be the next Hokage. Madara had believed him. But turning to the side, he saw the stone image of Tobirama Senju. He ultimately deceived me. Madara lay back, clenching his fist and pointing it towards the heavens. Rather than relying on the generosity of others, I'll strive for it with my own strength. A surge of determination ignited within Madara. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared above Madara. I knew you'd be here. It's been a while. You should fulfill your promise. The visitor was Uchiha Sasuke. Months ago, Sasuke had stopped Madara in the classroom, seeking a duel. I don't remember making any promises to you. Are you afraid? Afraid? Think back carefully. What did I say to you that day? Humph. Sasuke looked displeased. Sasuke recalled that Madara had not agreed to a duel that day, but had said he wanted to talk to him sometime. I'm not interested in what you have to say, Sasuke retorted. Just hurry up and duel me. Why are you so fixated on dueling me? Madara asked, resting his hands behind his head and gesturing for Sasuke to move aside as he was blocking the sun. Sasuke obliged, stepping back a few paces. Then, his expression became agitated. Because I want to prove my existence. Oh, your existence? What kind of existence? What kind of existence? Sasuke faltered, unwanted memories surfacing in his mind. I've always worked hard to improve myself, always been the top student in the Ninja Academy. I believe that if I keep striving, one day I'll surpass him. Who is him? Who he is doesn't matter. What matters is that I've realized my relentless efforts are futile. Why are they futile? Why? Maybe it's because of your recent changes. Chapter 11. Madara and Sasuke. Madara took a brief respite. Sasuke, a person who spoke in veiled terms, was truly frustrating. Regardless of who he was or how I felt. If he could articulate his thoughts clearly, perhaps I would consent to engage in a duel with him. Are you genuinely pitying me, being in such a subordinate position? Upon hearing Madara's words, Sasuke felt a surge of irritation, as if the prospect of battling him was an act of charity. Stop. Please refrain from calling me the underdog. I scored 78 on the last mock exam. If you must refer to me in such a manner, at least call me the main body, he exclaimed. Laughter tinged with frustration. Go and be your main body. As Sasuke's agitation grew, he crouched down, seizing Madara by the collar with the intent to lift him. Hey, be gentle. This garment was a costly gift from the third Hokage, and yet you still dare to speak. Sasuke raised his fist, poised to strike. Madara quickly interjected to stop him. Unexpectedly, this Uchiha descendant exhibited such emotional volatility. It seemed prudent not to provoke him further. Madara stood, gazing up at Sasuke, who towered over him, muttering, Am I truly so short? After expressing his discontent, Madara felt a surge of enthusiasm. Come now, in the spirit of your Uchiha lineage. Let me witness your prowess. Do not speak to me in that condescending tone, you underdog. Sasuke retaliated, launching a punch that Madara effortlessly deflected. Your punches lack vigor. Dear little brother. Madara teased, provoking Sasuke further. Enraged, Sasuke transitioned to the Konoha fluid technique, employing hands, elbows, knees, and feet with grace atop the mountain in the land of fire, resembling a blooming blue enchantress. His movements were swift and decisive. With a sweeping kick, he forced Madara to retreat repeatedly. Sasuke then flipped onto his hands and propelled himself upward. Madara had no choice but to cross his arms defensively, channeling all his strength to withstand the onslaught. Impressive. You possess promising potential in physical combat. A bright future awaits you. I suggest you mind your words. Who do you think you are? With that, Sasuke accelerated his assault. Cornered at the precipice, Madara had to take Sasuke seriously. In that case, allow me to show you true martial arts. In an instant, Madara appeared behind Sasuke. The two exchanged blows, neither gaining the upper hand. However, Madara was clearly holding back. Despite the disparity between this body and his original, it still exhibited remarkable capability compared to others. Its physical strength could easily overpower many children of the same age, even some adults. It seemed that Naruto had secretly engaged in rigorous training, achieving significant strength. This realization prompted Madara to reassess his view of Naruto. Perhaps he was not as inept as he once believed. Madara murmured to himself, casting another glance at the rushing Sasuke. I wonder how this little brat has improved? Feigning a weakness, Madara lured Sasuke into an attack. As Sasuke lunged, he found himself off balance. By the time he regained his footing, Madara had struck him down with a swift chop, pinning his head to the ground. Indeed, at your current level, you cannot compare to your brother who annihilated your clan. Resign yourself. Seeing Sasuke still struggling, Madara pressed down harder with his foot. Yet, I admire your courage to challenge me. I aspire to become Hokage, far surpassing your brother. You've set your sights on the wrong target. Curse you. Sasuke pounded the ground. I do not need your lessons. Ah, it appears you're still unwilling to accept this. Madara released his foot and stepped back. Very well, let me see your true caliber and whether you are worthy of the Uchiha name. A gentle breeze swept through, stirring up dust and leaves, tousling Madara's golden hair. His imposing stance, arms crossed confidently over his chest, exuded an air of grandeur that momentarily captivated Sasuke. Under Madara's guidance, Sasuke followed him to a small lake atop the mountain. The Uchiha clan is naturally gifted in fire manipulation. Fire release techniques are our specialty. Pointing to the lake, Madara instructed, come now, unleash your full potential and show me your limits. What do you intend to do? Sasuke asked, puzzled. Madara smirked dismissively. A comparison, of course. You can utilize fire release techniques. Not just utilize, but master them. Madara thought, considering how this little brat dared to question him. Soon, he would learn the depths of Madara's prowess. Recalling the past, Madara remembered how a single great fire annihilation had allowed him to wield a B-rank technique with the might of an S-rank, defeating many from the Senju clan. Sasuke, skeptical yet intrigued, remained unaware that Naruto, once the underdog, had mastered chakra nature transformation. Chakra is categorized into 5 elemental attributes: wind, fire, lightning, water, and earth, along with the 2 special attributes of yin and yang. Without systematic training, an ordinary ninja could barely output chakra, while attaching nature transformation to chakra required immense effort. The Uchiha clan, with their systematic teachings, easily mastered fire release techniques, forming a lineage of inherited skill. In contrast, Naruto, born without parents, lacked such a legacy. Sasuke pondered when Naruto had acquired such strength. Are you not going to begin? Seeing Sasuke lost in thought, Madara brought him back to focus. Cut it out. Sasuke felt something was amiss with Naruto, but could not pinpoint it. Do not weep when you lose. Madara taunted. The only person capable of making me cry is already dead. Sasuke retorted. Madara dismissed Sasuke's ignorance. Standing by the lakeshore, Sasuke joined his hands together. As he began the hand seals, he chanted with conviction. With each motion, chakra surged within him, gathering at his core. Upon merging with the fire attribute, Sasuke shouted, "Fire release, great fireball technique." A blazing sphere of intense heat erupted from Sasuke's throat, illuminating the lake's surface with a dazzling display of flames. The air shimmered with rising heat, creating waves of warmth. Madara's face reflected the flickering light, revealing a satisfied smile. He recognized Sasuke as a talent with boundless potential, perhaps one day to serve his own ambitions. As the fiery tempest subsided, Sasuke gestured, "It is your turn." With a smirk, Madara thought to himself, "Now, let me show you what true fire release techniques entail." Sasuke's technique had nearly covered half the lake. Madara surmised his own would need to exceed that. He calculated his chakra reserves, ensuring he did not set the mountain ablaze. Prepared, Madara wasted no time. Joining his hands, he prepared for the technique. Hand seals. Such a concept was beneath him. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Chapter 12. The popularity of B-rank fire release techniques. The great fire annihilation? Sasuke possessed an extensive knowledge of various fire release techniques, and he was somewhat familiar with the great fire annihilation as well. This technique surpassed the great fireball technique in rank and had a wider area of effect. If Madara could successfully execute it, Sasuke would undoubtedly be the loser in this contest of fire release skills. Madara took a deep breath, and Sasuke tightened his grip in anticipation. Here it comes. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Madara puffed out his cheeks and blew out a substantial breath. However, contrary to expectations, the anticipated blaze of flames did not materialize. Not even a spark appeared. Madara was left bewildered, glancing between the lake's surface and Sasuke's grim countenance. At that moment, Sasuke felt more wretched than if he had ingested something foul. This was nothing short of a scam. That fool Naruto couldn't he possibly perform fire release techniques, and he had foolishly compared himself to him. What a blatant humiliation. Oh, how could he forget? This was not his original body. Madara realized too late that he was indeed a fire-type ninja. But this new body had yet to be tested for chakra nature alterations and remained entirely unfamiliar with elemental attributes. How careless of him, having failed to impress. Madara felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Ha ha ha. He chuckled, his smile not reaching his eyes. In this contest of ninjutsu, I concede. The score is now 1-1. How about we compete in Jinjutsu next? No need for that. Sasuke firmly rejected the notion. Continuing down this path would surely render him a laughingstock. Fortunately for Sasuke, he did not press the matter further, allowing Madara to breathe a quiet sigh of relief. He had secretly tested this body and discovered it was not suited for Jinjutsu either. If they truly compared skills, he would again face defeat. And his dignity would be in tatters. You are not Naruto, Sasuke suddenly declared. Madara was taken aback. Had he been identified so swiftly? Yet, it mattered little. He was not Uzumaki Naruto, and it was only a matter of time before this truth came to light. Madara planned to announce his true identity as Uchiha Madara only after ascending to the position of Hokage, a revelation that would undoubtedly cause quite the stir. However, that moment was not yet ripe. Or rather, the current you has changed. You are no longer the last-place Naruto of old, Sasuke added. Upon hearing this, Madara hastily withdrew the kunai he had drawn, inwardly lamenting, if you continue to speak like that, you may very well lose your life. Sasuke seized Madara's hand, exerting a quiet but firm grip. I will not allow you to surpass me. With that proclamation, Sasuke turned and leapt back toward the village, leaving Madara gazing after him, his heart filled with a tumult of emotions. This guy spoke as if he could truly defeat me. Perhaps it was Madara's rapid progress of late that instilled a significant sense of crisis in Sasuke, prompting him to constantly challenge Madara. Whether in practical ninja tests or theoretical simulations, Sasuke exerted every ounce of effort to surpass Madara, or at the very least, to achieve parity. Sasuke-kun is remarkable. He hit the target 10 times in a row. Look, Sasuke-kun's shadow clone technique is simply flawless. His transformation technique is so lifelike, and his clone technique is astounding. He even created 6 clones. The admiration for Sasuke echoed throughout the Ninja Academy, and he was widely recognized as the most comprehensive genius of his cohort. Undoubtedly, he was the pride of the ninja school. However, the so-called academic star, Sakura, merely excelled in theoretical simulations, falling significantly short of Sasuke's overall prowess. Moreover, this Sakura was also among Sasuke's legion of admirers. In addition to Sasuke, another individual was gradually garnering attention within the Konoha Ninja Academy, Madara. He was nearly on par with Sasuke in all subjects, except for theoretical simulations. As time passed, the attitudes of their classmates toward Madara began to shift. With scores of 87 in ninjutsu theory, 96 in history, and a mere 64 in culture, Madara reviewed his latest results. He felt quite elated until he glanced at the cultural exam score. Was he truly illiterate? Nonetheless, he was one of the rare historical savants in the class. Having been born during the Warring States period, he was intimately familiar with that era. The period of nations and ninja villages was when he and Hashirama forged a close-knit relationship between the two. Later, after dueling with Hashirama, Madara had faked his death using Izanagi, successfully deceiving him and surviving until the Third Great Ninja War. He possessed an extensive repository of knowledge about significant historical events, as he had always kept a watchful eye on the world, aspiring to change it in his own way. It was ironically fortunate that this knowledge found utility here. Even Hinata, his top-performing deskmate, managed only an 82 in history. Naruto. I've always struggled to understand the history of how the first Hokage facilitated the alliance of the 5 great nations. Could you explain it to me? Hinata gazed at Madara with hopeful eyes. Madara nodded in acknowledgement, though his gaze fell upon Hinata's delicate hands, which bore numerous wounds. It appeared that ever since she promised to stand in front of him, she had exerted considerable effort. Just as Madara was about to speak, a throng of girls rushed over. Naruto-kun, can you tell me about the Second Great Ninja War? I want to understand the intricacies of the family system during the Warring States period. Wait, I got here first. I should be the one to ask. How brazen. Don't cut in line. Due to his outstanding performance in history, Madara had suddenly become a popular figure in the classroom, catching him off guard. As he was pulled away by other girls, vying for his attention, Hinata, sitting in the corner, appeared quite forlorn. TCH. Sasuke remained displeased with Madara. The girls who had once surrounded him had begun to gravitate toward Madara instead. He felt as though he was no longer the center of attention in class, and the aura of genius that once enveloped him was gradually dimming. In a corner, the remnants of the truant F foregathered. Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi, Kiba Inuzuka, and the now absent Naruto, currently Madara. As the trio sought to engage with Madara, he was wholly absorbed in preparing for the ninja graduation exam, ignoring them entirely, which resulted in their group never returning to its full form. Choji munched on chips, shoveling them into his mouth. Naruto is so popular now. TCH. Kiba, fiercely competitive, refused to acknowledge Naruto's current popularity, saying, "What's so great about it?" Leaning back in his chair with his legs crossed and his arms folded behind his head, Shikamaru remarked lazily, "Haven't you noticed? This Naruto seems a bit different." Chapter 13. A strange feeling in recent times. Ben often lay on his bed, suddenly sitting up and turning his head sharply towards the window. He scanned every corner outside, confirming everything was normal before sighing. Am I being overly anxious? Why do I always feel like someone is watching me? He lay back down, but the sensation returned. He sat up again, finding nothing, then lay down once more, only to rise again. This cycle repeated incessantly, severely affecting Ban's life. He knew he had to take action. He had heard that Nara Shikamaru was exceptionally intelligent. Coincidentally, he had previously been approached by a peculiar duo, a hefty fellow and another who reeked of dog urine, claiming to be part of a group called the Truancy F4. Ban, who despised mediocrity, had little patience for their antics and poor academic performance. Yet now, it seemed he could use their assistance. Naruto had completely distanced himself from them, leaving Dingji somewhat despondent over losing his best friend. However, Inuzuka, unfazed, wrapped an arm around Dingji's shoulder and said, "It's all right. We can still have fun without him." Shoo! Shikamaru interjected, signaling for silence. "Wait, it seems he is coming toward us." "Hey, you brats," Ben called, hands in his pockets. "Shikamaru?" "Yes? What's the matter? I need you to come with me." Without waiting for Shikamaru's consent, he tugged at his collar and pulled him outside. Dingji and Inuzuka, perplexed, followed suit. Standing at the windowsill of their rental, Shikamaru leaned forward, glancing outside before turning back to the group. "Naruto, you mean you've been feeling like someone is spying on you lately?" "Yes, otherwise, why would I seek you out? The intelligence of the Nara clan is renowned. I've heard tales from the Warring States period." "Oh," Shikamaru remarked, looking at Ban. "You seem particularly knowledgeable about that era." "Knowledgeable? Naturally, I hail from that time. However," Shikamaru's penetrating gaze made Ban uneasy, as if his very essence was laid bare before him. "Oh, isn't it said that the Nara clan lacks inherent combat prowess but survived the chaotic Warring States period due to their keen intellect? Indeed, the texts do state that." Ban, having excelled in history, could recite the passage verbatim, hoping to pass Shikamaru's scrutiny. Shikamaru, not dwelling on that, pointed to the window. "If, Naruto, your feeling is accurate, we shouldn't be standing here." "How so?" Shikamaru pondered, stroking his chin. "If the voyeur is observing you from the shadows, we should venture outside to identify potential vantage points into your home." "But that seems too broad," Ban protested. "Yet, simplicity often yields the most effective solutions." Shikamaru then positioned himself between Dingji and Inuzuka, draping an arm over their shoulders. "But we are four." Following Shikamaru's lead, they dispersed in different directions. The rental was situated in an older part of Konoha, surrounded by antiquated buildings with considerable space between them, making it relatively easy to identify potential spying spots. Standing atop a 3-story villa approximately 50 meters from the rental, Ban surveyed his own abode, taking note of the surroundings and searching for any traces left behind. As Shikamaru suggested, nothing. Ban was certain that no one had been there. He turned to head to the next location when the villa's owner emerged, furious at Ban's presence. Indeed, the antics of the truancy F4 had caused quite the commotion in the street. After scouring all suspicious locations, the four reconvened at the rental. Dingji and Inuzuka shook their heads, having found nothing. Ban sighed in resignation. His findings mirrored theirs. Meanwhile, Shikamaru remained deep in thought, and the others turned their hopeful gazes toward him, placing immense pressure on him. "Wait, I haven't discovered anything." Shikamaru quickly waved his hands. Disheartened, the group seemed to deflate. However, Shikamaru pivoted, and their eyes brightened anew. He returned to the window. If none of the nearby suspicious spots yielded results, then there is still a possibility. Ban, feeling scrutinized by Shikamaru's gaze, became irritated. "What do you mean? Do you think I'm lying?" "Of course, that possibility cannot be dismissed," Shikamaru replied, approaching Ban and gently resting a hand on his shoulder to soothe him. "But I can sense that you're not, so we can temporarily set that aside." Shikamaru led the group downstairs, tilting his head upward, directly beneath Ban's window. "What are you bringing us here for?" Inuzuka questioned impatiently. "While you were investigating, I took the liberty of examining the area as well," Shikamaru explained, squatting down to pick up a clump of dusty soil from the ground and presenting it to the group. "What is this supposed to show us?" Inuzuka asked again, puzzled. Ban, equally confused, scrutinized the dirt in Shikamaru's hand, wondering what point he was trying to make. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated Ban's expression. "Are you suggesting?" He followed Shikamaru's gaze upward. "Yes, that's it. What are you two talking about?" Inuzuka was genuinely perplexed. Dingji, however, munched on chips, trusting Shikamaru completely, knowing he would unravel the enigma as he always did. "It's the roof." Ban answered Inuzuka's question. "The roof?" Inuzuka was even more bewildered, struggling to understand how they arrived at that conclusion. "All right, let me clarify," Shikamaru began. "When I arrived here, I noticed that the dust accumulation on the windowsill was significantly greater than in other areas. I considered all possibilities, including whether Naruto frequently leaned on the windowsill, causing the dust to accumulate. However, I found that while there was considerable dust on Naruto's sill, there were no traces of any kind. It seems Naruto rarely visits the windowsill," Shikamaru continued. "Thus, if the dust is falling from the sill, it must be from the roof. Given the recent dry weather, the roof would certainly have collected a fair amount of dust. With that, the The four leaped onto the roof, and indeed, they made a significant discovery. Above Ban's window, at the edge of the eaves, there were unmistakable traces left behind. However, the marks were peculiar. They did not resemble human footprints, but rather appeared to be the shape of a bottom. Chapter 14. Exclusion of Akamaru. Upon discovering this clue, grinned widely. It was time for him to shine. Having memorized the scent, let us seek out the individual. However, one must say that had perhaps underestimated the complexity of the situation. Wait, promptly halted. What are we waiting for? Questioned, perplexed, as he contemplated the need to swiftly locate the peeping Tom to boast before everyone. Shook his head, exasperated, pressing his hand against his forehead in a gesture of disbelief. Are you really planning to gather every villager in Konoha to sniff around? Then what do you propose? Pondered, recognizing the Meridin's words, yet wondering if he had a superior plan. Explaining it all seemed quite a hassle. Shot an incredulous glance, wishing he could impart some of his intellect to him, so he wouldn't remain stagnant in thought when faced with challenges. But he was direct, impulsive, and someone who favored action over contemplation. Nevertheless, was somewhat puzzled. Why had Naruto so easily grasped the significance of the soil he had held in his hand moments ago? After all, Naruto used to be quite similar to. To cut a long story short, I am too lazy to analyze this for you. Judging by the patterns, this scent originates from a ninja clad in the attire of a J-nin. Therefore, you and Akamaru should narrow down the suspects to all J-nin in Konoha. This will significantly simplify our search. No problem. Despite his penchant for showing off, placed complete trust in his intellect when it came to strategy. Moreover, S. father was the captain of the J-nin team, having worn the same uniform for years. Even if had never worn a J-nin outfit, he must have seen it enough times. Akamaru, let us proceed. Woof. Observing and Akamaru set off, chuckled, remains the same, ever brimming with energy. The search scope was narrowed from all villagers in Konoha to just the J-nin, drastically reducing the difficulty of their task. After all, there were only a few dozen J-nin in a fully staffed Konoha team, making it manageable. Additionally, as the backbone of Konoha, most J-nin were engaged in missions and would not be present in the village. Given that the peeping incident had occurred recently, it sufficed to investigate the J-nin currently residing in the village to eliminate suspects. This further refined their search parameters. A target emerged ahead. Why hi Kurenai? Wait, there's another person. That seems to be Asuma Saratobi. The two appeared to be in close conversation, likely discussing some matter. Would Akamaru's scent detection go unnoticed? What? They are actually holding hands. The four hid in a narrow alley, their gazes fixed intently on Asuma and Kurenai. Although they had identified two J-nin in one go, the risk of being discovered had also increased significantly. No worries, I'm quite familiar with Asuma. Casually patted its chest and strode forward with nonchalance. Unfamiliar with its relationship with Asuma. Felt puzzled, as did the original Naruto. To elaborate, Asuma enjoyed a good rapport with and both had a shared passion for shogi. However, Asuma often lost, leading, who had grown accustomed to winning, to cease their games. Consequently, Asuma, eager for competition, resorted to deceiving the 3-year-old into playing with him. Before long, became adept, turning the tables on Asuma in a most humiliating manner. A classic case of being both inexperienced and overly enthusiastic. However, this dynamic deepened their camaraderie. Asuma was on a date. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, Asuma turned upon hearing someone call his name, only to find approaching with his characteristic deadpan expression. Behind trailed a small white dog, Akamaru, of course. Asuma and Kurenai's romance was clandestine, shrouded in secrecy to avoid unwanted attention. This was primarily due to Kurenai's recent promotion to J-nin, with Asuma being her first nominator. Their sudden pairing would surely invite ridicule from their J-nin peers. The rumors would undoubtedly circulate, insinuating that Asuma, the son of the Hokage, had recommended Kurenai for J-nin purely for romantic pursuits. Thus, when Asuma spotted, he nearly choked on the smoke he had inhaled, hastily releasing Kurenai's hand. What nonsense are you spouting? Asuma pulled aside, covering his mouth with his hand and whispering urgently, do not speak of this carelessly. All right, understood the implications and had no qualms about keeping secrets. Unfortunately, all of this was witnessed by and the others, leaving the potential for gossip uncertain. The mere thought of it made Stifle a laugh. What are you laughing at, you rascal? Asuma, apprehensive about its loose lips, continued to caution him. Woof woof. Amidst Asuma Ant's exchange, Akamaru seized the opportunity to fulfill his task. Upon receiving instructions, confidently reassured. Rest assured, Asuma, you can trust me completely. Really? Indeed. S expression turned serious, prompting Asuma to feel utterly at ease. He then turned to wave goodbye to Asuma. I have other matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. All right, let us play shogi together sometime. At the mention of shogi, S face fell, murmuring, spare me, please. Returning to the alley, proficient in animal communication, shook his head after conferring with Akamaru. It seems Asuma and Kurenai could be ruled out as suspects. Let us proceed to the next. The four resumed their mission, having eliminated several others, including, and pondered which J-nin remained in the village. Fortunately, with his father being the J-nin captain, was able to confirm that Kakashi Hitaki was still in Konoha, yet to be verified by Akamaru. Kakashi Hitaki, the copy ninja? I've heard he is quite eccentric and elusive. Even within the village, no one seems to know his whereabouts. Kakashi had always been a mysterious figure in Konoha. Recalled his father's words, stating that very little information was available about him. The only known facts were that he became a J-nin at the tender age of 12. Subsequently vanished, only to return to the J-nin ranks in recent years. Speculated that during his absence, he might have joined the Hokage's elite Umbu organization, which would explain the lack of background information, and continued their discussion. Now that all J-nin remaining in the village had been ruled out, could it truly be him? If it were him, why would he be peeping on Naruto? That was difficult to ascertain. I once saw him wearing a mask, obscuring his face, with a Konoha forehead protector covering one eye. Such an appearance could indicate a pervert. A pervert? Could he have a peculiar inclination towards children? That is hard to say. What if he is even more twisted? How much worse could it possibly get? Overhearing their conversation, felt a wave of nausea wash over him. If that were the case, it was indeed quite unsettling. Regardless, we must first ascertain whether it truly is him. Believed it wise to reserve judgment until they had definitive proof. Just as they prepared to take action once more, a bamboo pole nearby emitted a loud bang, releasing a thick cloud of white mist. The very individual they had been discussing, Kakashi Hitaki, suddenly appeared, startling everyone as he pressed a hand down on the two. You little brats, have you been searching for me all day? Chapter 15. Kakashi Hitaki. The four individuals, restrained, struggled desperately against their bindings. But their efforts were in vain against Kakashi's prowess. Akamaru. Among them, Kiba still sought confirmation, peering to ascertain whether the voyeur truly was Kakashi. Even in such dire circumstances, he could not resist the urge to show off. Akamaru, still relatively free, barked once and dashed toward Kakashi, only to hesitate before reaching him. This was due to the sudden emergence of 8 ferocious hounds as he approached. Among them, a pug seated atop a large dog spoke in human tongue. Do we really need the 8 ninja dogs to deal with such a feeble creature? The pug, named Pakin, was the only one that spoke, while the other 7 dogs bared their teeth, causing Akamaru to crouch low, whimpering in fear. I can't spare a hand right now, Kakashi remarked, producing a specialized wire to bind the 4 to a telephone pole. There, now you should behave. Dusting off his hands, Kakashi lazily retrieved a book from behind his back and began to read. Suddenly, one of the 4 transformed into a wooden stump enveloped in white mist. Oh, a substitution technique? Kakashi lowered his book slightly, revealing his unblinking eye, and elegantly twisted his body to the side. The punch from the suddenly lunging Obito missed, exposing his back. No need to rush, there are still 30 pages left. Can't you wait for me to finish? While Kakashi continued reading, he extended a hand. Sensing a tremendous pressure from behind, Obito promptly activated his body flicker technique, narrowly escaping Kakashi's grasp. Ah, so you can use body flicker as well? Despite his surprise, Kakashi maintained a nonchalant demeanor, while Obito, now sweating profusely, felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had nearly been captured, expending nearly all his chakra to evade Kakashi's straightforward advances. Little did he know that Kakashi was merely employing a basic attack. You seem rather fatigued, Kakashi remarked as he seamlessly appeared behind Obito, utilizing the body flicker technique with greater speed. Obito despised having others behind him. Yet this man managed to appear at his back twice with ease. He could sense Kakashi's formidable strength, realizing that he was not a match for him at present. But I truly detest having others at my back. Obito spun around, delivering a punch to Kakashi. Bam! So that's how it is? Kakashi transformed into white mist upon impact. By the time Obito comprehended that this was a shadow clone technique, Kakashi reappeared behind him, one hand holding his book, the other pressing down on Obito's head. This time, you should be unable to escape. Kakashi, ever considerate, recognized that the other 3 were crowded with the wooden stump on the pole and thus found a tree for Obito, binding him from head to toe with steel wire. Akamaru emitted a heart-wrenching whine. Kakashi greeted the 8 ninja dogs. Pakin, be gentle with that little pup. Of course. We find it adorable and simply wish to tease it, Pakin replied. With everything settled, Kakashi finally had the opportunity to read the remainder of his book in one go. Bound, Obito questioned, is it you who has been spying on me from the rooftop of my house? Hidden so well, he hadn't anticipated being discovered. As expected, the one Obito and his companions had been desperately searching for was Kakashi. Upon hearing this revelation, Kiba felt deflated. He had nearly been the one to unveil the truth, only for Kakashi to admit it himself. Kakashi cast a glance at the initially obedient Shikamaru and recognized him as the son of Shikaku. It suddenly made sense how they had found him. Kakashi held a favorable view of the Nara family's intelligence. Naturally, he had confidence in his own intellect as well. He then turned his gaze back to Obito. Naruto's abilities are also remarkable. He has likely surpassed the level of a mere genin. Thud, thud, thud. Nearby, a bookstore displayed a life-size standee of a white-haired man with 2 streaks of paint on his face, holding a pink, enticing book. Lord Jiraiya's latest masterpiece, Intimate Paradise Max, now on sale. The bookstore, having set up the standee, celebrated the arrival of the new book with drums and gongs. In the blink of an eye, Obito noticed that Kakashi had vanished. In another blink, Kakashi returned with the new book in hand. How wonderful! I finished just in time for a sequel. Why were you spying on me? Obito demanded. Spying? I don't consider it spying, Kakashi replied. Remember when you had nothing to eat? Who do you think provided you with instant noodles and milk? Did you? Obito raised his eyebrows, pondering. There have always been instant noodles and milk in my fridge, haven't there? He had never given much thought to how much food was stocked in his refrigerator. As long as he opened it, food was always available. Without me, you would have starved long ago, considering you barely make it through a week financially. Kakashi flipped through the new book for a moment before closing it and placing it in his waist pouch. He was reluctant to finish it all at once. He wished to save it for later that evening. There are some things I wish to discuss privately with you, and I suspect you feel the same. Kakashi untied the wire, taking Obito with him. The 8 ninja dogs, responsible for intimidating Akamaru, also dissipated into white mist. As Obito and Kakashi departed, Kiba suddenly realized, hey, we're still bound. Who will free us? Kakashi led Obito back to his apartment. It was a chaotic mess, dust everywhere. Used instant noodle cups and milk cartons strewn across the table, unwashed dishes soaking in the sink, and clothes scattered haphazardly. Upon entering, Kakashi reflexively covered his nose. The odor was overwhelming. Once Obito was released, he questioned, why are you and that old man Sarutobi treating me so well? Is there some ulterior motive? Kakashi stroked his chin, contemplating. As for Lord Third, I can't say, but perhaps I simply find you pitiable. I don't need your pity. Obito retorted. All right. I presume you've exhausted your living expenses for the month. Kakashi changed the subject, reaching for his pouch. Obito assumed Kakashi intended to give him money, but instead, Kakashi retrieved the book Intimate Paradise Max. You truly can't resist, can you? Kakashi turned to leave, saying, I initially planned to give you some money, but I reconsidered. If I hand you cash, you'll surely spend it on ramen within days. Wait here. I'll buy you some groceries to stock your fridge. Kakashi's actions unexpectedly warmed Obito's heart, though he maintained his proud facade. Humph, don't treat me like a child. Chapter 16. The conclusion of the leader's peeping incident. Life for Madara resumed its usual tranquility and serenity. He had pondered the reasons behind the third Hokage's attentive care towards him, suspecting it stemmed from his unique identity as a Jinchuriki. After all, tailed beasts served as the ultimate power of the major ninja villages, a crucial tool for balancing their strengths. As Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi would naturally take this to heart. Yet, the name Kakashi stirred a sense of familiarity within Madara, as if he had heard it mentioned before. Was it Obito? He recalled the boy he had saved, who had been crushed by a boulder. Uchiha Obito, in their final moments. They had verbally agreed that Obito would sacrifice himself at a specific time to perform the outer path, samsara of heavenly life technique, to bring Madara back to life. However, it seemed that such a measure was no longer necessary. This body was youthful and vibrant, and his circumstances were far better than when he had been expelled from Konoha. At least now he could strive for the position of Hokage through his own efforts. Moreover, Madara had an inkling that the original owner of this body held a significant identity. The third Hokage and Kakashi could not possibly be so invested in him without reason. It appeared that further investigation was warranted. Madara pulled over a chair and sat at the clean windowsill, deep in thought. Previously, he would have absolutely refused to sit here due to its filthiness. The sill had been coated in dust. Just a few days prior, when Kakashi had visited, Madara had nearly lost his mind from the latter's sarcastic remarks. Dressed in an apron and armed with rags and brushes, he had conducted a thorough cleaning of his home. Now that the place was tidy, Madara's mood had naturally improved as he basked in the sunlight, lost in reverie. In the past, nearly everyone had opposed Madara's ambition to become Hokage, including his own clan, who had abandoned him. He reflected on his failure, concluding that it stemmed from a lack of companions and the absence of his own faction. When he left Konoha, not a single person had seen him off. Yet, he had once considered Hashirama a close friend. However, upon his return to Konoha, Hashirama had betrayed him, claiming he had come to regard the villagers as family. No matter who harmed them, be it a brother, friend, or even his son, he would never forgive them if they stood against the village. How infuriating! Madara clenched his fists and smashed the windowsill. As the saying goes, those who possess the way gain assistance, while those who lose it find little support. This time, Madara resolved not to remain a solitary figure, fighting alone. Hinata, no matter how I change in the future, will you support me? Huh. Hinata's eyes widened as she gazed at Madara. No matter how. But what if you become a villain? A villain? Madara did not consider himself a good person. Yet he certainly did not classify himself as a villain either. The distinction between good and evil can often be nebulous. If I were to say that I wanted to become Hokage in the future, would you support me? Madara rephrased his question. After a moment of contemplation, Hinata quickly replied. Isn't that your lifelong dream? Although I cannot predict how the future will unfold, I know that those who pursue their dreams are undeniably impressive. Is that all? Madara felt somewhat disheartened. He had anticipated that Hinata, being the daughter of the Hyuga clan leader, would be an easy ally to recruit. If she were to wholeheartedly support him, It would provide a significant advantage in his quest for the Hokage position. Very well. Madara retrieved a bottle of ointment from his clothing and placed it in Hinata's hands. I've noticed your injuries have been increasing. I bought you this healing ointment. It works quite well, so remember to apply it frequently. Thank you, Naruto. Madara left his seat and sat down between Shikamaru, Choji, and Kiba. I want to discuss something with you all. What is it? Madara proposed. Let us choose a leader from our class F4. What do you think? Troublesome. You can do whatever you want. Having grown accustomed to Naruto's peculiar ideas, Shikamaru paid no mind, allowing Madara to proceed as he wished. What about you, Choji? Choji cheerfully munched on chips and replied, I'll follow whatever Shikamaru decides. Madara shot Choji a glare. What do you mean you'll do what Shikamaru does? I'm the leader. With that, he turned to Kiba. What are you looking at? The only one capable of being the leader is me. Before Madara could continue, Kiba interrupted. Shall we settle this with a competition? The winner becomes the leader? Fine. They agreed to meet on the playground. Kiba was swiftly defeated by Madara in a single blow. As the victor, Madara tousled his hair, declaring, Ha! I am the leader. While his initial attempt at recruiting Hinata had not gone well, he was nonetheless pleased to have secured the position of leader of the F4. Now, who else could he recruit? Madara surveyed the classroom and noticed a figure shrouded in quietness, indifference, and resentment. Without hesitation, he plopped down on Sasuke's desk. Hey! Before he could utter a word, a classmate in the front row inexplicably stood up and bumped into Madara. Losing his balance, Madara leaned forward, and unsuspecting Sasuke found himself staring wide-eyed at Madara, who was suddenly close enough to kiss him. A moment of stillness ensued, followed by a cacophony of reactions from their classmates. Laughter erupted from some, while others expressed heartbreak, wiping away tears. Some were bewildered but offered their blessings, and others remained indifferent, an array of responses. Later, Sakura, seated not far away, dramatically intervened, demonstrating her prowess as a seasoned personality-divided artist. She yanked Madara by the collar, separating the two with a fierce glare, as though she wished to annihilate the one who had stolen Sasuke's first kiss. Yet, after dealing with Madara, she seamlessly transitioned to a gentle demeanor, using a cloth to wipe Sasuke's mouth. It's all right, Sasuke. If we clean it up, it won't count as a kiss. Feeling increasingly frustrated at the bizarre turn of events, Sasuke grew angrier. He snatched the cloth from Sakura's hand and tossed it aside. Get lost. Then, in a fit of embarrassment and rage, he stormed up to Madara. Naruto, let us settle this with a life-and-death duel. The kiss had genuinely disgusted Madara. But this was not how things were meant to unfold. Originally, he had intended to recruit Sasuke as part of his future faction. Now, however, Sasuke glared at him, eyes filled with fury. It seemed this mess would be difficult to clean up. Madara wiped his mouth and approached Sasuke, patting him on the shoulder. Young man, don't let your temper flare so much. Also, did you eat green onions for lunch? The smell is rather strong. Chapter 17. Anticipation. The endeavor to become a leader concluded in a farcical manner. Ban reluctantly assumed the role of the F4 leader. Having returned to school, on the way home after classes, the four of them, by chance, found themselves reunited. I told them, once I become Hokage Shikamaru, with your keen intellect, you shall be my advisor. As for Choji, your culinary skills will ensure you manage the logistics. And Kiba, with your sharp sense of smell and tracking prowess, you will oversee intelligence. It was hard to fathom that Ban spoke these words with a serious demeanor. The other three merely listened, pondering whether Naruto had lost his mind. As the graduation examinations drew nearer, many students locked themselves away in their rooms, fervently reviewing their notes in hopes of performing at their best the following day. Yet that night, with a rumbling stomach, Ban wandered aimlessly through the village. Eventually, he found himself at the entrance of Ichiraku Ramen, halting in his tracks, neither entering nor departing. The streetlights dimmed around him, and Uncle Ichiraku emerged, taking down the sign. Preparing to close for the night. Noticing Ban alone, he inquired, What is the matter, Naruto? Want some ramen? Never mind. I have no money, Ban replied. By mid-month, his frog purse was devoid of funds, and the sight of instant noodles and milk at home made him feel queasy. The root of all his troubles was a lack of money. Thus, burdened by financial woes, Ban found himself standing before Ichiraku Ramen. Uncle Ichiraku, upon hearing Ban's lament, offered a nonchalant response. You can pay me back once you succeed. Really? Ban asked, surprised. Indeed. Uncle Ichiraku affirmed confidently. He had a fondness for Naruto, this child who could never seem to tire of his ramen. Even though it was late and no customers remained, Uncle Ichiraku happily returned to the stove, reigniting the fire to boil water for Naruto's noodles. Do you really think I will succeed? Ban asked earnestly. Of course, Uncle Ichiraku replied with unwavering certainty. Then turned to ask, would you like an egg with that? Yes. And add the leftover bamboo shoots and fish cake? All right. Thank you, Uncle. Sated and content, Ban walked home, patting his round belly and letting out a satisfied burp. Since that moment, he began to notice a shift in his mindset. In a little-known hidden chamber within the Uchiha clan territory, there lay a stone tablet inscribed with the words of the Sage of Six Paths. This legendary sage, the progenitor of all ninjas, had spread the essence of chakra throughout the world, leading to the flourishing of the ninja realm as it is known today. Ban regarded the contents of the tablet as absolute truth. It recorded that the Senju and Uchiha clans originated from the two sons of the Sage of Six Paths. If the two powers could be combined, they would yield an even greater strength. In his past life, after being cast out of the village, Ban returned to Konoha, disregarding his safety to verify the tablet's authenticity. At the Valley of the End, he clashed with Hashirama Senju. Ultimately, Hashirama deceived Ban with a wooden clone and pierced his chest from behind. Ban believed his life was at an end. However, just before dying, he sacrificed one eye to activate the Uchiha clan's forbidden technique, Izanagi, rewriting his fate. Seizing the moment when Hashirama was caught off guard, he bit off a piece of Hashirama's flesh. Using that flesh, Ban cultivated a face of Hashirama, which he transplanted onto his own chest. Thus, the ancient power was born anew through the fusion of the Senju and Uchiha bloodlines, granting Ban an unprecedented strength. He awakened the Rinnegan. Consequently, Ban became even more convinced of the tablet's teachings. Following its next directive, he initiated the Moon Eye Plan, aspiring to create a world that would sever the ties of fate, where only the victors, peace, and love would exist. When he first encountered Hashirama by the riverbank, two boys struggling to survive in a war-torn era, they exchanged names in secrecy and formed an unbreakable bond. They played, trained, and dueled together, eventually opening their hearts to share a mutual dream, to end the conflict and seek the answer to peace. Ban believed he had found it. By adhering to the Sage of Six Paths guidance, he was certain he could fulfill this dream. Initially despondent about the world, Ban reignited his hope after interacting with Hinata, the third Hokage, the F4, Sasuke, and Kakashi. Especially the encounter with Uncle Ichiraku made him reconsider. Perhaps this world was not so bad after all. Given that his strength had yet to return to its former glory, he decided to take this time to explore. The Moon Eye Plan could wait. The following day, the ninja graduation examinations commenced, comprising both written and practical components. The written exam posed no challenge for Ban, and he also excelled in the practical tests, even impressing Sasuke, who had always been his rival. In the Kunai test, he hit all 10 targets flawlessly. During the Shadow Clone test, he created 10 clones in one go. For the physical fitness test, he completed a 10-kilometer run in just 3 minutes. Undoubtedly, Ban shone as the brightest star among that year's graduating students. Congratulations, Naruto. You have graduated. Irika personally bestowed the ninja headband upon Ban. At that moment, Ban was no longer a mere student of the Ninja Academy, but a newly minted genin of Konoha. As the graduation ceremony drew to a close, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stood atop a rooftop, pipe in hand, smiling with satisfaction. The great tree of Konoha had once again flourished. As leaves danced in the wind, the fire of life continued to burn brightly. These graduates would grow step by step, destined to become the dazzling future of Konoha. Hiruzen held this belief firmly. Irika approached Hiruzen. Once, after his parents perished during the Ninetales attack, Irika was engulfed in sorrow, yet he feigned strength, enduring the ridicule of his peers. Hiruzen had been a beacon of light, warming Irika's childhood. What do you think of Naruto now? Hiruzen asked. He's come so far. Far better than I was at his age, and he has made wonderful friends. Irika replied. Chapter 18. Team 7 Greetings. I am your esteemed Jonin instructor, Kakashi Hitaki. Kakashi, holding the book Intimate Paradise Max, approached the podium, stowed the book away, and greeted the trio, Obito, Sasuke, and Sakura, seated in the lecture hall above. Once, they were merely students at the Ninja Academy. Now, they stood as comrades in arms. Shortly after becoming genin, the three received word of their assignment to Team 7. However, Obito never anticipated that the individual leading their team would be none other than Kakashi Hitaki. What incredible fortune to be alongside Sasuke. Sakura gazed at Sasuke, her heart aflutter. A glance at Obito, however, prompted an expression of disdain. If only this bothersome fellow were absent, it would allow for a more intimate world with Sasuke. Sakura's split personality was vividly displayed, affecting even Obito. The way he looked at Sasuke was positively affectionate. Nonetheless, Obito's orientation remained steadfastly normal. He simply perceived this opportunity to cultivate a bond with Sasuke, convinced that this youngster possessed a bright future ahead. Casting a glance at Sakura, Obito, generous in his praise for the strong, scoffed slightly. This noisy woman appeared utterly weak. Thus, he dismissed any notions of befriending Sakura, unless her strength earned his respect. Well then, as we are strangers to one another, let us introduce ourselves. Kakashi, it was rumored, had never before served as a Jonin mentor. It was said that whenever he assembled a genin team, he conducted a test for the members. Should they fail, Kakashi would abandon them. What would happen with Obito and the others this time? Among the trio, Sakura was the most enthusiastic, eagerly raising her hand to begin. I am Sakura Haruno. My favorite things are, and the person I admire is. My dream for the future is. Sakura blushed, her eyes darting towards Sasuke. Kakashi displayed little expression, with only one eye visible. All that could be discerned was a deadpan gaze. A teenage girl's infatuation, perhaps? Kakashi, having never experienced such troubles in his youth, could not empathize. Your turn, Sasuke. Sasuke, hands clasped and chin resting upon them, emanated a chilling aura. I am Sasuke Uchiha. There are many things I loathe. Moreover, while I do not wish to merely voice my dreams, I am ambitious. I aim to restore the Uchiha clan. And I will personally eliminate a certain man. Kakashi fell into contemplation. A youth blinded by hatred? He refrained from commenting further and turned his attention to Obito. And you? Obito began, I am Uchiha. In a rare moment, he hesitated, momentarily disoriented by the self-introduction. Instantly, all eyes shifted towards him. Sakura exclaimed, You always love to play pranks. It's so annoying. Sasuke, gnashing his teeth, assumed that Obito's self-introduction was a veiled jab at him. Only Kakashi, his eye nearly squinting shut, appeared amused. Haha, my apologies for the jest. Obito quickly corrected himself. I am Naruto Uzumaki. My favorite food is Ichiraku ramen, and there are many things I dislike. As for my dream, of course, I aspire to become the Hokage of this village. In truth, Obito harbored ambitions beyond that of simply becoming Hokage. He sought to conquer the world. Upon hearing Obito's dream, Kakashi and Sasuke remained silent, while Sakura remarked, You really haven't changed at all. With that attitude, how could you possibly become Hokage? Alright, that will suffice for today, Kakashi stated after the brief introductions. Tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock, we shall meet at Training Ground 3. Remember, do not eat breakfast. Sakura, curious, inquired why not. Kakashi feigned mystery. Well, I have prepared a splendid bento for you. Yay, we have a wonderful Jonin instructor. Sakura exclaimed, blissfully unaware of the impending nightmare. The following day, at 5:57 a.m., outside Training Ground 3, the gates had yet to open. Obito strolled in leisurely, discovering that Sasuke and Sakura had already arrived. Where's Kakashi? Who knows? We've been here for ages without a trace of him, they replied. The trio waited for over 2 hours. The sun ascended high into the sky, and after such an early rise, they felt exhausted, famished, and parched. Finally, Kakashi appeared, ambling over with a book in hand. Upon meeting, Kakashi greeted them cheerfully, Good morning, everyone. Sakura, unable to contain her frustration, retorted, Kakashi-sensei, you're late. Obito's gaze, however, was fixated on the bento in Kakashi's other hand, his irritation dissipating. Earlier, Obito had felt an overwhelming urge to confront Kakashi. He lunged for the bento, but Kakashi promptly lifted it out of reach. Wait, I know you're all hungry, but there are conditions to enjoying the bento. What conditions? Sakura, now ravenous, demanded. Kakashi did not answer directly. Instead, he approached the iron gate of Training Ground 3, where a communicator was located. He pressed the button on the device. Beep, beep, beep. After 3 tones, a voice came through. Who is it? It's me, Kakashi. Oh, Kakashi-senpai. Are you here to rent the venue? Yes. Please open the door. Certainly. The gate creaked open. Everyone, come on in. Observing Kakashi's actions, Sakura could not help but exclaim. I can't believe you could contact the administrator that way. Had we known, we wouldn't have waited out here for so long. In response to Sakura's comment, Kakashi retorted. It's not that simple. The administrator starts work at 8 o'clock. Even if you press the button, it wouldn't have mattered. How infuriating. Sakura stomped her foot in frustration. You knew the training ground wouldn't open until 8 o'clock, yet you made us come here at 6? The 4 gathered at the center of the training ground. Kakashi declared, this was merely a test for you. A ninja must obey any command, no matter how absurd. Following orders is a ninja's destiny. What destiny? This is nothing but torment. Ridiculous. Sakura and Sasuke expressed their dissent. Obito could no longer endure such repetitive rhetoric. Was this not akin to brainwashing? It seemed this village deviated from his dreams. Such obedience tests to control the populace were unacceptable. His own village would never be like this. Alright, now you may come and enjoy the bento. Chapter 19. Is breaking the rules equivalent to being useless? After a long morning of hunger, it was finally time to eat. Sakura, with her innocent demeanor, rushed to Kakashi's side, eager to grab her lunch. Suddenly, a shuriken whizzed through the air, landing perilously close to her fingertips. Ah, Kakashi-sensei, what are you doing? Startled, Sakura quickly withdrew her hand. At that moment, Obito and Sasuke, who were standing nearby, noticed a problem. It became evident that Kakashi had only prepared 2 lunches for the 3 of them. It seemed that the lunch was not as enticing as it appeared. You've seen the lunches. If you wish to partake, you must earn it, Kakashi declared, pulling out 2 jingling bells from his pocket. You 3 must use all your strength to snatch the bells from me to obtain the lunches. However, there are only 2 bells. Sasuke voiced his concern, but that means one of us will go hungry. Kakashi replied, indeed. Which implies that one among you will not secure a bell and will remain famished. What a tedious game. Obito scoffed, believing that as a newly minted genin, he would be embarking on missions and engaging in fierce battles to earn a living. He never anticipated he would find himself in such a childish scenario. In the Warring States period, children of their age would have been capable of standing on their own. He wondered if the people here would cower in fear at the onset of war. Bored? Kakashi, despite the faintness of Obito's mumblings, caught his words. As ninjas, you must adhere to the rules during missions to ensure success. Yet, there are always fools who entertain their own notions. leading to failure and sometimes costing their comrades their lives. Those who break the rules are, in my eyes, worthless. I do not comprehend, Obito retorted defiantly. But in the face of absolute power, rules are mere jokes. Kakashi furrowed his brow, contemplating the worst. Rumors had long circulated that Jinchuriki from other villages, having faced scorn and oppression from their communities since childhood, often developed twisted personalities, with some even exhibiting severe anti-human tendencies. You believe yourself powerful? Why not try to seize the bells from me? Kakashi had no intention of coddling Obito. It was imperative to correct his course before he leaned toward becoming like other Jinchuriki. Ridiculous. My strength now is unlike before. Do not presume to easily overcome me. With that, Obito vanished in a flash. Namikaze, you must first devise a plan before acting impulsively. Sakura and Sasuke exchanged incredulous glances and promptly hid away, effectively abandoning Obito. Seizing the opportunity, Obito lunged to grasp the bells from Kakashi's waist, but Kakashi deftly maneuvered away. So, you wish to engage in a contest of taijutsu? Kakashi continued to peruse his book, extending a hand to seize Obito. Unfortunately for Kakashi, it was merely a shadow clone of Obito. Impressive. You've mastered the shadow clone technique, Kakashi remarked, astonished that at this stage, Obito had already acquired such a skill. In ninja school, instructors taught only the most fundamental clone technique. While both techniques create duplicates identical to the original, the basic clone is intangible, serving only to confuse the enemy without inflicting real harm. In contrast, the shadow clone is a tangible entity capable of both confusion and attack. Noticing that Obito could employ the shadow clone technique, Kakashi's reading slowed significantly. It was clear he could not afford to read with full concentration now. As white smoke billowed, Kakashi sensed movement behind him, realizing Obito was preparing a sneak attack. Since they had agreed on a taijutsu match, he resolved not to use ninjutsu. Instead, he turned to absorb Obito's strike. Regrettably, this time, Obito had brought a shuriken. The sharp weapon grazed Kakashi's arm. In the next instant, Obito executed a 180-degree spin, delivering a kick to Kakashi's head. No way. Naruto is indeed formidable. Sakura, hidden in the bushes, was wide-eyed with shock, as was Sasuke, who pounded the ground in frustration. What have I been doing all this time? He berated himself, lamenting his distance from his goals and resenting his own weakness. When would he catch up to that person and finally eliminate them? The bells are mine. Obito seized the opportunity to snatch the bells from Kakashi, only to discover they were not bells at all, but rather smoke bombs. Tears streamed down Obito's face as he coughed uncontrollably. Damn it, he used a substitution technique. As the saying goes, there is always a taller mountain. Kakashi's true self emerged from behind. Konoha's ultimate taijutsu, 1,000 years of pain. Kakashi clasped his hands together, leaving only his index and middle fingers extended. With a decisive thrust, he aimed for Obito's rear. Ah! Obito cried out, feeling the sting. Both Sasuke and Sakura tensed at the sight. Suddenly, a shadow darted past. We're done for, Kakashi exclaimed. Seizing the moment while Kakashi and Obito were engaged in battle, Sasuke sprang forth, snatching a bell away. Why just one? Holding the bell in hand, Sasuke questioned, but he was soon enlightened by the approaching Obito, who jingled a bell of his own. How did you manage that? Sasuke inquired, as Obito playfully draped an arm over his shoulder. I secured it when the attack first commenced. As Kakashi noticed Obito's clone dissipate into smoke, he sensed an unusual flow of chakra within himself. Is this an illusion? Obito laughed heartily. Next time, Kakashi, remember to close your book. In this state, you cannot defeat me. Fine. Kakashi sighed in resignation. Those who obtained the bells come forward for lunch. After receiving their meals, Obito, Sasuke, and Sakura settled down to eat. Just then, Kakashi reemerged. A reminder, only those who secured the bells may eat. If you give Sakura your lunch, you will face consequences. What kind of consequences? Obito asked. Kakashi replied. You know I have never formed a ninja team before. However, this year I am in a good mood and may make an exception for you. But you must adhere to my rules. Otherwise, I will have to eliminate you. That is too much. Obito protested, standing up defiantly. But Kakashi warned, be aware. This time I do not have a book. Despite having snatched the bell from Kakashi, Obito understood the disparity in their abilities. Under Kakashi's imposing presence, both Obito and Sasuke sat back down, slowly savoring their meals. Now that is more like it. You eat first. I have some matters to attend to and will return shortly, Kakashi said, pleased that they were finally obeying him. Sakura, whose stomach growled in protest, endured her hunger as Obito and Sasuke exchanged glances. They simultaneously offered their lunches to her. What are you two doing? Obito, uninterested in explanations, urged her, eat. Sasuke simply shoved it into her hands. In that moment, Sakura was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in her eyes. As she took her first bite of lunch, her heart swelled with gratitude. Suddenly, the sky became overcast with dark clouds, and thunder roared ferociously. Startled, the three ninjas ceased their meal, their nerves taut with tension. In an instant, a shadowy figure illuminated the sky. It was a visage of Kakashi, vast and imposing, casting a shadow over all. Kakashi's eyes widened in fury, presenting a particularly fearsome sight. You three little brats, how dare you defy my orders? Do you all wish to be eliminated? Chapter 20. Departure. Land of Waves. Damn it. He feigned leaving. Man didn't anticipate Kakashi's cunning. He contemplated resigning himself to being sent back to the Ninja Academy for remedial training, awaiting reassignment the following year. Since he hadn't been assigned to a ninja squad, he decided to go for broke. If Kakashi dared to fail them, Ban would confront him. Passed. What? Kakashi suddenly changed his tune, leaving the trio bewildered. I said you all passed. Why? Sakura promptly inquired, considering she hadn't actively participated in anything. How could she have passed? Kakashi dispelled the storm clouds and lightning, emerging from the shadows. In the past, those I failed desperately tried to seize the bells from me. But afterward, the one who succeeded would selfishly devour the bento and mock the one who failed. This test was designed to instill in you the understanding that you are a team. Future comrades, allies. Those who violate the rules are indeed worthless, but those who fail to cherish their comrades are even less than that. Ban was speechless. So, the true message Kakashi intended to convey behind this bell-snatching exercise was this. It seemed he had misunderstood him. From that moment forward, Ban acknowledged Kakashi as someone he could trust. Following the formation of Team 7, their interactions were generally harmonious. Aside from Sakura's acerbic tongue and Sasuke's aloofness towards Ban, everything else seemed fine. They completed several D-rank missions together, such as locating lost cats and weeding gardens. As Hinata had predicted, they could earn remuneration through mission assignments as ninjas. However, the compensation for these missions was meager, barely enough for a few bowls of Ichiraka ramen. Later, Ban learned that high-level missions offered substantial rewards. Completing a single S-rank mission could secure a year's worth of sustenance. Consequently, Ban persistently pestered Kakashi, hoping to undertake a mission above D-rank next time. Kakashi would verbally agree. Yet, when the mission assignments were announced, it was always a simple, tedious D-rank task. One day, a sake-soaked craftsman, sporting a straw hat and a knotted headband, arrived in the village hidden in the leaves. The craftsman, a master bridge builder named Tazuna, sought to commission a mission from the Leaf Village. Mission rank, C rank. Mission objective, escort Tazuna safely back to the Land of Waves. Mission reward, 30,000 Rio. Given Ban's persistent requests for a higher-level mission, Kakashi specifically conferred with 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen Sarutobi stated, Kakashi, you are aware of Naruto's unique status. If he were to venture outside the village, it could attract unwanted attention, potentially impacting the village. Furthermore, Team 7 consists of genin who have only recently graduated. Kakashi replied, Rest assured, Hokage-sama. While C-rank missions do carry some inherent risks, I will be there. Besides, Naruto has been quite a handful lately. Assigning them a higher-level mission might prove to be a valuable trial. Very well, proceed as you see fit. Thank you, Hokage-sama. With the matter settled, Kakashi summoned Team 7 to assemble at the village entrance. Upon learning that this mission would involve traveling abroad, Ban could barely contain his excitement. He had traveled abroad in his previous life. More importantly, this was an opportunity to earn money. He had promised Hinata to treat her next time, but his finances had been consistently tight. He was determined to earn a substantial sum this time to fulfill his promise. Tazuna, reeking of alcohol and clutching his sake bottle, cast a disdainful glance at Team 7. Apart from Kakashi, whom he found somewhat agreeable, he held a dismissive attitude towards Ban and the others. What is this? They've assigned a group of brats to escort me? Has the Leaf Village become so short-handed? Hey, old man, Ban retorted, displeased. We're accompanying you on a C-rank escort mission. What level of security did you expect? Missions are classified into 5 ranks, D, C, B, A, and S, with D rank being the easiest. C-rank missions involve a degree of risk but are explicitly assessed to preclude ninja confrontations, with only the potential for encounters with petty thugs. From B rank upwards, combat with ninjas becomes a factor, and the level of danger progressively increases. S-rank missions, in particular, involve more than just ninja battles. These missions can even influence the trajectory of an entire nation. Therefore, Ban's response to Tazuna was based on this understanding. He considered C-rank missions insignificant. Boy, don't get too cocky. Someone like you is sure to have a short life. I advise you to mind your words. Seeing the atmosphere turn sour, Kakashi quickly intervened, acting as a mediator. All right, Naruto. Kakashi turned to Ban. Assaulting a client is a major taboo for ninjas. He then addressed Tazuna. Tazuna-san, don't underestimate them. Despite their young age, they are all reliable leaf ninjas. We'll see. Tazuna's response was drawn out, tinged with despondency. This caught Kakashi's attention. Along the way, everything seemed calm, but subtle sounds echoed intermittently. Ben also noticed this. Initially, he dismissed them as wind or animal noises. However, he gradually sensed something was amiss. The sounds seemed to be following them, trailing behind. Ben exchanged a look with Kakashi. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Everyone, I need to use the restroom. Wait for me. With that, Ban clutched his stomach and vanished into the trees. Whatever, Naruto's always causing trouble. Whether Ban was indeed troublesome was debatable, but Sakura couldn't resist voicing her displeasure. Sakura wasn't the adventurous type and would have been content with simple missions in the village. However, at Ban's persistent urging, they had accepted this long-distance mission, filling Sakura with resentment and prompting her to complain about Ban. Fortunately, Sakura was the most vocal member of Team 7. Sasuke rarely spoke, maintaining silence most of the time. Ban fell somewhere in between. This dynamic allowed the team to function relatively harmoniously. A dark figure plummeted from the trees. Ban leaped into action, landing on the figure. You've been lurking around. What do you want? Damn it. How did you find me? The figure, exposed to the sunlight, revealed their identity, a masked ninja clad in black, bearing the forehead protector of the hidden mist village. Not only did I find you, but also, Ban retrieved a shuriken and hurled it towards a nearby puddle. As the shuriken approached the puddle, another figure emerged from the water, evading Ban's projectile. The individual's attire matched that of the mist ninja beneath Ban's feet. Their eyes were filled with shock. How did you see through that? Ban scoffed. It hasn't rained in days. Where did the puddle come from? Your concealment skills are atrocious. Chapter 21. Fierce battle with the mist ninjas. The astonishing insight of Madara left everyone in awe, particularly Sasuke, who consequently began to doubt himself even more. Perhaps his efforts were in vain, or perhaps he was not the genius he believed himself to be. Why could he not see through it all? Reflecting on the earlier incident involving the bell, Madara had effortlessly cast an illusion with merely a gesture. While most of the Uchiha clan required a smooth activation of their Sharingan, an invisible chasm seemed to appear between Sasuke and Madara. In the past, Sasuke had never regarded him as a threat. Even when rumors spread about the cursed boy harboring a monster within, Sasuke remained indifferent. He believed, Naruto is simply a fool. As long as I follow my own path, nothing else matters. However, the reality was that Sasuke had clearly fallen behind and had to confront the very person he once looked down upon. Just how much had he grown? Hey, stop showing off, Naruto. Quickly take them down, Sakura urged, rallying support for Madara. After all, in battle, having someone else fight on your behalf naturally mitigated the risks involved. Watching Sakura, Sasuke felt a pang of envy at her carefree disposition, unburdened by significant worries and able to express her emotions freely. Kakashi, witnessing this, intended to assist. The opposing ninjas were primarily Chunin from the Mist Village. Yet, he too was intrigued by Madara's growth. Previously, he had subdued him effortlessly, but during the bell test, it had required considerable effort, and he had even been caught in an illusion. After all, during their earlier confrontation, Kakashi had only considered physical and ninjutsu, unaware that Madara also possessed illusionary techniques. A mist ninja clashed with Madara, their kunai ringing against each other, sparks flying. Meanwhile, another mist ninja emerged from the bushes and, in tandem with the one who had hidden in the water, hurled a chain as thick as an arm towards Madara. The chain, heavy on both ends and light in the middle, twisted upon contact with Madara, ensnaring him like a twisted pastry. You little brat, die! Shouted the mist ninja at Madara's feet, breaking free from the bindings and attacking with steel claws. In an instant, Madara exploded into fragments, scattering limbs everywhere. Naruto! Sakura cried out in alarm. This was the first time she faced a life-and-death struggle, and fear inevitably gripped her heart. Upon hearing Sakura's scream, another mist ninja noticed Dasna behind her and immediately turned to charge. No, the mist ninja moved with blinding speed, cloaked in darkness. Sakura had no time to react and instinctively crossed her arms to shield her head. Seeing her freeze in place, eyes shut tight, was a grave mistake for a ninja in battle. Fortunately, Sasuke reacted in time, retrieving a wind shuriken from his bag to deflect the attack. Clang! The clash of metal resonated sharply. Sasuke's wind shuriken, crafted from 4 overlapping blades, unfurled like a razor-edged pinwheel. Sasuke, thank you. Sakura, tears streaming down her cheeks, perhaps from fear or gratitude, found her resolve. She positioned herself firmly in front of Dasna, drawing a kunai, saying, Mr. Dasna, these mist ninjas are after you. Stand behind me, and I will protect you. Impressive. Kakashi observed as his team swiftly adapted to the battle, not faltering in the face of their first life-and-death encounter. 3 mist ninjas were present. One had torn apart Madara, another had attacked Sakura, and the last had set his sights on Kakashi. Unfortunately, this ninja charged at Kakashi just as he swiftly sidestepped, delivering a knee strike that bent the assailant's body painfully. You chose the wrong opponent, Kakashi remarked coldly, sending a kunai flying towards the mist ninja, who was then hurled backward into a tree. The kunai pierced through him, pinning him to the trunk, with blue electricity crackling along its length. How formidable! Sakura couldn't help but exclaim. During the bell test, Kakashi's performance had been rather ordinary, but what had just transpired? His movements were decisive and efficient, devoid of any hesitation. Had Kakashi displayed such prowess during the bell test, they would have stood no chance, even united. You little brat. Die! The mist ninja that Sasuke had intercepted swung wildly at him. Unable to withstand the force, Sasuke had to adapt his strategy. As he deflected the ninja's relentless strikes, he read the opponent's movements, evading to the side and reclaiming his wind shuriken. He then seized the mist ninja's arm and propelled himself, delivering a kick to the ninja's face. The opposing force from different directions caused the mist ninja to feel as if he were being torn apart. The sound of his shoulder dislocating echoed painfully as his arm dropped. Sensing danger, the mist ninja endured the pain and retreated several meters. However, 3 shurikens struck him from behind, ending his life instantly. Who did that? Sasuke frowned, feeling a twinge of annoyance at having his kill snatched away. It was Naruto. Sakura exclaimed excitedly from behind him. Sasuke then noticed Naruto perched atop a tree, arms crossed, and exuding an air of arrogance. Sasuke, you're working hard, aren't you? The condescending tone from Naruto ignited a desire to hurl his wind shuriken at him. Yet, for reasons he couldn't fathom, Sasuke felt a twinge of relief at Naruto's continued survival. Only one mist ninja remained, the very one who had torn apart Madara earlier. To withstand me for so long with just a shadow clone is no simple feat. I suspect you have been hiding in the trees, using a shadow clone to test us. You guessed correctly, Madara replied coldly. However, it wasn't a test for you, but rather for my dear little brother, Sasuke. Such disdainful words provoked the mist ninja, who activated the modified device in his arm. The arm opened, revealing a dark cavity, from which a flying claw shot toward Madara. Unfazed, Madara casually produced a kunai and, with a swift motion, redirected the claw's trajectory. Using the chain connected to the claw, he pulled the mist ninja closer, driving a kunai through his heart. With the last mist ninja dispatched, Kakashi's eyes narrowed slightly. His earlier restraint had been to evaluate their capabilities, only to find that Madara had done the same. What was going through his mind? Chapter 22. The suspended bridge. Kakashi, gazing into Madara's eyes, found no trace of youthful exuberance. Instead, he resembled a cunning, ancient beast. However, due to their limited interactions, Kakashi could not discern the reason behind this unsettling impression. He decided to set that thought aside for the moment. Approaching Dazna, he stated, Mr. Dazna, it seems you have concealed something from us. According to your commission, this was merely a standard escort mission, to shield you from the assaults of gangs and thieves. Yet, just moments ago, those nin from the Mist Village appeared to be targeting you. The involvement of ninjas in an assassination attempt suggests that this mission is at least of B-rank caliber. Dazna trembled and knelt before Team 7. I confess, I have lied. It is my fault. For the Land of Waves is impoverished and cannot afford the exorbitant fees for such a task. Madara, upon hearing this, expressed his annoyance. What? A B-rank mission for C-rank remuneration? I would rather not suffer such a loss after dealing with those mist ninjas. Let us return to the village. I refuse to be cheated in this manner. Please, my country is in dire need of me. Once we return to the Land of Waves, I shall find a way to compensate you. Dazna remained on his knees, fully aware of Team 7's strength. With this group escorting him, those who sought to assassinate him would stand no chance. What do you all think? Kakashi refrained from immediately endorsing Madara's proposal, intending to involve Sasuke and Sakura in the discussion. Ultimately, Kakashi's goal was not only to enhance Team 7's capabilities, but also to foster their growth into compassionate and conscientious individuals, capable of contributing to the future of Konoha. At present, he felt assured about Sakura, but was particularly concerned about Madara and Sasuke. One perpetually looked down upon everything, while the other was blinded by a thirst for vengeance. Kakashi hoped to instigate a change within them. I intend to continue the mission, Sasuke declared, his blood ignited by the previous battle. He yearned to confront more formidable foes to affirm his existence. The man who had deemed him lacking, Sasuke was determined to demonstrate that he could, through perseverance, grow stronger and surpass him, ultimately eliminating him. Upon hearing Sasuke's resolve, Sakura chimed in eagerly. I also wish to continue the mission. Consequently, all eyes turned towards Madara, who, confronted by their eager gazes, shrugged and replied, I don't mind continuing the mission, but remember, the payment must be increased. Very well. I will ensure the funds are sufficient, as long as I can safely return to the Land of Waves. Dazna had no choice but to acquiesce. At the border of the Land of Fire, they encountered a vast ocean, stretching endlessly before them. Dazna, well acquainted with this expanse, summoned a boatman to ferry them across the waters. On the other side lay their destination, the Land of Waves, an island nation small in size and perpetually shrouded in thick fog, situated across the sea from the Land of Fire. As they approached the border of the Land of Waves, a large, incomplete bridge loomed ominously overhead, extending from the Land of Waves into the sea, resembling a serpent severed in two, its end suspended in the ocean's depths. What is this bridge? Why was its construction halted? Kakashi mused aloud. Dazna sighed, explaining. This is the Cross-Sea Bridge, intended to connect to the Land of Fire. However, it was obstructed by the world-renowned tycoon, Kato, resulting in its incomplete state. Kakashi recalled hearing of Kato, a scoundrel known for employing ninjas in the trade of drugs and contraband, rumored to aim at consuming other nations. Dazna confirmed, indeed. The Land of Waves has become a target for Kato. Being a small nation with insufficient productivity, our survival hinges on foreign trade. Kato monopolized all transport to control the Land of Waves. If this bridge were completed, Kato's dreams of domination would be shattered. And I am the bridge's designer. Now it makes sense, Kakashi pondered, stroking his chin. No wonder Kato would go to such lengths to eliminate you. Kakashi then reminded, once we land, it will signify your safe return to the land of waves, and our mission will conclude. Dasna sighed again, his expression heavy with sorrow. It matters not. I may very well be killed on my way home. This is no concern of yours. My 8-year-old grandson will surely weep daily, and my daughter will resent the Konoha ninjas for living in solitude. It is not your fault, so do not feel burdened by it. Old fool, who are you disparaging? Madara retorted, visibly irritated. Kakashi felt a pang of guilt. If the outcome of their escort mission remained unchanged for the employer, it would not only sadden him, but also Sasuke and Sakura. Yet, Kakashi was certain that Madara would not feel this way, having come to understand him over the past few days. All right, Mr. Dasna, we will agree to assist you in completing the bridge before we depart. Really? Dasna's face brightened with a smile. Surprisingly, Madara remained unusually silent, having been moved by the plight of the land of waves. However, his pride prevented him from expressing it, tacitly permitting the continuation of the mission. As they traversed the fog-laden sea, the group finally reached the shore. Fortunately, as they ventured further inland, the fog began to dissipate. The brilliant sunlight bathed them, providing a sense of comfort after their damp journey across the ocean. How delightful! Sakura stretched languidly. Sasuke, however, retreated behind a tree and began to retch. What a rarity, to be so seasick, Kakashi jested. Just as their nerves began to relax, a massive blade, nearly 2 meters long, suddenly soared through the air, spinning menacingly towards Dasna. Duck! Kakashi shouted, his instincts kicking in. The group promptly obeyed. Clang! The blade embedded itself in a tree. As they rose, they noticed a figure standing atop the blade, a ninja adorned with the Mist Village forehead protector, likely one of those they had encountered before leaving the village. His face was obscured by white bandages, his torso bare, and his eyes gleamed with malice. The enormous sword and his sinister gaze sent shivers down their spines. Kakashi recognized him. From the Mist Village, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Zabuza Momochi. Zabuza erupted into laughter. I never imagined someone would still remember my name. Of course I remember. Your attempt to instigate a coup in the Mist Village, only to fail, is nearly common knowledge among the 5 great nations. And what of it? Does it matter how many know? I am now merely a rogue ninja. Zabuza replied with a self-deprecating chuckle. Kakashi continued. It is surprising that such a formidable figure has now become Kato's lackey. Zabuza snorted disdainfully. Whose lackey I am matters not. Kato pays well. With that, he yanked the sword from the tree, hefting it onto his shoulder as he advanced towards them. Madara sensed the imminent danger. This adversary was unlike any they had previously encountered. What now? Sakura trembled in fear. Kakashi stepped protectively in front of the group, pulling back the eye patch that concealed his left eye, revealing a crimson orb adorned with 3 tomo. Protect Mr. Dasna. Fear not. I shall fight with all my might to safeguard you. Chapter 23. Peering into the future, what an astonishing revelation. Sasuke was taken aback. How could Kakashi, not of the Uchiha clan, possess the Sharingan? Madara, however, remained unfazed, for he recognized that the eye belonged to Obito. Back when Obito was trapped beneath a colossal rock, Madara had noticed the telltale signs of an eye transplant on Obito's left eye. This was subsequently confirmed when it became evident that Obito had gifted that eye to his dear friend, Kakashi Hatake. The fact that Kakashi was compelled to unleash his ultimate technique indicated to Madara that the adversary known as Zabuza was indeed formidable. I have already discerned your future, he declared dismissively. It is merely the Sharingan. Do not delude yourself. Zabuza, uninterested in further discourse with Kakashi, swiftly maneuvered behind him, brandishing his blade with the intent to cleave through Madara and the others. Yet, Kakashi's reflexes were remarkably swift. He hurled a shuriken backward, striking Zabuza. With a splash, Zabuza disintegrated into a puddle. It was a water clone. Sasuke recognized Zabuza's technique instantly. Meanwhile, the real Zabuza emerged, seizing the opportunity to strike Kakashi when he was off guard, delivering a lethal blow. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura cried out in terror. With another splash, it was revealed that Kakashi's body was also a water clone. He has employed the same technique as I. Zabuza was incredulous. The water clone was a secret ninjutsu of the hidden Mist Village, so how had Kakashi mastered it? It seems Zabuza underestimated the prowess of the copy ninja. Kakashi suddenly appeared behind Zabuza, gripping his neck with a kunai. Your future, Kakashi began, only to realize that Zabuza was still a water clone. Meanwhile, Zabuza's true form executed the ninjutsu, hidden mist technique. Instantly, a thick fog enveloped the area, drastically reducing visibility. From the shadows, Zabuza lunged forward, delivering a kick that sent Kakashi tumbling into a pond, struggling to rise from the water. Kakashi utilized his chakra to stand atop the surface as if it were solid ground. Clang! Zabuza swung his massive sword, aiming to strike Kakashi down. The two engaged in a fierce skirmish, neither yielding an inch. What a copy ninja! To me, you are but a fool. I have foretold your future twice over. Zabuza proclaimed. Do not feign complexity. It is merely a bloodline limit I. Zabuza, irritated by Kakashi's tone, unleashed his ninjutsu, water release, water dragon bullet technique. To his astonishment, Kakashi, standing across from him, called out the same technique, water release, water dragon bullet technique. Two swirling torrents of water clashed, neither side gaining the upper hand. You dare to wield my technique? Zabuza exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. In an attempt to validate that Kakashi had merely stumbled upon the technique rather than copying it, Zabuza initiated another ninjutsu, water release, great waterfall technique. However, before he could complete it, Kakashi preemptively executed his own great waterfall technique. Caught off guard, Zabuza found himself battling a raging current, destabilized by the surging waters. With a tremendous crash, a wave surged forth, towering over Zabuza and sweeping him away, leaving him powerless to resist. As the tumult receded, Zabuza, clinging to a tree to avoid being swept away, was suddenly pinned by several shuriken. Your future is death, Kakashi declared, brandishing a chakra-infused blade, ready to end Zabuza's life. Unexpectedly, a sunbon, a thin, needle-like weapon, whizzed by, striking Zabuza in the neck. Before he could utter a final word, Zabuza breathed his last. Who did that? Kakashi wondered, surprised that someone had acted before him. Turning to see Madara and the others, he deduced it was not their doing. At that moment, a mysterious figure, clad in a hidden mist mask, appeared before them. You are from the Umbu of the Hidden Mist? Indeed. Thank you for aiding in the elimination of Zabuza. Our Umbu has been pursuing this traitor relentlessly. The figure leaped down from a tree, checking Zabuza's pulse. It appears he is dead. Kakashi, unable to believe it, approached to confirm. After verifying the absence of life, Kakashi accepted that Zabuza had indeed perished. Since this is a matter for your Hidden Mist village, I shall refrain from further involvement. Please, take the body. Kakashi displayed understanding. Intervening in the affairs of the Hidden Mist would yield no benefit and might jeopardize relations between Konoha and the Hidden Mist. Thank you. The slender figure hoisted Zabuza's lifeless body, which was twice his size, and expressed gratitude before departing. After the mysterious figure vanished, Kakashi collapsed to the ground. The bewildered group hurried to his side, puzzled as to why their victorious leader was in such a state. At that moment, Madara explained, the power of the Sharingan does not belong to Kakashi. Overuse can impose a significant burden on his body. Realization dawned upon them, prompting an urgent decision to ensure Kakashi received proper rest. They ventured to Tazuna's home, where after several days of recuperation, Kakashi finally regained consciousness. Tazuna's family was exceedingly hospitable. His daughter, a remarkably beautiful and diligent woman, devoted herself to caring for the group following their arrival. Tazuna himself made every effort to provide the best accommodations for Team 7, prioritizing their needs over his own family's. However, one member of the household was less than welcoming. Tazuna's grandson, a resolute little boy named Inari, donned a fisherman's hat and remained distant. He refused to dine with Team 7, often secluding himself in his room, speaking to an old photograph placed on the windowsill overlooking the sea. Who was the man in the photo? Sasuke inquired, his curiosity piqued. None of your business, Inari retorted, his irritation evident. Inari had been disdainful of Team 7, believing their efforts to confront the tyrant Gato were foolish and tantamount to courting death. The man in the photo? I have not seen him here. Did he leave? Sasuke pressed. Humph. He is long gone. He was a fool, Inari exclaimed, clutching the photograph as tears streamed down his cheeks as he fled outside. Sasuke sought to engage Inari in conversation, motivated by a prior encounter with Inari's mother, Tsunami, who had come to apologize on behalf of her son. She explained that Inari had once been a cheerful child, but the death of the man in the photograph had deeply affected him. Sakura and Sasuke expressed their understanding, yet it was Sasuke who yearned to converse with the boy. TCH, just a weeping fool. As the fourth chapter unfolds, prepare for Sasuke's impending fury. Chapter 24, A Hero Not Far From Home, upon a seaside pier. Inari cradled the photograph, copious tears cascading onto its surface as he whispered, Papa. The man depicted in the photograph was not Inari's biological father, but his stepfather, Kaiza. Kaiza was a robust man, a fisherman who had journeyed from abroad in pursuit of his aspirations. Upon his arrival on the island, he encountered Inari in dire straits. Having fallen into the water, without hesitation, Kaiza plunged into the sea and rescued him. From that moment onward, Inari, who had lost his father at a young age, became inseparable from Kaiza, often perched upon his shoulders, their bond akin to that of father and son. Subsequently, the tide surged, and the dam was breached. The neighboring villages were confronted with a harrowing choice. Either abandon their homes and flee, an option fraught with insurmountable losses for many families, or attempt to repair the dam. A perilous endeavor that could cost them their lives in the face of the relentless tide. As the villagers wavered, Kaiza stepped forward, leading the charge through adversity to fortify the dam and stem the tide's advance. From that moment forward, Inari regarded Kaiza as an indomitable hero. Alas, the curtain inevitably falls on even the most heroic figures. Kato's arrival in the land of waves brought oppression and exploitation. As he obstructed the construction of a bridge spanning the sea, resulting in numerous fatalities, Kaiser among them, having perished in the struggle against Kato. Kaiser's demise inflicted profound emotional trauma upon Inari. He had perceived Kaiser as invincible, his heroic father, only to witness his defeat. He had witnessed Kato's ruthlessness and guile. Had Kaiser refrained from confronting Kato, he might still be alive. Inari reproached Kaiser for failing to safeguard his own life, for senselessly sacrificing himself. Knowing full well that Kato was an insurmountable adversary. Why? Even now, Inari continued to ponder this question. Haku approached. What's this? Still blubbering? Upon noticing the arrival of another, Inari swiftly wiped away his tears, stowed the photograph, and prepared to depart. This time, however, Haku thwarted his escape, restraining him with a hand. Kaiser was utterly pathetic. Smack. Inari swatted Haku's hand away. Don't you dare speak of him that way. Inari's reaction was vehement, as if elicited from the depths of his being. Haku scoffed, retorting, Isn't that what you believe? You're allowed to say it, but I'm not? Inari was taken aback. Indeed, ever since Inari had ceased to regard Kaiser as a hero, ever since he had begun to resent Kaiser's sacrifice, the image of Kaiser as an unwavering champion had crumbled. But why was he entitled to speak ill of him, while others were not? Because you feel Kaiser failed to fulfill his paternal duties, you resent him. Yet, simultaneously, you yearn for your deceased father to be remembered as a hero in the hearts of the villagers. Haku's words resonated like a thunderclap, shattering Inari's facade of fortitude, causing him to weep uncontrollably as he clutched the photograph. Hey. Haku, unable to bear the sight of a child's tears, glanced furtively around, lest he be misconstrued as a bully. You're a boy, for crying out loud. What good does crying do? Kato is the one who killed Kaiser. Why aren't you resentful of Kato, instead of Kaiser? I know it's futile, but Kato has those ninja mercenaries. Who could possibly defeat him? TCH. Haku clicked his tongue, expressing his displeasure. That's just because you can't defeat him. But we're here now, aren't we? You? Inari glanced at Haku, who was barely older than himself. Mere children, yet they intended to challenge the demon Kato? It was utterly delusional. You should return to the land of fire. Don't end up senselessly sacrificing yourselves like that fool. Kaiser. Smack. Haku could no longer restrain himself, delivering a resounding slap to Inari's face. You little brat are insufferable. And what gives you the right to call Kaiser a fool? Even without strength, he dared to risk his life in the struggle, unlike you, who only knows how to cry. In my eyes, Kaiser is a hero. You. Inari cradled his reddened cheek, his tears momentarily ceasing. He gazed at Haku for an extended moment, finally comprehending that his father remained a hero in the hearts of others, and a smile of catharsis spread across his face. Thank you, Haku. Get lost. Don't be so saccharine. Haku shoved Inari away, declaring, Just you wait, and see how I'll pummel Kato into the ground. The fog was thick that day, obscuring everything beyond a few meters in a hazy shroud. Dazner stood alone upon the bridge, hammering at the stones, determined to complete its construction with his aging, yet robust, physique. In recent days, he had extended invitations to the other villagers to assist in the bridge's construction. However, they had all declined, fearing retribution from Kato. The thought of their nation's future being held hostage by Kato gnawed at Dazner's spirit. He could only muster his strength and toil alone, accomplishing as much as he could. Old man, I didn't expect you to be so obstinate. Emerging from the dense fog were Zabuza, his greatsword strapped to his back, and a fair-featured maiden. Humph, you mercenaries who sell your services for ill-gotten gains. Do you even comprehend the significance of this bridge to our land of waves? Your actions are severing our nation's future. Dazner retorted with righteous indignation, betraying no trace of fear. Zabuza chuckled coldly, retorting, The future? My actions are aimed at amassing capital to reshape the future of our land of water. It's merely a matter of perspective. Well said. Emerging from the fog, Kakashi, now recovered, led Team 7 into view. Kakashi cast a sidelong glance at the maiden beside Zabuza. Surmising, as I suspected, Zabuza's demise was suspicious. Umbu typically only retrieved the head of a rogue ninja, yet he went to the trouble of carrying such a large body. They must be accomplices. Kakashi, so you deduced that my supposed death was a ruse? Naturally, I can see through everything about you. Zabuza erupted in laughter, taunting. The eye that claims to foresee my future was clearly mistaken, wasn't it? But Kakashi brandished a kunai, lunging forward in a swift motion. It won't be this time. As Kakashi and Zabuza engaged in a fierce melee, Sakura remained behind, tasked with protecting Dazner. Haku and Sasuke prepared to rush to Kakashi's aid. However, their advance was halted by a barrage of Senbon needles. Damn it, they deceived us by impersonating Mist Village Umbu. Haku, glaring at the maiden, clenched his fists. Betrayal and deceit were Haku's most loathed transgressions. He vowed to thrash her soundly. The maiden remained impassive, offering no response. Haku, eliminate them. At that moment, Zabuza, still embroiled in combat, issued his command to Haku. Haku, like a puppet, responded to the order, brandishing a sunbon and launching himself into the fray. Ice release. Demonic mirroring ice crystals. Chapter 25. The Nine-Tails chakra wind, lightning, earth, water, fire, along with yin and yang release, constitute the most primal elements of this world. Ice release, evidently, does not belong to this category. Obito speculates that it must be a bloodline limit. As the term suggests, the abilities of a bloodline limit cannot be acquired through learned means, but are inherited from one's ancestors. The Sharingan serves as a prime example. As Haku activates the crystal ice mirrors, the temperature plummets, and moisture in the air rapidly condenses, forming rectangular ice blocks resembling one-sided mirrors. These ice blocks swiftly converge, creating a small icy chamber that traps Obito and Sasuke within. Zabuza, if you speak again, I shall be compelled to eliminate you, Obito retorts, frustration evident in his voice. Sasuke, uncertain of what will transpire next, fixes his gaze intently on Haku outside the ice prison. With that, Haku leaps, merging into the ice. Moments later, his image appears upon every ice block. Where is he? Obito and Sasuke stand back to back, striving to maintain a comprehensive defense. Whoosh, several Senbon darts shoot from the corners. Clang. Obito effortlessly deflects them. Whoosh, 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 more Senbon are launched. Obito and Sasuke find themselves somewhat overwhelmed. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing reverberates continuously. Unfortunately, some Senbon skillfully emerge from their blind spots, embedding themselves in both Obito and Sasuke, who soon resemble porcupines. Kakashi, this time I shall not fail, Zabuza declares. Is that so? Yet I must inform you that your fate will remain unchanged, Kakashi counters, facing Zabuza, both exchanging menacing words. Zabuza laughs heartily, saying, though you are a formidable opponent, do you comprehend what your students are up against? Are you referring to that fellow named Haku? Kakashi inquires. Indeed, Zabuza exclaims proudly. Haku is a gifted child, even surpassing me in strength. I fear that if we wait any longer, your two students will soon be dispatched by him. Then it seems I must eliminate you at once, Kakashi responds. Do not underestimate me. Under the mist-hidden technique, Zabuza moves like a specter, unexpectedly striking Kakashi twice amidst the dense fog. After several exchanges, Kakashi finds himself at a disadvantage. What is this? Zabuza scoffs coldly. Didn't you claim to see my future? How is it that you cannot even perceive my movements now? Is that so? Kakashi lowers his mask, revealing his crimson Sharingan. When Zabuza charges again, Kakashi retaliates with a Genjutsu. Crack. Kakashi's arm is wounded, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow to his head. Ha! Zabuza vanishes into the mist, his voice echoing. I didn't expect you to evade that. Did you just close your eyes? Indeed. During our last battle, you could not foresee my future. I merely fell victim to your Genjutsu, which led me to inadvertently reveal my actions to you, creating the illusion that you could replicate my techniques. Kakashi clutches his bleeding arm, the blood staining his glove. Astonished by Zabuza's extensive combat experience, he realizes he cannot underestimate this formidable opponent. It is crucial to understand that Zabuza's title, the Demon of the Bloody Mist, is not without merit. In the village of the Hidden Mist, shrouded in blood, the 4th Mizukage implemented a policy of isolation, severing ties with the outside world. As an elite shinobi of Konoha, Kakashi had learned through whispers that the village employed brutal methods to select its new recruits. All newcomers were gathered and forced to battle one another until only one survived. Zabuza was forged in such an environment. Eventually, unable to endure the oppressive regime, Zabuza attempted to assassinate the 4th Mizukage but failed, thus commencing a life of fugitive existence. Zabuza's experiences reveal to Kakashi that he is a man of great conviction, deserving of respect. Regrettably, they now stand as enemies. It seems I must take this seriously. Kakashi bites his finger, swiftly forming hand seals, then slams his hands to the ground, exclaiming, summoning technique. 8 ninja dogs. Woof, 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 woof. Led by Pakin, the 8 ninja dogs reveal themselves as the white mist dissipates. Unfamiliar with the abilities of the 8 ninja dogs, Zabuza believes that as long as he remains concealed within the fog, Kakashi will be powerless against him. However, to his surprise, the dogs scatter. In no time, Zabuza finds himself restrained by the dogs, unable to move. Meanwhile, within the crystal ice mirrors, Obito and Sasuke are battered and bruised. Obito collapses from exhaustion. Seizing the opportunity, Haku aims for Obito's heart, launching several Senbon. Seeing Obito lacking the strength to evade, Sasuke, despite harboring resentment towards him, understands that in this moment, they are comrades fighting side by side. With his body riddled with Senbon, Sasuke, drained of energy, cannot deflect the incoming projectiles. Instead, he leaps in front of Obito, absorbing all the Senbon aimed at him. Sasuke's anguished scream pierces the air, prompting Obito to twitch his fingers, attempting to rise, but finding it impossible. You actually took the hit for him? Then I shall kill you first. Haku emerges from the ice, fingers laden with Senbon. If Sasuke were to endure this assault, it would surely spell his demise. Yet, Sasuke harbors unfulfilled aspirations. He must avenge his clan. Thus, he resolutely tells himself that he cannot perish here. With that, Sasuke activates his eyes, revealing a single Tomo Sharingan. Through the Sharingan, he swiftly locates Haku's position. Though every icy block displays Haku's image, only one is real. Each time Haku raises his hand to throw Senbon, it becomes impossible to discern their trajectory. However, this time, Sasuke smiles with confidence. I see you clearly. As the Senbon are launched, Sasuke leaps and spins, sending several shurikens towards Haku's icy block. Realizing he has been exposed, Haku hastily escapes to another block. The ice shatters. Sasuke seizes the moment, attacking once more. The blocks break continuously, and Haku keeps shifting positions. Ultimately, all the ice fragments into pieces, and Haku, seizing the opportunity, vanishes into the mist once more. As Sasuke battles Haku, Obito, lying on the ground, experiences a peculiar transformation. Red chakra bubbles to the surface like boiling water, bursting and regenerating in a cycle. Though Obito cannot move, he comprehends the significance. This is the chakra of the Nine Tails. It seems he is about to reunite with an old friend. One wonders, however, whether the Nine Tails desires to see him again. Chapter 26, Madara and the Nine Tails Thud. Madara found himself in a peculiar realm, dimly lit and shrouded in shadows. The walls were entwined with pipes, and the ground was covered in a gentle layer of water. As he caressed the wall, he sensed the flow of chakra coursing through it. Indeed, it was the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. No one else in this world, aside from the Uzumaki, could conjure such an expansive sealing space. The four-symbol seal, perhaps? How intriguing to use such a method to confine the Nine Tails. Ever since Madara discovered that the Nine Tails resided within him, he had been contemplating how to encounter it. After all, the current Madara was a mere shadow of his former self before reincarnation, lacking the power to confront the Nine Tails directly. He never anticipated that he would stumble upon it in this manner. In the heat of battle with White, his life threatened. Madara instinctively activated the protective mechanism of the Nine Tails within him. Now, within the sealing space, Madara gazed into the depths of darkness, fully aware that the Nine Tails lay hidden within. As he advanced, the sound of water splashing echoed beneath his feet, seemingly capturing the Nine Tails' attention. Although the creature remained unseen, its thunderous roars resonated through the air. You little wretch, who permitted you to approach me? Do you not fear my wrath? The splashing ceased abruptly, and the Nine Tails emitted a curious grunt. You insolent brat, I know you're out there. Why don't you come closer? Thud, thud, thud. The splashing resumed as Madara, stirred by the familiarity of the Nine Tails' voice, struggled to contain his excitement, pausing momentarily to suppress a smile. Once he regained his composure, he pressed onward, arriving at a towering iron gate. Raising his gaze, he noticed a talisman affixed to the lock, likely the key to the sealing technique. If he were to tear it away, the Nine Tails might unleash its fury and escape. Peering through the bars, Madara found the gaps just wide enough to fit his head. It was pitch black inside, rendering visibility impossible. He pressed forward, attempting to call out, Nine Tails, can you hear me? You little brat, dare you disrespect me? Do you wish to meet your demise? The Nine Tails bellowed with a voice like thunder, attempting to intimidate Madara. Yet, as he squeezed halfway through, sensing something amiss, he tried to retract his head, only to find himself stuck. Nine Tail, help me out, I'm trapped. You seek death, do you? Suddenly, a pair of deep, murderous eyes emerged from the darkness. They seemed capable of devouring all light, instilling an indescribable terror in anyone who dared to gaze upon them. However, Madara was not like the others. He remained unfazed. Don't just stare, lend me a hand. With the four-symbol seal in place, even the mighty Nine Tails cannot harm me. Even if you came charging at me, you would merely obliterate my conscious manifestation. Thus, Madara remained unperturbed. You are rather arrogant. Do not presume that the seals of Minato and Kushina render you invincible. Minato? Kushina? Who are they? Madara furrowed his brow, unfamiliar with the names. They never informed you? How significant. The Nine Tails, upon hearing this, was infuriated, pressing its grotesque face closer. Contorted in rage, its jagged fangs bared, nostrils flaring with hot breath that turned to mist in the cool air. As their faces drew near, the Nine Tails suddenly recoiled. Madara's gaze was frigid, penetrating to the core and touching the soul. The Nine Tails could not fathom why it felt such fear. This sensation was reminiscent of the one man who had instilled it before. Obey me. What? The mere utterance of those commanding words conjured a flood of unpleasant memories in the Nine Tails' mind. A sense of déjà vu washed over it. The Nine Tails harbored a profound loathing for humanity, a visceral hatred for those who relentlessly sought to harness its power, disrupting its existence and forcing it into captivity. As a being of chakra, it had endured repeated deaths and resurrections, suffering at the hands of countless humans, solidifying its belief that all humans were malevolent. On that fateful day, after being revived, the Nine Tails sought refuge in the deep woods, only to be disturbed by an unwelcome guest. Perched atop a mountain, the Nine Tails beheld a man with long, dark hair cascading to his waist, exuding both chaos and authority. Clad in a dark, fitted robe, adorned with armor and the Uchiha clan's crest, a fan of flames, He wielded a flame fan with an imposing presence. This was the Ninetales' first impression of Madara. In that moment, Madara, much like the audacious brat he was now, commanded, "Obey me." The Ninetales instantly recognized the man as yet another human intent on capturing it. Just as it prepared to resist, Madara's eyes flared, transforming from deep black to a blood-red three-tomo pattern. In an instant, the Ninetales grasped the peril of the man before it. Subsequently, the Ninetales fell under Madara's control, compelled to accompany him to Konoha, where it engaged in a cataclysmic battle against Senju Hashirama, the so-called god of shinobi. Though Madara ultimately faced defeat, the shadows of that encounter lingered in the Ninetales' heart, never fading. "You are not Naruto." Within the ceiling space, the Ninetales instinctively retreated several meters. Madara, propping himself against the iron bars, exerted considerable effort to finally free his head. "It seems this prison of yours is quite challenging to breach," he remarked, massaging his stiff neck. "However, you are astute. I am indeed not Naruto." Noticing the lingering confusion on the Ninetales' face, Madara couldn't help but chuckle softly, intending to clarify. "This ceiling space is a manifestation of consciousness," he explained, gesturing to his own visage. "Naturally, its form is determined by me." As he channeled his chakra, his form began to shift. Observing the transformation of the golden-haired youth into a darker figure, the Ninetales felt a surge of dread. "No way. It truly is you." "Of course it is. Did you not sense it from the beginning?" Madara replied. "Initially, I too found it surreal, believing you had perished long ago." "I did indeed perish, perhaps 2 decades past." The Ninetales responded, somewhat skeptical. "That cannot be right. The last time you summoned me to wreak havoc in Konoha was approximately 12 years ago." "Oh." Madara feigned interest. 12 years ago, the version of me that had long since passed away managed to control the Ninetales to disrupt Konoha? Surely, someone must have been masquerading in my name." After careful contemplation, Madara swiftly deduced the identity of that individual. Chapter 27. The initial Ninetales mode of Beto, Madara murmured. "I wonder how the task entrusted to Uchiha Beto is progressing." Recalling his thoughts, Madara extended his hand towards the Ninetales confined within the iron prison. "What do you intend to do, Uchiha Madara?" the Ninetales questioned, a hint of trepidation in its voice. Madara chuckled coldly. "You know very well that my appearance signifies my desire for you to lend me your power." TCH. The Ninetales scoffed at Madara's audacity, thinking it presumptuous to simply demand strength as if he were entitled to it. However, this body rightfully belonged to Naruto. It was unclear what means Madara had employed to exert control over it. Judging by Madara's current chakra, it was evident that his power had significantly waned. Even if the Ninetales refused to lend him strength, Madara would likely be incapable of doing anything against it. "I refuse." "Is that so?" Madara replied with a chilling smile, raising a hand. The water pooling beneath him rapidly converged, forming a small vortex. The vortex swirled larger, lifting Madara off the ground with a rising column of water, extending into the air until it matched the height of the sealing talisman. "I possess a modicum of understanding regarding the sealing techniques of the Vortex clan. Do not forget, you are currently within the 4-symbol seal." As he spoke, Madara infused the talisman with yellow chakra. Instantly, the sound of chains sliding echoed through the iron prison. The Ninetales, visible for a moment, was once again drawn into darkness by a mysterious force, followed by its anguished howls. "Now, will you lend me your power?" "Humph. If you wish for death so eagerly, I shall grant it to you." Currently, Madara's physique was insufficiently robust to withstand the entirety of the Ninetales chakra. The Ninetales sought to exploit this opportunity, intending to erode Madara's will with a deluge of chakra, ultimately seizing control of his body. A continuous stream of red-tailed beast chakra flowed from the iron prison into Madara's form. As he felt the surge of power, Madara laughed maniacally. Initially, the tailed beast chakra enveloped him like a cloak. Gradually, a chakra tail sprouted from the base of his spine, followed by a second, then a third. Just as the 4th tail was about to emerge, Madara suddenly realized that his skin was cracking and peeling under the intense heat of the tailed beast chakra, disintegrating into fragments until it vanished completely. Once his skin dissipated, blood-red innards were revealed, with blood coalescing into beads that vaporized into crimson mist, enveloping him. "Wait." Madara sensed something amiss and immediately commanded the Ninetales to halt the chakra transfer. "Have I been discovered?" The Ninetales dared not challenge Madara. It understood that despite his weakened state, the vast array of taijutsu, ninjutsu, genjutsu, sealing arts, and forbidden techniques stored within Madara's mind, along with his unparalleled combat experience, made him a formidable opponent. Seeing the Ninetales grasp the situation, Madara chose not to pursue the matter further, allowing the 4th tail to retract. The already battered inner layer gradually healed under the nourishment of the tailed beast chakra, returning to its former state. Is it only capable of enduring 3 tails? Below 3 tails, Madara could not unleash the full might of the Ninetales. However, it would suffice to contend with that ice-style user outside. "Very well, keep the ceiling space open. I shall visit you for some amusement. TCH, you'd better never come." Emerging from the ceiling space, Madara witnessed Sasuke engaged in a fierce battle with Haku. Remarkably, he had activated his Sharingan. How intriguing. Madara remained concerned about Sasuke. Recognizing that if this individual could not become part of his forces, he would undoubtedly become an obstacle on Madara's path to world domination. Utilizing Zabuza's hidden mist technique, Haku executed the mist body flicker, a technique accessible only to those with the bloodline limit of ice release, moving at high speed through the fog and relentlessly assaulting Sasuke. Had Sasuke not activated his Sharingan, he would likely have been utterly defenseless against Haku. As the two fought intensely, Madara, having activated Three Tails, grew impatient with the protracted struggle. Extending his now fox-like hand, adorned with sharp white claws, he struck like a flash of lightning, seizing Haku by the throat before he even comprehended what was happening. That was swift. Haku had no time to react before Madara slammed him to the ground, dragging him along, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. Raising his hand, Madara aimed for Haku's vital points. To his surprise, Haku slowly closed his eyes, offering no resistance, waiting quietly for death to arrive. I apologize, Zabuza-sama, for failing to be of use to you. Farewell. Upon hearing this, Madara halted his actions. How pitiable. Even now, he thinks of others. During Kakashi's recuperation, Madara had heard tales of Zabuza. Frankly, in times of national peril, he had resolutely stepped forward. Madara respected Zabuza as a man of honor. However, to achieve his goals, he exploited a mere youth, sacrificing his future for his own preservation. This aspect led Madara to disdain Zabuza. As he pondered this, Madara inexplicably recalled Obito. It seemed he lacked the standing to criticize Zabuza, for in pursuit of fulfilling the Sage of Six Paths guidance, he had similarly exploited Obito to gather tailed beasts, ultimately using the outer path, samsara of heavenly life technique, to resurrect himself, all to realize the elusive plan of the Eye of the Moon. Meanwhile, Kakashi had no intention of engaging in a drawn-out confrontation with Zabuza. He unleashed his self-created S-rank ninjutsu, Lightning Cutter, striking Zabuza with tremendous force, nearly piercing his heart. In that fleeting moment, Haku broke free from Madara's grasp, sacrificing himself to absorb the lethal blow meant for Zabuza. Haku, why? Zabuza-sama. To be your tool truly brings me joy. Haku perished, yet he did so with a smile. In his final moments, memories flooded back to him. In that snow-laden village, the inhabitants harbored disdain for those born with bloodline limits, deeming them carriers of an unclean curse. Unfortunately, Haku's mother possessed the ice-release bloodline. Originally, their family of three struggled to survive, but Haku's cowardly father, unable to bear the pressure, revealed their secret to save himself. Ultimately, villagers stormed their home and killed Haku's mother. Unable to endure the blow, Haku awakened his bloodline limit and eliminated everyone. Afterward, to survive, Haku became a wandering orphan, scavenging for food. On a snowy night, trembling on a wooden bridge, he found himself alone, uncared for, and unheard. Yet at that moment, a figure appeared before him, asking, "Would you like to be my tool?" Chapter 28. The Phantom. Would you be willing to be my tool? This was the most heartfelt confession I had ever encountered. The man before him, swathed in bandages and bearing a melancholic expression, appeared fearsome. Yet, I understood that he was the gentlest soul he had ever met. With the presence of Zabuza, I finally felt a sense of belonging. He was no longer alone, and he was someone who could be needed. All of this was a gift from Zabuza. Therefore, for Zabuza, I would willingly embrace death. I lay lifeless before Zabuza. Kakashi, who had pierced Bai's body with Raikiri, observed the man across from him, whose eyes had turned pitch black. You disguised yourself as a member of the Mist's Umbu to rescue him, and even took Raikiri for him. This child is significant to you, isn't he? Silence. Bai is merely my tool. How could I possibly care for an instrument? At this point, nearly everyone could sense Zabuza's sorrow. Yet, he held his head high, refusing to acknowledge it. A failed assassination of the Mizukage, pursued relentlessly, and now resorting to mercenary work for a revival. What right did such a failure have to discuss love? Nevertheless, each time Zabuza implored Bai to be my tool, Bai would radiate uncontainable joy. For Zabuza understood that Bai needed him, and he too needed Bai. They were like two lost souls, redeeming one another. At that moment, Kato, a half-man towering with a cane and flanked by dozens of followers, approached the bridge. Kato stood over Bai's corpse, striking Bai's face with his cane. After confirming Bai's demise, he vented his frustration by kicking the body and spitting on it. And this is a ninja? So arrogant before me, yet he lies here like trash. Kato, emboldened by his wealth, completely disregarded Zabuza and his companions. For men like him, as long as the price was right, more could always be found. You bastard. Ban glared at the unyielding Zabuza. Both had exploited others to achieve their own ends. Ban believed that his actions, albeit ruthless, were in pursuit of everlasting peace for the world. Even if it meant initially plunging it into calamity, the outcome would ultimately be beneficial. Zabuza, for the sake of saving the hidden mist village, had subjected himself to the likes of Kato, enduring humiliation and committing countless misdeeds, all in hopes of rising again one day. The distinction was minimal. Yet Ban considered himself somewhat of a man of sentiment. Should anyone dare to harm his own, he would fight back fiercely. You have no reaction to that man being defiled? Kato erupted in laughter. I pay them to serve me. Do they dare lay a hand on me? Do they want to ruin their future in this line of work? Zai Bujan's expression darkened. Hurry, eliminate these leaf ninjas. Kato raised his cane, pointing directly at Zai Bujan. What are you stalling for? Upon hearing this, the Nine-Tails chakra within Ban surged uncontrollably. Kakashi sensed the change and swiftly intervened. This is our matter. Do not interfere. Hey Zai Bujan, are you deaf? Kato charged at Zai Bujan, striking him atop the head with his cane. Crimson blood trickled from Zai Bujan's forehead, flowing down to his chin. With his head bowed, Zai Bujan's ghostly eyes, like those of a demon from hell, fixated intensely on Kato. Sensing the palpable killing intent emanating from Zai Bujan, Kato instinctively took a few steps back. Realizing Zai Bujan could not be used for his own ends, he signaled for his men to attack. In an instant, dozens of Kato's henchmen, armed with blades, surged toward Zai Bujan. At that moment, after battling Kakashi, Zai Bujan was nearly depleted of chakra. His massive sword felt too heavy to wield, and he turned to Kakashi. Lend me a kunai? Here. Kakashi readily tossed a kunai his way. Grasping the kunai, Zai Bujan removed the white bandages from his face, revealing a visage marked by sorrow. Tears streaming down in memory of Bai. As Kato's men closed in, they hesitated. What is that? The sky has turned red. Could that be the killing intent released by the phantom Zai Bujan? Should we charge in? What if we die? If we don't, Kato surely won't let us off. Either way, it's death. We might as well fight. The henchmen shouted, rallying their courage. However, against Zai Bujan, their strength was insufficient. As Zai Bujan charged into the crowd like a ferocious beast, Kato's men were sent flying, resembling a grand fireworks display. When the spectacle concluded, every last one of Kato's men lay defeated. Zai Bujan, his body riddled with blades, staggered toward Kato. Stay away from me, do you hear? Even at this juncture. Kato foolishly believed his commands would hold sway over Zai Bujan. This was Kato's ignorance. He had no other recourse. He could only hope that Zai Bujan would spare him. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have laid a hand on him. Please, Zai Bujan, show me mercy. Even a steadfast man like Kato, confronted with the specter of death, ultimately cowered. Cornered at the edge of the bridge with no escape, he fell to his knees before Zai Bujan, bowing his head in supplication. Humph. Zai Bujan's eyes glowed red, whether stained by blood or tears for Bai, it was unclear. If you wish to apologize, do so in hell, where you can beg Bai for forgiveness. Zai Bujan's pupils constricted, revealing a large expanse of white as he fixed an unyielding gaze on Kato, inducing a suffocating sense of dread. A demon. A demon. Kato perhaps finally comprehended why the world referred to Zai Bujan as the Phantom. When Zai Bujan claimed lives, it was akin to a malevolent spirit from the underworld demanding souls. With a swift motion, the kunai pierced Kato's heart. Zai Bujan released the weapon, watching as Kato staggered, teetering at the edge of the bridge. Ultimately, clutching his chest, Kato, with no path left to retreat, stepped off the edge and plunged into the vast sea between the land of waves and the land of fire. The salty sea breeze brushed against everyone's faces, and the thick fog gradually dissipated in the wind. Amidst the clouds, a golden light broke through the layers, casting a warm glow upon the earth. Zai Bujan, on the brink of death, struggled to move through the sea of bodies, searching for Bai. Where are you? He spotted Bai, but just a few meters away. He collapsed to the ground with a thud. Ban rushed over, lifting Zai Bujan and placing him beside Bai. Thank you. Don't mention it. Rather, I owe you an apology. You are unlike me. Is that so? Zai Bujan could not grasp Ban's words, for he lacked the strength to inquire further. In that moment, all Zai Bujan desired was to quietly remain with Bai, to gaze upon him just a moment longer. Chapter 29, Nightfall after the defeat of Kato. The construction of the cross-sea bridge in the land of waves was once again set in motion. It would not be long before the bridge's completion would facilitate easier travel between the land of fire and the land of waves. When Team 7 prepared to depart, Dazna took a special leave to bid farewell along with his daughter and grandson. Thank you, Brother Naruto, for vanquishing Kato. I shall remember your words. I will no longer cry, but instead become strong and powerful. Only then can I protect those I wish to safeguard. Inari proclaimed earnestly, his voice ringing out. Ban, unable to endure such sentimental declarations, scoffed. I never uttered such words. But you meant that, right, Brother Naruto? Inari insisted. Whatever you think, Ban retorted. Later, Team 7 received the Dazna family's heartfelt gratitude. Afterward, as they boarded the ship back home, they bid farewell to the Dazna family. Their return to Konoha transpired 3 days later. As they entered the village, dusk approached. Ban and the others visited the mission office to submit their escort mission and collect their rewards. Subsequently, Kakashi, upon receiving his share of the reward, generously opted to redistribute it among Ban and the others. After Ban, Sasuke, and Sakura departed, Kakashi did not head home. Instead, he turned toward the center of Konoha, making his way to the Hokage building. Come in. Coughing slightly, Kakashi entered the Hokage's office after receiving the approval of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Inside, He found Hiruzen diligently working, a pipe in one hand and documents in the other. Kakashi glanced at the clock on the wall, noting the time was 9:18 p.m. He silently lamented, "The Hokage's job is truly arduous. I think I shall stick to being an elite jonin and refrain from taking on such responsibilities." Kakashi, inherently lazy, struggled to comprehend Hiruzen's workaholic nature, especially since Hiruzen, while not the most industrious of Hokages, was still buried beneath an avalanche of paperwork at such a late hour. "Kakashi, did you come to see me about something?" Hiruzen inquired without lifting his gaze from his work. "Yes," Kakashi nodded. "It concerns Naruto and the Nine Tails." "Oh." Hiruzen paused in his tasks, evidently recognizing the significance of this matter over the paperwork at hand. "Are you suggesting that Naruto has begun to exhibit the Nine Tails influence?" "Indeed. He has reached the third tail and even shows signs of a fourth." Hiruzen inhaled deeply, turning his chair to gaze out the window. The night sky was cloudless, and the moon shone brightly amidst the sparse stars. The village lights flickered out one by one as night fell, and the once bustling Konoha now lay in tranquil silence, reminiscent of that fateful night 12 years ago when the Nine Tails wreaked havoc. "Kakashi, you must understand how crucial the Nine Tails situation is for Konoha. Honestly, I am more concerned about Naruto than the Nine Tails," Kakashi confessed. Hiruzen turned back, his expression complex. "Is this because of the fourth Hokage?" "Partly, yes, but more so. I wish to see how Naruto will ultimately grow." Sighing, Hiruzen continued, "Please keep Naruto's transformation into a tailed beast a secret for now. Otherwise, Danzo will undoubtedly come seeking trouble." "That hardliner?" "Yes. The fact that Naruto can lead a normal life now is a result of Danzo's compromise. If he learns of this, he will certainly be the first to demand restrictions on Naruto's freedom." "Truly surprising that Lord Danzo would ever compromise," Kakashi mused. Upon returning to his familiar rented room, Ban eagerly took a hot shower. Comfortably snuggling into bed, the fatigue from recent days seemed to evaporate as he stretched his limbs. Advanced missions were indeed no small feat. Ban retrieved the envelope he had placed by his pillow. It contained the reward he had received today, 10,000 Ryo. He had never received such a substantial sum at once. It would take nearly a year of living expenses to amass such an amount. He marveled at the lucrative nature of being a ninja. Imagining the wealth that could be earned from a mere C-rank mission, he pondered the potential riches from B, A, or even S-rank missions. At that moment, having tasted the sweetness of money, Ban began to envision a splendid future. Beyond the monetary gain from this mission, Ban had also forged a connection with the Nine Tails, successfully tapping into its chakra and awakening the third tail. The emergence of a fourth tail, however, was hampered by his current physical condition. Forcing it could lead to unpredictable harm. Thus, Ban categorized the tailed beast transformation into 4 stages: initial, intermediate, advanced, and complete. The initial stage encompassed 1 to 3 tails, characterized by a layer of chakra enveloping the body, with facial whiskers thickening but no sign of fox transformation. The intermediate stage involved 4 to 6 tails, where skin shedding began, and signs of fox transformation emerged. The advanced stage spanned 7 to 9 tails, marking the transition from fox-like features to a full transformation. The complete form represented an entirely different realm. As a former Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Ban was among the few capable of achieving perfect tailed beast transformation. Yet he had yet to witness what that ultimate state entailed. Nonetheless, Ban was confident that through relentless training and utilizing his past ninja knowledge, he could regain his peak strength. Perhaps, with this youthful body, he could even surpass his former self. Moonlight streamed through the window into the rented room. Leaning against the headboard, Ban gazed at the blue beams, lost in thought. Zabuza. His mind drifted to that enigmatic figure. Zabuza had utilized Haku, while he himself had employed Obito. The similarities were striking, yet the essence was starkly different. Zabuza's use of Haku as a tool stemmed from his cold nature, which rendered him incapable of expressing the tenderness with which he cherished that child. Fortunately, Haku understood him. They shared an unspoken bond, loving one another deeply. In contrast, for Ban, Obito was merely an instrument to fulfill his ambitions. He harbored no trust in Obito, just as Obito held no faith in him. Such a relationship could never rival the profound connection between Zabuza and Haku. When I next encounter Obito, how should I greet him? This question lingered in Ban's mind as he drifted into slumber. The following day, Ban was roused from his dreams by the raucous sound of drums and gongs outside. "Enough already. If you knock again, I swear I'll thrash you," Ban fumed, rolling out of bed and poking his head out the window to shout. Below, an endless procession of carriages stretched out of sight. Upon hearing Ban's outburst, the caravan's members raised their hands at intervals, signaling for a halt. Sure enough, moments later, the caravan came to a stop. Beneath Ban's window, a luxurious palanquin was revealed, and someone inside lifted the curtain to gaze up at the irate Ban. Ban recognized the figure, adorned in splendid attire, reminiscent of someone he had seen before, most likely a noble from the land of fire. Chapter 30. Shall we dance? Who was that individual? The dignitary within the palanquin. Indeed, it was the feudal lord of the land of fire. Upon hearing the lord's command, The guards instructed several samurai to ascend the stairs. By the time Madara sensed someone outside the door, it had already been shattered by the samurai, who surrounded him with drawn swords. You've demolished the door. The landlady will berate me later. Did you not consider my feelings? The lock was twisted, and a gaping hole marred the door, with fragments of wood scattered across the floor. The Lord's visit to Konoha had already disrupted daily life with its fanfare. And now this egregious trespass. Insolent whelp, do you realize whom you have just affronted? The Lord is incensed. Prepare to meet your demise. Surrender yourselves and offer an apology before the Lord. Perhaps he will spare your life. Listening to the samurai's words, Madara nearly chuckled. A feudal lord? What was he worth? Since birth, Madara had never held lords in high regard. I advise you to vacate my room and compensate me for the door. Madara glared at the samurai. These samurai, unaccustomed to battling ninjas and accustomed to serving as the Lord's protectors, considered themselves superior to those who risked their lives. Spoiled by their privileged lives, they had never heard anyone dare to speak to them in such a manner. Ha ha ha. Did you hear that? This brat is still asleep. He must have just woken up, judging by his disheveled appearance. Let us teach him a lesson first, and then the Lord can condemn him. I doubt he will be so arrogant then. The samurai nodded in agreement, deeming the plan feasible. It would allow them to vent their anger without offending the Lord. A little violence before the capture would not affect the outcome. The one who proposed the idea even preened with self-satisfaction, hoping for praise as a genius. However, this genius was rewarded with a black eye from Madara's fist. Cease your laughter. From the moment you entered, you have been the most irritating. With the genius incapacitated, the samurai became even more agitated. He struck first. You all witnessed it. Now we have just cause to enforce the law with violence. Yes, beat him flat. The samurai swarmed forward. Madara's only thought was, I offered them a chance. There will be no second opportunity. Bang, 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 bang. Fierce fighting erupted from upstairs. The Lord leaned out of his palanquin and asked the guard on horseback, why is the capture taking so long? They must be unable to resist laying hands on the culprit. Alas, the samurai of the Lord's manor have become unruly. Remind them to avoid causing trouble that I must resolve. Understood. The conversation revealed that the Lord was aware of the samurai's arrogance as his personal guards. They often bullied commoners and oppressed the vulnerable, causing widespread resentment. However, no one dared to challenge them. To strike a samurai under the Lord's command was to insult the Lord himself. The Lord, reveling in the samurai's display of power, was interrupted when a samurai was hurled from the window, smashing the Lord's palanquin. Lord, the guard dismounted, removed the samurai and the palanquin's wreckage from the Lord, and anxiously inquired, Lord, are you unharmed? Who dares to attack my samurai? The guard wondered if anyone else was in the room besides the boy who had peeked out earlier. He doubted that the samurai who had stormed upstairs would be unable to subdue a mere child. Second squad. Fifth squad. Go. Chakra squad. Accompany them. Yes, the chakra squad, while still samurai, differed from the others in their namesake ability to manipulate chakra like ninjas. However, lacking formal chakra control training, they focused on imbuing their blades with chakra to achieve unparalleled sharpness. The second and fifth squads ascended first, finding a heap of samurai sprawled before the door. Madara appeared, clutching someone by the collar, flinging him aside, and dusting off his hands. That's him. The second and fifth squads were surprised to find only a child. They had assumed that samurai, who struck fear into enemy soldiers with their lord's backing, could not be defeated by a child from a small ninja village. Oh, Madara, having dealt with the first wave, calmly faced the new arrivals. Do you also wish to dance? Dance. The battle-hardened samurai were incensed. Their rationality vanished. Kill him. They charged onto the narrow balcony. A remarkable scene unfolded. The front ranks were swatted away, tumbling to the ground, while the rear ranks surged forward, only to be sent flying as well. A young Konoha boy stood firm, besieged by adult samurai, while samurai soared through the air. After the second and fifth squads were exhausted, the chakra squad advanced, wielding chakra-infused blue blades. However, before their blades could strike, a powerful gust of wind swept them off their feet, sending them sprawling down the stairs. I made it just in time. Countless green leaves swirled, forming a small tornado. As the tornado dissipated, the leaves vanished, revealing Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, in his red and white robes. The third, Madara, unsure of his allegiance, wondered if the Hokage, who had never bowed to the Lord, still possessed his former pride. In Madara's time, he and Hashirama had never feared the Lord, who had always deferred to them. The Land of Fire's dominance among the 5 great nations was largely due to its ninjas, not its samurai. While samurai were merely ordinary men, ninjas, especially Madara and Hashirama, could single-handedly match entire nations. Madara waited to see if the Hokage, who had never been subservient to the Lord, still possessed his former pride. However, Hiruzen's opening words caused Madara to frown. Naruto, apologize to the Lord at once. Chapter 31. The game of strategy indeed. The Hokage of Konohagakure has fallen. How can Madara endure this? Sarutobi Hiruzen, that old man, has actually bowed to the whims of a feudal lord and even apologized on his behalf. Although Madara has yet to regain his peak strength, he refuses to lower his head in this place. If Sarutobi insists on forcing him to apologize, Madara will simply take matters into his own hands and eliminate the Lord's life. A life for a life. He cannot suffer this indignity. Apologize to the feudal lord? In his dreams, Sarutobi seems to have anticipated this outcome and sighed in resignation. Then I shall apologize on your behalf. You are the Hokage, you cannot go. Madara was adamant that Hiruzen should not tarnish the Hokage's name. Rest assured, I will handle this matter. Hiruzen reassured Madara with a firm pat on the shoulder, instilling a sense of reliability. This time, Madara refrained from contradicting him. From his vantage point on the upper floor, Madara observed Hiruzen descend the stairs. Soon, the elite guards of the Hokage, known as the Umbu, appeared by Hiruzen's side. Hiruzen approached the feudal lord, engaging in laughter, while the lord wore a disgruntled expression. Madara could not discern their conversation. However, shortly thereafter, the long procession began to move once more. In no time, tranquility returned, contrasting starkly with the remnants of the shattered palanquins and the disarray within Madara's rented quarters. In the Hokage's office, the door was firmly locked. The feudal lord's guards and the Hokage's Umbu stood vigil on either side of the entrance. Inside, the feudal lord of the Land of Fire expressed his grievances to Hiruzen. Hiruzen, do you have any idea how many of my samurai or ninja have injured? My men are still downstairs, waiting for an explanation. What explanation? Hiruzen, pipe in hand, turned towards the window, then glanced back at the lord. The feudal lord was taken aback, reading the coldness in Hiruzen's gaze. You must understand, I am a ruler of a nation. If my people suffer, how can I expect them to trust me or follow me in the future? That is your concern. Hiruzen exhibited an unprecedented assertiveness. Earlier outside, I spared your dignity by offering an apology in front of everyone. Now what more do you seek? Do you wish to eliminate our ninjas to appease your grievances? Well, that is not necessary, the feudal lord conceded. Hiruzen turned back to gaze out the window at the now vibrant village below. You are even less humble than your father. When did he ever dare to speak to me in such a manner? Know that Konoha and the Land of Fire have never been a master-servant relationship. From the outset, Konoha has merely been a client state of the Land of Fire, occupying its territory to provide military protection. I hope you learn from your father and manage your own affairs without extending your reach into mine. The feudal lord was left speechless, acutely aware of the truth in Hiruzen's words. He understood that this was Konoha, not his personal domain. Reluctantly, he accepted his defeat. Very well, let this matter rest. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows, Hiruzen noticed several unfamiliar faces gathering beneath the Hokage building. These were ninjas from other nations, here to witness the Hokage for the first time. A sense of curiosity adorned their faces. The Chunin exams are about to commence, so during your stay in Konoha, feast and enjoy the sights of our thriving village. After the feudal lord departed, a man obstructed the entrance, causing the door that should have remained closed to swing open once more. Danzo, what brings you here? Danzo, clad in white, with his left arm in a sling and his head and right eye wrapped in bandages, made his entrance. The only hand he could use was occupied with a heavy cane, and without awaiting an invitation, he seated himself. In this moment, Hiruzen felt a tinge of anxiety, a stark contrast to his earlier composure when dealing with the feudal lord. Are you unwelcome? Danzo asked. Hiruzen, you must understand that the root organization has been disbanded. You are merely in an interim position. The Hokage's office is not a place you can enter at will. Konoha is a mighty tree, thriving with the support of its strong roots. Should I require it, the root organization can be re-established at any time. What was once a bond of camaraderie had devolved into rivalry over the Hokage title. Hiruzen was unwilling to engage in meaningless banter with Danzo. You seek me out? Surely not for idle chatter? Of course not. I am here regarding Naruto. Naruto? Hiruzen's concerns had materialized. Despite having cautioned Kakashi to be wary of Danzo, he had not anticipated this confrontation would arise so swiftly. Danzo, ever serious, sat rigidly on the sofa, his cane standing upright, firmly pressed down by his aged left hand. Naruto has already undergone the transformation into the Nine Tails, hasn't he? Who informed you? Hiruzen's brow furrowed as a bold thought crossed his mind. You haven't, indeed, reinstated the root organization, have you? Did you send someone to monitor Naruto during the mission to the Land of Waves? Danzo remained as unyielding as ever, his expression devoid of any emotion. Necessary actions must be taken. You know well that Naruto poses an unstable factor for Konoha. His every move influences the village's future. Therefore, for the sake of security, you should relinquish Naruto to me. Relinquish him to you? Hiruzen scoffed. He is the son of a hero. You wouldn't propose imprisoning him within the dark confines of the root base, would you? This is for the preservation of Konoha's integrity. And what of this hero's son? My prior concession to allow Naruto his freedom was the greatest compromise I could offer. Such titles need not be reiterated. Compromise? Danzo retorted. The cohesion of a village requires a common internal threat for balance. When everyone's focus is on the Nine Tails, Konoha will avoid discord and division. If the populace learns that Naruto is the child of a hero and feels pity for him, the delicate equilibrium we have established will shatter. Danzo gazed intently at Hiruzen. Hiruzen, everything I do is not only for the village but also for you. I appreciate your intentions, Hiruzen replied, dismissively. Concerning Naruto, your interference is unwarranted. At last, a flicker of emotion crossed Danzo's face, his brows knitting together. Unwarranted? Last time it was the Ninetales transformation. This time, it is defiance against the feudal lord. If you continue to indulge Naruto, Konoha will inevitably meet its demise at his hands. I have made my decision. There is no need for further discussion. You may leave now. I have a meeting with the Jonin to discuss the Chunin exams. Danzo attempted to plead his case once more, but Hiruzen had already leaned closer. Their bodies turned away from one another. Enough. I hope you understand. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Chapter 32. A reunion with Hinata indeed. I have registered you all. Kakashi, acting on his own accord without consulting Obito and the others, submitted the application for the Chunin exams for Team 7. So, how does it feel to have such a responsible Jonin mentor? Aren't you just in love with me? Obito and Kakashi exchanged applause. Just recently promoted from Genin, Obito harbored ambitions of becoming the Hokage of Konoha. He eagerly anticipated such promotions every month. Roughly calculated, within less than 6 months, his dream could be realized. Of course, this was merely a figment of Obito's imagination. Sasuke remained silent, yet his excitement was palpable. During this period, he had been secretly training diligently. This Chunin exam represented the perfect opportunity to gauge his progress. Naturally, Sasuke was looking forward to it. However, Sakura was expressing her apprehensions. What should I do? I'm so scared. I heard that in the last Chunin exam, someone even died. Someone like me, a mere ninja, would surely be killed. Oh, what should I do? I really don't want to participate. No worries. Kakashi gently placed his hands on Sakura's shoulders, his typically stoic eyes curving into a crescent smile. You must have confidence in your abilities. Besides, Team 7 has Naruto and Sasuke, who will surely protect you. Kakashi-sensei, you're so kind. Indeed. Young girls are often swayed by gentle and patient encouragement, and Sakura instinctively nodded in agreement. And Sasuke, I know your primary concern is improving your skills. Go ahead. The Chunin exam is a splendid stage for you. Sasuke remained mute, yet his heart raced with anticipation. He was eager to discover what level he could reach in this Chunin exam. As for Naruto, Kakashi turned to the spot where he had just been standing. Where is he? Naruto, who had been properly standing there just moments ago, had vanished without a trace. Fortunately, Sakura was aware of the situation and pointed to 2 figures walking together in the distance. Kakashi-sensei, while you were speaking with me, Hinata passed by, and Naruto quietly slipped away. That rascal. Kakashi's irritation surfaced momentarily before he sighed. Unbeknownst to him, prior to the formation of Team 7, he had spoken with Iruka at the Ninja Academy, who had repeatedly advised him to keep a close watch on Naruto, notorious for skipping classes. Hinata, I'll treat you to some red bean soup. Really? Naruto-kun. In order to assure Hinata of his sincerity, Obito pulled out his bulging frog purse, declaring, We earned quite a bit from our recent C-rank mission with Team 7. Wow, Naruto-kun is amazing, already taking on C-rank missions. For reasons unknown, Obito relished spending time with Hinata. He could see that whenever Hinata expressed herself, her feelings were genuine, overflowing with emotional value. He cherished that sensation. Being with Hinata brought him immense joy. The two bought red bean soup, enjoyed cinnamon rolls, and savored a delightful cold ramen dish. Obito discreetly counted the dwindling coins in his frog purse, feeling a pang of regret, and was somewhat astonished. Despite her petite stature, Hinata possessed quite an appetite, leaving Obito financially strained. After their meal, they strolled through Konoha. Lately, he had noticed many unfamiliar faces. Indeed, they were all participants from other countries here for the Chunin exams. Foreigners are participating in the Chunin exams. Of course, just as Hinata began to explain, she suddenly spotted a figure standing arrogantly in the distance, exuding an air of resentment. It was Hyuga. Hyuga approached slowly, casting a disdainful glance at Obito. Though he had been defeated by Obito last time, he still felt a twinge of discontent. If Obito hadn't resorted to such petty tactics, Nagi was confident that with the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan, he could have rendered Obito incapable of getting out of bed for 3 days. Miss Hinata, the clan head is looking for you. Hinata nodded, preparing to walk with Hyuga without resistance. This time, Obito was resolute and firmly grasped Hinata's hand. Wait a moment, what does the head of the Hyuga clan want with Hinata? Nagi frowned and replied, The matters of the Hyuga clan are not for an outsider like you to question. Obito had no desire to engage in a meaningless argument with Nagi and shielded Hinata behind him. Then Hinata cannot go with you today. That is not for you to decide. With that, Nagi dropped his pretense and raised his fist to strike. The atmosphere had escalated, providing him with the perfect opportunity to teach this disrespectful outsider a lesson while also avenging his previous humiliation. It was a 2-for-1 deal. In anticipation of a direct punch, Obito knew he had to evade. He could not afford to take the hit. Yet, contrary to his expectations, Hinata intervened, pressing down on Obito's hand and stepping forward. Realizing the situation had turned, Nagi quickly halted his punch, which stopped just an inch from Hinata's forehead, tousling her hair as it flew. Miss Hinata, what are you doing? Nagi, I've told you many times, please be courteous to my friends, or I will truly become angry. However, Nagi was filled with frustration, but out of respect for Hinata, he refrained from saying more. Humph. If it weren't for Miss Hinata intervening, you would have surely been sent flying by my punch just now. Hit me? Obito found the notion amusing. Hinata turned around, her resolute gaze radiating captivating confidence. Naruto-kun, please cheer for me. You? What do you intend to do? Hinata smiled gently, releasing an aura of boundless warmth. Next, I will participate in the air testing of my clan. Don't worry, I will become the one who stands before you. The air testing of the clan? Obito was taken aback. Clearly, this girl lacked the qualifications to be an heir. She was inherently gentle and indecisive. Yet due to his words, she intended to transform herself. I do not like having others stand behind me. That was not Obito's true intention. Or perhaps Hinata had misinterpreted his words. His aversion to others standing behind him stemmed from his own insecurity. He despised betrayal, abandonment, and those who lurked behind him plotting. Thus, on his path to his dreams, Obito trusted no one, unwilling to entrust his future to anyone else. Whether it was becoming Hokage or executing the Moon Eye plan, he wished to accomplish everything alone, from beginning to end. However, since Hinata had already committed to this path, Obito could only wish her well. After all, everyone has their own journey, and he had no right to interfere. That day, Hinata left with Nagi. Obito returned to his routine, diligently training for the Chunin exams. Yet, just a few days later, while heading to Training Ground 3, he stumbled upon Hinata, battered and sobbing, crouched in a corner of a narrow alley. Chapter 33. You must have been suffering all along, Hinata. What are you doing here? A familiar voice reached Hinata's ears. She wiped her tears with her sleeve and defiantly lifted her head. It's nothing. Naruto-kun, your forced smile looks rather unappealing, he remarked. Is it? Haha, can you tell me what happened? Hinata gazed intently at his face. Is that permissible? Of course. We are the best of friends. Unbeknownst to her, 2 streams of tears cascaded down Hinata's cheeks, falling like delicate raindrops, creating small puddles on the ground. I can't seem to become strong enough. Strong enough to stand before Naruto. I feel utterly useless. Silence enveloped them, as he understood that Hinata had more to express. All he needed to do was patiently await her confession. My father wished for a son, but alas, I disappointed him. The arrival of my sister Hanabi disappointed him as well. Reluctantly, he placed his hopes for an heir upon me. Yet, I am inherently timid, always inclined to evade difficulties. The first time I encountered you in the snow was due to family matters. I ran away. I remember how worried you were that I might freeze. How you wrapped your scarf around me. Oh, it was red, exceptionally beautiful, as warm as being embraced by a mother. I actually did that. He had not expected Naruto to possess such sensitivity, a stark contrast to others' perceptions of him as a reckless troublemaker. Indeed, Hinata affirmed. Though you may have forgotten, I remember it vividly. She continued, I have run away from home numerous times, and once I encountered some bullies who mocked my peculiar eyes and assaulted me. I felt utterly powerless, knowing I could not stand against them. Yet there you were, Naruto, despite being no match for them, you charged in to protect me, enduring a beating, but remaining undeterred. Eventually, the bullies, perhaps intimidated by your unwavering spirit, left with a few harsh words. I once asked you why you never chose to flee in the face of adversity. You responded with words that I shall never forget. The spirit of Naruto, never giving up. And what I say is what I do. That is my Nindo. Upon hearing this, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of admiration for the young man. Damn it, I'm a bit moved by that kid. However, despite the lengthy discourse, Hinata still had not revealed why she was weeping here. Ahem, Hinata. Might I remind you that you seem to have strayed off topic? Oh, I apologize. Once I start talking about Naruto-kun, I can't help myself. Now, I shall properly share my story. My lineage is nearly flawless within the Hyuga clan, which is why, despite being a daughter, my father still places his hopes for an heir upon me. Encouraged by Naruto-kun, I, who always shied away, chose to face my father's expectations with courage. I believed that if I could change, everything would naturally progress in the right direction. Unfortunately, I encountered my brother Niji. Niji? He pondered, recalling the name. Niji Hyuga. Renowned throughout Konoha, a genius who graduated a year before me. My brother Niji is indeed a prodigy. If he had not been born into the branch family, his talents would have made him the heir of the Hyuga clan. Alas, he is not. Thus, my father, who has always held high expectations for me, appointed Niji as my sparring partner. But I am so inept. No matter how many times I sparred with Niji, I was thoroughly defeated each time. He gently touched Hinata's hand, wrapped in bandages, and in the softest voice asked, So, your injuries stemmed from this struggle? Hinata instinctively withdrew her hand, feeling both embarrassed by the contact and reluctant to confront her own inadequacies represented by those wounds. My father, aware of my character, knew that surpassing Niji was an insurmountable challenge for me. Gradually, he lost interest in me and turned his focus to my younger sister, Hanabi. Your sister Hanabi? What kind of girl is she? Hinata curled her legs, resting her chin on her knees, wrapping her arms around her shins for comfort. Hanabi is a very strong girl. As an older sister, I should take care of her, yet time and again, after I was injured, she would rush to embrace me and tend to my wounds. Sometimes, when I fell asleep from exhaustion, she would cover me with a blanket, fearing I might catch a chill. She is more of an older sister than I am. Indeed. Hinata lamented her inadequacy, unable to even fulfill the most fundamental duty of caring for her sister, her grip on her legs tightening, her knuckles turning white. Hanabi is not only stronger than I am, she is also more talented. Her lineage is a rare genius within our clan. Each time I sparred with Niji, Hanabi would watch closely, and gradually, she improved remarkably just by observing. When father discovered her abilities, he suggested that I spar with Hanabi. Seeing her, shorter than I found it difficult to strike her, yet she unleashed her full strength, knocking me to the ground, unable to rise again. Consequently, father completely gave up on me. He reflected on the harsh reality of their large family, survival of the fittest, merely tools for the prosperity of the clan. With Hanabi being so gentle towards you, why would she unleash her full power in practice? The misunderstanding lies with you, Hinata explained. Hanabi remains that gentle and strong sister. The reason she defeated me with all her might during our practices is that she recognized my reluctance to embrace the role of heir. She knew I was an escapist. She merely wished to relieve me of this burden, to shoulder the family's expectations in my stead. Hanabi is a girl who considers others, yet in matters of succession, she chose to sacrifice herself for my sake. Ah, he mused, feeling the weight of her words. What a remarkable child. I feel so sorrowful. It is because of me that others must endure such misfortunes. I wish I had never been born. What are you saying? He pulled Hinata into his embrace, disregarding her embarrassment. Listen, since your sister has made such a choice, you must not betray her. Live your life well. He was surprised to discover his own capacity for tenderness. If standing at the forefront is too arduous, there is no shame in choosing to remain in the shadows. Chapter 34. The first examination of the CH-NEEN selection. The CH-NEEN exam commenced as scheduled, with the first segment being a written test. The chosen venue was the lecture hall of the Ninja Academy, a space capable of accommodating over 200 individuals. In this tiered classroom, ninjas from various villages gathered, surrounded by proctors holding writing boards and pens. At the front of the hall stood a man clad in a black trench coat and a black headscarf, serving as the chief examiner for this round. Apologies for the wait. I am Marino Ibiki, the examiner for the initial phase of the CH-NEEN selection, he announced, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Initially, the examinees were chattering amongst themselves, some even engaging in squabbles. However, upon Ibiki's arrival, an immediate hush fell over the assembly. Now, allow me to elucidate my rules. No combat is permitted without the examiner's consent, and even with such consent, lethal actions are strictly forbidden. Those who dare defy my authority shall be promptly eliminated. His stern demeanor instilled a palpable sense of discipline among the candidates. Recognizing his rigorous approach, Ibiki sought to soften his image slightly. Nonetheless, this examination does not require you to engage in combat, as we shall be conducting a written test. He directed his assistant to distribute the examination papers. Upon receiving their papers, the candidates glanced at the questions and nearly choked in disbelief. They were exceedingly difficult. Since you have all received your papers, let me clarify the rules for this first exam, Ibiki stated, tapping a piece of chalk against the blackboard to gather the candidates' attention. He proceeded to write the first rule clearly and recited it aloud. There are 10 questions, each worth 1 point, totaling 10 points. The scores will be calculated based on the combined performance of your trio. If any member scores 0, the entire team is disqualified. Any instance of cheating will result in a 2-point deduction, leading to the disqualification of the entire team. As Ibiki elaborated on the regulations, the candidate Sasuke, seated beside Hinata, struggled to stay awake, contemplating when the test would commence. The questions deemed overly challenging by others seemed manageable to him, thanks to the final review sessions at the academy. While he might not achieve a perfect score, he was confident he could secure a respectable result. Furthermore, he relied on his teammates, Sakura, the academic achiever, and Sasuke, whose academic performance was lacking but compensated by his Sharingan, enabling him to mimic the actions of a skilled test-taker. Hey, Chief Examiner, are you finished yet? Sasuke interrupted Ibiki, eager to commence the examination. With an innocent expression, he inquired, prompting Ibiki's previously elevated blood pressure to subside. Very well, the exam begins now. As Ibiki announced the commencement, the candidates hastily picked up their pens and attentively scrutinized the questions, yet few were able to put pen to paper. Sasuke, like the others, began by analyzing the first question, a code-breaking query requiring the translation of a cipher into comprehensible text. This was a simple task for him. The second question posed a calculation of distance, involving the trajectory of a shuriken thrown from point A to point B, accounting for factors such as distance, wind direction, friction, and force. This, too, was within Sasuke's capabilities, as his ninja training endowed him with an innate sharpness for such tasks. However, by the sixth question, Sasuke detected a troubling trend. The questions had escalated in difficulty beyond the expected scope. He realized he could not afford to linger on a question he could not answer. So he shifted his focus to the subsequent queries. Yet, as he progressed to the 7th, 8th, 9th, and ultimately the 10th questions, he discovered they were all beyond his current knowledge. While his ninja experience allowed him to grasp the general direction for responses, answering required precise data and justification. At this juncture, Sasuke contemplated the nature of the Nin exam. It could not merely be a straightforward academic assessment akin to the graduation exams. The distinction between Nin and Jinin encompassed not only a disparity in strength, but also a comprehensive evaluation of one's overall capabilities. Observing his surroundings, Sasuke noticed many candidates grappling with similar dilemmas, stopping in confusion as they encountered the increasingly challenging questions. Candidates 32, 55, and 88 are disqualified, announced the proctors from the classroom's periphery, signaling that these individuals would forfeit their chance at becoming Nin. Clumsy attempts at cheating harm both oneself and others. Ibiki interjected. As 3 candidates faced the unfortunate consequence of disqualification, Sasuke pondered Ibiki's statement, which resonated with a deeper meaning. If one were to equate this written examination to a mission, the collective scores would dictate the team's advancement, mirroring how a single team member's failure could jeopardize the entire group. This test, ostensibly designed to measure academic prowess, was, in truth, a profound assessment of teamwork. A team yielding poor scores risked dragging their comrades down, prompting individuals to either strive earnestly to answer at least one question correctly or resort to cheating. However, cheating bore its own risks. The potential for failure could lead to the very disqualification they sought to avoid. Poor methods of cheating signified an inability to gather intelligence effectively. The consequences of being caught cheating were justified, as they mirrored the implications of inadequate information gathering leading to collective failure. Candidates 7, 19, and 29 are disqualified. Candidates 30, 77, and 91 are disqualified. Candidate 15 is disqualified. 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 As the numbers dwindled, Ibiki was far from finished. Now, those who remain are either those who have completed the exam or the unfortunate souls who are utterly perplexed. To grant you all a chance to advance, I have decided to pose an additional question solely for you. The answer to this question will determine your eligibility for the next round of the examination. What was the point of our arduous efforts on the previous questions? Voices of dissent arose, echoing throughout the lecture hall in protest. With a firm slap on the table, Ibiki's voice boomed over the clamor. Silence. You fools. I dictate the rules here. Chapter 35. The final question now. Before I present the final question, I am inclined to introduce an additional rule. As the captain of the Konoha interrogation force, Ibiki possesses a remarkable ability to comprehend the psychology of others and manipulate their mental states. Consequently, whenever he speaks, he exerts considerable pressure on the candidates below. What could this rule possibly be? Sitting in the examination room, Sakura clenched her sweat-dampened palms and cautiously inquired. Ibiki admired her composure under such pressure, especially when compared to the other candidates who trembled in fear, nearly losing control of themselves. Of course, excluding Danzo, who was keenly observant, eager to discern what tricks this Ibiki might have up his sleeve. The rule is this. For the final question, you have the option to answer or abstain. What does the right to answer or not answer mean? Are we not here to pass the exam? Why would we relinquish our right to respond? In a fit of impatience, Inuzuka Kiba stood up, interrupting Ibiki's speech. Ibiki let out a cold laugh, a derisive sound. Foolish child. With the option to choose comes the consequence. Should you choose not to answer the final question, your entire team will be disqualified and expelled from this venue. Temari from Sunagakure, perplexed, asked, what if we choose to answer? Well asked. It is rare for Ibiki to offer praise. If you choose to answer and are correct, your team will pass and proceed to the next round. However, if you answer incorrectly, you will be permanently stripped of the qualification to participate in the Chunin exams. How can there be such a foolish rule? There are candidates here who have participated in the Chunin exams many times. Once more, it was Kiba who protested. Heh. Ibiki sneered again, his expression turning ominous, causing the atmosphere to plummet to an icy chill. That merely indicates your ill fortune. This year, I am the rule. How can this be? The candidates in the classroom grumbled, yet they had no choice but to grapple with this rule. Have I not provided you with an escape? If you are truly afraid of the consequences of failure, you may simply forfeit now and return next year or the year after. With that, Ibiki threw his head back and laughed. In the face of such a situation, no one present could share his mirth. I choose to answer, just as everyone hesitated. Some even contemplating withdrawal. Danzo unexpectedly raised his hand, shocking everyone. Those who were prepared to withdraw, unwilling to lose their chance at the Chunin exams forever, decided to stay for the time being, intending to observe the developments before making their decision. Good. We have received one candidate's choice. Others, please make your decision. Ibiki glanced at Danzo, only to find that the intensity of his gaze rivaled that of the so-called devil interrogator himself. For a moment, Ibiki found himself unable to meet Danzo's eyes, swiftly diverting his gaze to the others. Examiner, let us not waste time. Please present the question. Danzo urged Ibiki, just as he had at the beginning. What are you doing? We have yet to make our choice. Indeed, if we choose to answer and happen to be wrong, will you bear the consequences for us? Right? I do not wish to be a genin for life. Examiner, might you grant us a little more time? Ibiki thought similarly. The more time they had to choose, the more candidates could be eliminated. Before the exam, he had boasted before the other examiners that he intended to reduce the number of participating teams to single digits. There is no need for that. You are indeed akin to foolish pigs, just as the examiner indicated. Danzo retorted mercilessly, particularly glaring at those whose voices had been the loudest. Upon hearing this, a few of them could not help but feel incensed. However, recalling Ibiki's earlier warning about not engaging in battle without his consent, they ultimately relented. You yellow-haired brat! They bared their teeth in frustration, including Ibiki. Now, with Danzo's interference, the situation had spiraled out of control. Why do you say there is no need? Ibiki still wished to hear Danzo's reasoning. Danzo smirked disdainfully and replied, it is simple. This written exam was merely a facade. What? A facade? The classroom erupted in astonishment. Of course, a small fraction remained composed, having discerned the true purpose of this examination. Those who resort to foolish methods of cheating ought to be eliminated. Sometimes, intelligence is more valuable than life itself. In missions and on the battlefield, one must risk life for what is at stake. Thus, those who were eliminated earlier were indeed foolish. I share this view with the chief examiner. Danzo's words resonated profoundly, awakening those who had managed to survive thus far. What does the final question signify? Inuzuka Kiba persisted, voicing the question that weighed heavily on everyone's minds. At this point, Danzo was more than willing to provide an answer. The final question is quite clear. He pointed to the blackboard, where Ibiki had chalked the terms accept or decline. For a team of 3, choosing not to answer results in disqualification, while answering may lead to incorrect responses, permanently forfeiting their eligibility for the Chunin exams. If you transpose this scenario into a ninja mission, you are currently executing a task with no knowledge of the enemy's data, capabilities, or potential traps they may have set. In such a situation, do you accept or decline? Wow. In the classroom, some candidates began to comprehend, expressing their astonishment. Even Ibiki on the podium cast an appreciative glance at Danzo. Choosing self-preservation and abandoning your companions to danger is utterly unacceptable within the ninja code. There will always be tasks that cannot be refused, and the courage to confront such tasks, along with the ability to overcome challenges, is an essential qualification for a Chunin. Applause erupted in the classroom, thunderous and resounding. This included the proctors and Ibiki. A perfect response. Young man, what is your name? Ibiki genuinely admired Danzo. Without hesitation, Danzo replied, Uchiha, cough. Uzumaki Naruto. Oh, so you are Naruto. Ibiki's eyes lit up with unexpected delight, seeing that Danzo had thwarted Ibiki's elimination plan. It seemed unlikely that any more foolish candidates would choose to withdraw. Reluctantly, Ibiki conceded. Very well, all remaining candidates shall be deemed qualified. Hooray, I was so close to giving up. Thank goodness for that yellow-haired guy from Konoha. Having him as a teammate must be quite reassuring. How enviable. Bang. Just as everyone was celebrating, the window of the examination room shattered, and a shadow swiftly entered. 78 candidates remain, with 26 teams left. This is uncharacteristic of you, Ibiki. A female ninja clad in a black fishnet bodysuit with a white-brown outerwear boldly appeared beside Ibiki. There was little to be done, Akamichi, primarily. This year's candidates include a rather intriguing individual. Ibiki cast a glance at Danzo. It seems that in the next round of the exam, I shall aim to eliminate at least half of the participants. The following segment is the Death Forest chapter, where Danzo will unleash his full potential. Brothers, please show your support, encourage updates, and send some free gifts. I extend my gratitude to all of you in advance. Chapter 36, The Forest of Death, the second exam for Chunin. Location, the Forest of Death. Chief Examiner, Mitarashi Anko. This is training ground number 44, also known as the Forest of Death. The name is quite ominous, isn't it? Look how dark it is inside. I really don't want to go in. I have a feeling there are snakes lurking within. Observing the panicked candidates, Anko was already accustomed to such reactions. However, her attitude towards the participants was unlike Ibiki's, who viewed everyone as foolish. Anko found each of these individuals to be quite amusing. The loudest one over there? I predict you will be the first to meet your demise. Oh, no. Ha ha ha. After witnessing Anko's wicked sense of humor scare a candidate to tears, she unabashedly laughed heartily in front of everyone. Now, let me explain the rules. The second Chunin exam takes place in the Forest of Death. Before the competition begins, each team will receive a scroll marked with either heaven or earth. Upon entering the forest, you will have 120 hours, equivalent to 5 days, to gather both the heaven and earth scrolls, and then proceed to the center of the Forest of Death, enclosed by iron fences, to hand over the scrolls to the central tower to qualify. Remember, you cannot open the scrolls during the mission, as unexpected events may occur. Furthermore, the combat restrictions imposed by Ibiki are lifted here, You are free to employ any means necessary to seize the scrolls from your opponents. Now, the second Chunin exam begins. At the sound of the signal, multiple gates to training ground number 44 swung open. To avoid immediate conflicts upon entry, all teams chose to enter through different entrances. The team led by Obito received the Earth Scroll. Thus, if they could obtain the Heaven Scroll, they would pass the exam with ease. This is so annoying, having to stay in such a place for several days. I said from the very beginning that I didn't want to participate in this exam. Sakura, with spiderwebs clinging to her head, complained while tugging at them. Sasuke, however, had no complaints. He felt a sense of unease from the moment they entered. Of course, he was not alone in this feeling. Obito sensed it as well. In this shadowy forest, where sunlight never penetrated, surrounded by wild, overgrown plants, visibility was severely limited. In such an environment, it was inevitable to feel surrounded by ambushes, as if countless eyes were watching. I'm feeling a bit hungry since the first exam. Let us find a place to eat something, Obito suggested. Eager to replenish their energy before any potential skirmishes ensued. Drawing from his extensive experience, Obito quickly discovered an excellent hiding spot. It was a slope with a tree on top, its roots forming a cave beneath. Dense underbrush above perfectly concealed it. Obito instructed Sasuke and Sakura to wait there while he went out to gather food. Naruto, I feel like you're becoming more reliable. Sakura noticed that she no longer yelled at Obito like before. Throughout their time together, she realized that the once mischievous Naruto, who often disrupted her interactions with Sasuke, had become remarkably composed, always stepping up in times of crisis. Sakura even contemplated whether she could entertain Naruto's previous affections and consider going on a date with him just once. However, Obito had no intentions of dating Sakura. The Forest of Death was indeed cold and damp. In such an environment, it was challenging to find wild fruits, but it was exceptionally conducive to the growth of fungi. Fortunately, foraging for fungi was one of Obito's specialties. Back in the Warring States period, he led the Uchiha clan against the Senju clan, often finding himself in dire situations where he had to retreat into the forest, relying on foraged mushrooms to survive. Of course, if luck was on his side, he might also catch some game. After gathering a significant amount of fungi, an unsettling feeling crept back into Obito's mind. He stood still, noticing the shadow beneath him growing larger. Before he could turn around, a massive python opened its gaping maw and swallowed him whole. As he slid down the python's digestive tract, the powerful muscles constricted around him. Obito lost track of how far he had moved, finally coming to a halt in a stomach filled with digestive fluids. Damn it! He pounded against the fleshy walls of the giant serpent, both furious and frustrated. The stench inside the stomach was overwhelming, with partially digested remains of a goat's head and a wild boar's entrails floating in the viscous liquid. It wouldn't be long before he would meet a similar fate. Drawing a kunai, he attempted to carve a hole in the python's belly, but the serpent's flesh was resilient and elastic. The small weapon could barely make a dent. Is this where my dreams of becoming Hokage and conquering the world come to an end? Obito, limited by his reincarnated body, lacked the Sharingan. Most of his prized jutsu were intricately linked to the Sharingan. His beloved fire techniques, under this unfamiliar chakra, had no avenue for manifestation. What other powers did he possess? Just as despair began to envelop him while he wandered through the digestive fluid, a voice within him sparked a realization. To think that someone as formidable as Uchiha Obito could find himself in such a predicament. Kurama? You seem quite eager to see me struggle. Obito clapped his hands, astonished at how flustered he had become, forgetting that he still had the ace up his sleeve. Kurama. It appeared that when faced with adversity, he was far less adept at managing it than in his peak. Kurama. Enter the three-tailed mode immediately. Heh, you certainly know how to issue commands. Although Kurama despised Obito, for reasons unknown, this reincarnated version intrigued him, prompting him to want to see how far he could develop in his current form. The chakra of the nine tails began to flow from the four-symbol seal. The bubbling red chakra enveloped Obito, forcing him to shake his head to maintain his consciousness. Haha. Kurama, your chakra is astonishingly potent. I almost lost my awareness completely. It is common knowledge that the chakra of a tailed beast can erode the consciousness of its Jinchuriki. Unless one possesses sufficient strength to wield such power, recklessly unleashing all the tailed beast's chakra could drive one insane. During Obito's lifetime, he had heard tales of two brothers named Kin and Jin, who survived after being swallowed by the nine tails without perishing, sustaining themselves by consuming the beast's flesh. Ultimately, the madness consumed them, leading to the assassination of the second Hokage and the second Hokage. This illustrates the profound impact of the nine tails chakra on individuals. However, it must be noted that the demise of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, at their hands brought Obito a sense of satisfaction. Thus, whenever he recalled his past encounters with Tobirama, he would savor the memory. Boom. The belly of the giant python burst open, as Obito, with claws resembling those of a demonic fox, and a face adorned with increasingly thick whiskers, surged forward, propelled by the crimson chakra of the nine tails, without a moment's pause. Heading toward the hiding spot of his team, He had sensed that someone was approaching Sasuke and Sakura's direction before being engulfed by the python. Chapter 37. Fierce Battle with the Grass Ninjas. The conflict of the Heavenly Scroll as Obito was hastening towards the hiding place of his team. A battle had already erupted at the scene. 3 grass ninjas, utilizing an explosive tag, forced Sasuke and Sakura out of their concealment. "Sasuke, what should we do?" Sakura inquired. Having never experienced the ferocity of ninja combat before, during their last encounter in the Land of Waves, she had merely basked in the victory without contributing much. Sasuke, terse and resolute, positioned himself protectively behind Sakura, scrutinizing the 3 grass ninjas. The 2 flanking ninjas appeared imposing, yet their presence exuded little threat. In contrast, the female ninja at the center possessed a frosty demeanor, her cunning gaze brimming with peril. It radiated a murderous intent. Sasuke instinctively retreated a few steps. The 2 grass ninjas prepared to engage, but the female ninja, her hands transforming into serpentine forms, pierced through their bodies from behind. What? Bewildered and defiant, the 2 grass ninjas collapsed into a pool of blood. The female ninja, pulling her eyelids back, revealed a terrifying gaze. "Truly, you are Uchiha Itachi's brother. You know Itachi?" Sasuke exclaimed, astonished. Who was this female ninja from the hidden grass village? If she knew Itachi, could she divulge his current whereabouts? "Tell me, where is Itachi?" "Humph. It seems we are indeed of the same bloodline. Even in peril, you maintain your composure." The female ninja had stealthily appeared behind Sasuke. Sakura, witnessing this, drew a kunai to attack the female ninja from behind. However, the female ninja, unfazed, executed a swift kick that sent Sakura crashing against the trunk of a giant tree. Seizing the moment, Sasuke retaliated, but the female ninja had already grasped the kunai, pressing it against Sasuke's throat. "Yet, your composure is merely a facade. How fast?" Sasuke marveled at the speed of the female ninja. It transcended mere quickness, rendering her movements nearly invisible. Even a chunin from Konoha, no? Even a jonin like Kakashi would likely struggle to match her swiftness. This individual was perilous. Reluctantly, Sasuke activated his Sharingan. Yet his foremost thought was still to escape. Bang! A smoke bomb slipped from Sasuke's waist. A dense cloud of black smoke, laden with an acrid scent, rapidly spread. The female ninja was momentarily overwhelmed, succumbing to a fit of coughing. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke dashed out of the smoke, hoisting the injured Sakura and fleeing desperately. Sasuke, where are you going?" Feeling the relentless pursuit of the female ninja behind him, Sasuke understood that mere flight was futile. The only option was to defeat her. He carefully placed Sakura in a concealed position, then ascended a tree, vigilantly surveying his surroundings. Since earlier, the female ninja's presence had grown weaker, eventually vanishing entirely. Sasuke recognized this as a deliberate illusion crafted by her, akin to a serpent stealthily stalking its prey before launching a lethal strike. "I found you, Sasuke." Suddenly, the female ninja's head emerged from beneath him, seizing his feet and immobilizing him. Then, she slithered out, coiling around Sasuke like a serpent. When did she manage to evade detection from within the tree? In a precarious situation, Sasuke felt beads of sweat form on his forehead. This time, you want to deceive me with smoke bombs. The female ninja grasped Sasuke's outstretched hand, yanking it away with surprising strength. "We share a common goal, to kill Itachi. Of course, my objective is even grander. I intend not only to eliminate Itachi, but also to eradicate the organization backing him." "You seem to know much about Itachi." Sasuke scoffed. Boom. In an instant, Sasuke transformed into smoke. The female ninja, taken aback, realized that the figure she had ensnared was merely a wooden stump. Substitution technique? Truly, it is worthy of my attention. The female ninja erupted in laughter, but then her body began to convulse violently, limbs moving in unnatural patterns. A viscous drool dribbling from her mouth. Ugh! A portion of a scroll was expelled from her mouth, while she gripped the remainder, slowly extracting it from her throat. Displaying the scroll, its cover boldly inscribed with the character for heaven. "I know you possess the Earth Scroll, and my Heaven Scroll completes the set." Hidden in the shadows. Sasuke was astonished to discover that the scroll in her possession was indeed the one they were required to seize during the second Chunin exam. "I can do this." Sasuke resolved to try, as the next team they encountered might very well possess the Heaven Scroll. He activated the steel wires he had previously laid out, fixating on the female ninja as she wandered into the trap. The female ninja approached step by step, halting just before the trap. At that moment, Sasuke's heart raced. The female ninja smirked cunningly and boldly stepped into it. The steel wires sprang to life, emitting a piercing, jarring sound as they ensnared her. With a swift pull, Sasuke yanked her body, causing her to collide violently against a tree, the sound of bones shattering echoing uncomfortably. With the original binding still in place, Sasuke added more wires. This female ninja appeared exceedingly peculiar. He could not afford to underestimate her. Fire style, dragon flame technique. To obliterate the female ninja completely, Sasuke bit down on a wire and unleashed a torrent of flames. The flames surged, erupting with terrifying heat, racing along the wires towards the female ninja. Ah! Within the inferno, the female ninja shrieked in agony. Sakura, hearing her cries, felt her heart race. A living person was perishing before her eyes. Though she understood that the realm of ninjas was one of life and death, it still unsettled her. Sasuke expelled every ounce of flame he could muster, determined to ensure a fatal blow. Prolonging the fire would be prudent. He waited until the surrounding foliage curled and withered, the tree trunks charring. Finally, with his chakra nearly depleted, Sasuke ceased the onslaught. The female ninja, bound to the tree, now reeked of charred flesh, her head drooping, limbs limp. Is it over? While it was regrettable that he could not extract information about Itachi from her, defeating her was an unexpected triumph. The next step was to cut open her abdomen and seize the heaven scroll. Sasuke cautiously approached the female ninja, ensuring she had drawn her last breath before unsheathing his kunai. To his astonishment, the female ninja suddenly raised her head, seizing Sasuke's hand. He gasped, shocked that she had survived the high-temperature ordeal. Yet her face, scorched and grotesque, was terrifying to behold. This time, I shall not let you escape. The female ninja grasped Sasuke with one hand while the other began to tear away the charred flesh from her face. To Sasuke's utter disbelief, beneath the decaying flesh was the visage of a man he recognized. This was the face from the S-rank wanted poster in Konoha, the infamous legendary ninja known as Orochimaru. Orochimaru chuckled coldly, extending his neck to reveal serpentine fangs, lunging toward Sasuke. You belong to me now, Sasuke. Bang. Just as Orochimaru was about to sink his fangs into Sasuke, Madara, having activated his three tails mode, arrived with a flying kick that twisted Orochimaru's features grotesquely. No, he belongs to me. There will be another chapter later. Chapter 38. The power of the four tails standing upon Orochimaru's chest, Madara exuded an overwhelming aura of dominance. Who are you to dare set your sights on Sasuke? The sudden appearance of Madara, who disrupted his plans, left Orochimaru seething with rage. Red chakra? He murmured. How intriguing to encounter two fascinating individuals simultaneously. However, Orochimaru opened his mouth and unleashed a sharp long sword. I have no interest in you, Jinchuriki. Madara seized the sword, its blade embedding itself into his flesh and drawing forth blood. Do I need your interest? Releasing the sword, the wound swiftly healed under the influence of the Nine Tails chakra. To Madara's astonishment, even with the protection of the tailed beast's coat, the sword still inflicted harm. It appeared to be quite formidable. Orochimaru retracted the sword. A custom ninja tool he had named the Kusanagi. Unlike the legendary Kusanagi, it possessed no extraordinary qualities beyond its exceptional sharpness. You'd best not provoke me, little boy. I have no desire to kill you. Trapped, Orochimaru opened his mouth, extending a hand, followed by his head, body, and legs, shedding his skin like a snake. The remnants of his old form clung to the steel wire, a discarded husk. Kill me? Madara, do not underestimate him. He is dangerous. Madara had initially dismissed Orochimaru, but at that moment, he was alerted by the Nine Tails within him. The Nine Tails sensed that Orochimaru's strength approached that of a Hokage. Though not quite on par with Hashirama or the legendary Minato Namikaze, Madara still recognized a significant gap in their powers. Just then, Orochimaru flicked his head and lunged at Madara with an elongated neck. Madara drew a kunai to counter, but unexpectedly, Orochimaru unleashed the Kusanagi again, slicing through the thick kunai effortlessly. Be careful, Naruto. That man is Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Exhausted and drained of chakra, Sasuke took refuge with Sakura's assistance. What is a Sannin? Madara pondered, clearly confused. Sasuke explained, to put it simply, he was the favored disciple of the third Hokage. Oh, with that context, I can surmise that he must possess strength surpassing Kakashi's. Well, that isn't entirely inaccurate. Sasuke stifled a laugh. Who would have thought Kakashi had become a benchmark for measuring power? Shadow Snake Hand. Orochimaru bellowed, transforming his arm into countless venomous snakes that lunged at Madara. With his kunai rendered useless, Madara had to rely on agile taijutsu to evade the assault. Shadow Multi-Snake Hand. Orochimaru unleashed even more serpents. Nine Tails, lend me more power. That's unfeasible. The strength you can currently bear is no more than that of Three Tails. If you receive too much of my power, you will transform into a savage beast. Humph. Nine Tails, how well do you truly know me? The Nine Tails fell silent. Certainly, it did not fully comprehend Madara. Throughout the ages, the Nine Tails had encountered many who obsessed over power, succumbing to madness upon capturing it. Yet Madara was among the few who remained composed after subjugating it. Even now, when Madara's strength waned, the Nine Tails sensed that he possessed such qualities. Bowing to a ruler was an unparalleled honor, and the Nine Tails contemplated that perhaps Madara was that ruler. Then I shall channel chakra to you. Come forth. As Madara dodged Orochimaru's shadow multi-snake hand, he accepted the infusion of the Nine Tails chakra. The furious chakra gradually sprouted a fourth tail from his tailed beast cloak. This newfound power stripped away Madara's skin, exposing his blood-red flesh. Blood began to vaporize, forming a mist of crimson around his beastly exterior. Ah! Even someone as resilient as Madara could not stifle a cry of agony. Is that the chakra of the Nine Tails? Orochimaru's shadow snake hand sank its fangs into Madara's shoulder, but the searing heat incinerated the snake heads to ashes. Orochimaru understood that if this continued, it would spell disaster for him. He summoned a colossal brown serpent, its massive jaws aimed at Madara. As a result, the corner of Madara's mouth split open, and he gathered the crimson steam floating in the air into orbs, black and purple in hue. These were the condensed forms of chakra, collapsing in on themselves, emanating a terrifying aura. What is that? Could Naruto truly be the embodiment of a monster, as the village tale suggested? Sasuke and Sakura gazed in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle. They had never witnessed a battle of this magnitude. As the collapsing orbs coalesced into a peculiar, chaotic mass, it hovered before Madara. Without a moment's hesitation, he opened his mouth and swallowed it whole. He actually consumed it. Orochimaru had never witnessed the true power of a tailed beast. Seeing Madara devour that maximally condensed chakra was astounding. A mere mortal would have been obliterated by such an act. Seizing the moment before Madara could make his next move, Orochimaru commanded the brown serpent to attack. In that instant, Madara, whose form began to exhibit tailed beast characteristics, extended a clawed hand to grasp the serpent firmly. Then, having just ingested the chaotic mass, his mouth opened wide, unleashing a torrent of flames, effectively giving the brown serpent a fiery cleansing. This inferno also engulfed Orochimaru, standing opposite him. This is bad. If it hits directly. Orochimaru stepped back, invoking the summoning technique once more. This time, 3 enormous gates appeared before him, a manifestation of the triple Rashomon, possessing near absolute defensive power. Yet, even these formidable gates were swept aside in the face of Madara's flames. The residual force of the attack sent Orochimaru flying backward. I cannot afford to linger with this brat. It may disrupt my forthcoming plans. Orochimaru had other means to contend with Madara, yet ultimately decided to withdraw. Seizing the opportunity to distance himself, he burrowed underground and escaped. After Orochimaru's departure, Madara remained in his blood-red four-tailed form. Madara, do you still retain your sanity? The Nine Tails called out within the four-symbol seal space, but received no response for a prolonged period. Madara exhaled white steam, mingling with the crimson vapor surrounding him. His white pupils scanned his surroundings, seemingly searching for something. Soon, Madara's gaze fixed upon Sasuke and Sakura, who were hidden beneath a tree. Transforming into a blur, he left a trail of black lines in the air. With a resounding crash, a massive tree was pierced by Madara's claw, and his hand emerged from the tree hole, reaching toward Sasuke and Sakura. Chapter 39, Rainy Night Madara. The Nine-Tails shouted, just as Madara's claws were about to crush Sasuke's head. His eyes transformed from a frenzied rage to clarity, pausing his actions. Madara, bewildered, gazed at his own hands as the layer of chakra surrounding him gradually dissipated, revealing skin that began to regenerate. Madara, you must reduce your usage of the intermediate Nine-Tails mode in the future. Otherwise, repeatedly relying on my chakra to heal your body will inflict irreparable harm upon you. Ah, Madara replied. Upon hearing this, the Nine-Tails realized Madara had not heeded his warning. I didn't expect I would still lose control of my sanity. A wave of insurmountable fatigue washed over him. The scenery before him began to blur. Madara collapsed. When he awoke, it was already night. Outside, the rain fell gently. The temperature had turned somewhat chilly. The seventh squad, sheltered in a tree hollow, had gathered some dry twigs and ignited a fire. Everyone huddled around the blaze. Upon noticing Madara sitting up, Sakura offered him a wooden bowl filled with soup, urging him to drink to warm himself. Drink up. This is the mushroom you foraged, and it tastes quite good. Madara accepted the bowl, his stomach empty, and without a second thought, gulped down a generous serving. The rain had poured for nearly an entire night. It was uncertain when it would cease. Let us not dwell on that for now. Naruto, Sakura, you two should rest first. After all, we are in the forest of death and still in the midst of the Chunin exams. I will keep watch for the first half of the night, and you can take over the second half. Sasuke took it upon himself to bear the burden of the night watch. Naruto just fought a fierce battle and needs to recover, so let me take the second half. Madara felt warmth emanating from his companions and chose not to argue further. Before lying down, he reminded them, thank you for your kindness. And please be exceedingly cautious during your watch. Some ninjas are particularly adept at combat in rainy weather. Enough already, I know, Sasuke insisted, urging Madara to rest quickly. As night deepened, the fire crackled, the twigs burning with a popping sound. Sasuke yawned, feeling a twinge of drowsiness. Yet, his sense of responsibility compelled him to remain alert. Thoughts began to swirl in his mind. Itachi Uchiha, the perpetrator who had slaughtered the entire Uchiha clan, sparing even his own parents, but leaving Sasuke unharmed. The reason for sparing Sasuke was not due to their blood relation, but rather a disdainful remark. Your capacity is insufficient. Why is it insufficient? Because your hatred is lacking, and so forth. Sasuke was thus driven by a burning hatred for Itachi, a relentless desire to avenge his clan, determined to survive, aspiring to one day become strong enough to confront him. However, Recalling the earlier encounter with Orochimaru, he felt a deep sense of despair. Clenching his fists, he struck the ground, lamenting, "What have I been doing all these years?" Sasuke believed that through his efforts, he would draw closer to Itachi. Yet, when facing Orochimaru, he felt as feeble as a mere insect, utterly stagnant in growth. Compared to the sleeping Madara beside him, Sasuke felt like a mere underachiever, a pitiful joke. The rain intensified, its rhythm becoming suffocating. Sasuke glanced outside. Everything appeared normal. Yet, in such weather, a lingering unease settled in his heart. Why the unease? Since entering the forest of death, apart from encountering Orochimaru, everything had been eerily tranquil, too tranquil. Why had they not encountered more teams among the total of 26? Instinctively, Sasuke activated his Sharingan, which allowed him to perceive the flow of chakra, coloring his surroundings distinctively from the environment. The trees, the sky, the underbrush, everything seemed fine. However, a puddle not far from him caught his attention. It moved. The Sharingan's dynamic tracking capabilities enabled him to detect rapidly moving objects. Whoosh! A kunai flew toward the puddle. Splash! A figure suddenly emerged from the puddle, evading Sasuke's kunai. From the Rain Village. Sasuke recognized the ninja from the forehead protector. The Rain Village, a land perpetually drenched in rain, equipped its ninjas with waterproof attire, goggles, and breathing masks to maintain their combat effectiveness in such weather, allowing them to wield greater power than ordinary individuals, unaffected by the elements. "You noticed me." The Rain Ninja hurled slender needles like raindrops toward Sasuke, also targeting the sleeping Madara and Sakura. "Damn it," Sasuke cursed, taken aback by the ruthlessness of his opponent. Fortunately, upon hearing the commotion, Madara had already awakened. Not only did he draw out his kunai to deflect the needles aimed at him, but he also skillfully caught those directed at Sakura with his bare hands. As expected, ninjas from the Rain Village favored attacking during rainfall. Madara rose to his feet, and Sakura, rubbing her eyes to shake off sleep, became alert. "Sasuke, you weren't sleeping at all." "Of course not. We are in the middle of a competition. If you want to sleep, you might as well go home," Madara replied. Sakura shot him a glare, feeling subtly insulted while wiping the drool from the corner of her mouth. Since they had been discovered, the Rain Ninja had no choice but to launch a direct assault. He swiftly formed hand seals, summoning the surrounding rainwater to coalesce into a massive water sphere. Sasuke, concerned about what the opponent was preparing, threw a windmill shuriken from his backpack, shattering the water sphere. Fool! Madara recognized the opponent's strategy, but was too late to stop Sasuke. Witnessing the shattered water sphere scatter millions of droplets. Each droplet that hit the ground began to bubble and rise, revealing figures emerging from the puddle. Dozens, perhaps even hundreds, of identical clones sprang up, surrounding Madara and the others. "Where's the real one?" Madara inquired of Sasuke, knowing that Sasuke's Sharingan could discern the true form among the clones. If they were to recklessly launch an attack against so many clones, it would surely require substantial effort and expose them to ambushes from the other ninjas lurking in the shadows. After all, each team typically consisted of 3 members, and currently, only one Rain Ninja was visible. Presumably, the other 2 were hiding, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. "Wait a moment," Sasuke urged, widening his eyes to search for the real body among the clones. Suddenly, something fell from above, splashing a wave of water high enough to obscure Sasuke's vision. Chapter 40. Comprehending chakra nature with a splash, water cascaded. Before Sasuke could discern the situation, a short blade was aimed at his neck. "Sasuke, watch out." Madara darted forward, parrying the Rain Ninja's blade with a kunai. This particular Rain Ninja was lanky and tall, evidently not the one who utilized clones. "I am not your sibling," Sasuke retorted haughtily, stepping in front to engage the slender Rain Ninja in combat. Madara chuckled softly, plunging into the midst of the doppelgangers. Instantly, the clones, having identified their target, brandished their short swords, lunging towards Madara. Madara deftly evaded them, the body flicker technique rendering him virtually untouchable. However, constant evasion was unsustainable, as the body flicker technique consumed chakra, which would eventually deplete. "Clones, Madara pondered, recalling that he too possessed such an ability, even a more advanced version, the shadow clone technique. This was a ninjutsu developed by Tobirama Senju, one that Madara loathed. Unlike conventional clones, shadow clones possessed substance. The dozens of clones spawned by the Rain Ninja were merely phantoms, save for the authentic one. These clones, wielding their ninjados, were nothing more than a bluff. Yet, despite their illusory nature, they posed a threat. Without knowing which was the true body, one could easily be caught off guard and suffer a genuine wound. Poof! Madara generated 4 identical shadow clones, all corporeal. They charged into the throng, their solidity allowing them to discern the true body. Any attack upon the shadow clones would reveal the location of the authentic Rain Ninja. Though the rain intensified, Madara maintained awareness of each shadow clone's movements, enabling him to observe the enemy's true actions. The shadow clone mechanism was invaluable. Shadow clones could act and fight independently, possessing their own consciousness and resilience. They could also be integrated into various ninjutsu. Upon dispersal, their memories and experiences would revert to the original. Thus, by employing shadow clones, Madara effectively gained 5 pairs of eyes. Go. The 4 shadow clones surged forward, weaving through the throng of duplicates. Damn it. The Rain Ninja's authentic voice echoed from an unseen location. His prized secret art, Doppelganger, had been effortlessly deciphered, igniting his fury. Fear not, I am here. A voice resonated from above. Madara, remaining stationary, located the source, an adult with a single eye, holding an umbrella atop a tree trunk. This Rain Ninja exuded a resolve not found in the younger ones. The adult Rain Ninja hurled the black umbrella, which, instead of falling, began to spin rapidly. Propelled by his chakra, a barrage of Sunban needles erupted from the umbrella's mechanism. The 4 shadow clones, which had been weaving through the duplicates, were instantly riddled with holes and dissipated into smoke. Your teamwork is commendable, Madara remarked. One ninja created a diversion with clones, while the other launched a wide-range attack from above. Locating the true body would expose one to the aerial assault, while targeting the ninja in the tree would leave one vulnerable to a sneak attack from the true body. Sakura, who had been observing, was startled by Madara's call. She had not anticipated joining the fray. Naruto, what is it? Madara tossed her his ninja pouch. Sakura caught it, bewildered. What do you intend? She thought Madara had lost his mind, especially after nearly losing control and attempting to kill her. Depriving himself of ninja tools during battle seemed foolish. Madara gestured towards the adult Rain Ninja in the tree. You, hurl these at him. Prevent him from interfering. But, I have no experience in battle. Madara had no intention of relying solely on Sakura to defeat the Rain Ninja in the tree. Just throw them. Nothing else. All right. Sakura was unsure of her role. Throwing ninja tools might buy time, but defeating the enemy with such a method seemed impossible. Eventually, they would run out of tools, leaving them defenseless. Sasuke, can you spare some? Give your ninja pouch to Sakura as well. My supply might not suffice. Madara wanted to ensure they had enough. Sasuke, locked in a fierce duel with the slender Rain Ninja, their blades clashing, was annoyed. Must you bother me during combat? Despite his irritation, he tossed his ninja pouch to Sakura, then resumed fighting. Sakura caught the pouch, adding it to her own, totaling approximately 80 to 90 items, mostly shuriken, along with smoke bombs, explosive tags, and ration pills. In the downpour, only shuriken and kunai seemed practical. Following Madara's instructions, Sakura hurled a shuriken at the adult Rain Ninja in the tree, who deftly dodged it. Keep going. Do not stop, Madara urged, noticing Sakura's hesitation. Okay, still perplexed. Sakura continued throwing shuriken, vexing the adult Rain Ninja. Meanwhile, Madara, to avoid a sneak attack from the Rain Ninja's true body and conserve chakra, created 2 shadow clones to protect himself. The original Madara clasped his hands together, muttering softly. What is he doing? The Rain Ninja's true body, lurking in the shadows, observed Madara's actions. He appeared to be forming hand seals, yet no ninjutsu was activated. The Rain Ninja grew suspicious. He materialized as a blur, effortlessly dispatching the 2 shadow clones. Seeing Madara still unfazed, he raced forward, intending to end Madara's life. Not this one, nor this one. Unlucky. This time, it must succeed. Damn, only this option remains. As the Rain Ninja approached, he overheard Madara's muttering, which only deepened his confusion. Enough. I will eliminate him. The Rain Ninja dismissed the perplexing information and accelerated towards Madara. Just as he was about to confront Madara, he saw Madara raise his head, a maniacal grin spreading across his face. Wind style, gale palm. Chapter 41. The storm's fury. With a thunderous shout, Madara struck down with his palm. The raging winds swept away the rain within a radius of several dozen meters, scattering a multitude of leaves to the ground. The Rain Ninja, caught in the tempest, was hurled against a towering tree. The trunk creaked and splintered, breaking apart, and before the wind subsided, he crashed into another tree, resulting in further destruction. In total, 3 trees fell before the wind finally calmed. The Rain Ninja, now grievously injured, lay on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth as his protective mask slipped from his face to his neck, rendering him unconscious. After the tumult, the rain began to pour once more. A mature Rain Ninja perched in a tree, wielding an iron umbrella, managed to deflect the last shuriken thrown by Sakura. Peering over the edge of his umbrella, he observed Madara amidst the remnants of the storm. He had been forming 5 different nature jutsus, yet only the wind release had manifested. Perhaps, as the most seasoned among the 3 Rain Ninjas, he had some understanding of Madara's hand signs and could discern his intentions. Indeed, Madara had been attempting to weave various nature jutsus. After his previous encounter with Sasuke, where his effort to utilize the fire release, great fireball technique had failed, he had not given it much thought. However, he suddenly recalled that he should experiment with the nature of his jutsus at this very location, driven by a momentary impulse. After all, to combat the Rain Ninja clones, Madara had other methods at his disposal. He tested each of the 5 elemental jutsus in turn and discovered that only the wind release responded. Wind, he mused. A technique adept at slicing from mid to long range. How intriguing. A flicker of excitement coursed through him. Although his knowledge of wind release was limited, mastering his area of expertise through diligent practice could yield significant results in the future, at least for someone of Madara's caliber. For others who might overhear his thoughts, they would likely be infuriated beyond measure. What if I try this move? Madara inhaled deeply, just as he had when attempting the great fireball technique. The air he drew in mingled with his chakra. This time, however, it was not fire, but wind. Wind release, vacuum wave. Countless blades of air coalesced, propelled by a howling gale, erupting from Madara's mouth towards the mature rain ninja in the tree. Realizing the impending danger, the rain ninja quickly raised his umbrella to defend himself. Yet, as he lowered the umbrella, he sensed something was amiss. The force of the wind rendered him unable to steady his grip, as if a colossal beast were charging towards him. His arms began to tingle and ache, forcing him to relinquish his hold on the umbrella, which spiraled helplessly through the air. Without its protection, the rain ninja fared no better. The wind carried razor-sharp blades that soon left him in tatters, his remains crashing into the puddles below with a resounding clatter. Impressive. Sakura gazed at Madara's slightly rounded profile. Increasingly captivated, she caught Madara's glance, filled with a fangirl's admiration, but felt an unsettling shiver, akin to being a delectable milk pudding about to be devoured by a ravenous woman. Hastily, she averted her gaze to check on Sasuke. Sasuke, true to his Uchiha lineage, had battled fiercely against the rain ninja for several rounds before finally pinning his adversary to the ground, knife poised at the throat. Hand over your scrolls. The rain ninja, cursing under his breath, surrendered the scroll marked with the character for heaven to Sasuke. Casting a glance at the mangled remains of his fallen comrade and the lifeless rain ninja clone, his expression betrayed no sorrow as he vanished into the downpour. Are the people from the rain village really this cold-hearted? Sakura inquired. Madara sighed, closing his eyes. In a nation struggling for survival amidst the warring states, can you truly expect them to advocate for great love? He found her words somewhat amusing. Not every nation could be like the land of fire, where Konoha thrived under strong protection while promoting equality and mutual compassion. Other nations were barely scraping by, expending all their energy just to survive. Hashirama, your ideals remain just that, ideals. World peace is not so easily attained. Perhaps only the eye of the moon can save the world, Madara pondered. As dawn broke and the skies cleared, Team 7, having gathered the heaven and earth scrolls, made their way towards the central tower. 2 days had passed since they entered the Forest of Death, and they were significantly ahead of all competing teams. Approaching a moat encircling the tower, they faced a single bridge guarded by ferocious crocodiles below. As the trio crossed to the other side, Madara abruptly halted. Sasuke and Sakura, not having noticed, continued forward until they realized Madara had lagged behind. Naruto, we're almost at the tower. Why are you stopping? Sakura asked. With a charming smile, Madara replied, you mentioned that the Chunin exams continuously eliminate candidates. Does that not imply that the fewer who are eliminated, the greater the chance of those remaining qualifying for Chunin? Sakura considered this. That makes sense. A sudden idea struck Madara. The Chunin exams would not conclude with only one candidate remaining. Advancement would be determined by their performance. The preliminary written test and the team matches in the Forest of Death served as initial filters, with the true focus on the third round of combat. This round would be witnessed by the Hokage of Konoha, as well as other village leaders and dignitaries. Therefore, only those who reached the third round would significantly enhance their chances of becoming Chunin. Those eliminated in the first 2 rounds would lose their opportunity for exposure, effectively disqualifying them from becoming Chunin. Yet, every individual they encountered henceforth would become an obstacle to their own advancement. Madara forced a bright smile, suggesting, how about we ambush the other teams gathering the heaven and earth scrolls? What do you think? Sakura gasped, taken aback by the bold proposition. You can't be serious. With Orochimaru and the Rain Ninja ahead, that's already quite a challenge. Sasuke, fixated on Madara's smile, murmured, so cunning becoming a Chunin was essential. To draw closer to the Hokage, Madara had to employ any means necessary. Positioning himself between Sasuke and Sakura, Madara stretched out his arms, patting their shoulders. Are you both on board with this? Sasuke brushed Madara's hand away, nonchalantly responding, I don't care. Sakura, seizing the moment, inched closer. If it's Naruto, it should be fine. Having witnessed Madara's prowess, she felt reassured about the ambush as long as he didn't revert to his feral, fox-like state. All right, here they come. Chapter 42. Chaos at the bridge. I had warned you to consume less, yet it seems the enemy discovered our presence, nearly leading to our utter annihilation. However, I hardly indulged. I have only devoured 10 bags of chips thus far. That is not excessive, is it? You dare call me fat? 3 individuals were approaching the bridge. One, a boy with his hands in his pockets, slouched over, appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old, resembling an elderly man. Following him was a plump lad and a girl with golden hair, chattering noisily as they walked. Upon the girl uttering the word fat, the elder boy hastily rushed over to cover her mouth. You know, that is a forbidden phrase. How many times must I remind you? It's truly vexing. The plump boy inquired, Shikamaru, What was Ino saying just now? Shikamaru, lazily digging at his ear with his pinky, replied in a nonchalant tone, "She was praising your handsomeness." CHG. CHG's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. Indeed, Ino has a discerning eye. The trio was none other than the famed Ino Shikasi trio from Konohagakure, belonging to Team 10, led by Asuma Sarutobi. Sakura, harboring a rivalry with Ino, felt incensed as she noted. How could Ino and her team be the second to arrive here? They seem the weakest. Ban scoffed, mocking Sakura's lack of insight. Sometimes intellect is a form of strength. You should consider who is in their team. Sakura was unfamiliar with the capabilities of anyone in their group aside from Ino. Shikamaru and CHG had both been members of the notorious Truant F4. Nonetheless, Sakura turned to Ban, reflecting that he was also a member of the Truant F4. Yet his prowess was exceptional now. This led her to wonder, could it be that all members of the Truant F are hidden powerhouses? Sakura grasped Ban's arm and declared, "Let us go and defeat them." Ban, perplexed, responded, "Why? Shikamaru and CHG are my subordinates. But Ino is not. This is merely personal revenge. Isn't it?" Ban was aware of the tension between Sakura and Ino, thus refrained from falling into her trap. After the trio crossed the bridge, a cheer erupted from the tower. "Hooray! We didn't expect to be the first team to clear the challenge." It was Ino's voice. "Thanks to Shikamaru, who set traps and secured the scroll from the grass village," CHG added. "All right, let us quickly submit the scroll. I want to go home. I haven't had a proper sleep in days." Shikamaru concluded with a long yawn. Sakura, feeling irate, stomped her feet, exclaiming, "How could Ino and her team steal the first place? How infuriating." Ban comforted her with a pat on the back, akin to soothing a pet. "It's all right. Our goal isn't to claim first place." Soon after, another trio of individuals arrived. However, before they could approach, a skirmish broke out between the two groups. One was from Konohagakure, while the other hailed from the Rain Village. Ban was unfamiliar with the Rain Ninjas, but recognized the members of the Leaf team, particularly the girl with blue-purple hair who walked cautiously at the back, as if afraid to step on ants. "Hinata," Ban murmured softly. The Leaf trio was led by the newly appointed Jonin, Kurenai Yuhi, and included Inuzuka Kiba, a fellow member of the Truant F4, along with the stoic, sunglasses-wearing Shino Aburame, whom Ban found uninteresting and peculiar due to his awkwardness in social situations. Among the three, only Shino proved to be reliable. With his ability to manipulate bugs, he swiftly drained the chakra of the three Rain Ninjas. Before Hinata and Kiba could intervene, Shino had easily subdued them single-handedly. Kiba, frustrated at being sidelined, complained, "Shino, can't you slow down a bit? Leave a couple for me." Shino continued forward, stating, "You were too slow." Kiba clenched his teeth in irritation, while Akamaru barked in agreement. Only Hinata giggled behind her hand, as the trio harmoniously traversed the bridge. Still, Ban remained passive. Sakura queried, "Naruto, what do you think our purpose is for hiding here?" Ban knew the reason, but found it difficult to act against this group. Sakura continued to vent her frustrations. "If we could take everyone out here, wouldn't we immediately advance to CH Nin? What a naive thought." Sasuke retorted, "The CH Nin selection requires a comprehensive evaluation." He left the remainder of his thoughts unspoken, yet Sakura comprehended, feeling angered but ultimately suppressing it. For Sasuke was the man she once adored, even if her affections had shifted slightly towards Ban. After Team 10 and Team 8 departed, Ban realized that they were not the only ones lying in wait. Several teams, sharing Ban's intentions, had already gathered the Heaven and Earth scrolls, hiding in what they believed to be the shadows, while they too hunted others. A group of scheming individuals congregated, and Ban felt at ease, waiting for them to clash in mutual destruction before he would systematically eliminate the remaining contenders. However, at that moment, a sandstorm erupted on the opposite shore of the bridge, sweeping toward them like a tidal wave, obscuring the sun. Amidst the swirling sand stood a figure, a red-haired ninja with a massive gourd on his back, adorned with a heart-shaped tattoo on his forehead, arms crossed over his chest. Ninjas lying in ambush witnessed his approach and rushed to attack. The red-haired ninja raised his hand, and suddenly, the ground erupted with a flood of yellow sand, ensnaring the assailants. With a single hand motion, he declared, "Sunashirbari." The ninjas caught within the sands felt an overwhelming pressure, bursting apart like balloons, blood splattering everywhere. Even the encasing sand became stained with crimson. What a monster! Some perceptive ninjas recognized the danger posed by the red-haired shinobi and attempted to flee, but the sands ensnared their legs, dragging them back. Suna no Daichi. The sand spiraled into a vortex, pulling down into the earth, claiming the ensnared ninjas. At that moment, the nine tails within Ban began to stir restlessly, sensing a chakra he despised. Chapter 43. The beautiful azure beast of Konoha. The restlessness of the nine tails chakra did not go unnoticed by Madara. On the opposite side of the bridge, a red-haired youth ruthlessly crushed two ninjas with his bare hands. Those ninjas, who were not part of his team, understood that fleeing would only lead to certain death. Thus, under the pressure of survival, everyone instinctively banded together to confront the red-haired boy. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, several large closed-circuit televisions displayed footage from the Death Forest examination. Beneath the screens, a ninja operated the control devices, diligently switching between key moments for the high-ranking officials who were watching. These officials included several proctors of the Ch-Nin exams, such as Marino Ibiki, Mitarashi Anko, Moonlight Gale, and Narashikaku, who stood at the back, while the third Hokage, Saratobi Hiruzen, and Shimura Danzo were positioned slightly behind. Hiruzen remarked, "Shikaku, your son's performance appears quite impressive." Shikaka humbly replied, "It's merely a display of some clever tactics." Hiruzen shook his head. Relying solely on brute strength is not sufficient. Sometimes, a clever mind can save countless lives on the battlefield. Your praise is excessive, Hokage-sama, Shikaku responded, and the two engaged in pleasant conversation. However, Danzo, standing beside Hiruzen, remained unengaged. The central area of the closed-circuit television focused on the rampaging red-haired ninja. Yet, Danzo seemed more interested in the lower right corner, where Madara was hiding. Hiruzen took a puff from his cigarette and gestured towards the red-haired ninja. "This boy employs ruthless methods. Which village does he hail from?" Shikaku perused the documents in his hand. "He is Gaara from Sunagakure, the youngest son of the fourth Kazekage." "Raza, Gaara you say?" Hiruzen muttered as blood splattered onto the camera, obscuring the view. Finally, Danzo, who had been silent, let out a soft grunt. "Have you not noticed? It is because of this boy Gaara that everyone is huddled together." All eyes in the monitoring room turned to Danzo, some filled with confusion, others with bewilderment, while a few glimmered with realization. Hiruzen stated, "It is because Gaara threatens the lives of everyone present. Those who should be rivals have united to survive." Danzo, adjusting his suspenders with his right hand, raised his cane with his left, pointing at Madara below. "He is also the one who can unify Konoha further." "Enough. I have warned you before, do not entertain thoughts of targeting the Jinchuriki. However, if you intend to reveal his identity as the hero's son after this Ch-Nin exam, endangering Konoha's stability, I will not let you off the hook." "Hiruzen," Danzo declared fiercely before storming out. "Hiruzen, if you dare harm anyone in Konoha, I will not spare you either." Hiruzen retorted defiantly. On the opposite side of the bridge, two chains shot forth from either side, binding Gaara's upper body and restricting his movements. Two ninjas leapt forward, aiming a kick at Gaara. They believed they would succeed. But to their astonishment, a protective shield materialized from the gourd on Gaara's back, deflecting their flying kicks without him casting any jutsu. Below, a ninja drew a scroll, biting his finger to activate the mysterious contract. A massive bear, 7 to 8 meters tall with a robust frame and black and white fur, appeared amidst a puff of smoke. The bear, slightly elevated above Gaara, opened its muscular arms and began to converge rapidly, swatting at Gaara as if to crush a mosquito. A thunderous clap echoed through the air as their hands collided, reminiscent of an explosion, sending forth a violent gust that rippled outward. Yet, Gaara, shielded by his gourd, remained unscathed, even pushing back the bear's paws with sand. His defenses are astonishing. In the midst of the chaos, several ninjas seized the opportunity to hurl explosive kunai, embedding them in Gaara's back. When Gaara finally reacted, the half-burned explosive tags detonated. The explosion rumbled for a brief moment, enveloping Gaara's upper body in thick smoke. Beneath the haze lay his lower half, with streams of yellow sand cascading to the ground, the protective sand from the gourd having been blasted away. Did we succeed? No one can withstand that. This boy's methods are too ruthless. Eliminating him would be a service to the people. Indeed, we've avenged our fallen comrades. The ninjas surrounding Gaara shouted in anger, eager to vanquish this demon. However, the reality was stark. The one who could easily slay other ninjas would not be so easily defeated himself. As the smoke dissipated, Gaara remained suspended in midair, seemingly unaffected by the explosion, with only minor cracks on his left cheek, which were gradually mending thanks to the replenishing sand. What is that? Does he possess absolute defense? I cannot be mistaken. He has an outer layer of sand armor. The explosive tags didn't even touch his core. It's over. We stand no chance. Flee. As fear gripped their hearts, the ninjas who had united against Gaara suddenly crumbled, scattering in a desperate bid for survival. Seeing this, Gaara had no intention of letting them escape. He raised his hand, ready to eliminate the ants below. Just then, a figure clad in a green jumpsuit intervened, kicking Gaara's hand and interrupting his jutsu. Gaara was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the boy in the jumpsuit, filled with confusion. He merely wished to eliminate those who had attacked him. This youth was of no concern to him. Yet, why would someone who appeared so unremarkable risk their safety to protect others? The beautiful azure beast of Konoha, Rock Lee, at your service, the boy declared. Following him were a boy in a white shirt, reminiscent of Hinata, and a girl dressed in martial arts attire, both rushing to his side. The girl complained, "Lee, why do you always have to meddle in everything?" Lee replied earnestly, "Don't you remember? Teacher Guy taught us that when we see the weak being bullied, we must step in." The boy with the Byakugan retorted, "What a fool." Lee, unrepentant, responded, "Niji, I know I'm not a genius, but I am willing to be this kind of fool." Chapter 44. The Chunin exam's third stage. Rock Lee stood his ground, shielding those who fled. Those without both heaven and earth scrolls scurried to the periphery, hoping to encounter a proctor and withdraw from the competition. However, those who had assembled the complete set of scrolls were met with Madara and his group awaiting them after crossing the bridge. In the ensuing chaos, Team 7 amassed a considerable collection of scrolls, far more than they could utilize. Some teams, initially intending to cross the bridge, hesitated upon discovering Madara's ambush, opting to remain on the opposite bank and observe the unfolding events. Madara, do you sense it? That individual is also a Jinchuriki, Kurama conveyed telepathically to Madara. Madara responded in kind, indeed. His essence is akin to yours. Humph. Kurama retorted with a hint of disdain. I can detect that one's presence from afar. We have a long-standing rivalry due to his constant attempts to measure his strength against mine. Oh, Madara inquired with curiosity. Are there distinctions in power among the tailed beasts? Kurama declared with pride, certainly. Our strength is determined by the number of tails we possess. Why else would I be called the Nine Tails? Amused by Kurama's conceited tone, Madara chuckled. Is that truly the case? How many tails does the one over there have? Of course it is. Kurama affirmed, feeling challenged. Do you doubt me? Ah, Madara. Do you? Even if you hold me in low regard, I would never be bested by that one-tailed tanuki. Madara simply replied with a nonchalant, You still disbelieve me. Madara, allow me to imbue you with my chakra so you can vanquish that one and witness my might. All right, I understand. No, you remain unconvinced. Madara, uninterested in further argument with Kurama, maintained his gaze on Gaara. The one-tailed Jinchuriki, is it? Intriguing. The moon's eye plan hinged on the collection of the tailed beasts. A pivotal element. With a confirmed target, locating all the tailed beasts would become considerably easier. That individual, is his name Gaara, perhaps? Madara mused, seemingly addressing an unseen presence. Sakura responded, I believe so. Sasuke inquired, shall we offer assistance? The combatants over there are also Konoha ninja. Madara demurred, no, let us proceed inside. The number of those eliminated is substantial enough. Madara was disinclined to engage the one-tailed Jinchuriki at this juncture, even if confrontation were inevitable. The present was not the opportune moment, for Madara had caught sight of the Byakugan-wielding youth named Neji. According to Hinata, Neji had been known to inflict severe harm upon her during their clan's internal training. The appalling injuries she had sustained were largely attributed to Neji. This one-tailed Jinchuriki would serve as a lesson for him. Venturing into the tower's interior, Madara and his team presented their heaven and earth scrolls. To their surprise, Iruka was the one responsible for receiving their scrolls. Iruka greeted Team 7 warmly, bestowing upon them passage cards. Naruto, you have matured considerably. Iruka, placing a hand on Madara's shoulder, gazed upon him with paternal affection. Following his conversation with the third Hokage, Iruka had gradually come to terms with his inner turmoil and accepted Naruto. While it was true that his parents had perished at the hands of the Nine Tails, Naruto could not be held accountable. He had perhaps been unduly harsh due to Naruto's unique status, a bias he now recognized as misguided. Iruka now resolved to embrace Naruto, to nurture and care for this young man who, like himself, had endured the scorn and ostracism of those around him during his childhood. My childhood was healed by the Hokage, and now I shall heal yours, Naruto. This, perhaps, was the legacy of Konoha that the Hokage had spoken of. Iruka was lost in his reverie. Madara, however, having received his passage card, led Sasuke and Sakura into the inner arena. That garrulous Iruka. The inner arena served as the venue for the third stage of the Chunin exam. The proctor was Hokage. The central area was expansive, surrounded by high-rise structures adorned with spectator stands. Team 8, having already advanced, consisted of Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, and Shino Aburame. Team 10, also having qualified, was composed of Shikamaru Nara, Ino Yamanaka, and Choji Akimichi. They had already taken their places. Upon the arrival of Madara and his team, the assembled ninja greeted them warmly. Hinata, visibly excited, softly uttered, Naruto-kun. Ino Yamanaka cast a disdainful glance at her comrades, remarking, Shikamaru, Choji, observed Team 7. They are all handsome. Choji, munching on potato chips, retorted, did you not recently compliment my own handsomeness? Ino countered indignantly, when did I ever say that? Shikamaru, fearing that Ino might utter the forbidden phrase fat pig, quickly interjected, no, I said it. The two, pulled apart by Shikamaru's efforts, eventually calmed down. Shikamaru, who loathed trouble above all else, sighed wearily. The primary reason for Shikamaru's intervention was that Choji would fly into a rage upon hearing the forbidden phrase, requiring the efforts of several jonin to subdue him. That would undoubtedly be even more troublesome. Kiba approached and bumped fists with Madara, declaring, I may have lost to you as a leader before, but I have trained relentlessly since then. I will not be defeated by you now. Madara rolled his eyes, keep dreaming. Kiba, sensing Madara's disbelief, raised his fist, ready to engage in an immediate contest. However, Hokage, wielding a short sword, intervened, separating the two. Kiba exclaimed, startled, hey, Proctor, that's dangerous. Hey, exhibiting dark circles under his eyes, a pallid complexion, and frequent fits of coughing, appeared sickly. Hate stated, "You will have ample opportunity to fight during the matches. Private duels are prohibited before the competition." Kiba retorted, "You should have said that earlier. What if you had injured someone?" Madara remained silent, merely noting the speed of Hayate's blade. The three teams waited for approximately an hour. Finally, new qualifying participants entered the arena. The first to arrive were the Sand Village trio, Gaara of the Sand Waterfall, Temari, and Kankuro. Among the three, Kankuro and Temari exuded an air of arrogance. Gaara, on the other hand, displayed no discernible expression, his murderous intent evident in his eyes. "Where are Niji and the others?" someone in the crowd inquired. Madara, too, began to pay close attention. He had initially refrained from assisting Niji and his team, intending to use Gaara to settle a personal score. However, if Niji, the so-called prodigy of the Hyuga clan, were to lose his duel with Gaara, Madara would be somewhat disappointed. After all, there was once a fellow named Natsu Hyuga who had vehemently proclaimed that the Hyuga clan was the preeminent clan in Konoha. As a member and leader of the Uchiha clan, once the most distinguished clan in Konoha, Madara had found those words infuriating. He wished to assess this prodigy and ascertain his true mettle. Fortunately, Madara's hopes were not dashed. Shortly after the arrival of the Sand Ninjas, Team Guy, including Niji, entered the arena. Although Rock Lee appeared disheveled and somewhat tattered, Niji and Tintin were relatively unscathed, having not been significantly affected by their encounter with Gaara. Hate, observing that no further participants were forthcoming, stepped into the center of the arena. "Now that all participants have arrived, let us commence the preliminary rounds of the Chunin exam's third stage." Chapter 45, Madara vs. Rock Lee. Due to Madara's sniping and Gaara's slaughter, a total of 26 teams, comprising 78 individuals, advanced to the second Chunin exam. Presently, only Class 3, Class 7, Class 8, Class 10, the Sunagakure team, and a latecomer, a bespectacled man carrying the scroll of heaven and earth, remain to progress to the third Chunin exam. This man is named Kabuto Yakushi, a ninja from Konohagakure. Ship, the examiner, was counting the number of participants, his pen tapping against the board affixed with the list, producing a rhythmic thud. At that moment, Mitarashi Anko hurried over. Ship remarked, "You certainly have a heart of steel to hold the exam in the forest of death. There are only 16 of us left now." Anko yawned and replied, "It's not my fault. It was Ibiichi's idea. He allowed so many to pass in the first round. I was merely considering the subsequent matches." Coughing lightly, Ibiichi appeared beside them and said, "There's no helping it. This competition has attracted an interesting individual." Upon hearing this, Anko shifted her gaze among the candidates until it landed on Madara. She stated, "Through surveillance, we discovered that Orochimaru is also among the candidates, and the one known as Naruto managed to force him back." Ibiichi nodded. "Indeed, I heard that he was at the bottom of his class in the Ninja Academy. Yet in the first written exam, his perceptive abilities surpassed everyone, even many Chunin." Ship, appearing quite fatigued, yawned and said, "Is that so? I shall see if his performance is as extraordinary as you claim." Ship advanced towards the main examiners, addressing the gathered elite from various villages. "You have all endured numerous trials to reach this point. I shall keep my words succinct. The format for the third Chunin exam will be one-on-one combat, organized through a random draw displayed on the large screen behind me. Let the matches commence." Before long, the large screen revealed two rolling avatars, separated by the letters VS. The first match was announced, and fortune smiled upon Madara, for his opponent would be the disheveled Rock Lee. Madara regarded Lee, recalling how he had effortlessly dispersed Gaara's sand with a single kick. Such sand could easily crush a person, yet Lee had managed to counter it with remarkable ease. It seemed evident that Lee was a practitioner of taijutsu, a fitting adversary for Madara, who had yet to fully develop his ninjutsu since his reincarnation. However, he had never neglected his physical training, so he found himself anticipating this brawl. "Everyone except combatants, please retreat to the audience area," Ship instructed, dispersing the onlookers, leaving only Madara and Lee facing each other. Atop the platform, a burly man dressed in a green jumpsuit with a watermelon-shaped hairstyle stood alongside Lee. His robust physique emanated vitality, often flashing a bright smile. He was Lee's J-Nin instructor, the self-proclaimed Azure Beast of Konoha, named Might Guy. Guy draped his arm over Kakashi's shoulder, indicating a close relationship. "Kakashi, who would have thought fate would bring our beloved students to battle? Who do you believe is stronger? Naruto from your class, or Lee from ours?" Might Guy inquired. Kakashi, engrossed in his book Ika Paradise, closed it immediately, his eyes rolling upward as if pondering the question. Noticing Kakashi's silence, Guy urged, "Come on, speak up, Kakashi." Sensing Guy's eager anticipation, Kakashi calmly replied, "Well, it seems Jiraiya's new book is set to release tomorrow." "Kakashi, are you even listening to me?" Guy exclaimed, his face flushed with frustration. Finally realizing his oversight, Kakashi asked, "What is it, Guy?" "Kakashi." Guy shouted his name, so infuriated that he nearly unleashed his signature technique, 8 Gates, on Kakashi. However, understanding Kakashi's nature, Guy quickly tempered his emotions, regaining his composure. "Lee is my pride and joy, a student I have poured my heart and soul into. Kakashi recognized the profound significance Lee held for Guy, perhaps seeing a reflection of himself in the young man. Both were limited to physical techniques, lacking proficiency in ninjutsu and jinjutsu. Yet, Lee's situation was more dire, possessing no chakra at all, rendering him incapable of even the basics of ninjutsu or jinjutsu. For Lee, aspiring to become an exceptional ninja, this was akin to starting in the depths of despair. Nevertheless, Lee refused to surrender, never bowing to fate, which deeply moved Guy. Lee, give it your all. Guy cheered, his voice filled with encouragement. Kakashi, as Guy's close friend, empathized, stating, in terms of effort, no one can surpass Lee. However, Naruto is a different breed. He is a genius. Guy smiled softly. Genius? Our class is not lacking in geniuses, but Lee is a genius of hard work. Oh, Kakashi. Observing this relentless individual who trains with fervor, wondered how this diligent genius would fare. How shall we wager? Guy grinned widely, sensing Kakashi's interest. If you lose, you decide the stakes. If I lose, I shall run 500 laps around Konoha while upside down. Kakashi cradled his head. Here we go again. You truly have no regard for your life. With their wager set, their focus returned to the principal match between Madara and Lee. Adopting a martial artist stance, Lee bowed. Rock Lee, it is a pleasure to meet you. Madara gazed at the dirt-streaked youth before him, suspecting he had been the one to withstand Gaara's earlier onslaught. Despite his tattered clothing, Lee appeared unscathed, suggesting he possessed some degree of strength. Any opponent capable of exciting Madara would earn his respect. Uchiha Madara. I look forward to our encounter. As the two combatants acknowledged each other, Ship stepped into the center, raising his hand and proclaiming, prepare. Let the battle begin. With a command given, Lee sprang into action. His body, honed through relentless training, was both powerful and agile. A gust of wind followed him as he dashed towards Madara, his figure leaving a trail of shadows. He then crouched low, sweeping his leg in a fierce arc-leaf hurricane. Chapter 46. Acknowledgement of your taijutsu. With the force of an autumnal gale sweeping through fallen leaves, Rock Lee unleashed a sweeping kick, conjuring a miniature cyclone. Uchiha Madara, sensing the impending danger, attempted to evade, but it was too late. He was ensnared within the vortex. His body was immediately lifted skyward, wresting control from his grasp. Seizing the opportune moment, Rock Lee propelled himself upward with a powerful kick, sending Madara soaring even higher. An astonishing surge of energy coursed through Rock Lee's frame as he coiled his legs, the muscles of his inner thighs bulging, straining against the fabric of his form-fitting pants. With an explosive burst, Rock Lee ascended to a position surpassing Madara's altitude, extending his right foot, poised to deliver a decisive blow that would send Madara crashing back to earth, thus concluding the contest. The spectators below were awestruck by the sheer fluidity and precision of Rock Lee's movements, erupting in a chorus of astonished exclamations. So fast. Might Guy, Rock Lee's mentor, nudged Kakashi, exclaiming, well, what do you think? Isn't my student far superior to yours? Kakashi remained silent, acutely aware of the true extent of Madara's power, knowing that he would not be vanquished so easily. What's the matter, Kakashi? Are you already contemplating the nature of your forfeit? If you're finding it difficult to decide, allow me to offer a suggestion, such as adorning your nasal and ear orifices with chopsticks and parading through the bustling streets of Konoha. Growing weary of Might Guy's incessant banter, Kakashi retrieved a pair of soft earplugs, typically reserved for peaceful reading, and inserted them into his ears. Undeterred, Might Guy amplified his voice. Hey Kakashi, don't even think about reneging on our agreement. I've recorded the entire exchange. As Might Guy continued his tirade, Kakashi remained impassive, instead producing a copy of Makeout Paradise, effectively sidelining his exuberant companion. Within the arena, Rock Lee's foot descended. The blow, seemingly destined for success, was unexpectedly met by Madara, who, suspended in midair and unable to regulate his physical strength, extended his arms and grasped Rock Lee's leg. Leveraging Rock Lee's momentum, Madara exerted his own force, causing both combatants to spin wildly in the air. Determined to disrupt his opponent's rhythm, Rock Lee used his free foot to push Madara away. Both fighters swiftly retreated, creating distance between them. Rock Lee remarked, I didn't expect to encounter such a formidable opponent among this year's freshmen. Madara responded with a nonchalant smile, not at all. I'm merely a dead last. Or rather, a fender bender. Rock Lee appeared perplexed, questioning the meaning of fender bender. Initially, he had assumed that Madara was indeed a fellow underachiever, suggesting the potential for future camaraderie. However, Madara's swift correction left Rock Lee somewhat deflated. Meanwhile, in the audience, Sasuke, standing among the crowd, sneered, Fender bender, my foot. Having witnessed the ineffectiveness of his initial display of Konoha-style taijutsu against Madara, Rock Lee resolved to employ a novel technique to further probe his opponent's capabilities. Madara, the ensuing technique may be somewhat aggressive. Please forgive me. Madara was taken aback by Rock Lee's unexpected courtesy, offering a preemptive warning before initiating his attack. Madara discerned that Rock Lee, while perhaps not an accomplished ninja, was undoubtedly a good-hearted individual. However, The world of ninjas was fraught with bloodshed and conflict, allowing no room for sentimentality. At that moment, Madara's initial impression of the bushy-browed youth began to wane, as Madara harbored a certain disdain for foolishness. Spare me the platitudes. Bring it on. Upon confirming that his opponent was prepared, Rock Lee used his teeth to untie the bandages encircling his hands, revealing an extended length of arm beyond the bindings. Leaf Whirlwind. Rock Lee charged forward with sudden velocity, rotating his body and launching a sweeping upward kick. This time, Madara was forewarned and capable of evading the attack. However, driven by an innate stubbornness, he opted to test the potency of his opponent's new technique, disregarding the cautionary advice. Once more, Madara found himself propelled into the air. Rock Lee pursued relentlessly, executing the shadow of the dancing leaf technique, delivering an upward kick to Madara's chin, launching him skyward, and then unleashing a further barrage of attacks in midair. At this juncture, the unraveled bandages came into play, complementing the shadow of the dancing leaf with a series of high-speed kicks that sent Madara reeling. Swiftly positioning himself behind Madara, Rock Lee ensnared him with the bandages, and the two combatants embraced, spinning rapidly before plummeting towards the ground in an inverted posture. A deafening crash reverberated through the arena, engulfing the scene in a cloud of dust, obscuring the view of the spectators. Might Guy clenched his fists, prematurely celebrating his prodigy's triumph. Even Kakashi, engrossed in his reading, was compelled to pause and surreptitiously monitor the unfolding situation. Kakashi mused inwardly, what exactly is Madara up to? Seriously, parading through town with chopsticks is incredibly embarrassing. It was evident that Kakashi, despite his composed demeanor, was inwardly apprehensive. Only Sasuke and Sakura, having witnessed Madara's true power, understood that he was indulging in a bout of playful experimentation, seeking to ascertain the limits of Rock Lee's abilities. Amidst the dissipating dust cloud, Rock Lee emerged, extending his arms in a gesture of triumph, acknowledging Might Guy's presence. Might Guy responded with enthusiastic fervor, exclaiming, "Well done, my student." Just then, as the dust began to settle, Hate, who had been closely observing the proceedings, coughed more violently due to the lingering particles. He observed a figure rising slowly from the dust cloud. In an instant, that figure surged forward like a projectile, colliding with Rock Lee. Caught off guard, Rock Lee was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a nearby wall, causing cracks to spread across its surface like a spiderweb. Rock Lee swiftly regained his footing, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. "Madara, I didn't expect you to withstand my front lotus." Madara responded, "So? The taijutsu that involves binding me with bandages is called the front lotus?" Madara's appearance was disheveled, and he coughed up blood as he spoke. It was evident that the earth-shattering technique had taken a toll on his body. Had Madara not deliberately adjusted his posture during the descent, avoiding vital areas, he might have suffered a far more decisive defeat at Rock Lee's hands. Clenching his fists, Madara declared, "I acknowledge your strength. Now, let us engage in a true contest." To earn the recognition of others was Rock Lee's unwavering pursuit. At that moment, Rock Lee extended his hand, signaling his readiness to accept the challenge, and proclaimed, "Very well. I shall no longer hold back and embrace this battle with unrestrained abandon." With those words, Rock Lee crouched down, unfastening the iron weights inscribed with the word guts from his ankles, and raising them aloft. Might Guy's expression shifted to one of alarm as he exclaimed, "No, Lee, you wouldn't." Kakashi, sensing the change in atmosphere, removed his earplugs and inquired, "What's wrong?" Before Might Guy could respond, Rock Lee released the weights. The impact of the weights upon the ground reverberated throughout the arena like an earthquake, leaving deep fissures in the floor. What are those iron weights? They don't appear to be very large, yet they possess such immense mass. Has he been training with those all along? A wave of astonishment swept through the audience. Even Kakashi cast a disapproving glance at Might Guy, remarking, "You're a monster. This isn't training, it's sheer torture." Chapter 47. The Eight Gates of Bypass. Suddenly, a wave of relief washed over Shaoli. As he engaged in his warm-up exercises, he couldn't help but express his thoughts. Obito calculated roughly that the iron ring capable of shattering the floor must weigh in the thousands of pounds. Though Shaoli possessed a muscular physique, he still appeared somewhat slender. The ability to wield such immense strength was undeniably formidable. "Are you challenging the limits of your physical body?" Obito inquired. Shaoli responded candidly, "Not exactly a challenge to my physical limits. Rather, I was born without chakra. To become an exceptional ninja, I must relentlessly pursue excellence along the path of taijutsu." "Born without chakra?" Obito mused. "It is intriguing that you, lacking the innate qualifications to be a ninja, have forged your way onto this path through sheer effort." His interest in Shaoli deepened. "Give it your all. I shall do the same," Obito declared. With a swift motion, Shaoli launched the first attack, vanishing from sight. In the audience, confusion ensued. What just happened? Did Shaoli become invisible? Fool. He can't even use ninjutsu. How could he possibly vanish? Could it be that his speed is so great that our eyes cannot keep up? The audience's analysis was indeed valid, a conclusion Obito was also aware of. Having shed the weight of the 1,000-pound iron ring, Shaoli resembled a wild stallion unbound. Merely using one's eyes to track him would be futile. Even Sasuke's Sharingan might struggle to keep pace. Therefore, conventional methods to counter Xiao Li's rapid movements would fall short. Obito sidestepped, feeling a gust of wind rush past him, his clothes rustling in the breeze. So fast, I can't even see Xiao Li's movements. It wasn't just Xiao Li. Naruto also displayed remarkable skill, deftly dodging Xiao Li's onslaught. How did you perceive that? Perceive what? Didn't you see Naruto twisting around? He is undoubtedly dodging Xiao Li's attacks. Is that so? Yes. The audience was transfixed, some even straining to blink in hopes of seeing more clearly. After evading several of Xiao Li's strikes, Obito suddenly seized Xiao Li's arm and flung him away. However, Xiao Li quickly regained his footing, flipping in midair and landing gracefully, creating a cloud of white smoke from the friction of his palms and shoes before settling on the ground. Standing up, Xiao Li noticed his knuckles were scraped and bleeding. After a brief, self-assured examination, he turned to Obito and asked, "Can you see my movements clearly?" Obito shook his head, "Not at all." Xiao Li furrowed his brow in confusion. "Then how did you manage to counter my techniques?" "Quite simply, through calculation." Xiao Li's perplexity deepened. "Calculation?" "Indeed," Obito affirmed. "I can accurately compute your every movement, even when I cannot see clearly. One must understand that taijutsu is not merely about brute strength. Sometimes, one must engage the mind." Xiao Li, touching his temple, remained puzzled. "But how do you calculate? When I fought with Teacher Guy, I could hardly defend myself. Yet you seem to anticipate my every move." Obito smiled. "Experience." Xiao Li was utterly flabbergasted. Experience? Such a simple phrase was too complex for Xiao Li to grasp at that moment. Obito had endured the brutal trials of the Warring States era, having been forged through relentless hardship. What kinds of people had he not encountered? What abilities had he not faced? After countless battles, the wealth of combat experience he possessed was beyond compare. From the opponent's demeanor, speech, and even breathing, one could infer their state during an attack. Thus, it was clear that Xiao Li's speed alone would not suffice to defeat Obito. Might Guy observed and commented to Kakashi, "It seems you have a commendable student." Kakashi replied, "Did I not mention it before? Naruto is a prodigy." Guy's gaze remained fixed on Obito. "That guy's combat experience doesn't seem to align with that of a mere genin. It's possible he surpasses us." Having witnessed Xiao Li unleash his speed after shedding the iron ring, Obito inquired, "Do you possess any other techniques? I hope to see your trump card." Xiao Li's injured fingers dripped blood onto the ground. He had not anticipated that he had exerted himself to such an extent yet still found himself unable to best his opponent. Even the previous attacks had been deliberately softened by Obito, allowing Xiao Li opportunities. It dawned on him that if Obito could evade his speed, avoiding techniques like Shadow Dance and Lotus would be child's play. With that in mind, Xiao Li resolved to use this technique to conclude the match. He slowly lowered his hands, standing in the most natural posture. Obito noticed Xiao Li closing his eyes. After a moment, Guy exclaimed, "No way. Is Li planning to use that technique?" Kakashi, puzzled, looked at Guy, uncertain of what technique could evoke such tension. The 8 gates of bypass. First gate, open. Xiao Li opened his eyes slowly, veins bulging on his forehead. Second gate, the rest gate, open. The veins swelled further. Third gate, the life gate, open. His skin flushed red as his metabolism accelerated. Fourth gate, the injury gate, open. The activation of his meridians intensified. Fifth gate, the limit gate, open. As the limit gate opened, Xiao Li let out a furious roar. The sweat from his body evaporated, enveloping him in a green mist. The surrounding air swirled violently, forming a powerful cyclone. Obito observed in silence. Noticing Xiao Li remained motionless, he asked, "Is this where it ends?" Obito had never witnessed such a ninjutsu before. However, given the name 8 gates of bypass, logically, Xiao Li should proceed to the 8th gate. Yet, for some reason, he halted at the 5th. Did he deem Obito unworthy? Was he unqualified to witness the 8th gate? Suddenly, Xiao Li propelled himself forward, shattering the floor beneath him as he dashed toward Obito. Obito crossed his arms, bracing for Xiao Li's incoming punch. Bang! Another explosion echoed. At the center of Xiao Li's fist, the air combusted, producing a circular ring of smoke. "Goodness!" Obito exclaimed in astonishment. He had believed his robust physique would withstand this strike. However, the force of the blow left him gasping, and he coughed up blood, crashing into the wall and creating a deep crater. Chapter 48. Victory through endurance in the depths of the pit. Thick smoke billowed ominously. That punch nearly shattered Ban's bones. Fortunately, sensing impending danger, the Ninetales cloaked Ban in a layer of beastly chakra, allowing him to muster the strength to emerge from the abyss. Ban's shirt lay in tatters, exposing his well-defined abdominal muscles, causing the female spectators to blush furiously, especially Hinata, whose face reddened to the point of near fainting. "Ninetales, I am engaged in a physical contest with this boy. Do not interfere," Ban asserted. Indeed, the Ninetales retorted, "If you perish, I will have no idea from where I might be reborn. You must consider my well-being as well." The Ninetales' thoughts were laced with exasperation directed at Ban. With a sigh, Ban reflected that perhaps he had taken things too far, momentarily forgetting that his body was no longer what it once was. the Ninetales remarked. I have observed your diligent training. This cannot be your true level. As the beast residing within the Jinchuriki, the Ninetales could scrutinize Ban's every movement. Since Ban's reincarnation, he had never ceased refining his physical form. Unlike Rock Lee, who possessed extraordinary talent and past experience that propelled his astonishing growth, Ban had to rely on his own relentless efforts. All right, this should suffice, Ban said, having nearly discerned Lee's techniques. Initially, Lee had not released his limitations, yet his strength had already surpassed that of an ordinary person. Once he removed the heavy iron rings, his power reverted to its original state. Ultimately, there was the 8 gates, which allowed the opening of specific chakra pathways, such as the opening, rest, life, injury, and death gates, to temporarily amplify strength. If Lee began at a level of 1, then after shedding the iron rings, he was approximately a 10. Now, with the death gate activated, Lee must surely be at least a 50. This was nothing short of terrifying. Lee delivered a kick that struck like a heavy iron rod. In terms of raw power, Ban was outmatched. The only viable strategy was to evade. In the realm of dodging, Ban believed himself to be unparalleled. Of course, had he been able to activate Susanoo, he would not have needed to evade at all. However, times had changed. Until his strength was fully restored, he must avoid confrontation. Bang, bang, bang. Each of Lee's strikes shattered the arena, creating deep craters. Even the proctor, Shippu, could not help but shake his head, exclaiming, "This is merely the first match. How will the subsequent candidates compete?" Naruto, is your only tactic to evade? Lee said, growing increasingly impatient with Ban's evasive maneuvers. Yet, Ban remained unperturbed. He was not the one at a disadvantage. Moreover, during his evasions, Ban could clearly perceive Lee's escalating exhaustion, his breaths becoming labored, as if he were on the verge of suffocation. Initially, Ban speculated that the continuous assault had fatigued Lee, but as Ban dodged, he too moved with considerable vigor. Unlike Lee, it was evident that both had pushed their physical training to the extreme, making such a disparity in stamina unlikely. Ban surmised that the difference might be related to Lee's use of the 8 gates. That technique seemingly offered significant advantages in strength enhancement. However, everything in existence adheres to the principle of equivalent exchange. One cannot reap great rewards without sacrifice. Thus, Lee's predicament must stem from the immense burden that activating the 8 gates placed on his body, potentially leading to injury or even death over time. As Lee's movements gradually slowed, Ben felt confident in his hypothesis. Attempting to counter Lee with a punch, he astonishingly found that their forces met evenly, resulting in a stalemate. Rock Lee, it appears you cannot endure much longer. Finish this with one decisive move, Ban declared. Lee smiled slightly. It seems Naruto has seen through my tactics. Very well. I shall unleash my final technique. With a primal roar, Lee unleashed a wave of energy that radiated outward. The bandages that had previously been wrapped around his hands straightened under the pressure, and with a powerful swing, they launched toward Ban like serpents. Previously ensnared by the bandages and unable to move, Ban had experienced Lee's primary lotus, which had sent him crashing from a height. Thus, this time, he remained vigilant. He leaped back, narrowly avoiding the grasp of the bandages, which instead struck the ground with tremendous force. What appeared to be fragile bandages proved as hard as steel, shattering the earth beneath them. As Ban retreated, Lee pursued, yet Ban soon realized he could not outrun Lee. Ultimately, during a moment of evasion, the bandages ensnared his heel. In no time, they coiled around Ban's leg and spiraled upward, encasing him in a tight ball, which Lee then hurled to the ground repeatedly. This technique, known as the inner lotus, was an upgraded version of the primary lotus, employing the same bandage props. Bang, bang, bang. The ground was battered into multiple deep craters until Lee, exhausted, ceased his onslaught. That should be enough, he said, tossing the bandage-wrapped ball into one of the craters. He then slumped to the ground, his blood returning to normal as he wiped the sweat from his brow. Surely Naruto cannot lose now, he thought. After enduring such a severe assault, who could withstand it? Unexpectedly, Lee's prowess shone through. He had caused such devastation merely through physical skill. Of course, don't forget he withstood Gaara's attack earlier, someone remarked. However, the prospect of Naruto's defeat perplexed them. In the audience, Yakushi Kabuto, who had remained silent, adjusted his glasses with a sinister smile, murmuring to himself. From the very beginning, his focus had been solely on Ban, despite their lack of interaction since the Chunin exams. Yet, Kabuto seemed quite invested in him. Meanwhile, Might Guy was equally exhilarated, exclaiming, "Kakashi, it seems I shall be victorious this time." Proctor Shippu approached the center of the arena, assessing Lee's condition. Aside from consciousness, Lee had lost most of his combat capability. Conversely, Ban remained still in the pit, prompting Shippu to prepare to announce the outcome. Just then, Ban, ensnared in the bandages, began to peel them away as if emerging from a cocoon, like a butterfly reborn. He arched his back and gradually stood upright. "Ah, that hurts," he groaned, twisting his neck and loosening his limbs with a series of audible cracks. He then leaped back onto the arena floor, appearing only slightly dirty, his condition otherwise intact. Approaching Lee, He inquired, "Can you still fight?" Lee was taken aback, then smiled in resignation. "I concede. There is no way for me to continue." No one anticipated that Ban would achieve victory in the contest by enduring such punishment. Shippu raised the flag and proclaimed, "First match of the contest. The victor is Uzumaki Naruto." Chapter 49. The Antiquity. Is this how victory is achieved? In the audience, Inuzuka Kiba wore a puzzled expression, for it was evident that Obito had done nothing, yet Lee had conceded defeat. Shino remarked, "It is because Lee has exhausted all his options, while Naruto still possesses energy. Have you seen him employ any ninjutsu aside from taijutsu?" Kiba momentarily lost his words. He had thought his strength was comparable to Obito's, but it was now evident that he had been left far behind. How infuriating. Must he truly resign himself to being nothing more than his informant? The notion of taking the lead was never taken seriously by anyone except Obito and Kiba. Shikamaru and Choji had never genuinely entertained it. Now, with Kiba grudgingly accepting the reality, he was bound to honor his previous promise and obediently serve as Obito's subordinate. This is so frustrating. Kiba seethed with rage. Just then, following the conclusion of the first round of matches, the large screen began to scroll with the next matchups. How intriguing. The swift wind observed the screen and announced the second match of the tournament. Tintin versus Temari. Outside the venue, the exhausted Lee was being carried away on a stretcher by medical personnel en route to the hospital for treatment. Obito, who had suffered some injuries himself, found that by the time the medics arrived to examine him, all his wounds had mysteriously healed. How could this be? Not a single injury remained. The medical staff scrutinized Obito's hands, probing for any signs of internal damage. "Is it possible that your organs are affected? Perhaps you should accompany us to the hospital for a checkup." Obito shook his head, stating, "There's no need. These minor injuries are trivial to me." After politely declining the medical staff's offer, Obito turned to leave the forest of death. At the central tower, a narrow path led outwards. Walking alone along this path, Obito pondered. During this battle in the forest of death, he had forcibly unleashed the power of the Four Tails. At the beginning, he managed to suppress the encroaching influence of the Nine Tails chakra, yet at the final moment, he succumbed. Perhaps battling Orochimaru had drained too much of his chakra, leaving him vulnerable to the violent chakra of the Nine Tails. "Obito, you must understand that I do not deliberately seek to influence your thoughts. Rather, throughout my long existence, I have endured much torment at the hands of humanity, leading me to harbor a deep-seated animosity towards them. Of course, I still regard you with a sense of fear." The consciousness of the Nine Tails communicated, its tone laced with regret. Obito queried, "How can I better master your chakra?" The Nine Tails replied, "There are two methods to control my chakra. The first is to conquer me with absolute power, much like how you once controlled me with your Sharingan. The second, though seemingly simple, is much more challenging. It requires a mutual understanding between the Jinchuriki and the tailed beast." Obito furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before responding. "But you are merely a mass of chakra. What understanding could you possibly require?" The Nine Tails instantly adopted a forlorn expression, pouting, "See? I told you it was difficult." As he approached the exit, Obito caught a glimpse of an elderly figure observing him. The man leaned upon a cane, his right hand and eye wrapped in bandages, suggesting he had sustained severe injuries. From his aura, Obito sensed that this elder was formidable, and that he would likely play a significant role in Obito's story. However, as Obito passed by, the elder remained silent. The elder was Danzo, who had intended to speak. But not far off, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stood with his hands crossed behind his back, casting a stern gaze at Danzo, as if issuing a command for him to remain silent. Ultimately, Danzo said nothing, his cane making a rhythmic sound against the cobblestones as he walked into the forest of death. Since his defeat in the struggle for the Hokage position, Danzo had retreated from the public eye, largely ignoring matters within the village. Yet now, within the central tower of the forest of death, the third round of the Chunin exam was underway. Hiruzen furrowed his brow, pondering, what business does he have in there? Despite his suspicions regarding Danzo's unusual behavior, Hiruzen chose not to pursue the matter. Among the participants in the ongoing matches, he could discern who might attract Danzo's attention. Uchiha Sasuke. Hiruzen recalled the boy who had miraculously survived the night of the massacre. Each thought of it filled him with deep sorrow. He knew he could have prevented it. But for the sake of Konoha, he chose to compromise and allowed Danzo to handle the situation. Originally, the plan was to leave no survivors from the Uchiha clan that night. However, the sole survivor, Sasuke, became a thorn in Danzo's side, a constant reminder of his intentions to eliminate him. He was convinced that the Uchiha clan was inherently malevolent, and allowing them to persist in this world was akin to harboring a ticking time bomb. Better to resolve the issue early for peace of mind. Hiruzen sighed, thinking, let Danzo observe as he wishes. After all, with so many witnesses in the arena, he surely wouldn't dare take Sasuke's life in plain sight. Hiruzen approached Obito. Naruto. Upon hearing Hiruzen's voice, Obito turned and walked towards him. Old man, what is it? Obito inquired. Hiruzen chuckled. I watched your match. It was indeed quite unexpected. However, I must remind you to control the power of the Nine Tails, or else. Obito, confused, asked, or else what? Isn't the power of the Nine Tails meant to be utilized? Hiruzen paused. Well, the village's higher-ups are already paying attention to you. If you cause any harm to the village because of the Nine Tails, I won't be able to protect you. Obito scrutinized Hiruzen from head to toe. Aren't you the Hokage? Is there anyone more arrogant than you? Cough. Hiruzen spluttered at Obito's remark. The Hokage is here to protect the village, not to compete in arrogance. Moreover, do not digress. Just heed my advice. Obito had no intention of listening to Hiruzen. In his eyes, Hiruzen was merely an elder, and he appeared to be even more obstinate. Nevertheless, Obito understood that stubborn old men are akin to little dogs. If you pet them the wrong way, they will snap at you. Thus, he opted to stroke in the right direction instead. If he was happy, so too would Obito be, avoiding fruitless arguments with no resolution. All right, old man. I understand. Ha ha ha. With that, Hiruzen beamed with satisfaction, patting Obito's increasingly sturdy shoulders. He then produced an envelope from his robe, saying, Here, I've been a bit busy lately and forgot to give you your living expenses. Obito glanced at the envelope, thinking the old man was rather considerate, always punctual with his assistance. Even when he occasionally missed the deadline, he would remember to make amends. However, this time, Obito pushed Hiruzen's hand away, leaving the Hokage momentarily stunned. Thanks, but you need not provide me with money anymore. I am now a ninja and can earn my own, Obito proclaimed, turning in a self-satisfied manner. Yet, after taking only a few steps, his swagger faltered within 3 seconds. He patted his pocket, which had been emptied from treating Hinata to a meal, and clutching his thigh, lamented in a whiny tone. What a fool. Why pretend to be so impressive? Chapter 50. Colliding Souls. Tobirama Senju did not enter the death forest as Danzo had anticipated. Instead, he turned and stepped into a dense thicket. Towering trees obscured the sun, casting a dim blue hue within the shadowy space. Upon reaching a clearing at the center of the forest, he surveyed his surroundings but found nothing out of the ordinary. Yet, he knew that the individual he sought was present. Come out. I know you are here, he called. From the shadows emerged a figure clad in long robes, with flowing hair, a frost-white complexion, and serpent-like eyes. Orochimaru, Tobirama inquired. How are preparations on your end? With a wicked smile, Orochimaru replied, Hehe, fear not. However, it is hard to believe that a staunch defender of Konoha like you, Lord Danzo, would collaborate with me. Tobirama's expression turned serious. Their contrasting natures were starkly apparent. A seemingly upright individual associating with a complete villain created an odd tableau. I do this for the future of Konoha, Tobirama asserted. Hiruzen has held the position of Hokage long enough. It is time for a change. Orochimaru's pupils glinted with intrigue as he licked his lips, crimson and slick. It seems you have coveted the Hokage's position for quite some time. Tobirama remained silent, his mind drifting back to a time of war. As a student of the second Hokage, Tobirama, alongside his mentor and comrades, faced the elite forces of Kimogakure to prevent their team from being annihilated. Someone had proposed that one individual act as bait to engage the enemy, thus providing an escape route for the others. However, the question of who would take on that perilous role left them in a bind, as any choice meant a near-certain death. Tobirama hesitated. Yet, Hiruzen, his teammate, stepped forward resolutely, declaring, I will do it. The group was taken aback, for none wished to die, and though they yearned for glory, the reality of stepping forward proved daunting. Each silently prayed for someone else to volunteer. Hiruzen had done so, but Tobirama intervened, stating, I will take on the role of bait. You are all the future bearers of the will of fire. The wind rustled, leaves whispering as Tobirama murmured to himself, his grip tightening around his cane, visible veins pulsing with intensity. That decision, born from Hiruzen's bravery, led Tobirama to entrust the future Hokage position to him. He harbored resentment, both towards Hiruzen, for his unwavering trust in Hiruzen, and towards himself for his cowardice. Thus, when Orochimaru spoke of coveting the Hokage's position, it felt less like ambition and more like a means to atone for his past weakness, a way to ease his guilt. After all, Tobirama genuinely loved Konoha. Seeing Tobirama lost in thought, Orochimaru chuckled. What troubles you, Lord Danzo? Tobirama's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, and he quickly composed himself. Nothing. I merely wish to assess your level of preparedness. Orochimaru responded. The sound village I established is on standby outside the village, and coordination with Sunagakure is nearly complete. We await your signal to proceed. Tobirama nodded. I trust the internal arrangements, but with such limited forces, I fear it may be insufficient. Orochimaru anticipated Tobirama's concerns. Failure would jeopardize not only his claim to the Hokage position, but also the safety of Konoha, which he could not afford. Thus, Tobirama was only permitted success, with failure being unacceptable. Summoning jutsu, Orochimaru exclaimed, biting his finger and applying the blood to his palm. He formed seals with remarkable speed and slammed his hands onto the ground. Instantly, the earth trembled and cracked. Soon, a coffin rose vertically from the ground, marked with the character for first. Tobirama gasped, what is this? Recognizing the forbidden jutsu employed by the second Hokage, Tobirama's shock transformed into a glimmer of hope. The technique known as Edo Tensei could summon the souls of the deceased back to the realm of the living, granting them corporeal form. With a creaking sound, the coffin opened, revealing a figure lying within, a body, to be precise. Tobirama's astonishment gave way to elation. If that is the case, I can rest easy. Orochimaru retracted the coffin, stating, that Uchiha brat is reserved for me. Even if you do not want him, I will find a way to deal with him. Pleasure doing business with you. As night fell, at the Ichiraku ramen shop, Naruto encountered Iruka, who invited him in for a warm meal. Naruto, today you can eat to your heart's content, Iruka said with a cheerful grin. With a hint of skepticism, Sasuke eyed Iruka and asked, really? I can eat a lot. Absolutely. No worries. Really? Yes. Trust me, I have plenty of money, Iruka replied, showcasing his well-filled wallet. With that assurance, Sasuke felt liberated. After days of inadequate sustenance in the Death Forest, he relished the opportunity. Sasuke devoured an astonishing 20 bowls in one sitting. Noticing Iruka's hands trembling as he paid the bill, once satiated, they walked together. Passing a convenience store, Iruka asked Sasuke to wait on a nearby bench while he entered to buy a 2-in-1 popsicle, breaking it in half to share with Sasuke. As Sasuke took the popsicle and bit into it, a sudden gust of wind swept through. Observing Sasuke hesitating to take a bite, Iruka inquired, what's wrong, Naruto? Are you troubled? Sasuke shook his head, no. Yet, he found it peculiar that, for a fleeting moment, he sensed something, a familiar feeling, as if intertwined with fate. Sasuke could not articulate it, but his instincts hinted that an encounter was imminent. Iruka remarked, the list of those who advanced to the 3rd Chunin exam has been released. But there will be a month-long gap before the final matches. How do you plan to spend this time? Sasuke continued to savor the popsicle, temporarily setting aside that strange sensation. Kakashi mentioned he found me a mentor named Ebisu, who will guide my training. Sasuke sighed, pondering who in Konoha could truly mentor him. Ugh, what a hassle. Chapter 51. The lecherous Toad Uncle in the 3rd Chunin exam. The format consisted of one-on-one matches, with a total of 16 participants, from which 8 would advance: Madara, Sasuke, Shino, Niji, Kabuto, Gaara, Shikamaru, and Temari. The 4th Chunin exam, the official competition, would attract prominent figures from various nations, including feudal lords and shadows, to observe the battles at the Konoha arena. This event represented not merely a confrontation among ninjas, but also a splendid opportunity for public relations. Beyond the chance to ascend to Chunin status, there was the potential for a noble or minister to take notice and extend an invitation to serve as a personal bodyguard. However, Madara was indifferent. He had no desire to be subordinate to anyone. If he were to serve, it would be in a grand capacity. Hey, Naruto, what are you daydreaming about during training? At the hot springs, Madara collaborated with Ebisu in a lesson, focusing his chakra to transform the water's surface into solid ground, allowing him to walk and run upon it. As the personal tutor to Konohamaru, the grandson of the 3rd Hokage, Madara held a sense of superiority, believing his teachings were several levels above those of others. Yet, this sentiment was not reciprocated. Ebisu had previously placed his hands on Konohamaru's shoulders, proclaiming, young Master Konohamaru, if you follow my teachings, you shall find the quickest path to becoming Hokage. Ebisu had been fervently expounding upon his theories, detailing the extensive practice, time, and tribulations he had endured to develop his methodology, complete with meticulous data to support his claims. He recounted numerous highlights and the completion of advanced missions. Initially, Madara found some interest, but over time, he grew weary, his mind instinctively shutting out the incessant chatter, allowing the words to flow in one ear and out the other, until he was oblivious to the monologue beside him. Eventually, Ebisu noticed Madara's distraction and rushed behind him, shouting. The sudden outburst caused Madara's chakra to falter, and he plummeted into the water with a splash. The scalding heat of the hot springs jolted him back to reality as he scrambled to the surface. Why are you shouting so loudly? Madara exclaimed. Focus, Naruto. Kakashi entrusted you to my care, and I must guide you diligently, identifying the issues he may have overlooked to help you enhance your strength. For instance, just now, your chakra control was unstable. Unhappy, Madara retorted. That was your fault for startling me. And please, don't appear behind me like that. I'm not the kind of person who can relieve himself with someone standing behind him. Ebisu paused, then burst into laughter. You have such a peculiar quirk. Come on, you wouldn't want someone behind you while you're... Ebisu reconsidered. Well, that's also true at that moment. A male's lewd laughter echoed from the women's bath nearby. As a self-proclaimed champion of justice, Ebisu could not tolerate such behavior. Naruto, you continue practicing while I go teach that lecturer a lesson. Seeing Ebisu roll up his sleeves and charge towards a man seated atop a toad, with white hair, brown attire, and a red cloak, Madara felt disdain. While he held no admiration for Ebisu, who had chosen a hot spring as a training ground and was now peeking at women in bathrobes, he still found the situation contemptible. Scoundrel, surrender at once. Ebisu shouted. The man turned, looking somewhat aged, and regarded Ebisu with curiosity. The toad beneath him flicked out its tongue, ensnaring Ebisu's waist, lifting him high, and slamming him to the ground. The girls in the bath gasped in shock. peering through the gaps in the wooden planks. The man sighed at the sight of the fleeing maidens. What a pity. I was so close to gathering excellent material. The ruckus had disturbed the bathing girls, leaving him disheartened. Noticing Ebisu unconscious, the man jumped off the toad's back and approached slowly. Oh, if it isn't Konoha s Ebisu. As the man lamented his interrupted opportunity, Madara delivered a swift kick. Sensing the wind behind him, the man deftly dodged the attack and, in an instant, seized Madara's ankle, lifting him off the ground. You're a Konoha ninja. What are you doing here? The man inquired. Struggling, Madara found his efforts futile. Who are you? The man, seemingly devoid of hostility, released Madara and stepped onto a small bridge, spreading his arms and legs in a grandiose manner. I am the sage of Mount Myaboku, commonly known as the Toad Sage. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Upon hearing Mount Myaboku, Madara's recognition sparked. However, he hesitated, asking, Aren't the sages of Mount Myaboku all toads? The man, identifying himself as the Toad Sage, appeared perplexed. Mount Myaboku was an esoteric existence, unknown to ordinary folk. Judging by Madara's tone, he seemed familiar with the place. You know of Mount Myaboku? Oh no, I haven't heard of it, Madara replied. The Toad Sage stroked his chin, half convinced. Toad Sage is merely my hidden title. He tossed his long white hair, continuing, There's nothing to conceal. I am one of the legendary Sannin, the invincible Jiraiya, whose name alone can silence crying children. The Sannin? Madara recalled hearing that name before and reflected on the peculiar man with snake-like eyes from the Forest of Death, Orochimaru, who shared the same title. Oh, Madara exclaimed, prompting Jiraiya to lean in eagerly. So, you've heard of my esteemed name and were so frightened that you nearly wet your pants, huh? Aren't you the one who, along with the other two, challenged Hanzo of the Salamander, only to be defeated and branded with the disgraceful title of Sannin? Jiraiya momentarily choked on his words, veins bulging on his forehead. Yet, he quickly suppressed his anger and retorted, Do you even know what level of ninja Hanzo is? I know a thing or two, Madara replied. You little brat. Who do you think you are? Jiraiya could no longer contain his frustration, thinking it ridiculous that a mere child would adopt a mature demeanor in front of him. However, when Madara revealed his name as Naruto Uzumaki, Jiraiya's reaction was even more pronounced. Chapter 52. The one who bestows names in the mind of Jiraiya. The image of a serene and tranquil day began to form. It was the day he had visited the home of Minato with his very first book, The Essence of Ninja. Minato had immersed himself in the book, deeply moved by the protagonist who, despite facing insurmountable difficulties and uncertainties, steadfastly pursued the truth of world peace with unwavering determination. In the end, Minato called for his heavily pregnant wife, Kushina, inquiring whether they could name their soon-to-arrive child after the protagonist of the novel. Naming a child is a solemn affair. At that moment, Jiraiya naturally thought it was utterly absurd and promptly refused, exclaiming, No way. That name came to me while I was slurping ramen. Kushina, resting against the doorframe and gently caressing her belly, remarked, Naruto is a wonderful name. Jiraiya, scratching the back of his head awkwardly, responded, If we name the child that, it would mean I contributed to the naming. Is someone like me truly worthy? Kushina moved beside Minato, and together they stood united. Minato declared, It is precisely because of you, Sensei, that it is fitting. In terms of truly knowledgeable and great ninjas, there is none other than you. Jiraiya, reflecting on the years gone by, felt a twinge of nostalgia, realizing how much time had passed since that little infant was now almost at his chest level. Have you heard of my name? Obito inquired curiously, studying Jiraiya. Coming back to reality, Jiraiya chuckled heartily. Due to the directives from the higher-ups in Konoha to conceal Naruto's true identity, Jiraiya could only laugh it off, saying, No, I just find your name amusing. Obito retorted, What is amusing about it? Jiraiya replied, It's just amusing, all right. He then threw his arm around Obito's neck, climbing onto the back of a summoned toad. The toad leaped high into the air, soaring over 100 meters. What on earth are you doing? Obito, nearly tumbling off the toad's back, clung desperately to Jiraiya's arm. Amidst Jiraiya's boisterous laughter, the toad landed in a forest not far from the hot springs. Here, the scenery was enchanting. Nestled between mountains and water, a babbling brook, a stretch of lush grassland, and a dense thicket surrounded them. They landed squarely in the heart of the grassy area. Obito rolled off the toad's back, hastily getting to his feet while brushing off the dirt and grass clinging to him. Jiraiya, what is the purpose of this? He asked. Jiraiya summoned a particularly long toad that resembled a cylinder. Approaching it, he tugged at one end as if it were a piece of parchment. The toad's body unfurled like a scroll, revealing a multitude of names written upon it, including Jiraiya's own. Hey Jiraiya, how dare you treat me like a junior? From now on, you shall call me teacher. Come here. Obito pouted, thinking to himself that a mere youth from Konoha had no right to assert such hierarchy. Had it not been for the need to conceal his identity, he would have slapped Jiraiya by now. Obito approached and noticed the scroll inscribed with numerous names. Jiraiya, seizing the opportunity, drew a kunai and, before Obito could react, pricked his own thumb. He then smeared the blood onto his other fingers before pressing them onto an empty line. Confused, Obito inquired, "What are you doing, Jiraiya?" "Call me teacher." Jiraiya shot Obito a stern look and declared, "This is the contract roster of Mount Miyaboku's toads. I've registered you. Once you master the summoning technique, you'll be able to summon the toads from there. Is this a contract?" Obito muttered to himself. Although he was bewildered by being brought to this place and forced to call Jiraiya teacher, the prospect of acquiring such a summoning technique seemed worthwhile. All right, Jiraiya-sensei, is that acceptable?" Jiraiya retorted, "What kind of attitude is that? I'm teaching you the summoning technique, and you're asking if it's acceptable?" He felt as if he were offering something of value only to be met with disdain. However, considering he had bestowed the name upon this boy, he decided to endure the slight. Jiraiya imparted the hand seals for summoning the toads without reservation. Obito grasped the technique quickly and, on his first attempt, successfully summoned Gamabunta. Gamabunta, with his green skin and black eyes, wielded 2 long swords on his back, exuding an air of aloof mastery in swordsmanship. Looking down at Jiraiya, he asked, "Why have you summoned me here, Jiraiya?" Jiraiya, grinning, expressed his delight. "Well done, Naruto. You summoned Gamabunta on your first try. You two shall become inseparable partners." "What? Him?" Both Obito and Gamabunta exclaimed in surprise, scrutinizing one another. In Gamabunta's eyes, Obito, being so small, hardly seemed a fitting partner. Obito, too, wore a look of disdain, feeling similarly looked down upon. Despite Gamabunta's imposing figure, in the world of ninjas, size did not equate to strength, and Obito, having yet to witness Gamabunta's true prowess, held him in contempt. Obito scoffed, "I wouldn't have given a second glance to a summoning beast like you before." Gamabunta, taken aback, retorted, "I didn't insult you. Yet you choose to criticize me first." With a sarcastic tone, Gamabunta replied, "Unlike you, I don't bother with your kind. Anyone beneath me is merely an ant beneath my foot. You've successfully infuriated me, you little brat. I am now furious." As the tension between them escalated, Jiraiya hurriedly intervened. All right, everyone, let us not ruin this chance to get acquainted. It's fate after all." "Silence. Be quiet." In perfect unison, Obito and Gamabunta shouted at Jiraiya. Realizing he had been sidelined, Jiraiya sheepishly stepped back, awkwardly laughing. "Very well, you two carry on." After Jiraiya slipped away, Obito glared imperiously at Gamabunta, declaring, "Submit to me." What? Gamabunta had never encountered such arrogance, ready to retort. However, before he could speak, Obito unleashed the chakra of the 9 tails, demanding, "Do you submit?" Gamabunta, startled by the overwhelming chakra, felt as though the very atmosphere had transformed, enveloped by a fierce beast. TCH. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, dispelling the summoning technique in a cloud of white mist. At that moment, Jiraiya re-emerged. "It seems you and Gamabunta are getting along quite well," he remarked. "Have you developed an eye disease?" He laughed heartily. Jiraiya genuinely admired Obito's aptitude. "Since you have grasped the summoning technique so swiftly, let us move on to making some chakra balls." Chapter 53. Let us call it the spiraling sphere shuriken. What is this, a ball? Obscured by confusion, Madara watched as Jiraiya spread his palm, gathering an increasing amount of blue chakra at its center. In but a brief moment, a marble-sized orb blossomed into a sphere approximately 10 centimeters in diameter. Is it a ninjutsu encased in chakra? It shouldn't have much power, Madara mused, considering that he could create a similar chakra mass, which appeared unremarkable. He was uncertain of what Jiraiya was alluding to. Noticing the perplexity in Madara's demeanor, Jiraiya pinched the orb and hurled it towards a nearby towering tree. Upon contact, the sphere penetrated the trunk as if wielding the precision of a power drill. Madara anticipated that the orb would bore through the entire trunk. However, midway through, it suddenly erupted, unleashing a thunderous roar as splinters of wood flew into the air. With a resounding crash, the great tree toppled. Fascinating. Madara acknowledged the anomaly of the sphere. His interest peaked despite his lack of understanding of its underlying mechanism. "Want to give it a try?" Jiraiya proposed. Madara nodded and attempted to replicate the feat. Indeed, he managed to create a sphere, but it was diminutive and uneven, lacking any semblance of power. When he struck a stone by the riverbank, it merely left a faint mark. "Indeed, your sphere possesses some merit," Madara conceded. Jiraiya laughed heartily. "Of course. This is the A-class ninjutsu, spiraling sphere, developed by the 4th Hokage. If it were so easily mastered, that would be quite the predicament." Spiraling sphere? Madara repeated the name with deliberation, allowing it to resonate in his mind. Spiraling. He paced back and forth, reiterating the term. A typical chakra sphere was merely a chaotic conglomeration. Upon impact, its disorganized nature made it difficult to concentrate power, resulting in a feeble effect. However, if one could manipulate the flow of chakra, particularly in a spiraling manner, perhaps it could yield greater force? Following this reasoning, Madara reassembled a chakra sphere, which now appeared more rounded and spun fervently in one direction. Observing the orb in Madara's hand, Jiraiya cast an approving glance, silently acknowledging. To grasp the fundamentals of the spiraling sphere so swiftly, This isn't the slowpoke the village speaks of. He is a genius. Madara attempted once more, launching the sphere from his hand. This time, the collision with the stone produced a resounding crack, leaving fissures across its surface. Yet, the power still fell short. Confounded, Madara pondered why, despite adhering to the method, he could not replicate Jiraiya's formidable sphere. What had gone awry? In a quest for clarity, he humbly sought Jiraiya's guidance. Hey, how do I achieve that? Teach me promptly. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya bristled. Is that the demeanor of someone asking for help? Madara, with a hint of defiance, retorted. Didn't you choose to be my teacher? It's you who is seeking me. Jiraiya, exasperated, slapped his forehead. How did I end up with someone like you? He approached once more, gathering another spiraling sphere in his palm. Come closer and observe closely. Madara leaned in, his face illuminated by the blue glow. The spiraling sphere in Jiraiya's hand was exquisitely crafted, evoking admiration from Madara. This is utterly fascinating. Madara discerned that the sphere indeed spun, affirming his initial hypothesis. However, the missing element in his attempts was the nature of that rotation. Jiraiya's spiraling sphere not only spun in a singular direction, but also exhibited an ordered rotation within a membranous chakra shell, with the chakra swirling in divergent paths without breaching the membrane. Such a structure, upon contact with a target, would act akin to a meat grinder, shredding flesh to pieces. This technique is difficult to master without diligent practice, Jiraiya remarked. Have you grasped the principle of spiraling? Jiraiya found himself unexpectedly fond of Madara, whose talent reminded him of his own prized student, composed, calm, and humble. Yet, Madara was anything but humble. With a sigh, Jiraiya rummaged through his pocket, producing a balloon, inflating it with his breath, tying it off, and handing it to Madara. Consider the balloon's skin as the chakra membrane. Let the chakra swirl within, and when you burst the balloon, you'll have succeeded. Pop! Madara exclaimed, holding the deflated balloon aloft for Jiraiya to see. Oh, Jiraiya was taken aback. It took me several days to master that principle, and you've understood it in an instant. It's simple enough, Madara replied, undeterred by the challenge. All right, so that is how you want to play it. Jiraiya retrieved another balloon, rushing to fill it with water and presenting it to Madara. If you can pop. Oh, can you not let me finish my sentence? Jiraiya fumed, but Madara, undeterred, insisted. Enough. You needn't say another word. With that, Jiraiya instructed Madara to wait while he dashed toward the town. Moments later, he returned, panting, and tossed a palm-sized ball to Madara. Here, give this a try. I don't believe you can burst it. It seemed the lesson had strayed from its original purpose, morphing into a contest of humiliation. Madara squeezed the ball. This indeed presents a challenge. See, it's challenging, isn't it? Jiraiya's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Pop. The ball exploded. Madara picked up the remnants, examining them with a sense of accomplishment. It had taken considerable effort, and his hands felt sore. Just a bit sore? Jiraiya hoped for more affirmation, wishing to validate his own struggles in mastering the spiraling sphere. Indeed, it's somewhat sore. Damn it. Jiraiya punched a nearby tree, which promptly splintered and collapsed. Did the tree provoke your ire? No, I simply require some solitude. As Jiraiya settled into a shaded spot to ponder life, Madara, still practicing by the river, inadvertently created a significant disturbance. Jiraiya leapt to his feet, eager to ascertain the cause of the commotion. What he beheld left him utterly astounded. A gaping pit several meters deep had transformed the previously tranquil landscape. Did you do this, Naruto? He asked, bewildered. Madara replied. I just tried the spiraling sphere. Its power is indeed commendable. However, it did not meet my expectations, so I experimented by infusing a bit of wind chakra within it, and inadvertently developed an entirely new technique. As he spoke, the spiraling sphere in Madara's grasp sprouted sharp blades, emitting a piercing sound as it spun. I've contemplated a fitting name for this new technique. Let us call it the Spiraling Sphere Shuriken. Chapter 54. Seeking medical attention for the spiraling shuriken on that day. Jiraiya merely repeated the name of the new technique and fell into silence until dusk, the moment of parting. In acknowledgement of Jiraiya's imparting of ninjutsu, Madara expressed his gratitude with a simple thank you. Jiraiya turned back, offered an awkward yet polite smile, and then departed, his silhouette tinged with a sense of melancholy. Thus ended the unexpected encounter with Jiraiya. Upon returning to Konoha, Madara received the matchups for the 4th Chunin exam. The first match, Shikamaru versus Temari. The second match, Sasuke versus Neji. The third match, Kabuto versus Shino. The fourth match, Naruto Uzumaki versus Gaara. A Jinchuriki, you say? Madara's initial impression of this individual was quite favorable. The murderous intent he exuded in the forest of death, coupled with his cold gaze, was characteristic of a formidable opponent, one that Madara found appealing. Gaara, in battle, was certain to be ruthless. Naturally, Madara himself was no stranger to lethal force. The Nine Tails. How do you feel about such an opponent? Excited? Hardly. I have no desire to encounter that Shikaku fellow. Oh, the one tail is called Shikaku. And what name does the 9 tails bear? Why inquire about that? The Ninetales exhibited a reluctance to delve into this topic. Fortunately, Madara was not one to press relentlessly, opting to let the matter rest. During the month of preparation, Madara attempted to train with the spiraling shuriken several times. Its destructive power was indeed formidable, capable of wreaking havoc. Even Madara, who had been diligently training, suffered from the backlash of this jutsu. Since wind release primarily revolves around cutting, when combined with the spiraling sphere, the entire spiraling shuriken resembled countless fine threads, attacking both the enemy and the user, ruining cellular structures and inducing effects akin to poisoning, rendering Madara's arm numb and lifeless. Were it not for the presence of the Ninetales chakra, Madara's hand would have been rendered utterly useless. Madara had not anticipated that his casual development of a new technique would result in a forbidden jutsu. Now, he faced two potential solutions, either to seal away the spiraling shuriken entirely and never use it again, or to further evolve the technique so that it could be thrown like a shuriken. However, Madara deemed the second option unlikely, as the spiraling shuriken was, at best, a chakra construct that would rapidly dissipate upon leaving the body, losing its intended potency. It was akin to Kakashi's Raikiri, which could only be unleashed from the hand and not thrown. It was rather unfortunate that, despite being classified as an S-rank ninjutsu, the spiraling shuriken could not be utilized effectively. Madara felt a sense of helplessness. At Konoha Hospital, Madara had attempted several times recently, concluding that throwing the spiraling shuriken was futile. Moreover, his hand had grown weak and sore. When visiting Ichiraku Ramen, he found himself unable to even lift chopsticks. Ayam, the daughter of Uncle Ichiraku, kindly picked up the chopsticks for Madara, only to discover that his arm was dotted with numerous tiny puncture wounds, as if pierced by 1,000 silver needles. Initially, Madara dismissed it. However, Ayam insisted that he visit Konoha Hospital for a checkup. Madara protested, claiming his funds were barely sufficient for ramen. To his surprise, Ayam tugged at him, insisting it's important to see a doctor. Afterward, she instructed Uncle Ichiraku, "Father, please manage the shop for a moment. I will accompany Naruto to the hospital. Take it slow on the way." In the consultation room, Ayam urged the medical staff, "Please take a look at Naruto's hand and see what's wrong." Suddenly, a person was thrust into the room, leaving the medical personnel bewildered. Upon seeing the injuries on Madara's hand, the medical staff gasped, "What happened here?" "I just used a new technique," Madara replied. The medical staff, seemingly experienced, quickly recognized the gravity of the situation and summoned an expert team for consultation. Following their treatment and prescription, Madara could not help but admire their professionalism. However, he did not feel any improvement in his hand. Unfortunately, the money Ayam had brought was nearly depleted. On the way back, Madara awkwardly remarked, "I'm truly sorry for making you spend so much." Ayam reassured him, "It's fine, as long as your hand gets better." To alleviate her worries, Madara responded, "Yes, it does feel much better." "That's great. Ayam, why are you being so kind to me, along with Uncle Ichiraku?" Ayam, light on her feet, replied cheerfully, "There's no reason. It's because we've watched you grow up. We consider you family." Her words deeply touched Madara. "Really? Then can I get ramen for free from now on?" "You wish." In the following days, Madara's hand showed no signs of improvement. With the 4th Chunin exam approaching, his current condition posed many challenges. To address this issue, Madara first consulted the Ninetales. "You can't exert strength in your hand right now?" "Correct. Do you have a way to help me?" "I can repair the damaged cellular structure, but it will take some time." "How long?" "At least 3 months." Hearing this disheartening response, Madara felt a sense of despair and decided to seek Kakashi instead. Kakashi, upon hearing the situation, indicated that he was not adept in medical ninjutsu and suggested finding a medical ninja. After learning that Madara had been to Konoha Hospital and that the results were less than satisfactory, Kakashi said, "If Konoha Hospital cannot help, then we must place our hopes on that person." "Who is it?" "Lady Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin." "Tsunade? Isn't she the granddaughter of Hashirama?" Kakashi was taken aback. "You know that?" Madara sensed Kakashi's gaze upon him was peculiar, akin to a sharp scalpel dissecting him piece by piece. "I've studied the history of Konoha," he replied. "Is that so?" Kakashi remarked with a narrowed gaze. "I spoke to Irika, who mentioned that you, once the bottom of the class, suddenly began to study hard. Yet even then, your performance in academics remained subpar." Feeling that continuing the conversation with Kakashi was perilous, Madara quickly changed the subject. Someone is waiting for me. I'll take my leave." Finally managing to extricate himself from Kakashi, Madara temporarily shelved his quest for medical assistance. It seemed that his identity as a reincarnator had begun to raise suspicions. From now on, he would need to tread carefully. Revealing his true nature could have dire consequences. Madara was acutely aware that Kakashi was observing him from the shadows, though he could not pinpoint when this began, perhaps even before his reincarnation or earlier still. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for Kakashi to be the first to notice the discrepancies between him and the real Naruto. With these thoughts set aside, the 4th Chunin exam was merely 2 days away, and he would need to devise a strategy to contend in the tournament with his incapacitated hand. Chapter 55. The beginning of the competition band's condition had yet to improve, leading to the fourth round of the Chunin exams. The fourth round, the combat matches. Location, Konoha's circular arena. Proctor, Naruto. All participating candidates gathered in the center of the arena, amidst a chorus of roars and cheers. With 1,000 needles clutched in his mouth, Shikaku approached, hands tucked into his pockets. Listen up, children. The daimyo and his ministers are watching from above. Of course, the Hokage and Kazekage, who are jointly hosting this Chunin exam, are also present. You must perform well. Today will determine your futures. Surrounding the arena was a throng of individuals from various countries and walks of life, from heads of state to commoners. Their reasons for attending were twofold: curiosity and monetary gain. The interest was understandable. Not everyone has the opportunity to become a ninja in this world, regardless of status. Thus, one can still pursue, observe, and understand what they cannot achieve themselves. Additionally, it has long been said that if a noble were to take notice, one might become a personal bodyguard and earn a handsome reward. As for the allure of money, the fourth round of the Chunin exams adopted a one-on-one combat format, leading to some advancing while others would be eliminated. Yet, no one could predict the outcomes in advance. Consequently, some individuals discreetly set up betting pools, analyzing the strengths of each candidate prior to the matches and establishing odds to engage those keen on the competition in gambling. This group was even more enthusiastic than the curious onlookers. Naturally, a portion of those who came for interest also joined in, hoping to strike it rich overnight, fervently shouting the names of their favorite candidates. Among them, the loudest cheers were for Uchiha Sasuke. Perhaps it was due to his status as the last survivor of the Uchiha clan, or perhaps it was because Sasuke boasted the best overall performance amongst this year's candidates, showcasing remarkable strength and possessing the Sharingan. Naruto, this time I will definitely defeat you. Sasuke, driven by an unyielding competitive spirit, leaned closer to Ban and whispered, I have mastered new ninjutsu that can defeat you with a single blow. Ban replied, then you should first defeat that Byakugan brat. Your match will garner the most attention from the outside world. The two geniuses from Konoha, engaged in a battle of renowned ocular techniques, should be quite exhilarating. I am even looking forward to it. Sasuke scoffed, I don't regard their so-called Konoha's first clan at all. Oh, this piques my interest, Ban responded. Sasuke continued, Konoha's first clan is only Uchiha. Regardless of what the Uchiha have faced, I will be the one to revitalize our clan. Ban felt a sense of pride. You possess more grit than your clansmen. Please do not insult my clan, Sasuke retorted. The truth is evident. Ban was relieved that someone like Sasuke emerged from the Uchiha, unlike during his time when he witnessed the village deliberately marginalizing the Uchiha clan. Those foolish clansmen, weary of war, chose to compromise for a fleeting peace. As Ban anticipated, those short-sighted Uchiha eventually faced annihilation as they were slowly infiltrated within Konoha. Naruto held the battle roster and announced, 4th Chunin exam, first match, Shikamaru versus Temari. Other candidates, please return to the preparation area while the exam participants remain here. Ready for battle, Ban and Sasuke departed the arena, making their way through the corridor to the middle tier of the audience, where they could observe the competition below. At the highest tier of the audience, a VIP area was set up, occupied not by the daimyo or ministers, but by the leader of Konoha, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Beside him sat a man donned in a wind-patterned hat, his face obscured, with a fierce gaze. He was the leader of the Land of Wind, the fourth Kazekage, Raza. Hiruzen remarked, long time no see. Why the mask? Raza coughed, I've been feeling unwell lately. Hiruzen replied, that sounds quite troublesome. You should take good care of yourself. The matches can be viewed in recordings. Raza shook his head, that won't do. Konoha is our ally. As long as I have breath, I will crawl over here. Hiruzen laughed heartily, yet his eyes glimmered with shrewdness. He understood that the man before him was not Raza. Just days prior, the patrolling Moonlight Breeze had overheard Yakushi Kabuto and Maki conspiring on the rooftops of Konoha. Upon hearing the phrase destroy Konoha, Breeze nearly lost control of his emotions, intent on confronting the two. Fortunately, his lover, Yuzuki Yugao, brought him dinner that night and discovered the situation. To prevent Breeze from acting rashly, Yugao discreetly reported the matter to the third Hokage. Upon learning of this, Hiruzen dispatched someone to investigate covertly. Following the trail, not only did they uncover Kabuto's identity as a spy, but they also discovered the fourth Kazekage Raza had perished in a sand pit at the border of the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind. The individual before him was undoubtedly an imposter, and Hiruzen was well aware of who it was, Orochimaru, who had revealed himself during the second Chunin exam. Surrounding the arena were numerous ANBU ninjas in secret ambush. They refrained from taking action thus far to ensure the Chunin exam proceeded smoothly, awaiting the opportunity to capture Orochimaru in one fell swoop. Therefore, while Hiruzen focused on Orochimaru, he also kept a vigilant eye on Kabuto, who was set to face Shino in the third match. Hiruzen could not comprehend why Konoha would harbor such a traitor beneath the will of fire. This was a matter he could not fathom. Shouldn't everyone love Konoha? The first combat match had reached its midpoint, with Shikamaru being pressed by Temari. His signature technique, shadow imitation jutsu, could extend the length of his shadow to connect with his opponents, thereby controlling their movements. Unfortunately, the extension of shadows was limited, and Temari, being a long-range wind-release ninja, posed a significant challenge. Shikamaru despised troublesome matters. When Temari determined that Shikamaru's shadow could extend only 15.2 meters, she provocatively positioned herself at 15.3 meters. Yet, Shikamaru managed to ensnare her. It turned out he had fashioned a small parachute from his clothing, deploying it into the air when Temari was distracted. By utilizing the parachute's shadow, he augmented the length of his shadow, leaving Temari with no escape. What? Temari struggled, feeling hopeless as thoughts of defeat began to creep in. Just then, Shikamaru raised his hand and said, "This is too troublesome. I forfeit." Chapter 56. Chaos. What is happening? Is this a match-fixing scandal? Do we not deserve better? Refund us, R&M. The actions of Shikamaru incited dissatisfaction among the spectators. Yet, for Shikamaru, this contest was merely tedious. Moreover, his father had informed him that he had matters to discuss later, necessitating a pause in the competition. Duty took precedence. After dismissing the participants from the first match, Su Jian held the list and proceeded with the subsequent battles. In the second match, Sasuke faced Niji. Contestants, please enter the arena. Upon hearing the matchup announcement, Sasuke exchanged glances with Niji, and together they stepped into the arena. Madara observed Sasuke intently, silently urging, "Do not bring shame upon the Uchiha clan." Madara permitted himself to criticize the Uchiha clan, acknowledging its flaws, yet he would not tolerate any disparagement regarding its honor from outsiders. For he was Madara, of the Uchiha clan. The battle between Sasuke and Niji was nothing short of spectacular. Not only Madara, but even Orochimaru in the high seats displayed a glimmer of excitement for the contest. As the match commenced, Niji, utilizing his exquisite gentle fist technique, effectively subdued Sasuke. The gentle fist is Niji's signature move, capable of immobilizing opponents and disrupting their chakra flow through precise strikes to vital points. Faced with this formidable technique, Sasuke felt the pressure mounting. His movements grew sluggish, and his attacks lost their former sharpness. However, Niji was not content with merely restraining Sasuke. He swiftly unleashed the 8 trigrams 64 palms, a powerful offensive maneuver that unleashed a flurry of rapid palm strikes, leaving Sasuke struggling to defend himself. Under the relentless assault of the 8 trigrams 64 palms, Sasuke found himself in dire straits. Yet, he did not surrender. Just as Niji prepared to conclude the match with a decisive palm strike, Sasuke forced his Sharingan to awaken. Despite the turmoil within his chakra, his movements became erratic. Attempting to raise his right hand resulted in his left foot moving instead, and lifting his right foot caused his nose to twitch. However, Sasuke quickly adapted to the use of his body. With a swift sidestep, he evaded Niji's attack. Then, with a push of his hand, he used Niji's momentum against him, sending Niji stumbling back. This technique was originally intended for Naruto, but Niji's prowess compelled Sasuke to employ it here. With a resounding shout, Sasuke exclaimed, "Chidori!" A tempest of blue lightning surged in his palm. In the stands, Kakashi and Might Guy, who had previously bet on which of their students would prevail, stood side by side. Guy remarked, "Kakashi, I never imagined you would teach Sasuke Chidori. It's evident that you hold the boy in high regard." Kakashi replied, "It was inevitable. Sasuke's chakra aligns with my own, making Chidori a fitting choice for him." Guy countered, "Favoritism is favoritism. I've heard that during the month of rest, you conducted secret training sessions with Sasuke, while Naruto and Sakura received no such treatment." Kakashi shook his head. "Sakura is not suited for combat, but as for Naruto, he is beyond my teaching." Guy inquired, "What is wrong with that boy?" Kakashi recalled the last time he witnessed Madara perform the Rasengan, a feat that even the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had been unable to achieve. A piercing bird call echoed throughout the arena, causing even the previously dominant Niji to recoil in shock. Ultimately, a flash of brilliance descended. Niji attempted to respond, but the overwhelming light proved too much, resulting in his defeat. The winner of the second match is Uchiha Sasuke. Su Jian continued. Next, it was supposed to be Shino versus Kabuto. However, Kabuto interrupted Su Jian, saying, "Examiner, I apologize, but I am feeling unwell and would like to forfeit the match." Su Jian replied, "The esteemed guests are watching. Do you truly wish to miss this opportunity?" Kabuto feigned abdominal pain, claiming, "I am truly unable to continue." In light of this, Su Jian, aware of Kabuto's true identity as a spy, narrowed his eyes and responded, "Very well then. The winner of the third match is Shino." Shino said nothing and silently turned to leave. Shortly after, several figures appeared before Shino, members of the Aburame clan, including Shino's father, Aburame Shibi, along with Aburame Jihei and Aburame Yuta. Shibi stated, "The enemy has begun to move." Jihei added, "Shino, the Chunin exam may be interrupted. Be prepared for battle." Shino nodded, "Let's go." In the audience, Guy, having just lost a bet to Kakashi regarding whose disciple would triumph, prepared to perform 5,000 push-ups as the forfeit. As he bent down to begin, Kakashi intervened. "Save your strength. Action is imminent. Guy insisted, this is nothing. It's merely a warm-up. Kakashi cautioned, our adversary is one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. Stay alert. Understood. Guy replied, I have observed that several individuals pretending to be Umbu around the audience are becoming increasingly restless. Let us strike first. Kakashi and Guy focused on a target, launching an attack on a ninja disguised as Umbu below. Bang! The opponent transformed into smoke. Cursed trickery. It was a shadow clone. Realizing he had been deceived, Guy turned just in time to see the figure drop its disguise, revealing the sound ninja insignia on its forehead. Jinjutsu, flower illusion. A rain of blossoms enveloped the audience, plunging them into a trance, causing them to collapse. Hey, stay alert, Guy. Kakashi exclaimed, tapping Guy on the head. Unexpectedly, in an instant, even Guy succumbed to the illusion. Boom. Explosions reverberated outside. Many villagers' homes were destroyed. The village's Chunin were tasked with coordinating evacuations, guiding the villagers to safety. A colossal serpent, summoned from an unknown source, surged into the arena with devastating force, interrupting what should have been Madara's battle with Gaara. By the time Madara comprehended the situation, he found himself surrounded by sound and sand ninjas. These foes, ruthless and indiscriminate, attacked anyone in sight, including Madara. Yet, they had chosen the wrong opponent. To Madara, they were nothing more than insignificant insects, easily dealt with despite his injuries. This was a battleground of chaos. Madara's only thought was to escape and preserve himself. However, as he searched for an exit, Gaara obstructed his path. Our match is not yet concluded. Where do you think you are going? Chapter 57, Conspiracy Neji. In the midst of turmoil in Konoha, the Hyuga clan ought to contribute. However, to safeguard the Byakugan from falling into the hands of outsiders, your father, who was once the leader of the branch family, has entrusted you with his legacy. As his son, I implore you to inherit his position and fight on behalf of the Hyuga clan. In the lounge, Neji had yet to recover from the agony of defeat when Hayashi Hyuga, the clan leader, entered the room, followed closely by a contingent of branch family elite warriors. Hayashi stated, Neji, I hold you in high regard and hope you shall not disappoint me. With that, he turned and departed, leaving behind a group of elite warriors and a grimacing Neji, who clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. My father died for you. Must I meet the same fate? Smoke filled the air of Konoha. In the spectator area, chaos ensued as the crowd fled in haste. In a special box adorned with a flame insignia, a man clad in samurai attire approached briskly. Seated in a large chair, attended by several maidens, was the corpulent feudal lord of the Land of Fire. Upon witnessing the samurai's unannounced entry, the lord did not express anger. Has it begun? He inquired. Indeed, the samurai affirmed. Konoha has plunged into a state of total warfare. The feudal lord took a cherry offered by a maiden, nonchalantly sucking on her delicate fingers, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. That old fool Danzo dared to shout at me. I fund the majority of Konoha's expenses. What gives him the right? The samurai replied respectfully. He seems to lack awareness of his place. The position of Hokage has been occupied by Danzo long enough. It is time for a change. Do you think Danzo is suitable? The lord, still indulging in the maid's offerings, continued his lewd behavior. Who assumes the role of Hokage is inconsequential. What matters is that they remain obedient. The samurai stated, thus, you will bear all expenses for their invasion of Konoha. The lord responded, a small price to pay for a significant outcome. Ensuring Konoha ultimately falls under my control makes this expenditure worthwhile. Peering through the curtain, he fixated on Madara, who was in a standoff with Gaara. Recalling their prior altercation upon entering the village, the lord angrily pushed the maid away and commanded the samurai, go inform Danzo. Once we remove Danzo from power, that child will be my responsibility. Yes. The samurai, loyal to his master, turned and departed. Navigating a twisting corridor, he arrived beneath the arena. Outside, the sounds of battle echoed, punctuated by explosions. In a concealed corner, Danzo was watching Madara. Danzo, the samurai relayed. The lord has decreed that the child will be entrusted to him after this. Upon hearing the samurai's authoritative tone, Danzo did not respond immediately. Instead, he furrowed his brow, observing the unfolding situation. Madara delivered a fierce kick to Gaara, only to have it thwarted by a wall of sand. Curious, Danzo noted Madara's apparent reluctance to engage, despite his evident lack of skill with leg techniques. The samurai, feeling ignored, exclaimed, Hey, Danzo, did you hear that? That was the lord's command. The lord? Danzo, still facing away, remained unfazed. What of the lord's command? The samurai, taken aback by Danzo's dismissive attitude, recalled how Danzo had once sought the lord's partnership with a different demeanor. Danzo remarked, I have never regarded the lord with any significance. My previous appeal was merely for his financial support. As you well know, war is fundamentally an economic endeavor. The samurai was astounded by Danzo's hypocrisy, realizing he was a man of duplicity. That old fool. The lord has treated you well and even offered you the position of Hokage, yet you repay him with disdain. If that is the case, then you shall perish. Raising his blade, the samurai, a captain in the chakra squad, and the Lord's personal guard, could not tolerate Danzo's attitude. Enveloping the blade in chakra, he lunged at Danzo. In an instant, the blade flashed, followed by a gasp of agony. Yet, the gasp did not emanate from Danzo, but from the samurai captain himself. His head fell from his shoulders as Shinku, one of Danzo's concealed guards armed with short blades, emerged from the shadows. Following closely was Fu, clad in a complete shroud. Lord Danzo, the war has commenced, and the advantage lies with Orochimaru, Fu announced. Shinku added, should Orochimaru betray us and seize Konoha, Lord Danzo, you risk losing your position as Hokage and possibly your life. Danzo, unperturbed, replied, possibly die? Orochimaru lacks the audacity. I have embedded a curse seal within his heart. Should he entertain treacherous thoughts, I can swiftly end his life. Danzo was meticulous in his planning. He would never overlook the possibility of Orochimaru's betrayal. The position of Hokage was his to claim, and he would not relinquish Madara to anyone. The Jinchuriki had always been a crucial component of the village's combat prowess. If Konoha were to lose the power of the tailed beasts, their strength would diminish significantly. Thus, for the enduring prosperity of Konoha, Danzo must firmly retain custody of the Nine Tails. The feudal lord was merely a puppet in this grand scheme. As more and more ninja surged into Konoha, the Fade of the fourth Kazekage, Raza, was cast aside by Orochimaru, revealing his true identity. Naturally, Hiruzen Sarutobi was not taken by surprise, for since Orochimaru's emergence in the Forest of Death, Konoha had been vigilant. Coupled with Shikamaru's eavesdropping on conversations between the Sand Village's Maki and Kabuto regarding Orochimaru's plans, Hiruzen had gathered substantial intelligence on the impending invasion. However, Hiruzen understood that Orochimaru alone could not breach Konoha's defenses and launch a full-scale invasion unless there was an internal collaborator. Yet, the villagers of Konoha cherished their home too dearly to allow outsiders to wreak havoc. Hiruzen demanded, who allowed you to infiltrate our village? Orochimaru grinned, that person, you should already suspect. After a moment's hesitation, Hiruzen queried, you mean Danzo? Orochimaru's smile widened. Ah, Sensei Sarutobi, you remain as naive as ever. With someone constantly opposing you, why have you not dealt with him sooner and allowed him to linger by your side? Hiruzen still found it hard to believe. True, Danzo had often opposed him. Yet his dedication to Konoha was genuine. In fact, one could argue he fervently desired the village's improvement even more than anyone else. Now, to learn that this individual had resorted to undermining Konoha in pursuit of the Hokage title was a bitter pill for Hiruzen to swallow. Chapter 58, The Essence of Hokage Niji. Why don't we revolt? Indeed, let us rise against them. What nonsense is this about the main family? How do they regard us, the branch family? They indulge in luxury while we bear the burdens of sweat and blood. Niji remained silent, seated on the medical bed, gazing out the window at the three colossal serpents that had invaded, devouring the villagers of Konohagakure, hissing ominously. He rose from the bed, his eyes drawn to the distant Hokage rock, a testament to the village's leaders. His thoughts drifted back to the days when his father was still alive. His father, Hayashi Hyuga, was a twin brother to Hisashi. Every time Niji saw his uncle Hisashi, he was reminded of his father. Although they bore striking similarities, their personalities diverged greatly. Hisashi was taciturn and serious, emanating an air of intimidation, while Hayashi was gentle, often adorned with a warm smile. In his youth, Niji sat atop his father's shoulders, pointing at the Hokage rock, inquiring, Father, who are those figures up there? He was just a small child, clutching Hayashi's forehead in fear of falling. Yet, Hayashi would not allow Niji to tumble. He firmly held Niji's thighs, ensuring stability even against the fiercest winds. Those are the Hokage of our village. The leaders who protect us from external threats, Hayashi explained. Is the Hokage truly that powerful? Niji asked. It is not merely a matter of power. Hayashi replied with a smile. Anyone who wholeheartedly dedicates themselves to the protection of the village and is willing to sacrifice for it has the potential to become Hokage. Niji, though young and naive, responded, then father must be Hokage, because you love the village more than anyone. Last time, when someone criticized the village, claiming it was inferior to others, you almost fought them. Hayashi laughed heartily. I'm surprised you remember that. Indeed, my dream was once to become Hokage, but alas, my abilities are limited, so I can only protect the village as best as I can. At this moment, Hayashi paused, turning to Niji. If you were faced with a situation where someone was destroying Konohagakure, what choice would you make? Time passed, and Niji recalled this question once more. Back then, the innocent child had answered without hesitation. Of course, I would protect Konohagakure. Now, Niji's resolve remained unchanged. The conflicts between the main and branch families could wait. It was the duty of the branch family to safeguard the village. This was not only their responsibility, but also the dream his father had perpetually upheld. The Hyuga clan of Konohagakure, the branch family. Action. The Hokage may not be the strongest, but they are undoubtedly the one who loves the village the most. Hayashi epitomized such a person. When Orochimaru revealed his true intentions, the two engaged in battle from the high platform to the rooftop. Hayashi had not anticipated this confrontation would unfold in such a manner. Orochimaru, however, had meticulously plotted for years for this very moment. Orochimaru, you've grown old. And you've held the position of Hokage long enough, Hayashi scoffed. Are you still resentful about the time I supported Minato for the position of 4th Hokage instead of you? Orochimaru retorted, his expression darkening. Indeed, as his most trusted mentor, it was disheartening for Orochimaru that despite his exceptional capabilities, Hayashi had overlooked him entirely, never once considering him for the role of Hokage. I do resent you. But my grievances extend far beyond that. Your mediocrity has led to the decline of Konohagakure. Time and again, you have compromised in the face of external threats. Do you remember the death of the branch family leader, Hisashi Hyuga? Hayashi fell silent. To put it kindly, he died for Konohagakure. To put it bluntly, he was killed by you, sensei. Orochimaru continued, relishing Hayashi's discomfort. Hayashi had no retort. Years prior, when Cloud Village infiltrated Konohagakure and captured Hinata, the then clan leader, Hisashi, had fought valiantly to rescue her. This confrontation had soured relations between Konohagakure and Cloud Village. The higher-ups of Konohagakure, mindful of the aftermath of the Third Shinobi World War, sought to avoid further conflict. They negotiated with Cloud Village, ultimately agreeing to hand over Hisashi's body in exchange for peace. To protect the village and honor his brother, Hayashi chose to sacrifice his life, thus averting a potential war. Orochimaru relished the pain etched on Hayashi's face. Had I been Hokage at that time, I would never have compromised. Cloud Village? Huh. Now, Sand Village is under my command. I wouldn't even regard Cloud Village. Hayashi could no longer discern right from wrong. Regret and anguish were futile now. Yet, Orochimaru was relentless. It seems you also turned a blind eye to the Uchiha massacre. Be silent. Hayashi trembled. Do not speak of that. As one of the founding clans of Konohagakure, alongside the Senju clan, the demise of the Uchiha during his tenure weighed heavily on Hayashi's conscience. Orochimaru, sensing victory, cackled. Now, as a reformer for the greater glory of Konohagakure, do you intend to stifle my efforts? Though he felt guilt, Hayashi stood firm against Orochimaru's provocations. Reform? You mean to turn our peaceful village into a wasteland? Spare yourself the pretense. I will stop you for the sake of Konohagakure. Orochimaru's laughter grew increasingly maniacal. Reform requires bloodshed. Konohagakure has grown too comfortable, too complacent, forgetting the horrors of war. I will remind you what it means to be a ninja. I genuinely love Konohagakure, unlike your empty declarations of the will of fire. So, you aspire to be a pragmatist? Hayashi inquired. Is there anything wrong with being a pragmatist? At least you are not one. Hayashi refused to engage further with Orochimaru. Fire release, fire dragon flame. A torrent of flames erupted from Hayashi's throat, scorching the rooftop in radiant brilliance. As the battle commenced, the Sound Four, who had long been lying in ambush, activated the four purple flames formation, isolating Hayashi and Orochimaru. The Umbu ninja, following the Hokage onto the rooftop, could not bear to see their leader trapped in such dire circumstances and charged toward the barrier, desperate to break it. However, the first ninja to approach the barrier ignited in violet flames, flung back before he could even step inside. Damn it, the Hokage is still in there. Chapter 59, Showdown between Master and Disciple. The fiery torrent, akin to a dragon's breath, surged forth, its velocity exceeding Orochimaru's anticipations. When the embers dissipated, a charred husk was all that remained before Hiruzen. Hiruzen exhaled softly, pronouncing, "It is concluded. Teacher, I implore you to regain lucidity." Swish. From beneath the carbonized remains, the head of a woman, fair of countenance and with an elongated neck, emerged, bearing crimson fangs as it lunged at Hiruzen. Clang. A metallic rod, as thick as a bowl, materialized before Hiruzen. Accompanied by a cloud of vapor, the head was caught unawares. As it snapped down, several teeth shattered. The head retreated into the body, and a pair of ghastly hands emerged from the charred form, as if peeling away a silken cocoon. The body was coated in a viscous, fetid pus, clinging to the skin, hair, and garments. Hiruzen comprehended that the fire dragon bullet had indeed struck Orochimaru. However, Orochimaru had undergone sloughing, gaining rejuvenation from the mortal wound. Yet, the revitalized Orochimaru struck Hiruzen as peculiar. You seem astounded, Sarutobi-sensei. Could it be that you have truly succeeded? Ha 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 ha. Even the formidable Hiruzen, the strongest Hokage, cannot triumph over senescence. Having undergone ectasis and rebirth, Orochimaru now possessed a novel visage. It was a countenance Hiruzen had never beheld, a woman with a round face. Her skin remained pallid, her beauty tinged with an unsettling aura. Hiruzen was acutely aware of Orochimaru's transformation. In years past, Orochimaru had relentlessly pursued human experimentation in a quest for immortality. All things must meet their end, an inescapable decree. Should one endeavor to defy this decree, they would inevitably incur an inhuman cost. A being resembling a human, yet not truly human, merely a monster garbed in human skin. Such was Orochimaru. He had devoted his lifeblood to developing a forbidden art, impure world reincarnation. By seizing the bodies of others, he sought to achieve corporeal perpetuity. Of course, this seemingly infallible technique was not without its perils. Should one's spiritual strength fail to subjugate the host during the body snatching, they risked being countered, suffering a Pyrrhic victory. Even should the seizure succeed, this method of perpetuating existence by borrowing flesh was ultimately unsustainable. Every 3 years, the aging flesh would deteriorate, necessitating the acquisition of a new body and another trial of mortality. I should not have permitted you to depart in those days. Regret invariably follows experience. Ninja art, shuriken barrage, hidden shadow snake hands. Even as they spoke, their hands remained engaged. Hiruzen employed ninjutsu to raise the roof tiles, launching them at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, in turn, executed a jump, evading the tiles, and disgorged a verdant serpent, which bit down on Hiruzen's neck. Such an attack, the ravages of age are undeniable. Sarutobi-sensei, Orochimaru, presuming success, resumed his taunts of his aged yet capable teacher. However, the bitten Hiruzen's body abruptly assumed an earthen hue, collapsing into a pool of mud. By the time Orochimaru realized he had been contending with an earth clone, Hiruzen had emerged from the flank, bellowing, "Earth style, earth flow river." Instantly, the roof tiles beneath Orochimaru transformed into flowing earth. The earth accumulated, resembling a surging river, engulfing Orochimaru and sweeping him away. Capitalizing on Orochimaru's instability, Hiruzen executed hand seals with alacrity. Earth style, earth dragon bullet. What? Orochimaru discerned that his teacher was now fighting with genuine intent, seeking his demise. An earthen dragon rose from the muddy river, spewing a barrage of earth-formed projectiles. To amplify the earth dragon bullet's potency, Hiruzen followed with fire style, fire dragon bullet. The emitted fire dragon enveloped the earth dragon bullet, descending upon Orochimaru like a meteor. Ayayawa. Orochimaru howled in agony. When the muddy river had subsided and the flames had extinguished, Hiruzen surveyed the ravaged rooftop, his expression unwavering. "Cease your theatrics, Orochimaru. It seems I cannot elude your perception." From beneath the rubble, Orochimaru emerged, unscathed. From the outset, not only had Hiruzen deceived Orochimaru with an earth clone, but Orochimaru had also concealed himself beneath the rubble, allowing his clone to bear the brunt of Hiruzen's assault while his true form remained unharmed. The clash of experts transcends mere power. It is a contest of intellect and cunning. The simple exchange had already astounded the sound four outside the four violet flames formation, as well as several umbu. After all, Orochimaru had once been a candidate for 4th Hokage, his strength approaching that of a Kage. Thus, this Kage-level battle was destined to be a spectacle. Sarutobi-sensei, ninja tutorial-level combat is no longer appropriate for us. Shall we consider fighting in earnest? Indeed, Hiruzen had no time to waste with Orochimaru. Konoha was in peril, and as Hokage, it was his duty to rescue the villagers from their predicament. For ease of combat, Hiruzen divested himself of his Hokage robes and hat, revealing combat attire with armor. Orochimaru, too, understood that the ensuing battle would be a struggle for survival. He shed the 4th Kazekage garb he had been using as a disguise. The two stood facing each other, their gazes filled with murderous intent. In that instant, chakra emanated, agitating the surrounding space. Cracking sounds reverberated. Within the confines of the 4 violet flames formation, rubble shattered, levitated, and even the roof ridge showed signs of loosening. Visibility was obscured, and no one could definitively say what was occurring. Incredible, such potent chakra. Indeed, even those of us outside can feel the incessant pressure. The Umbu ninja outside the barrier exclaimed. This level of combat was beyond their capacity to endure. The battle was imminent. Hiruzen produced a shuriken, launching it at Orochimaru. Though it appeared to be an ordinary shuriken, Orochimaru, knowing his teacher well, dared not underestimate it. As anticipated, shortly after the shuriken was launched, Hiruzen roared, "Shuriken! Shadow clone technique." This ninjutsu, developed by the 2nd Hokage, was unique in that the shadow clones possessed substance. It was typically employed with living clones, rarely with ninja tools. Hiruzen was now executing the shadow clone technique with a ninja tool. The launched shuriken multiplied in midair, 1 becoming 2, 2 becoming 4, increasing exponentially. Before long, hundreds of shuriken appeared, swarming like a hive of bees. Evading them by conventional means was impossible. Thus, Orochimaru had to resort to his trump card. Summoning technique, impure world reincarnation. Orochimaru slammed his hand on the ground. A gate to another dimension opened in the rooftop. Hiruzen, the professor of the ninja world, possessed a vast knowledge of ninjutsu, including this impure world reincarnation, which originated with the 2nd Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Beneath the dimensional gate, 2 coffins, inscribed with 1st and 2nd, materialized, deflecting many of the shuriken. Then, another gate opened, and a coffin inscribed with 4th protruded halfway. "We must prevent the emergence of the dead." Hiruzen directed all the shuriken toward the final coffin. Knock, knock, knock. The shuriken struck the coffin. It remained uncertain whether it was the efficacy of Hizashi's attack or some other factor at play. The coffin inscribed with the number 4, upon emerging halfway, swiftly retreated back into the realm of the other world. Even Orochimaru could not refrain from commenting. It appears the third one is not quite up to par. With a resounding crack, the coffins representing 1 and 2 swung open. Observing this, Hisashi's face was adorned with an expression of astonishment. Simultaneously, in the lower level, Madara, entangled in a fierce struggle with Gaara, felt the presence emanating from above. Enveloped in the swirling chakra of the Nine Tails, he instinctively halted his assault and raised his gaze. Chapter 60. The Battle of the Jinchuriki Danzo. The members of the Root organization have gathered completely. Excellent. Listening to the report from a member adorned with an animal mask, Danzo remained intently focused on the distant clash between Obito and Gaara. Danzo declared, "Hold your positions for now. Once Konoha has completely fallen, we shall strike to defeat Orochimaru. Subsequently, as the hero who saved Konoha from its plight, I shall naturally ascend to the position of Hokage with the villagers' support." In the distance, Gaara had transformed partly into his tailed beast form, with half of his face, his right arm, and the tail behind him. If this continued, Gaara's consciousness would be wholly consumed by the one tail, Shikaku. At that moment, Konoha would not only face a full-scale assault from the Sound and Sand Ninja, but might also relive the calamity of the Nine Tails incident from 12 years prior. "Obito, have your injuries not healed yet?" The Nine Tails lamented. "This battle has been quite frustrating. I have been relentlessly suppressed by Gaara, to the point where I desire to break free from this seal and fight in your stead." However, the last time Obito had accessed the Four Tails, his body could not withstand the overwhelming chakra of the tailed beast, leading to skin deterioration and a temporary loss of consciousness. The Nine Tails could not comprehend why its chakra had become so uncontrollable, exceeding even its own limits. Moreover, it was not just the Nine Tails chakra. The same applied to Shikaku's as well. Gaara had now transformed into a monstrous force of destruction, howling like a madman as he charged toward Obito. There was no alternative. Through sheer will, Obito communicated with the Nine Tails. "Unleash the Four Tails. I will do my utmost to contain that power. Are you truly capable of that?" Obito hesitated. The Nine Tails sensed something amiss and inquired, "Do you know something?" Obito fell silent. Perhaps the truth was too harsh for the Nine Tails to bear. "Let me put it this way. The reason both your chakra and Shikaku's caused the Jinchuriki to lose consciousness is not your fault. It is understandable that you do not grasp it. As for why, you shall learn in due time. What I can tell you is that your chakra and Shikaku's share a common origin." "Common origin?" The Nine Tails echoed incredulously. "What? Are you implying that I share a lineage with that foul raccoon? I can never accept that. This is no longer a matter of acceptance. They are already upon us." Gaara cackled madly, resembling a lunatic. Drooling, with one eye transformed into a square raccoon eye, his enormous tailed beast arm, covered in spikes and adorned with bizarre black markings, loomed ominously. Bang! A sweeping strike. Obito narrowly leaped aside, only to witness a 4 or 5 meter wide area beneath him crumble, sending debris soaring into the air. The swirling dust obscured Gaara's form. Suddenly, a sonic boom shattered the haze as Gaara charged at Obito like a cannonball. At this moment, Obito had activated the Four Tails. Realizing the precarious situation, he quickly grasped a beam from a nearby structure with one of his tails, performing a 360-degree spin in midair to evade Gaara's onslaught. When he turned back, a significant gap had appeared in the beam. Spiraling sphere. Obito's arm was still unable to move normally, but in his tailed beast form, he could reshape his tail at will, by molding it into a palm shape. He swiftly gathered a chakra sphere radiating a brilliant yellow glow. Even Obito could feel the sheer ferocity of the spiraling sphere infused with tailed beast chakra. With the spiraling sphere in hand, Obito propelled himself towards Gaara. Boom! The spiraling sphere struck Gaara squarely in the chest, but did not immediately conclude the conflict. The frantically spinning sphere, akin to a sharp drill, relentlessly stripped away the sand from Gaara's chest. Before long, it revealed Gaara's skin beneath his most prized defense. The sand armor. Boom! The spiraling sphere exploded once more. Gaara was sent flying backward, blood streaming from his chest. The blood did not quell Gaara's madness. Instead, it fueled his frenzy. Obito could not help but remark, did the organizers not conduct any background checks? Even without an invasion of Konoha, allowing 2 Jinchuriki to battle would nearly obliterate the village. Thud! Obito's heart raced violently. This sensation unnerved him, as if his heart were on the verge of bursting from his chest. He recognized that the tailed beast chakra was taking effect. It would not be long before his consciousness succumbed to its influence. No. Obito forcibly suppressed the encroaching power, resisting its invasion. He gazed at the roof where an open coffin lay. Who was using the impure world reincarnation? Obito yearned to investigate, particularly the occupant within the coffin, as it stirred a sense of familiarity within him. You still have time to look elsewhere. That brat's legs and feet are already tailed beast transformed. The Nine Tails, noticing Obito's daze, quickly reminded him through their connection. Coming back to his senses, Obito observed that Gaara had readied himself. The wound on his chest, previously struck by the spiraling sphere, was now filled once again with sand. Except for his partially tailed beast face, at a glance, he truly resembled a diminutive tailed beast. Help me access the 5 tails. What? Are you trying to throw your life away? The 9 tails scolded him. The 4 tails form had already left Obito in tatters. The 5 tails would surely cost him half his life, if not his entire existence. I cannot afford to linger. I wish to conclude this battle swiftly. The 9 tails, following Obito's gaze, also noticed the commotion atop the roof. A familiar figure caught their attention. Despite being perceived as ominous and terrifying by the world, the 9 tails had lost its former arrogance. Do not tell me, after dealing with Shikaku, you intend to confront that individual? What? Are you afraid? Humph. The 9 tails could not tolerate being provoked. Although a hint of trepidation lingered within, it feigned composure, declaring, afraid? On the contrary, I feel somewhat exhilarated. Indeed, Obito replied with genuine joy, we were defeated by him before. Today, we must emerge victorious. I can hardly contain my eagerness to charge forward and make him submit beneath my feet. Hey, initially, the 9 tails had merely been indulging Obito, but upon realizing his seriousness, it panicked. You cannot be serious, can you? Not in your current state. Of course, Obito affirmed. This is madness. Do not lead me to a fate of resealing after finally breaking free. That experience is far from pleasant. Fear not, I shall assist you in unsealing. I simply do not understand. Is arrogance a trait inherent to your Uchiha clan? Arrogance. Obito laughed maniacally. Compared to that fellow up there, what am I even? Isn't that right, Hashirama? Wishing everyone a joyful Christmas Eve. Chapter 61. Complete Bijou transformation. Approximately 6 months after reincarnation, Madara had been masquerading as Naruto, conforming to the descriptions provided by others. There was even a fleeting moment when he became so immersed in his role that he genuinely believed himself to be Naruto. Yet, at this juncture, Hashirama appeared. Memories, long buried within the depths of his heart, surged forth, and Madara could no longer contain himself. He was utterly overwhelmed. Hashirama. Madara was certain that he had roared this internally, though his lips remained sealed. After all, the Moon Eye plan was still in motion, and he had no desire to reveal himself prematurely. Unable to suppress the turmoil within, Madara unleashed his 6th tail. The chakra cloak enveloping his body gradually faded, his skin transforming into a deep crimson, and his eyes became voids akin to white holes. An intensely aggressive consciousness surged forth. Get away, Madara bellowed. However, that consciousness was not one to submit easily. It sought to seize complete control of Madara's body, taking advantage of the Bijou chakra's continuous outward flow. The dominance of the Bijou chakra was astonishing. This only solidified Madara's suspicions. Years ago, the brothers Kin and Jin, who had slain the 2nd Hokage Tobirama Senju, survived after being engulfed by the 9 tails, sustaining themselves by consuming its flesh and blood. Upon their escape, they acquired the chakra of the 9 tails, yet became deranged as a consequence. Logically, they had merely ingested the 9 tails' flesh and had not become its Jinchuriki. Nevertheless, their consciousness was eroded. This indicated that, apart from the Bijou itself, the Bijou chakra possessed its own consciousness. The question remained, who held the reins of dominance? In a distant, concealed corner, Danzo squinted with annoyance. Naruto's Bijou transformation has escalated to such an extent, and that fool Hizashi has been keeping this from me. Turning to Yamashiro Kaze, he ordered, relay the message. Regardless of whether this incursion into Konoha succeeds, we must organize our forces to exert pressure and ensure Naruto remains firmly under control within the village. We cannot allow 9 tails to emerge again, leading to a repeat of the tragedy from 12 years ago. Understood. Kaze donned his mask and retreated into the shadows. Gaara, in his Bijou form, was nearly completely dominated by Shikaku. However, he had yet to reach his full potential. His size was approximately 3 times that of Gaara, his face still a hybrid of human and Bijou, yet his body bore little resemblance to a human. Madara, can you endure? No problem. How could I possibly succumb like that kid over there? He has completely surrendered to the Bijou chakra. Such words were misleading. That fellow seemed willingly to offer himself to the Bijou. Foolish. Madara struggled to maintain control, enduring the arduous battle without conceding. He was the type who could enjoy a drink without succumbing to inebriation, for he despised the sensation of losing control over his body. It was utterly dreadful. What significance was there in becoming a mere vessel of power, akin to Gaara? True strength lies in mastery over oneself. Madara let out a tremendous roar, and Gaara echoed his cry. The two bent their legs, channeling all their strength into a single point. Boom! The ground erupted beneath them. The two Bijou forms of Jinchuriki clashed with great force. Bang! Their collision generated immense power, creating visible ripples in the air that expanded outward. The shockwaves affected the battling shinobi, causing them to pause in confusion, believing an enemy had detonated a massive number of explosive tags. What was happening? Who could be responsible? There were no signs of an explosion. Could it be that an earthquake had just occurred? Crack, crack, crack. Some already damaged buildings and wooden structures collapsed under the tremors. Amidst the shock of the onlookers, the mystery quickly unraveled. Two colossal figures were entangled in combat, their size surpassing that of buildings and towers, ultimately resembling two gigantic mountains. They locked heads, their hands pressing against each other's. What were they? A fox? A raccoon? What nonsense. Those are bijou. I have seen them. Indeed, that is the Nine Tails. I have also seen it. That is Shikaku. The ninjas from Konoha and Sunagakure recognized the bijou, having witnessed their destructive prowess firsthand. How a mere wave could obliterate structures, and how a single-tailed beast bomb could scar the very earth. This was power beyond their capacity to withstand. Their singular thought was to flee. How did it escalate to this? Kakashi furrowed his brow, battling alongside Guy while glancing up at the titanic clash of bijou. Kakashi had been making every effort to conceal the truth of Madara's bijou transformation, yet it was no longer a matter of concealment. It was whether Madara could retain his freedom in the future. It was conceivable that a hardliner like Danzo would not only imprison Madara but, should the situation worsen, would deem the current Jinchuriki incapable of controlling their bijou and choose a new host to replace him. Such a fate would ultimately lead to Madara's demise, weakened beyond recovery by the bijou's detachment from his body. Sensei, Kakashi recalled the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, the one who had guided him out of the shadow of his father's death and cared for him deeply. Now, Kakashi felt a profound sense of guilt. His sensei's child had become his own disciple, yet he could not even protect him properly. Kakashi, what are you daydreaming about? An enemy. Seizing the opportunity as Kakashi was lost in thought, swung a massive sword toward his head. Guy, already overwhelmed, noticed the attack and, disregarding the wound on his back, charged forward, delivering a decisive kick that sent the sword flying. Regaining his senses, Kakashi gazed at Guy's bloodied back, feeling a deeper pang of guilt. I'm sorry, Guy. It seemed Guy felt no pain, or perhaps, as a resolute man, he refused to be troubled by minor injuries. Either we defeat the enemy, or we are defeated, Guy exclaimed. I have no time for your apologies. Focus. Protect Konoha. If the village falls, I won't spare you. Kakashi smiled faintly, understanding that despite the harshness of Guy's words, they were laced with his own form of tenderness. All right, everyone needs to provide support. Bring out your trump cards. Yes. Lightning Cutter. 8th gate. 5th gate. Open. The strongest duo of friendship from Konoha, reinvigorated, transformed into a streak of lightning, moving so swiftly that their enemies could not even catch a glimpse of their afterimages. In an instant, several hostile shinobi in the audience were annihilated. The two stood back to back, gasping for breath. Before they could catch their breath, a tremendous roar erupted from within the four purple flames formation. Would release. Advent of the Tree World. Chapter 62. The concluding blow. What transpired in that final strike. It all happened in an instant, too swift to discern. Is this the extent of Hokage's power? Outside the four violet flames formation, the Umbu operatives were caught off guard as they witnessed an explosive proliferation of trees within the barrier. The arboreal growth intertwined, its verdant canopy obscuring the events unfolding within. Occasional bursts of energy echoed, their source shrouded in mystery. Summoning jutsu. Enma. Within the confines of the barrier, one could scarcely believe they were on a rooftop, were it not for the scattered tiles beneath their feet. The scene resembled an impenetrable forest. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had invoked their clan's most formidable summon, the Monkey King, Enma. Earlier, the resurrected figure who emerged from the initial coffin was none other than Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage, the co-founder of Konoha, and a legend rivaled only by Madara Uchiha, revered as the god of shinobi. Hashirama, a master of wood release, had conjured this forest in an instant, channeling his chakra. Subsequently, the second coffin opened, revealing another resurrected soul, Tobirama Senju, the second Hokage and Hashirama's sibling. Hashirama, gazing at Hiruzen ensconced within the adamantine prison wall formed by Enma, remarked, "Is that you, Hiruzen? How you've aged." The adamantine prison wall comprised a square enclosure of interlocking adamantine staffs. Hiruzen had narrowly evaded the engulfing advent of a world of flowering trees, thanks to Enma's transformation into this indestructible fortress. Hiruzen lamented, "I never anticipated meeting you both again under such circumstances. I find it regrettable." Tobirama, turning toward Orochimaru beyond the trees, commented, "Reanimation jutsu, is it? A remarkable young man." Hashirama, sensing Orochimaru's presence, declared, "It seems we have no choice but to fight, Hiruzen." Enough with the familial pleasantries, Orochimaru interjected, parting the branches as he entered. "It's time to commence. Must we always be embroiled in conflict, irrespective of the era?" Hashirama sighed, lamenting the unrealized future he had envisioned, a world of mutual understanding and affection. Daring to desecrate the deceased, you will meet a grim end, Orochimaru. Hiruzen rebuked, his gaze fixed on Orochimaru as Enma reverted to his simian form. Orochimaru retorted with a laugh, "Can you fathom it? The elation and gratification of harming one's former mentor. This is a pleasure crafted specifically for you, Sarutobi-sensei. Relish it." As Orochimaru's words faded, a tremor reverberated from beyond the forest. Startled, Hashirama and Tobirama launched their assault on Hiruzen. What was that commotion? Hiruzen pondered. It sounded unlike conventional explosions, more akin to the collision of colossal entities, obscured by the dense foliage. Hiruzen remained unaware that two-tailed beasts were engaged in a fierce melee beside their building. Damn it. To think I'd encounter your self-righteous mug here, Kurama. The Shikaku, resembling a tanuki, landed a devastating blow on the Ninetales' face, the force akin to a barrage of simultaneous artillery strikes. The resounding impact shattered every window pane within the vicinity. Madara, his consciousness barely clinging to existence, remained concealed within the Ninetales' form. Madara mused, so you're called Kurama? A rather endearing moniker. The Ninetales scoffed, that Shikaku is insufferable, ruining my image. Madara failed to grasp why a mere demon fox would concern itself with appearances. Moreover, had this creature ever presented a dignified image in his presence? Hey, Madara, say something. The Ninetales grew increasingly agitated. Your silence makes me appear foolish. I am merely weary, Madara murmured, his eyes half closed. Indeed, your human vessel is rather fragile. Kurama had no time to humor Madara. The Shikaku's earlier blow had left his jaw throbbing, as if dislocated. Kurama tested his jaw, confirming its integrity, before slashing at the Shikaku's face with his claws. Filthy Tanuki, don't act as if I harbor any affection for you. The Shikaku, clutching his face as sand cascaded from the wound, whimpered, you dare scratch my face, you mangy fox? I'll do more than scratch your face. I'll tear you asunder. Well, I'll tear you into 9 pieces. Huh, so, you concede that more is better? Begone, you twisted fool. Then why, in your quest to surpass me, must you inflate the count? The Shikaku and Kurama collided head-on. The Shikaku declared, do you still believe our strength is determined by the number of tails we possess? Kurama retorted, isn't it? The weakest is the one tail perish. Wind release, air bullet. Enraged, the Shikaku inhaled deeply, exhaling a concentrated blast of chakra-infused air. Sensing the danger, Kurama leaped aside, evading the air bullet's trajectory. The errant air bullet did not dissipate upon missing its mark. In an instant, a distant mountain peak vanished from sight. Were you trying to kill me? Kurama chided. The Shikaku cackled. We are merely chakra constructs. We can be resurrected upon death. Killing you would at least bring me joy. Joy my hindquarters. Kurama, unwilling to tolerate the Shikaku's antics, compressed yin and yang chakra in precise proportions, forming a dense, ominous orb aimed at the Shikaku. The Shikaku's mirthful expression faltered, replaced by a growing unease. Kurama, are you serious? You initiated this. Don't be rash. A tailed beast ball could obliterate Konoha. I care not. I despise those Konoha brats for attempting to enslave me. Kurama's resolve remained unyielding, impervious to dissuasion. Halt. Madara, however, was an exception, striving to regain lucidity. Madara intervened upon realizing Kurama's reckless intentions. Upon hearing Madara's command, Kurama reluctantly swallowed the prepared tailed beast ball, allowing it to detonate within his maw. A muffled explosion resounded within Kurama's mouth, followed by wisps of smoke emanating from the corners of his lips. Ha ha ha. You're so obedient, you dead fox. The Shikaku continued to taunt Kurama. Abruptly, Madara burst forth from Kurama's form, landing atop the Shikaku. Bang! Madara's fist struck, driving the upper half of the Shikaku's body into the creature's own form. Gaara, the host of Shikaku, was jolted awake from his slumber. Instantly, the Shikaku's body dissolved into sand, collapsing into a heap that buried the structures below. Madara and Gaara, deprived of their footing, plummeted from above. Fortunately, Kurama caught Madara, averting catastrophe. Gaara, clad in his sand armor, crashed to the ground, his armor shattering and his body weakened from the battle, leaving him immobilized amidst the sand. He could only muster a sliver of awareness. Ninetales, transport me to the rooftop. Chapter 63. Betrayal. How did you know how to break that little demon's tailed beast mode? Kaibai was astonished by Madara's recent actions. The one-tail, Shikaku, was unique. It fought for control over its Jinch Ricky's body, relying on whether the host was asleep. The reason Gaara's eyes appeared as dark as a panda's was due to countless sleepless nights. I possess a wealth of knowledge. Is that not quite normal? Madara did not directly respond to Kaibai's question. Instead, he pointed towards the ceiling and instructed, take me up there. Kaibai was taken aback. Are you seriously planning to confront that man in your current state? Gazing at the dense forest canopy above, he sensed the oppressive presence of Hashirama within, even without seeing him directly. As one of the two who had perfectly controlled himself, Hashirama's would release was, if not superior, at least on par with Madara's. Kaibai understood well that if that man had wished to annihilate the world, it would have been an effortless task. Thankfully, he aspired for love, which was undoubtedly a blessing for the shinobi world. You've become a bit verbose lately. The tailed beast form on Madara's body gradually faded. Recognizing that Madara's decisions were not to be taken lightly, Kaibai refrained from further comments. Can your body still move? Barely, though my hands remain immobile. Who told you to develop such perilous jutsu? But don't you find the Rasengan beautiful? Kaibai was disinclined to continue this trivial exchange with Madara. He could afford to converse with others, but with Madara? That was a stretch. Kaibai grasped Madara as one might hold an insect. gently elevating his hand to the rooftop and releasing him. Once Madara regained his footing and steadied himself, Kaibai transformed into a beam of orange light, enveloping Madara's form and infusing chakra into his navel. With all the tailed beast chakra returning to his body, Madara felt a measure of relief from his fatigue. Who goes there? The Umbu ninja immediately detected Madara's presence. After all, the sight of a colossal entity like Kai by lowering Madara could not have gone unnoticed by anyone other than the Umbu. Naruto, Uzumaki. Madara did not misspeak this time. The Umbu inquired, "What brings that fox boy here?" Madara casually raised his thumb and gestured towards the barrier. "The Hokage is inside. I need to assist him." This was the most plausible excuse he could muster. He certainly could not admit to wanting a glimpse of the first Hokage. The Umbu replied, "No, that's too dangerous. Besides, there are Kage-level shinobi inside. What can you possibly do?" Kage-level? Madara's tone dripped with skepticism. He noted that the trees within the four purple flames formation were not particularly imposing. Compared to Hashirama at his peak, they were significantly inferior. He surmised that the Hashirama summoned through Edo Tensei might not have unleashed his full potential. Naturally, the one performing the Edo Tensei would not dare to do so either. Such a level of ninjutsu could control ordinary shinobi, but to command someone of Hashirama's caliber? To release even half of his power was beyond the capability of an ordinary individual. Moreover, that person intended to have Hashirama destroy Konoha himself. Did they not fear that Hashirama would eliminate them on the spot? That man had once stabbed Madara for the sake of the village. Not a concern. What? The Umbu ninja misheard him. A mere child, fresh out of the ninja academy, audaciously claimed that the third Hokage and one of the legendary three, Orochimaru, were not to be feared. Several Umbu ninjas could not help but chuckle. "Don't be ridiculous. Naruto, we know your strength. You were the bottom of your class. Indeed, leave at once. Stop causing trouble. Go find our CH Nin. They are handling the rescue efforts and can take you to safety. Yes, don't make a mess here. If you could help, we would have already enlisted your aid." Madara regarded the foolish Umbu with disdain as they babbled to themselves, rendering them utterly ineffective. It felt akin to observing a monkey that could speak, devoid of any interest in conversing with them. "What is the holdup? Are you wishing to die here? This is a critical time. Don't act recklessly as before. Depart swiftly." Seeing that Madara remained unmoved, the Umbu pressed him to leave. If he did not wish to go, they should not force him. Among the Umbu, one with an eagle-headed mask stepped forward toward the three. "What do you mean? We are doing this for Naruto's sake." The eagle-masked figure cackled, "Oh, how fortuitous. I too act for Naruto's benefit. It seems our intentions are surprisingly aligned. Who are you?" The three Umbu sensed something amiss but could not pinpoint it. Masked identities obscured their understanding of one another. By the time they realized that the eagle-masked figure was not one of their own, two Umbu had already fallen to his blade. The remaining Umbu, quick to react, partially transformed his body into wood to withstand the eagle-masked figure's assault. Yet, his chest still shattered, sending wooden splinters scattering. Would release? The same technique as the first Hokage? How could this be? This time, it was the eagle-masked figure who was shocked. Naturally, Madara was equally taken aback. How had the previously chattering Umbu suddenly turned upon one another? More importantly, why did that Umbu possess Hashirama's unique wood release? Of course, Madara had also wielded wood release in life, but only through the transplantation of Hashirama's flesh had he acquired such power. Could it be that this individual had done the same? Madara scrutinized the wooden Umbu, a frown creasing his brow. Faced with the inquiry, the wooden Umbu chose silence, instead questioning the eagle-masked figure. "Your disguise is impressive. I never noticed you. But are you a sound ninja, a sand ninja, or perhaps a member of the root organization? Do you wish to know?" The eagle-masked figure twirled his blade, stating, "I left all my secrets on the path to the afterlife. You may go there to find them." As soon as he finished speaking, the eagle-masked figure lunged at him with his blade. The wooden Umbu hastily drew a kunai to defend himself. The clash of metal echoed, sparks flying. "It seems you are determined not to reveal anything," quite reminiscent of their style. "You appear to know far too much." Chapter 64. Breaking the barrier ban observed two Umbu ninjas engaged in a fierce battle, which conveniently spared him the need for lengthy discourse. He turned to the side of the four purple flames formation and glanced in all four directions. In each direction, east, south, west, and north, there was a sound ninja, their bodies merging into the barrier. Theoretically, if one were to defeat the caster of the barrier, it would naturally dissipate. However, the essential challenge for Ban was that in order to attack them, he had to make contact with the barrier itself. Conventionally, a barrier exists to isolate a specific area from external interference, rendering it unrealistic for those outside to force their way through. Moreover, direct physical contact with the barrier was out of the question. Judging by the charred remains nearby, it was evident that someone had previously attempted to breach it and had fallen victim to its backlash. Yet, this did not deter Ban. Every jutsu possesses its vulnerabilities, and even the seemingly impregnable barrier was no exception. Ban conducted a brief analysis of the four purple flames formation. This barrier required 4 individuals to simultaneously channel chakra from the 4 cardinal directions, creating a rectangular formation. Theoretically, the closer one was to the caster. The more fortified the barrier became. Conversely, the farther one was, the weaker the barrier grew. Upon careful observation, Ban noted that the top of the barrier was indeed the furthest point from the four ninjas, where a small branch protruded. This branch was a remnant of Hashirama's wood release, advent of the trees. Other areas were tightly pressed against the barrier, indicating that this point was the barrier's most vulnerable spot. With trembling hands, Ban managed to retrieve a kunai, a thread, and an explosive tag from his ninja tool pouch. He intended to attach the explosive tag to the kunai, but no matter how many times he attempted it, his reluctant hands would not cooperate. Just then, a delicate hand reached out, taking the kunai, thread, and explosive tag from Ban. The hand was remarkably deft, swiftly binding the items together. "Brother Sasuke," Ban exclaimed. With a haughty expression, Sasuke replied, "Since the match ended, I have been keeping an eye on you. Although I do not understand why you came here after your bout with Gaara, I refuse to be outdone by you, so I followed. This is no place for you." Ban chided Sasuke. Despite his words, Sasuke was actually concerned for Ban. Having witnessed Ban's transformation into the Nine Tails in the Forest of Death, Sasuke feared that Ban might push himself too far and risk his life. After all, they were comrades. "Stop being so verbose," Sasuke retorted, rolling his eyes as he held the kunai with the explosive tag. "Now where should I throw it?" "There, where the branch is exposed." Ban pointed. Following Ban's direction, Sasuke swung his arm, and the kunai struck the branch perfectly. Boom. A violent explosion ensued. The four sound ninjas simultaneously shouted in alarm. Not good. In that instant, the four purple flames formation reacted to the explosive tag as if a small stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples throughout. The sound of cracking glass echoed as the barrier shattered completely. Witnessing the scene before him, Ban felt a surge of relief for having Sasuke by his side. This was the first time in many years that Ban experienced the strength of companionship. It signified that after a life of solitude, he finally had someone he could trust, especially someone from the Uchiha clan, distinctly different from those short-sighted individuals. As the barrier collapsed, a powerful voice echoed through the forest. "Water release, water surge wave." Not good. Upon hearing the shout, Ban quickly sought cover. He spotted some wooden stakes left by the wooden umbu not far away and immediately pulled Sasuke to hide there. However, the very next moment, a torrent of water surged forth from the woods. The nearest four sound ninjas were the first to be swept away, crashing into the rooftops below. Meanwhile, Ban and Sasuke, forewarned, clung desperately to the stakes, allowing their bodies to sway in the current. Earth release, earth flow wall. Wood release, wood locking wall. The eagle-masked ninja and the wooden umbu simultaneously executed their jutsu to block the oncoming wave. In an instant, a wall of earth rose, forming a wooden cage that shielded them from the deluge. Once the wave passed, the earth wall crumbled, and the wooden cage retracted. The eagle-masked ninja and the wooden umbu paused their skirmish, with the latter inquiring, "Whose jutsu is this?" The eagle-masked ninja replied, "Are you so unaware of the Hokage's techniques? This is, of course, the jutsu of the second Hokage, a ninja greatly respected by Lord Danzo." Danzo? The wooden umbu immediately seized upon the name. Sensing he had inadvertently revealed too much, the eagle-masked ninja swiftly leaped off the rooftop to evade suspicion. It became clear that Danzo was also involved in this affair. The wooden umbu followed suit, leaving Ban and Sasuke in a state of bewilderment. Due to their differing positions, these still novice ninjas possessed limited information. They were clueless as to why Konoha had been attacked, why the sound and sand ninjas were entangled, and who Danzo was. Ban listened to the exchange between the two masked ninjas, utterly unaware of their significance to him. The eagle-masked ninja, having received orders from Danzo, infiltrated the umbu ranks to seek an opportunity to capture Ban amidst the chaos, intending to detain him before things escalated. After all, Danzo was notorious for his hardline approach. He preferred to act decisively rather than wait for the aftermath, ensuring that no one could contest his actions later. "What are your plans now, Naruto?" Sasuke inquired, uncertain of Ban's thoughts. In turn, Ban was equally perplexed about his own thoughts. His presence here was a consequence of Hashirama's arrival. Perhaps this was not the best moment to meet him. Yet Ban still longed to see the man he once regarded as a brother and dear friend, who had betrayed him for the village and its people. "I intend to go in. What can you accomplish inside?" Indeed, he could do little, yet he still wished to enter, if only to glimpse Hashirama's face. Whose face? Chapter 65. A meeting. "Hey, you still haven't told me who we're meeting?" Naruto inquired. "Shoo, just follow me," Ban instructed. He maneuvered through the gnarled branches, pressing Sasuke down as he saw him still perched on his head. "You truly lack awareness. Even if you don't know what is happening inside, you should at least possess a basic sense of danger." It was perplexing. Usually, Sasuke was quite astute, yet when they were together, he often acted foolishly, almost like a younger sibling. Ban carefully parted the grass, making only a faint rustle as he created a small opening between the leaves. "Orochimaru." Sasuke, aware of their precarious situation, struggled to keep his voice low, inadvertently attracting the attention of the observing Orochimaru. Orochimaru turned his head and smiled toward the thicket. clearly having detected Ban's presence. However, he soon redirected his gaze, his interest elsewhere. Whatever transpired in the woods could not possibly rival the epic clash between the third Hokage and the first and second Hokages. Naruto, you're worried about the third Hokage, aren't you? Ban questioned. What do you mean? Sasuke replied, perplexed. He has taken care of you. It's evident throughout the entire village of Konoha, Sasuke remarked. Ban acknowledged this with a nonchalant "oh," not particularly interested in being cared for. The third Hokage had chosen to do so willingly, and Ban had not given it much thought. You're speaking rather excessively, he commented. Sasuke rolled his eyes at Ban's disdain. Members of the Uchiha clan were indeed quite proud. On the battlefield, Nichiren had transformed his monkey into a golden staff, while he himself clutched a stick the size of a bowl, leaping through the trees. It was no wonder that the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, jokingly referred to Nichiren as a monkey. Water style, water severing wave. Tobirama clapped his hands together, unleashing a powerful jet of water that sliced through the forest with fervor. Seeing this, Sasuke exclaimed, is that water style? It's even more exaggerated than what we encountered last time with Zabuza. Ban shot Sasuke a glare. Why are you so surprised? What significance does this level of ninjutsu hold? Sasuke retorted, don't get ahead of yourself. You're not in a position to critique others. Ban was momentarily speechless, struggling to counter, knowing his reasons would likely be weak. Though he had never regarded Tobirama highly before his reincarnation, the circumstances had changed significantly. Sasuke continued, so, who is that water-style ninja? Tobirama Senju, Ban replied impatiently. Tobirama Senju? Sasuke paused to contemplate, feeling as if he had heard that name before. Suddenly, realization struck him. Oh, the second Hokage. Cut it out. Ban could not bear to hear those words. Had circumstances unfolded differently, the statue of the second Hokage carved into the cliffs of Konoha would have been his likeness. But alas, there were no what-ifs. Aside from Orochimaru and the third Hokage, I recognize everyone here. Who is that man in the red armor next to the second Hokage? Sasuke wondered. Upon entering the forest, Ban had been searching for Hashirama's figure. Upon Sasuke's inquiry, Ban displayed even more anxiety than Sasuke himself. Sasuke pointed, indicating a figure swinging his legs from a branch. Right there. Following Sasuke's direction, Ban finally spotted Hashirama. At that moment, he stood frozen in awe. Even in his reincarnated state, Hashirama appeared so composed, so carefree, almost a bit nonchalant. Yet Ban understood that this demeanor was what made Hashirama truly formidable. It was as if everything was under his control. If anything were to evoke an emotional response from Hashirama, it would undoubtedly be of grave significance. Ban had witnessed such a moment once before, during the battle at the Valley of the End, when he returned to Konoha with the Nine Tails. Even when Ban sought revenge for his brother Izuna's death, Hashirama had not flinched. It seemed Hashirama was confident in this reincarnation, having the means to alter the course of events even while being manipulated to destroy Konoha. Hey, Nichiren, you're falling behind. As Tobirama pursued with his water-severing wave, Nichiren struggled to evade, clearly finding it increasingly arduous. I can't help it. I'm well past my prime, Nichiren replied. Hashirama chuckled. Ah, I remember when you were a vibrant youth. Within the forest, Hashirama's hearty laughter rang out. But Nichiren found no strength to banter back. Tobirama's ninjutsu was relentless, and he could not afford to simply flee. Golden staff. Nichiren leaped high, widening the distance from the water column, then grasped the staff tightly, utilizing its ability to enlarge and thicken, striking fiercely toward Tobirama. Thud. The golden staff pierced through Tobirama's form, yet the sound that followed was not that of flesh being torn apart, but rather akin to paper being punctured. Is it over? Nichiren gasped for breath, but before long, the swirling dust fragments rushed toward Tobirama, mending his body. How is this possible? Nichiren's understanding of the reanimation jutsu was limited. Since Tobirama's death, he had ordered the sealing of all forbidden techniques developed by him to prevent the potentially destabilizing knowledge from leaking out. Had it not been for Orochimaru's covert learning, Nichiren might never have witnessed the true efficacy of the reanimation jutsu. Hashirama laughed from his perch. Nichiren, you're more conservative than we are. Haven't you taken the time to understand Tobirama's ninjutsu? Nichiren responded. How could I dare to recklessly use the legacy of the former Hokage? Hashirama's laughter boomed. Tobirama was indeed relentless in developing ninjutsu, often disregarding whether certain techniques were appropriate for this world. He continued, ultimately, we should have been resting peacefully, only to be disturbed and forced back into the world. The most painful part being that we are controlled, forced to commit acts of evil. Nichiren remarked, I imagine that must weigh heavily on your heart. Of course, Konoha is my creation, like my child. How could I bear to harm it? Hashirama lamented. Fear not. The younger generation in the village has inherited your will and is protecting Konoha in their own way, Nichiren reassured him. That is good to hear, Hashirama replied. As Tobirama restored his body, the light in his eyes began to fade. It appeared that Orochimaru had devoted all his energy to better controlling Tobirama, resulting in Hashirama regaining consciousness while Tobirama acted as a mere shell, a mindless combatant. Whoosh, Tobirama suddenly vanished from sight. Be careful, Nichiren. That's Tobirama's signature technique, Flying Thunder God technique. Hashirama warned. Hokage Hiruzen brandished his staff, anticipating Tobirama's unpredictable attacks, a testament to the space-time ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. A rare and formidable S-rank ability. This technique, enabling instantaneous travel between marked locations through chakra imprints, rendered his movements virtually untraceable. Hashirama chuckled. Relax, Hiruzen, stay vigilant. Hiruzen retorted. I am aware of that, Lord First. His gaze swept across the surroundings, seeking the telltale signs of the Flying Thunder God seal. A sudden flash heralded a devastating blow to his right cheek, the force of which sent him hurtling through the air, snapping branches and scattering roof tiles upon his impact with the ground. Hashirama remarked, or so you claimed. The aged Hiruzen, leaning heavily on his staff, struggled to his feet. Blood trickled from his mouth, painting crimson droplets on the earth. His once sharp eyes now reflected the weariness of his years. Indeed, Hiruzen conceded, acknowledging his diminished capabilities. In his prime, he might have rivaled the Hokage brothers, surpassing their current, restricted forms. I comprehend the theory, but execution eludes me. Hashirama inquired. Much like protecting the village today? Hiruzen coughed violently, each spasm expelling blood, and gasped, because I am the Hokage. I will defend Konoha, even unto death. Hashirama's laughter resonated with approval. A worthy inheritor of the will of fire, as Tobirama discerned. His judgment surpasses mine. Madara, clenching his fists, was more incensed than Sasuke at this remark. Sasuke, sensing his agitation, restrained him. Madara, regaining his composure, remained inwardly furious. What did he mean by that? Was I a mistake as Hokage, Lord First? He silently berated Hashirama, reverting to a childish resentment. Orochimaru interrupted their exchange, lamenting, the third Hokage failed to emulate your virtues, particularly in selecting successors. His bitterness over Hiruzen's decision to favor Minato Namikaze for the fourth Hokage position remained palpable. Despite Danzo's support, Hiruzen had stubbornly promoted the younger ninja. Adults are speaking, Hashirama rebuked Orochimaru. Your input is not required. Orochimaru retorted, Lord First, while that may be true, remember your position. You are merely my tool. I am in control here. With a gesture, Orochimaru directed Tobirama to strike Hiruzen once more with the Flying Thunder God technique. Hiruzen was sent tumbling, finally colliding with a tree trunk. As Orochimaru anticipated victory, Hashirama rose. Orochimaru frowned. I did not authorize your movement. Madara, observing from the foliage, sneered, foolish. In a blur, Hashirama materialized behind Orochimaru. He still favors the element of surprise. Madara muttered. Hashirama clapped Orochimaru on the shoulder, chuckling, young man, despite your age, you still cling to the illusion of control. Damn, have I lost control? Orochimaru's brow furrowed with concern. His immediate priority was to regain command. Impure World Reincarnation, release. Orochimaru canceled the reanimation jutsu. Tobirama, poised to strike Hiruzen's heart, froze inches from his target. The cycle was complete. Souls summoned by the Impure World Reincarnation were to return to their rightful place. Tobirama's form began to disintegrate. In his final moments, he regained his senses and smiled warmly at the aging Hiruzen. Monkey, Tobirama said, it seems you have become a commendable Hokage, though your vision has deteriorated. Hiruzen, clutching his chest, felt the reassuring beat of his heart. You echo the first, sensei. Tobirama nodded toward Madara and Sasuke in the trees. They are the future of Konoha. I hope you can discern the truth before another Flying Thunder God strikes. With those words, Tobirama vanished. Sensei Hiruzen understood. His flawed judgment and guidance had led to the creation of Orochimaru. Years later, Orochimaru, like a Flying Thunder God technique, had struck him. This was a calamity for Konoha and for Hiruzen himself. Realizing he had been discovered, Madara emerged with Sasuke. Old man, Madara said, rest. Let us handle this. Sasuke scoffed. Are you planning to fight Orochimaru again? Madara retorted. Our last encounter was inconclusive. Besides, he is defiling my village. I cannot allow that. Sasuke, fired up, declared. It's not just your village, it's ours. I'm joining the fight. Madara scowled, thinking, it is my village. Meanwhile, Hashirama's form was also dissolving. He smiled at the diminutive Madara. Can Konoha's future be entrusted to you, young one? Madara, disliking Hashirama's levity, asserted, with me, Konoha will have a future. Spirited. Hashirama praised. I could have dispelled the Impure World Reincarnation and joined the battle. However, we belong to a bygone era. Excessive interference is unwise. I entrust Konoha's future to your protection. Enough talk, Madara snapped. You're dead. Be quiet. Ha ha ha. Hashirama laughed. Talking to you is a pleasure. You remind me of him. Madara was puzzled. Who? Madara knew Hashirama protected many. His brother Tobirama, his wife Mito, his granddaughter Tsunade, and all the villagers. But he had never considered himself among them. Chapter 67. Collaboration Band never anticipated that the man who had stabbed him would vanish like fleeting petals, leaving behind an air of mystery. He grasped one of these petals, but it soon disintegrated in his palm, dissolving into fine sand that could no longer be captured after a gust of wind. Ah, truth be told, I yearn to see him once more. This was the final sentiment left by Hashirama for Ban. Ban silently replied, but we have already met. As leaves fell softly, the once solitary warrior now found himself in a battle alongside Orochimaru, facing 3 adversaries. Naturally, Ban felt averse to the involvement of Nichiren and Sasuke. Yet, reflecting on his injured hands, he recognized that confronting Orochimaru alone would lead to inevitable suffering. Ban, though reckless, was not foolish. Since you both insist on joining, let me clarify. I will take the lead in the attack, while you two will provide support, he declared. What? Nichiren and Sasuke exclaimed almost in unison, particularly Nichiren, who believed himself the strongest among them. Despite the twilight of his prowess, he was still the Hokage of Konoha, an emblem of power. Allowing a Hokage to serve as mere backup for a younger generation seemed absurd. What would the world say if they learned that the Hokage was reduced to supporting roles? However, for Ban, this was a gamble with guaranteed returns. Having the Hokage assist would certainly add prestige. Sasuke, use fire style to draw Orochimaru's attention. Old man, take the opportunity to strike. Both were momentarily taken aback, incredulous at the arrangement. Thus, this peculiar alliance was forged. Nichiren never imagined he would fight alongside the younger generation, while Sasuke could hardly fathom collaborating with the Hokage. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Sasuke launched the first strike, unleashing a torrent of searing flames towards Orochimaru. The latter, upon witnessing this, could not help but smirk. The Sharingan I have long coveted has come to me so easily. These flames posed no real threat to Orochimaru, who could effortlessly evade them with a mere flick of his body. Yet, he underestimated the situation. As he dodged, Nichiren executed Ban's plan, thrusting his golden staff forward, striking Orochimaru squarely in the abdomen. Orochimaru immediately felt a surge of pain and nausea, spitting out a mouthful of bile. Damn it! You ambushed me, Nichiren. This is dishonorable. Wind style, vacuum waves. Before he could finish his lament, Ban leapt into the fray, unleashing a barrage of wind blasts. In an instant, Sasuke's flames, Nichiren's staff, and Ban's wind projectiles converged in a 360-degree assault, leaving Orochimaru with no means of escape. Boom, crash, clang. The 3 sounds erupted in succession. The first was the sound of flames colliding, the second was the roaring of wind enhancing the fire, and the last was the staff striking with ferocity. Under this compound assault, Orochimaru let out pained cries, engulfed by the inferno. Did we succeed? Sasuke inquired, his excitement palpable, although Ban and Nichiren remained silent. Their eyes reflected a glimmer of hope. You have thoroughly enraged me, echoed Orochimaru's furious voice from within the flames. Summoning technique. With a thunderous cry, the ground trembled, and the very foundations of the building began to shake violently. Everyone, get off the roof. This structure is about to collapse, Nichiren urged, sensing the impending disaster. Despite their confusion over the unfolding events, the ominous intuition compelled Ban and Sasuke to trust Nichiren's judgment. Come, hold on to me, Nichiren commanded. Amidst the tremors, Ban and Sasuke noticed the roof cracking, the ancestral trees left by the first Hokage collapsing, inflicting further damage upon the already battered structure. Lengthen, Nichiren shouted, swinging his staff, which elongated and embedded itself into the wall of the adjacent building. Once Ban and Sasuke leaped onto it, Nichiren cried, hold tight. The staff, now bearing the weight of 3, rapidly contracted, functioning like a high-speed cable car, whisking them to safety. Having narrowly escaped disaster, they dangled in midair, gazing back at the crumbling roof. Before them loomed a colossal purple-striped serpent, wielding a strength that could obliterate the building, twisting and thrashing amidst the billows of smoke. Its massive head bore a hard, horn-like protrusion, reminiscent of a dragon ready to take flight. This was Orochimaru's most formidable summoning beast, Manda. Manda roared, its voice resounding with tremendous might. Even the initially summoned 2-headed snake recoiled in fear. This was no ordinary serpent. This was the king of snakes, asserting dominance over all others. Beneath its mountainous form, Manda weaved through the chaos, indiscriminately consuming countless lives. After its feast, it finally settled, its serpent eyes narrowing as it regarded the scorched Orochimaru above. Is this the offering you prepared for me? Orochimaru, too, felt a flicker of trepidation towards Manda. This was an instinct unique to serpents, a fear of their more powerful kin, for hunger could drive them to turn on each other. Perhaps this is not so bad after all, Manda interjected, smacking its lips. This is 100 times better than the damp, putrid sacrifices you offered from your base. Be sure to find me more of this quality in the future. Orochimaru smiled faintly, a hint of resignation in his tone. If I let you roam freely, I fear you would soon find yourself on the wanted list of the 5 great nations. That is your concern. However, today, you may indulge to your heart's content. Orochimaru gestured towards the multitude below, disregarding whether they were Konoha ninjas, sand ninjas, or sound ninjas. To realize his plans for Konoha's downfall, he would spare no effort. The trio descended to the ground, gazing up at the behemoth that was Manda. Nichiren, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "How infuriating. I never imagined Orochimaru could reach such heights." Though Nichiren longed to intervene, he had sustained multiple fractures during his battle with Tobirama, rendering him quite incapacitated. Struggling to rise, his body trembled uncontrollably. Fortunately, Ban steadied him, preventing a fall. "Old man, take a breather. Leave the rest to me," Ban volunteered, positioning himself protectively in front of Nichiren and Sasuke. After his fierce battle with Gaara, Ban recognized that his chakra reserves were dwindling, and summoning Kurama could lead to uncontrollable rampage due to the overwhelming beast chakra. At this juncture, Ban had but one option to contend with the gigantic Manda. He slowly raised his trembling right hand and gently bit his fingertip. Summoning technique. Nichiren, witnessing the billowing smoke rise, was filled with astonishment, a smile of relief spreading across his face. From Ban's silhouette and the emerging summoning beast, he recognized a former student who had once caused him both frustration and affection, Jiraiya. Has he already met Naruto? Nichiren pondered. The smoke grew thicker, enveloping the sky. A slender, green-skinned frog, bearing twin swords and crossing its arms, appeared before them, exuding an air of arrogance. Chapter 68. The Battle of Spirits. Summoning. Upon encountering Madara, Gamabunta's expression was one of utter disbelief. "What brings you here again? Are you going to regale me with nonsense about submitting to you?" he inquired. Madara replied, "Are you strong?" Gamabunta countered, "In what aspect do you refer?" Madara, puzzled, asked, "What do you mean?" Gamabunta elaborated, "In terms of strength, my brother, Gamaken, surpasses all. When it comes to defense, Gamakichi is unparalleled. However, in speed, I am unmatched in Mount Myaboku, not to mention my swordsmanship." Raising an eyebrow, Madara remarked, "Your swordsmanship is swift? Swift as lightning. Prepare to witness," Gamabunta declared, drawing his twin swords. A flash of light erupted as he cleaved through the rampaging two-headed serpent, blood gushing forth. Typically, a summoned creature would return to its realm upon receiving harm. Yet this unfortunate serpent met its demise, crashing towards the village and flattening houses and trees in its wake, leaving a river of blood in its path. "What do you think, kid?" Gamabunta taunted. "Merely average. The opponent I require you to deal with is that one over there." Madara pointed towards the purple serpent, Manda. At the sight, Gamabunta's pupils dilated. "Is that not the legendary creature Manda, renowned alongside my brother? Are you afraid?" Madara probed. With a hint of caution, Gamabunta instinctively stepped back, confessing, "I must admit, I fall short compared to my brother, especially when it comes to Manda." "What of Manda?" Madara inquired. Gamabunta explained, "Manda hails from the Dragon Cave, a hidden sanctuary akin to Mount Myaboku, where they cultivate sage arts. These serpents not only train in sage techniques, but also in other formidable skills." Intrigued, Madara asked, "Other skills?" Nodding, Gamabunta continued, "The transformation into a dragon." "Transformation into a dragon?" Madara echoed, contemplating the implications. Gamabunta added, "You see the signs on that creature's forehead? It is already showing signs of transformation." "Wait, you mentioned sage arts earlier, did you not?" Gamabunta nodded, puzzled by Madara's sudden shift in focus. "Then, may I learn it?" Madara asked. Gamabunta was taken aback by Madara's abrupt request. To seek his submission at their first encounter, and now to request training in sage arts. Gamabunta thought to himself, "Is this a dream?" Little did Gamabunta comprehend Madara's thoughts, which revolved around perfecting his new jutsu, the spiral shuriken, as chakra originates from the self. Once the spiral shuriken is released from his palm, it dissipates. However, sage arts draw upon natural energy, and if he could infuse this abundant energy into the spiral shuriken, it might be possible to launch it, enabling long-range attacks while avoiding personal harm. Pondering this, Madara nodded, convinced of his own genius. Noticing Madara lost in thought, Gamabunta called out, "Hey, kid, since we're here, I'm ready to fight. Why are you daydreaming?" Prompted by Gamabunta's reminder, Madara snapped back to reality, realizing it was not the time for distraction. "Let us first defeat Orochimaru, then we shall discuss the sage arts." "Who said anything about discussing?" Gamabunta exclaimed, having never encountered someone so presumptuous. He wielded his twin swords and charged at Manda. Manda towered over Gamabunta, nearly twice his height. As Gamabunta struck, he barely grazed the serpent's body, missing its head entirely. The clash echoed as metal met scale. Manda scoffed, "Is that all to tickle me?" Gamabunta, uninterested in banter, swung his blades furiously, a tempest rising as he aimed for Manda's head. Naturally, Manda would not allow such an assault. With a flick of its tail, it sent Gamabunta sprawling. In quick succession, Manda opened its massive maw, unleashing a viscous, toxic spray towards Gamabunta. "This is bad," Gamabunta thought, unsure how to counter it. He crossed his arms over his head to shield himself from the onslaught of venom. Fortunately, Madara did not remain idle. He leaped onto Gamabunta and swiftly executed the wind release, sand wall technique. In an instant, a fierce wind whipped up the sand and debris, forming a barrier that intercepted Manda's toxic spray. Seeing that the immediate danger had passed, Gamabunta expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, kid." The redirected venom cascaded into the village, releasing a noxious black smoke that corroded the ground and buildings. At that moment, Orochimaru extended his neck, launching the Kusanagi sword directly at Madara. Having just used a jutsu, Madara found himself momentarily vulnerable. Suddenly, a man with flowing white hair, resembling a celestial being, emerged from nowhere, his wooden sandals striking Orochimaru's face, diverting the trajectory of the Kusanagi sword as it carved a half-circle through Konoha. Finally retracting his neck, Orochimaru recognized his assailant as Jiraiya. "Yo, Orochimaru, long time no see." Still as detestable as ever, Jiraiya remarked. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Orochimaru cast a sinister glance at Jiraiya. "The feeling is mutual." Jiraiya landed beside Madara. Glancing down at Gamabunta, "Looks like you two are getting along quite well." Madara shot Jiraiya a disdainful look, while Gamabunta remained silent, deeming further conversation pointless. At this juncture, reports of significant victories poured in from various parts of Konoha. The Inuzuka clan successfully defended the village gates, while the Aburame clan played a crucial role in urban combat. The students and teachers from the Konoha Ninja School led the children to safety in shelters, safeguarding the future of Konoha. The hospital and medical teams tended to countless wounded. The Sarutobi clan ensured the safety of the daimyo and officials, while the Nara and Yamanaka clans coordinated the war efforts. Moreover, the Konoha intelligence and interrogation departments, including Marino Ibiki and Waihai Kurenai, searched for any suspicious targets, providing vital intelligence to their comrades. The Akimichi, Hyuga, and various jonin organized fighting forces, acting as the mainstay against the bulk of enemy troops. The tide of war began to turn. Realizing the situation was slipping away, Orochimaru's desire to continue fighting waned. "It seems the war is at an end," he declared, and with that, he and Manda vanished in a puff of white smoke, leaving the onlookers bewildered. Without a leader, the sand and sound ninjas lost their composure, scattering in disarray. Those who could escape fled desperately, while the rest surrendered, relinquishing their weapons. Damn it, he escaped again. Jiraiya stomped his foot, frustration boiling within him. At this moment, a few sand ninjas continued to resist, seemingly determined to fight to the bitter end. Surrounded by Konoha ninjas, they formed a protective circle, resolutely refusing to yield. Among them were the Sand Village elite shinobi, Maki, the exam participant Temari, Kankuro, and Gaara, who had already fainted and lay slumped on Kankuro's back. Chapter 69, Promotion Maki. Do you still intend to surrender? The captain of the elite shinobi team, Nara Shikahisa, stood atop the ruins, gazing down at the encircled Maki and his comrades. Furrowing his brow, Maki's face was etched with anguish. They had failed, utterly and completely. Yet, since Lord Kazekage had not surrendered, what right did he have to capitulate on behalf of the Sand Shinobi? Maki declared, "Never. I will fight until my last breath." Shikahisa was taken aback by Maki's steadfastness and had no choice but to present a photograph, tossing it into Maki's hands. "Take a look." Receiving the photograph, Maki was bewildered by Shikahisa's intentions. As he turned it over, his pupils dilated in shock. Trembling, Maki gasped, "How could this be?" Kankuro, sensing something amiss, quickly inquired, "What is it, Maki?" Instead of responding directly, Maki handed the photograph to Kankuro. Upon seeing it, Kankuro's expression mirrored Maki's shock. Handing it over to Temari, who was eager to discern its contents, she gasped, "No way, my father." Ultimately, Temari could not maintain her grip on the photograph. It fell to the ground, revealing the shocking image to all present. The fourth Kazekage lay dead, alongside his retinue, lifeless in a sand pit, their bodies infested with maggots. In the haze of realization, Gaara awakened. The death of his father struck him as peculiar. He felt neither sorrow nor joy, merely a suffocating discomfort, as if something irreplaceable had been lost. He noticed Temari weeping, Kankuro in a state of shock, and Maki bowed low in despair. Lord Kazekage was supposed to be watching the match from the tower. How could he? Maki lamented. Shikahisa sighed, sharing the sorrow. The figure in the tower was an impersonation by Orochimaru. We were all deceived. Faced with such a revelation, Maki exhibited an unexpected calm. After a moment's pause, he lifted his gaze to the smoke-filled battlefield strewn with corpses. It seemed he had lost all strength, yet he persevered, articulating each word with gravity. "We surrender." With the capitulation of the Sand Shinobi, the war was finally declared over. In the aftermath, certain individuals were duly rewarded. The feudal lords of the participating nations convened with the leaders of the shinobi villages to discuss the outcomes of the Chunin exam and the Konoha defense efforts. Nara Shikamaru, who showcased remarkable intellect and commendable leadership, was nominated for promotion to Chunin, along with Obito. Due to Obito's exceptional contributions, including his engagement in battle alongside the Jinchuriki Gaara and support against Orochimaru, some even proposed an extraordinary promotion to Jonin. While many supported this notion, opposition arose, notably from the feudal lord of the Land of Fire. The feudal lord of the Land of Fire, wielding a small folding fan, often used it to conceal his smirks. Uzumaki Naruto, as you all must understand, is the Jinchuriki of Konoha. Villages with Jinchuriki, such as Sunagakure, possess formidable powers, do they not? The feudal lord of the Wind Country nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is a force that is exceedingly difficult to control and could pose a danger to ourselves. Thus, I have previously discussed with Kazekage Raza that Jinchuriki should not be openly utilized as a village's primary combat asset and must be monitored closely. The feudal lord of the Land of Fire continued. This is precisely why, in the Chunin exam, I did not put forth Gaara for promotion, despite his undeniable prowess. Hisashi, puffing on his pipe, remained silent throughout. Noticing Hisashi's unusual demeanor, the feudal lord of the Land of Fire pondered why he, the one who had proposed Obito's promotion, was now quiet. Hisashi, what is your perspective on this matter? All eyes turned to Hisashi, who realized it was time to speak. I concur with your earlier statements. His declaration incited a stir among the attendees, leaving even the feudal lord of the Land of Fire perplexed. They wondered why Hisashi, who had nominated Obito, would speak against him now when his support was most critical. This was detrimental to Obito's promotion. So, Hisashi, you agree with us in rejecting Naruto's promotion to Chunin? The feudal lord of the Land of Fire quickly covered his mouth with the fan, secretly reveling in the thought of thwarting Obito's advancement. Yet Hisashi responded. Who said I agreed? What? The feudal lord of the Land of Fire was stunned, unable to contain his astonishment. But you just said, Hisashi dismissed him, stating, I agree that Jinchuriki can be perilous, yet Naruto is undeniably a vital part of Konoha. If he has made significant contributions, withholding reward and treating him as exceptional is unjust. He deserves a normal life as a shinobi. And what if he goes berserk? Interjected the feudal lord of the Wind Country, seizing the opportunity to interject. I trust that Naruto will not. He is different from others. He may very well manage that power. Furthermore, if he does lose control, as Hokage, I will be able to stop him. With that, Hisashi's words left little room for further argument. The meeting concluded with the decision to promote Obito and Shikamaru to Chunin. However, the promotion of Obito to Jonin was temporarily shelved due to the numerous objections from the feudal lord of the Land of Fire and others. Upon returning to Konoha, Hisashi convened another high-level meeting. In attendance, besides Hisashi, were Danzo and senior advisors Mitarashi Anko and Tsurugi Kitsuya. At the start of the meeting, Danzo seized the opportunity to speak first. As you all witnessed, Naruto went berserk during the Chunin exam. Mitarashi Anko remarked, I never anticipated such an event to transpire. Tsurugi Kitsuya added, in light of this, Hisashi, we should heed Danzo's previous advice and restrain Naruto. Hisashi, however, was disinclined to engage in such discussions. He turned towards the door and called, you may enter now. With a creak, the door opened to reveal a white-clad boy with Byakugan, Hyuga Niji. Niji respectfully bowed to the Konoha elite before receiving Hisashi's nod to proceed forward. The presence of Niji elicited varied expressions from the four attendees. Mitarashi Anko and Tsurugi Kitsuya looked bewildered, while Hisashi remained stoic, silently smoking. Conversely, Danzo's expression darkened, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. After finishing his last puff, Hisashi finally addressed Danzo, asking, do you know why I called him here? Chapter 70. Return to the village. A significant event transpired in Konoha. The return of the Princess Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage. Accompanying her were Shizune, clad in a black kimono, and a charming little pig named Tun. They had rushed back upon hearing news of an invasion in Konoha. After exchanging pleasantries with the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, they visited numerous friends and family. Following Jiraiya's request, they proceeded to the Konoha hospital to tend to Kakashi, who had been injured by a Rasengan shuriken. However, the preceding events were unrelated to this pivotal moment. What truly mattered was that after everyone had departed, Sasuke, with one hand in his pocket and the other holding several oranges, casually tossed them onto the cabinet beside the hospital bed. The naturally aloof Sasuke chose this moment, when no one else was around, to visit Kakashi, wishing to conceal his concern for his comrades. The two exchanged glances in silence for a long while. Eventually, Kakashi turned towards the oranges, subtly gesturing for Sasuke to peel one for him. Understanding the unspoken request, Sasuke, however, turned his head away defiantly. Kakashi's bandaged hand slowly drooped down. With an exasperated click of his tongue and a frown, Sasuke begrudgingly began to peel an orange. Once he had prepared it, he offered it to Kakashi, who unexpectedly opened his mouth, indicating that he wanted to be fed. Faced with such an absurd demand, Sasuke nearly hurled the orange at him. But Kakashi raised his hands in a resigned manner. With a sigh, Sasuke relented, painstakingly feeding Kakashi one segment at a time. Delicious. Sasuke, you have an excellent taste in oranges, Kakashi exclaimed. Sasuke scowled even more tightly, retorting, eating doesn't silence your mouth. Hurry up and finish so I can wash my hands. I hate having orange juice all over them. Kakashi added, and while you're at it, please throw away the trash. The nurse forgot this morning. You're just injured. You're not incapacitated, Sasuke replied, dismissively pushing open the door to the ward. In his distraction, he collided with someone. Before he could apologize, his expression shifted from confusion to shock and then to fury. Itachi. Without a second thought, Sasuke swung a punch, which Itachi effortlessly caught with his hand. Itachi remained silent, while the tall man beside him, dressed similarly in a red cloud-patterned cloak, chuckled, "Mr. Itachi, who is this?" Itachi tossed Sasuke aside into the corridor, still not uttering a word, and walked into the ward. "I have no interest in you. I am here for him," Itachi stated, approaching Kakashi. This only infuriated Sasuke further. In his memory, Itachi had always been dismissive, never truly acknowledging him, despite considering him a lifelong rival. That gentle older brother facade was merely an act, wasn't it? "Itachi, I will kill you," Sasuke proclaimed, one hand outstretched while the other pressed down. Blue chakra surged forth, accompanied by the crackling of lightning, echoing throughout the hospital. "What is happening? Is there a bird singing? Can't the patients rest in peace?" murmured some patients and hospital staff, drawn out by the commotion. They witnessed Sasuke, wielding Chidori, charge into a hospital room. Moments later, he was flung back out, crashing against the wall, leaving a spiderweb of cracks. "Curse it!" Sasuke spat, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his fury boiling over as he punched the already weakened wall. The wall collapsed with a thunderous crash, startling a wounded patient inside, who jumped from their bed in a panic, fleeing in terror. A miraculous escape, indeed. Sasuke prepared to retaliate, but a shadow lunged at him. Knees pressed against Sasuke's joints, one hand restrained his own, while the other gripped his throat, restricting his breathing. In a fit of rage, Sasuke activated his Sharingan, a second tomo manifesting on the original. The man beside Itachi seemed to comprehend the situation, stating, "Oh, could he be the last survivor of the Uchiha clan? Itachi's younger brother?" Itachi remained indifferent, but upon noticing Sasuke's double tomo, a fleeting smile graced his lips. "Foolish little brother, if you wish to kill me, then hate me. Live in your hatred. Strive to escape and survive. Curse you. I will kill you now," Sasuke shouted, struggling against Itachi's grip. He broke free and landed a punch to Itachi's abdomen. Yet, Itachi's expression remained unchanged, calm and collected. Sasuke, despite striking him, felt an odd sensation, as if he had struck nothing at all. Upon closer inspection, his entire arm appeared to be sinking into Itachi's body, surrounded by a distortion of space. In an instant, the corridor transformed into a vast, suffocating expanse of crimson. Behind Sasuke, a pair of eerie eyes opened wide, their pupils resembling shuriken. Itachi began to distort before Sasuke's eyes, the edges of his form morphing into crows that scattered in all directions. Sasuke realized he had fallen victim to Itachi's genjutsu. In that moment, despair and anguish engulfed him. After the night of the massacre, he had rigorously trained, striving to catch up to Itachi and exact revenge. The disparity between Sasuke's growth and Itachi's power was painfully apparent. In the corridor, Sasuke lay on the floor, drooling, while Itachi paid him no mind, turning to the man beside him. "Let us go, Kisame." The man named Kisame chuckled. "Itachi, you certainly have a way with your brother." Kisame's jest caused Itachi to pause, glancing back at Sasuke without a word. Itachi and Kisame approached Kakashi's bed, with Kisame commenting, "Oh, is this the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? He looks rather foolish." "Itachi, we are merely here to gather information. Do not cause any trouble," Itachi cautioned. "Rest assured, with our strength, we could stride through Konoha without a care," Kisame continued. "If the ritual were not incomplete, I would gladly capture this Nine-Tails brat right now." Itachi remained silent, but Kakashi, upon their arrival, had displayed an expression of undeniable excitement. Noticing Kakashi's eager demeanor, Kisame frowned. "What are you smiling about, brat? It seems you are not taking us seriously." Kisame was indeed unlikable. Kakashi ignored him, gazing out the window as the sun was obscured by dark clouds, casting the land into shadow. Rain began to fall, and Kakashi murmured, "Has it finally begun?" Chapter 71. Encirclement. "Hey, what are you muttering to yourself over there?" Although Kisame had grown accustomed to the feeling of being ignored, it was a sentiment built upon his respect for Itachi and did not extend to others. "The Akatsuki, is it?" Madara immediately recognized the identities of Itachi and his companions. Kisame was naturally taken aback. Even Itachi, who maintained a stoic demeanor, exhibited an unusual glimmer in his eyes. "How does this brat know about the Akatsuki?" Kisame pondered. Itachi, known for never speaking without certainty, would not engage in uncertain matters. Everything has its origins. Itachi remained silent, waiting for Madara to speak, knowing that the more Madara revealed, the more information would emerge. This would enable him to discern useful clues amidst the limited information available. For someone as meticulous as Itachi, Madara, an old hand at the game, could easily see through him. Yet Madara was determined to speak to him. "Did you annihilate the Uchiha clan?" Kisame hastily waved his hands, pointing at Itachi. "It wasn't me. It was him." Madara merely smirked. "I know. You can stop talking now." How infuriating. Kisame felt an urge to unsheath the massive weapon strapped to his back and strike Madara down, but ultimately, Itachi restrained him. "You seem to know quite a lot," Madara remarked. "Truly impenetrable, aren't you? It seems you have plenty to say." "Too much. I don't even know where to begin," he added, scrutinizing the boy before him. He looked worn, almost sickly pale, yet his eyes sparkled with intensity, resembling deep black holes, as if nothing could escape their gaze. Madara complimented, What remarkable eyes you possess. Itachi remained silent. Madara was not surprised by this display. He found himself conflicted. He could not determine whether he liked or disliked this individual. Madara understood why someone who cherished his village and valued family honor would, years prior, eliminate every member of the Uchiha clan. He also comprehended why Itachi, despite having slain comrades, friends, and even his parents, chose to spare Sasuke. Itachi was still a person, not a butcher, nor a demon. He harbored a profound love for Konoha and the Uchiha. He was merely a soul swept along by the currents of history, devoid of choice, powerless. Once, the Uchiha had cast Madara aside. Their desire for peace was not misplaced. However, they erroneously believed that Madara threatened the tranquility of Konoha, unaware that the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, had long regarded the Uchiha as symbols of malevolence. Madara's departure was merely a concession to war. The deep-seated conflict between the Senju and Uchiha clans had not been resolved, and war would inevitably ensue. If blame were to be assigned, it would fall upon the naivety of the Uchiha people. During the time when the Uchiha clan was Konoha's foremost lineage, not the Hyuga, they were marginalized by the higher-ups of the village. After the death of the second Hokage, Danzo, who inherited his will, further conspired against them, driving this once great clan to the fringes of the village. Few members of the Uchiha clan had opportunities to serve in Konoha's central institutions. The treatment they received filled the Uchiha with deep humiliation. These individuals, once eager for peace, ultimately chose rebellion. Their actions were a perversion of the very peace they had sought. If one were to speak of a desire for peace, Itachi, who slaughtered the entire Uchiha clan, was more pure in his intentions than they. Itachi had witnessed the brutality of war during the Third Shinobi World War. He had attempted to persuade his clan, only to find their resolve for rebellion as steadfast as fortified walls. Disheartened, Itachi began to lose faith in his kin, just as Madara had once lost faith in his own. However, while Madara chose to leave, Itachi veered towards an entirely different extreme. Thus, Madara found himself both drawn to and repulsed by this individual. After all, those clansmen shared the same Uchiha blood as he. Sighing, Madara considered that Itachi might be suffering even more than he was. Perhaps it was best to discuss something lighter. Since you are here, it indicates that the Akatsuki's operations have commenced. You seem quite knowledgeable about us, Madara noted. Itachi finally voiced a question. Madara's lips curled slightly. The presence of a question indicated that Itachi had developed an interest in him, making future communication less cumbersome. I can answer that question another time, but are you sure you don't want to leave now? Given the racket you just caused in the hospital, Konoha is likely already mobilizing. Just as Madara finished his warning, Might Guy, clad in a tight green uniform, burst through the door with a powerful kick. Naruto, don't be afraid. I'm here to rescue you. Following closely behind were Kakashi, Kurenai, and Asuma. Seeing this, Kisame jested, Itachi, shall we fight or retreat? Itachi definitely did not wish to engage in direct conflict with Konoha. With the entrance blocked, he instinctively turned to the window, only to find it obstructed by a toad with eyes larger than the window itself, its transparent eyelids wide open. Wentai, lower your head. You're blocking me. You're so annoying. Just come in directly. Two voices echoed as the toad swayed its body, tossing Jiraiya, who stood atop its head, directly through the window. Crash. The glass shattered. Amidst the shards, Jiraiya landed headfirst, his legs still dangling outside. Wentai, remember this. As Jiraiya stood, it was evident that one side of his face was swelling. Noticing the attention he garnered, he quickly adjusted his clothing and cleared his throat. Ahem. I'm certain none of you witnessed what just transpired, right? His absurd entrance left everyone momentarily speechless. Seeing the silence, Jiraiya continued, Ahem. I am the sage of Mount Myaboku, known as the Toad Sage. After a brief introduction, he couldn't help but rub his aching face. Kurenai rolled her eyes, while Asuma's cigarette ash fell in shock. Only the slow-witted Might Guy stood dumbfounded, until Kakashi leaned in to tease. Jiraiya-sensei really made a fool of himself just now. It was only then that Might Guy displayed a hint of surprise. Are the people of Konoha truly such rare and peculiar beasts? Kisame joked. Although Itachi belonged to Konoha, Kisame understood that Itachi would remain indifferent to such comments. Currently, the entrance was blocked by Konoha's 4 elite J-nin, and the window was obstructed by Jiraiya and the toad. Madara could not help but chuckle. It seems we're trapped. He was curious to see how Itachi would respond in such dire circumstances. Ultimately, Itachi remained unfazed and simply stated, Kisame. Understood. Kisame removed his large weapon from his back and swung it at Jiraiya. Ninjutsu, Needle Earth Prison. Suddenly, Jiraiya's white hair hardened, enveloping his entire body and forming an impenetrable barrier. However, Kisame's target was not Jiraiya, but the wall beside him. Boom. The wall crumbled under Kisame's tremendous strength, creating a gaping hole and opening a path. The way forward was forged by their own hands. Chapter 72. A Budding Talent. Itachi's return to the village incited considerable consternation within Konoha. The specter of the Uchiha clan massacre haunted the villagers, engendering trepidation that he might one day turn his blade upon them. That day, within the confines of Madara's room at Konoha Hospital, Kisame Hoshigaki, wielding the formidable Samehada, breached the walls, facilitating their swift departure. Subsequently, several jonin pursued them, only to be thwarted by a series of meticulously laid traps, resulting in their ultimate failure to apprehend Itachi. It was evident that their incursion into Konoha was premeditated, though their precise motives remained obscure. Danzo, lurking in the shadows, surmised that Itachi's visit served as a warning against any potential harm to Sasuke. The clandestine route headquarters, nestled beneath the sun-drenched surface of Konoha, remained shrouded in mystery. The reasons for its continued operation, despite its supposed disbandment, and the nature of the clandestine machinations occurring within, were largely unknown, at least until recently. It was not beyond the realm of possibility that Hiruzen had been privy to these activities all along. During the prior Konoha summit, Neji Hyuga had testified against Danzo, accusing him of exploiting the long-standing conflict between the Hyuga clan's main and branch families. Danzo allegedly incited Neji to lead a rebellion of the branch family prior to the Konoha invasion, promising to abolish the caged bird seal. The caged bird served as a means for the main family to control the branch family. Any defiance would result in immediate death. Furthermore, it ensured that the branch family would be prioritized for dangerous missions, sparing the main family from unnecessary risk. It also served to destroy the Byakugan upon the branch member's death, preventing enemies from obtaining intact eyes. Fortunately, Neji remained loyal and actively defended the village. Later, he exposed Danzo's malevolence during the summit. Hiruzen entered route headquarters, finding it filled with kneeling figures, over 100 of Danzo's loyal adherents. Danzo, visibly displeased, asserted, "Hiruzen, you must understand that your weakness has brought this calamity upon Konoha." Hiruzen retorted dismissively, "Mind your words. The calamity is of your own making." Hiruzen continued, "I have contended with you for a lifetime, and I am weary. Therefore what?" Danzo interjected, sensing Hiruzen's intentions. It seemed he was considering retirement. Hiruzen clarified, "You must understand my intentions." Danzo exclaimed, "I understand. The successor will undoubtedly be, certainly not you." Hiruzen declared, shattering Danzo's aspirations. The individual Hiruzen had in mind was, of course, Tsunade, who had recently returned to the village. Hiruzen explained, "I initially retired during the 4th Hokage's tenure, but the nine-tailed fox incident compelled me to resume my duties for many years. Now, I simply desire to rest and travel the world with my accumulated savings." He glanced at Danzo and suggested, "Perhaps we could go together?" "Never." Danzo vehemently rejected the notion. Hiruzen chuckled and gestured, "You are dismissed." "What do you mean?" Danzo inquired, bewildered. At Hiruzen's command, the root members rose and departed in unison. "Hiruzen," Danzo questioned, "they are my subordinates. You may believe you are using them to monitor me, but in reality, you are the one being watched." Hiruzen stuck out his tongue playfully. "I am aware that you have placed the curse of the tongue on them to prevent them from divulging secrets. While they cannot speak now, they will remember everything once the curse is lifted." Danzo's expression shifted from shock to composure, and finally, he smiled with resignation. "Indeed, Hiruzen, you are the Hokage. So, before my final judgment, would you care to take a stroll with me? Let us go. We have dedicated our lives to Konoha. It is time to see the world beyond," Hiruzen replied. Sometime after Hiruzen and Danzo departed from Konoha, the weather was fair, and the sun bathed the land in a soft, golden light. It was a rare warm day in late autumn. Madara reclined on the lakeside grass, hands behind his head, a blade of grass between his teeth, savoring the tranquility. Sasuke approached, passing Hinata Hyuga, who was walking in the opposite direction, her face flushed. The two, who rarely interacted, simply brushed past each other. Sasuke reached Madara. "Sit," Madara instructed. Sasuke sat, gazing at the shimmering, rippling surface of the lake. Madara continued, "After the Chunin exams, you met with Orochimaru, didn't you?" "How do you know?" Sasuke asked, surprised. His meeting with Orochimaru had been conducted with utmost secrecy. Madara sat up and pulled down Sasuke's collar, revealing the cursed seal of 3 interlocked tomo. "When you saw Itachi, you tried to suppress it, but I sensed it. You wanted to use that power, didn't you?" Sasuke brushed Madara's hand away. "Mind your own business." Madara picked up a pebble and hurled it into the lake. It skipped across the surface several times before sinking in the center. "Strange, I used to be able to throw it all the way to the other side." Madara frowned, seemingly ignoring Sasuke. Yet he continued, "No one gives you power without expecting something in return. If they name a price, that's one thing. But it's far more dangerous when they give it to you without saying anything." Sasuke clenched his teeth, veins throbbing on his forehead. "I don't care. As long as I can gain the power to kill Itachi, I'm willing to die." "Really?" Madara asked, turning to face Sasuke with a scrutinizing gaze. "You're willing to die?" Madara continued, "I can give you power, even more than Orochimaru, on one condition. You must be willing to die for me." Sasuke was perplexed. Why after so long? Did he suddenly feel like he didn't know Madara at all? "What makes you so sure you're stronger than Orochimaru?" Sasuke asked. Madara smirked. "You're asking me. So you must trust me at least a little." Madara stood up, dusting off his pants, covering Sasuke's hair with dirt and grass. "What are you doing?" Sasuke demanded. A good question. Madara grabbed Sasuke's shirt and hauled him to his feet. I'm going to become Hokage. But first, I need to get rid of that cursed seal on your neck. End of Volume 1, A Budding Talent.